Welcome, everyone, to the $500 Mastering Runeterra Cup number 5. My name is Jason Florent. I'm joined today by the beautiful Akedo. Akedo, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. Excited.
You ready for this?
Journey.
Oh, yeah, you excited?
Yeah,
Ooh,
definitely.
I'm excited. This meta's been wild. You know, I'm really excited to see what rises to the top. The Runeterra Academy deck lists and lineups have been just wild and all over the place. I'm really interested to see if some of that is going to transfer over here today. We have 8 rounds of play today with a whopping 100 and something over 128 players. I'm not sure what the final count was, but how many of them actually checked in. But we got over that threshold, so it'll be 8 rounds, cut to a top 8. All of it today. Those players playing for $500 thanks to GG Tour. Appreciate you guys sponsoring this tournament. And first up, who do we have?
I think that we're going to be following Darkodius, which should
Darkodius.
be pretty fun.
The best LOR player, full stop, if Twitter is to be believed.
Definitely top. He plays the game. He's definitely a player of the game, which I think that's pretty good.
You are not wrong.
He's recently been playing a lot of Azir Irelia on ladder. It's kind of what Darkodius has been known for, right? Playing Azir Irelia. So it'll be interesting to see if he actually ends up bringing that to tourney today. I don't know.
He is the Azir Aurelia one trick. That is his claim to fame. And
Yeah.
if you've ever met him, he has definitely told you that. I can guarantee.
Yeah.
Do you think? What do you
But
think? Let's make a little bet on it. You think he brought it today?
uh probably.
I'm gonna go
Probably.
100% yes because it's actually kind of supposed to be playable now. Whether it is or not, I'm not sure. But
I don't think it's that great. It has like a couple
it's
really good matchups. Like if he runs into only Monostrima players, he's nailing it. It's great, 10 out of 10.
how good is it? Is it as good into Monostrima as Monostrima is into Darkness? Like, is it just a gimme?
Oh, it's like a 65. It's like, as far as this game goes, it's ultra free.
Yeah,
Yeah. No, it's a super good matchup. Um,
yeah. The
but yeah,
deck is a little underpowered,
yeah, it's I'm
but
really excited to see what the lineups end up looking like. This is sort of the first like Swiss tournament of the patch, like the first big one. Um so being able to see what type of lineups people actually bring is going to be really interesting just because we haven't seen it yet, are people going to be on a ton of Yordle arms? Is the rise of FTR with She Who Wanders going to take over the meta, or is it just going to be like, Ophelio smears all day? It'll be interesting to see.
yeah. I mean, it's been wild from Fight Night to Runeterra Academy because, like you say, both of those are different. Fight Night's an 8-person
Mhm.
tournament where you know who's going to be there, so you can metagame. Runeterra Academy is kind of the same. You know who your opponents are going to be before you pick your decks. So you're playing against the Majin Bay Kever team. Like maybe you come ready for some Ophelio stacks. I don't
Yeah.
know, just a thought. So it's not quite the same as going to an open field with hundreds of players, right? That's like a really different animal. But the lineups that we have seen so far have been just all over the map, like just
Yeah.
decks that don't even exist, like just a bunch of brews. And I gotta say, from playing in my rounds of the Runeterra Academy, it was tough. It was tough to go against these brews that you have no experience against. Okay, I think we are jumping in to game number one. Darkodius, aka the best LOR player, full stop. Currently not on Azir Aurelia. If you're playing Darkodius, would you just ban Azir Aurelia even if it was a good matchup for you, just because he's so cracked with the deck?
Nah. If I have a good matchup into it, make him play it.
Yeah, no.
He's not that crazy. He's just Arcodius.
I mean, I also enjoy drinking his tears, so I would definitely full beat him with the bad matchups into Azir Aurelia just to really, really drive that one home.
Yeah,
Here he is
imagine
on
the
your favorite deck,
engagements you
though.
get. Like, imagine the Twitter engagements you
Oh,
get if you
it's
just beat
worth
him on
it.
Yeah, exactly. But he is playing, a controversial deck. It's
Got a pretty
Lulu
low
Fizz
win
Yordle
rate
arms.
currently.
Yeah.
What was it
It's
at?
kind of
80%?
it's kind of like bad into everything. But Darkodius out here trucking away anyway and bringing
Good
up
on
the
him.
tourney here.
Good on
And
him.
Lulu in hand is usually pretty okay in this deck. We haven't
Typically fine. The Xera, though, looks like playing some PNZ Noxious. What do you think? Is this Tribeam?
the way that they've been passing makes it feel like Tribeam, and yeah, with the Caitlyn coming down, that kind of uh guarantees it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Feels
for
like
anyone
this
that
East.
disagrees with my analysis here of this deck, like if you're not into the triple digits of win percentages, like don't even bother.
Yeah, triple digits, huh?
Yeah, that's where you got to
Okay.
be.
Okay, that seems
Triple
pretty reasonable.
triple D or nothing.
One thing is with the Caitlyn buff, all of her flash bombs are going into the top 8 cards of your deck instead of top 10. It's really huge in matchups like this, where we play a lot of X1s, a lot of things that are just getting pinged at the beginning of every single turn. And with the Caitlyn coming down early, Yangzera really controlling the board, even the Culling Strike coming out to get a free Lulu, and then some flash bombs clearing up the board afterwards. And Yangzera looking pretty alright in this one so far.
Yeah, Caitlyn got a lot better after that buff. It feels like the traps used to almost never go off. Like you would play a whole game before a trap ever activated sometimes, and now it feels like
Oh, wow.
like it's like every turn. Man, these calling strikes are so good right now. They answer so many of the problematic champions.
Yeah, Culling Strike is a card that's so meta dependent, and right now, with a lot of champions in the game like Victor, like Lulu, even Aphelios, not having a ton of protection to back them up, it's just getting a lot more value right now. And there's the Ezreal coming down. Yangzera just applying so much pressure, and we're looking at Darkodius' hand. There's not a whole lot going on.
Do you ever take this little dipper?
Oh god, no. It's the meme combo card. If you're playing your Rumble Scion deck, maybe you can run it.
Oh,
But
that's where you get it going. Yeah, sure.
yeah. Otherwise, it's kind of rough to do. God, can you imagine if we walk in a third Culling Strike here and it kills our 6-mana 3/8?
Oh no. Double impact.
Yeah.
If you ever give that thing Overwhelm, like,
That thing
good night.
does get really huge. I do like that we're seeing multiple scrap heaps. It's kind of like a relatively new tech to be on, like 2 or even 3 scrap heaps in this Yordle Arms deck. And with the buff to a lot of these Mecha Yordles, it feels like you are really able to take advantage of these overstated high tempo cards, these Mecha Yordles, which I like to see. I like the archetype. I wish it was slightly more playable.
Mecha Yordles, not Fizz Lulu.
Yeah, Mecha Yordles, not Fizzlulu. Fizzlulu is plenty playable. It doesn't need to be any better.
I suppose. So interesting. So Darkodius went for this open here. Decided to pull it back.
Oh, this is an interesting question. Dune Hopper is so good at making your attack scary this turn, whereas the Von Mech fills up your hand, which right now there's a lack of value. But we're going with the Dune Hopper. We're trying to apply pressure here. And this attack is a little bit scary. We're going to be pushing a little bit of damage, but
Ooh.
the Archivist pulling the Caitlyn... Or, not even the Archivist spell. It's just the Caitlyn spell from hand. Go stop the pull.
Yeah, so if you're Darkodius, you're happy to see this. No other removal on your big boom booms. Everything getting in.
Yeah, Yang Zera definitely needs to trade down the board, and looks like going to be losing everything. Darkodius is going to still have a couple of big units after this, so still has the board control, but as you know, against PNC Noxus, anytime you put damage on one of your units, it's already dead. Whether that takes a turn or two, it's going to eat a Flock, it's going to eat a Scorched Earth, and there we go. There's the Archivist card, picking up the Dune Hopper. So, we're looking at a pretty even game. 3 cards in hand for Yang Zera, only 2 here for Darkodius. He has the board.
All the traps. Now the Flock will take it out. We got 6 points of burn for Darkodius. Needs to find 3 more.
Yeah. Oh no.
Another trap.
Yeah, continuing to draw these flash bombs is just tearing up this unit. This unit started the turn at 5 health, and it just has not been going well.
That was a very fast pick off of the Financier. Ooh, big Tribeam here. How much is this for?
It looked like 5, I think. And we're
Yes.
actually going to use this opportunity to kill the Ezreal before it flips. And that's a card, right? Is that Legion something or other?
That is correct. That is
Legion
a card.
General. That's the Yasuo card, right?
No block here from Darkodius. Oh my gosh,
Oh,
that
if
would
we
have been
went
the
base.
burn!
Oh no.
Would we have survived though? We would have had to survive for 1 more turn, and that Ezreal was going to flip.
Oh, okay. It looks like Yang Zera with the Aloof actually going to be sniping that Get Excited out of our hands, so we wouldn't have been able to get it anyway. So probably the correct decision just to hedge your bets and kill off that Ezreal on site. But Yang Zera with the assembly line off of the Pharaoh's Financier is just getting so much value here, is so far ahead on board, and Darkodius is having to throw out some Poros just to push a little bit of elusive damage this turn, and more importantly, not die on open next turn. This is looking pretty rough.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what kind of runner here Darkodius could possibly
no.
get. Definitely not that.
Oh, and the Farron. Oh
Okay,
my god.
okay, that'll do.
Yeah,
That'll
you
do,
hate to see it.
giant man. That'll do. Do you know the lore at all? Like, what is that guy? Why is he so freaking big? I know he's like the general of Noxus or whatever, but why is he a giant? Why is he the mountain of Eloar?
I have no idea. Maybe it's just really big armor. Maybe he's actually like kind of small, but it's just the biggest armor in the world,
He's literally just 3 Teemos stacked together inside of a giant suit of armor.
That's my headcanon. Absolutely.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like that.
But no, Darkodius unluckily enough, not finding the Yordlin arms that the deck is named for, but I think more importantly, the double culling strike just absolutely ruining the Lulus on site made it so difficult for him to get anything going. And, even there at the end, got quite a bit of damage, but wasn't quite able to, you know, uh, be able to throw the burn face. And even if he did, the aloof was going to mess your day up anyway. It was just a little bit rough. And Yang Zera, I think that's a Felios, if I had
Yeah,
to guess.
PNZ Aphelios. I mean, that game was actually really close. Like, Darkodius actually came very close to burning Yang Zera out there. If he was able to like predict what was coming on top of his deck, or just YOLO the burn, maybe could have got close.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it was very close.
Even if it didn't look like it there by the end. So I wanted to point out. By the end,
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
oh, it's like you could almost like, assume that the matchup was very lopsided for Tribeam there. But in reality, that game was actually very close to going to Darkodius. So here we go for game 2. What's this matchup like? You've played both of these decks a decent amount.
Yeah, so Aphelios PNZ is one of the few decks that has a consistently good win rate against Yordlin arms. Although this isn't Aphelios. We hovered over the deck there. It looked like Victor, Vi, and Zoe. I wonder if Aphelios is the third deck.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it looks like, I'm just looking at it. It looks like Yang Zera's third deck is Aphelios, and that was actually what was banned. So this one is just the Victor, which is interesting because Aphelios is so good at generating tempo. On the turn that he comes down, he gets the Calibrum, the deal 3 to anything, and then he gets to phase the Gravitum that just stuns your thing for 2 turns, and he just shuts down the entire board so quickly. It's so hard for something like Yordlin Arms to deal with. So the fact that Darkodius doesn't have to worry about Aphelios coming down, just this Victor, stacking up keywords and eventually becoming an issue, is really interesting.
Yeah, I like it. This is one of the things that you see in tournaments where players try to really bend what's available to a deck list to try and make it fit into a lineup. Because, I mean, Aphelios is a huge part of this deck, but Zoe Vi has long been the Ruben pile has been a deck for a while now. It's been very powerful, and Victor getting this buff, it's just another addition to the deck.
Yeah, you see a lot of creativity in tournaments like these where people they just want to play so many different decks that, it's like, okay, well, I can't run Aphelios in this deck, I want to run it in this other deck. So they really have to, like you had said, just sort of try to fit that in. And this is the tech that Yang Zera went for, and it's really interesting. I like it. But that Crescent Strike is just so huge this turn to shut down what would have been just a very scary attack. The Lulu Chompers. Either way, though, Darkodius building up a big board. This Yordle Captain is kind of huge here.
Yeah, and mind that Yordle and Arms in his hand. I mean, what is Yang Zera going to do about that?
Oh, but I mean, he's going to hit Scout on his Victor with quick attack so he could just keep attacking and tear up this board. Oh my god. How do you feel about random keywords in the game right now?
I'm fine with it. It is a very small amount of RNG. There's a bunch of counterplay to Victor.
Yeah.
I don't think random keywords are a problem. What do you think? Never mind. I know what you think. Don't tell me.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
You've heard my Pantheon complaint enough times.
Okay,
right?
so Pantheon is a little bit different. I don't think Pantheon's a huge problem. I kind of liked the hit to Pantheon. I think he's more in line with like a normal amount of power before he was maybe a bit much. Man, Vi coming down now too, really clearing up this board. Darkodius will be able to rebuild, but will it be enough?
Yeah.
Take out this Vi.
Yeah, the Mystic on the stack to be able to clear out this board is pretty good because even though Yang Zera ended up killing 3 different units this turn, had some favorable trades, this is Bandle City. This is Yordlin Arms. We're just continuing to fill our board. We're still 6 wide. Yang Zera, for all of his efforts, is still just fell behind on board. And now with this Yordle Arms coming down.
How much burn do you have in your hand, Yang Zera? We're going to find out right now.
Yeah, it looks like maybe double Mystic Shot. May Mystic Shot get excited. You have to clear something here because otherwise you are just in a world of hurt.
Yeah, you're gonna get run right over. This is the way to do it, by the way. I see people make this mistake all the time, killing off a Yordle Arms deck's units before they cast the Yordle Arms. They're just gonna refill. They got guys. They got guys for days. You just wait until they slam it down and make sure that they can't go 6 wide on you.
Yeah, and it looks like Yings are deciding what the targets are gonna be. You know, maybe we, throw something cheeky at Fizz. Are we gonna kill the Poro and the Chompers? You know, maybe it's Poro and the 4-2. Hard to say, but even if we're clearing out 2 different units here, it's still a 4-wide attack of things that you just cannot trade into, and it looks like some double Sump Fumes taking out Poro plus Chompers.
Interesting. So is the thinking, do you think Xerxes going to try and keep the Victor alive?
That's what it feels like, though I'm not sure you can.
Yeah, you go to 2.
Oh, a really interesting interaction is with this Sand Soldier generator, the Deus. When a Sand Soldier comes out, it does get buffed up by the captain. So it's going to be a 2-2. And we just keep developing. This deck's kind of nuts. Even though we've destroyed like 5 of its units in the last 2 turns. And it just does not matter. God.
Yeah, the value generation is off the charts. And it wouldn't be such a big deal if you didn't make them all monstrously large.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at this. We're still taking 8, 9, 10, 11 damage. Oh, plus the impact, 13. We're literally going down to 1. We're giving up our entire board, going down to 1 HP, and we only got 1 trade. Oh my god. What a huge, huge play here from Darkodius. Getting that massive Yordle in arms, and when you're at 1 HP against a burn deck with a pokey stick staring you down, it's a rough place to be.
Not a great time. Sorry, what are the champs with Yangzera? I just noticed that Diana that hit play. I thought it was Zoe, Vi, Victor.
Oh, maybe there's no Zoe. Maybe I lied about Zoe. It's probably okay. Diana.
You are a well-known Zoe liar.
I am. That's if there's one thing people should know me for, it's
that and only that, nothing else.
Exactly. But the star shaping coming down means that we're not technically dead yet, but you're still fighting against a board that's going to be 5, 6 wide. It's rough days here for Yangzera. Another pokey stick off the top. Just run it into the get excited. Oh, he could have won last turn, Darkodius. You just have to believe in it, buddy.
Unbelievable. Get your inner Yugi in. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Darkodius is going to take that one down. We are going to go on to a game 3. So, looking at the lineups here, Darkodius got a Zerarelia. He did bring it, and it was banned. Apparently, Yangzera does not choose violence. That's fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's all right. Just beat him. That's good enough, I suppose. So what are the 2 leftover decks? Do we know? Obviously, on the one side, we have the Victor, Vi, Diana. And then what's Darkodius' 3rd deck?
Looks and we'll see it in a second. It hasn't been updated on the spreadsheet yet.
Okay, well, we'll find out.
Looks like Victor Riven. If I had to guess, we see a Riven face up. Yeah, there's the Victor Riven. So Darkodius out here to farm Mono Shuriva, it feels like. This is very much a, 3 very strong proactive decks with their own game plan, which, I generally like to see. I think that, it's a very good place to be in most tournaments and in most open metagames, is just trying to do the strongest thing possible. And these are 3 pretty strong decks, I like Darkodius' read on the meta.
What do you think of this inclusion of Might?
Might's just like, your 4th and 5th copy of Ambush, right?
Oh, do you think I don't think he's playing the full 3 Ambush if he's playing Might. I think a lot of people go like 2 and 1, or they just go Mights instead of Ambushes.
Oh, really?
But perhaps he is.
I mean, I think that in the current meta, if everybody's running Ambush, there's a lot of elusives, there's a lot of elusive blockers. Sometimes Might's going to be a little bit more consistent of pushing damage. Oh, Victor off the top. Oh, what a good player. Always curving your champions.
Skilled, yeah. I actually have, for that exact...
Okay, if we Mystic on the stack here, we push like 4 damage. Oh, well, okay, we didn't want to push 4 damage. That's okay.
Looks like we could still, yeah, they have a lot of small blockers. Yeah, so that reason exactly. There's a lot of elusives, a lot of poros running around. And because of that, the ambush doesn't always get through, whereas the might overwhelms basically always going through. And also with the things that stop your ambush, like Hush or Quicksand, they stop might as well. So it's not even really that big of a deal. So I've really wanted to try some number of mites out because I think there's a lot of situations where it's just strictly better.
Yeah, I think it could make a lot of sense. I do like, though, one of the big things with this Victor Riven deck is that it wants to sit on bot and it wants to sit on like Victor for, you know, a couple turns, stack up these keywords, stack up the augment. So it loses so much power if you're able to answer the first Victor or the first bot very early. And so far, Yang Zera, with the Meteor Shower and there the Thermo Beam, has gotten rid of most of the value generators in this deck. Now, they are staring down a Riven now, and we can flip that Riven this turn if we want to. Probably don't want to go all in with that, but so far, playing the matchup very well is Yang Zera here.
Ooh, Scout into Regenerate. Does not suck.
Yeah. Scout is sort of, it's one of those keywords that starts paying dividends a little bit later. You know, if you find elusive, if you find quick attack, if you find any sort of a keyword that helps you out in combat to not take that much damage, Scout just becomes so abusive after that point. So, you know, picking that up means that it's going to be a little bit scary later on, and giving quick attack to this 3-1. That's one of the cool things about Riven. I love that she can give quick attack to her little minions, and it just makes trading against her so difficult. I feel like Riven's kind of undervalued for how much combat effectiveness you get.
Just as a champion in general, Riven was one of my... I never really played Riven. When she first came out, she was a lot worse because she cost 4. But I never really played her. I didn't understand how the blades worked. I was just like, what is this? Who is this? I don't get it. I don't like it at all. This season, though, I picked up Riven Victor, and I've absolutely loved the deck and loved playing with her as a champion. There is a lot of skill expression in her as a champion of like when you play her, when you get the blades, where you put them, when you put them. I think she's a fantastic champion and a lot of fun to play with. So she showed up as like one of my favorites now.
Yeah, she's very cool. And I think that a lot of Riven decks are usually very fragile in that, like, you know, you go all in on like one unit, you just hope that your opponent doesn't have an answer. But this one especially feels like it diversifies its Riven fragments, its its threats very well, and makes it difficult to deal with. You know, it's really taking one of the weaknesses that Riven usually has and getting rid of it. You know, I really like the way that this deck is built and the way that it works, but that tough might mean that we get an attack off this turn. Oh, and Vi as well. Oh, this is a little bit scary for Darkodius, just because we're going to be losing quite a bit. Oh, and Diana! Oh, come on! Stop it!
This is the tough situation for Darkodius. All 3 champs on the board.
Yeah, and all of them are trading favorably.
Wait, did we just not scout attack?
We did. I mean, if we scout attack, there's a chance that we lose our Victor. I don't hate just attacking here normally, just getting in, getting your good trades off. But this does mean that you've completely tapped out, right? So Darkodius does get to redevelop this turn. We just go for the Riven. And we are flipping Riven this turn. Oh,
Kitty. The Android Sentry coming down. These units are both going to be very big. We're going to have a couple of Poros. They're going to have Overwhelm. They're going to have Elusive. So how much removal does... Oh, I like this.
No.
Yes, very heads-up play here from Yang Zera. This is one that you see high-level players make all the time, where they'll copy their opponent's units that are useful, and something that I think a lot of players kind of miss out on.
Iterative Improvement is such a high skill cap card, and Yang Zera just picking up that elusive blocker is so huge here. It makes it so difficult for Darkodius to all in. You know, he had the ambush, he had a ton of damage showing here. And it looks like this is our turn. This is the turn that we're deciding to go all in, putting a lot of these blade fragments on the cat.
We're putting our kitty on the table, asking Yang Zera if they have it. This is going to be 2 gigantic Overwhelm units with Elusive. Actually, no, I guess just Overwhelm. We don't have quite enough mana.
We have the. It'll be interesting to see. Do we use the ambush or do we use the might? They already have overwhelm, so we probably use the ambush, right?
Yeah,
That way the
that's
cat
right.
can only
Push
block one of them.
exactly. Push past this Victor.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
let's see if nothing else happens. Is this lethal? It looks like it is.
It's looking pretty lethal, so this is kind of a hush check, right?
Oh, hush
Oh,
confirmed. Wah, wah. Man,
yeah.
Darkodius being such a high level player, really unfortunate to see that happen to him.
You know, even with a deck like this, where we did have multiple threats, you know, this is our second Riven, we had played out an early victory, played out an early bot, we had a lot of different threats for Yangzera to have to deal with, but this PNZ Targon deck is just so good at combining the removal of PNZ with, you know, a lot of the interaction, like Hush, of Targon, and we even get our own ambush through to get an extra block off, and we're only taking 5 damage from what was looking like, you know, 25 damage.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup, like Yangzera has all the tools and hit them like just perfectly. Seemed to have everything that they needed exactly when they needed it. Starting right from that priestess into the what is the 5 mana deal 4 deal 1?
The meteor shower.
The meteor shower. That yeah, right from the beginning, just had the goods the whole way through. Not a lot Darkodius really could have done this game.
Yeah, played it about as well as you can, and yeah, as we see, Yangzera is going to be playing out their hand, going to be giving Victor an extra keyword, but with this Vi dealing an extra 5 damage on strike, with this huge Victor, there's not a whole lot you can do, and this should just be lethal. And Yangzera with the slightly different build of PNZ Nox, you know, no Aphelios. Aphelios is in your other deck. We're just playing the Victor, the Vi, and the Diana. Gonna be able to take this game over Darkodius 2-1. Yeah, even the star shaping. Okay. I get it. We were close.
Let's have all the yeah. Still had all these. Still had all these. This is one of a classic Magic the Gathering saying that after your opponent beats you, they show you all the cards in their hand. Look, still had all these.
Yeah.
Still crushing you by a country mile. All right, Darkodius drops down to 0-1. They're going to move on to 1-0. What do you take away from that matchup? We got to see a little bit more classic decks. Those are kind of the decks that I was expecting to seeing coming in. You know, the Vi deck was a little bit different. It had Diana instead of like a Zoe or something. But all the other decks seemed like what we would expect. Any surprises there for you?
Nothing too crazy. I like that, you know, we're already seeing the Yordle arms this early in the day. I feel like, you know, as such a strong deck. Oh, you said it's a bad deck, right? As such a weak deck it is, I like that Darkodius was willing to bring it, you know, and really help out this this rogue deck, you know.
Definitely a meta call. Yeah. What was the low win percentage that you had again?
60, something like that. It's kind of bad, huh? Oh, you mean
I thought
what
it was like,
I had like 90,
yeah. You had like it was like 89% or something. Yeah, pathetic. Like honestly, just
genuinely.
why you know, good on Darkodius being such a strong player that he can play basically anything. So bringing these like tier 4 decks, basically, giving the rest of the field a chance. You know, really sporting of him. I think we're gonna jump into another match though. We'll say goodbye to Darkodius. All the love. Snipe Cross GG B-Ball. Love to see it. Okay, so here's a what? Okay, sorry. I thought looking at B-Ball's hand for a moment, seeing that. What's the 8 mana thing there? I don't know what it's called, but it makes it to Legion Marauders, I think they're called. Yeah, I thought this was some Legion Marauders deck at first. I was like, okay, we're getting crazy. But no, this looks to be more of a Vi PNZ control deck.
Yeah, so this is the Vi PNZ Allegiance deck. So this is running the PNZ Allegiance card that when you play it out generates a free Sumpworks map in hand. Which, if you don't know Sumpworks map, which who does, it grants elusive to any of your units. And it grants, so you give elusive to to like this Vi, and it's elusive forever. It's a really interesting build. I think that it was made by 4LW. It splashes like 1 of atrocity, but it's basically just another take on, these like Vi, ballistic bot, ambush decks. Already against Darkness. I wish we didn't see Darkness. I was happy when nobody was playing Darkness for a couple days, that was good for me.
I would ask you if you dislike Darkness with some sort of surprise, but it's a thing, so why would you not dislike it? Tell us, why do you not dislike Darkness? Or why do you dislike Darkness?
Oh, it's just obnoxious, bro. It's so annoying.
How about now when it has a lot of bad matchups?
Does it though? I feel like its only bad matchup is Monostrima. I feel like it beats most other things. Is that a hot take?
So I've actually played more Darkness this season than I have in a long time, and I was ripping some stuff up. I was crushing some stuff. I thought maybe I was ahead of the curve, but the meta is so wide. There's just so much stuff out there that there's a lot of these tier 2 decks that are tough matchups, and so for any sort of control deck, there's just going to be stuff out there that you can't answer. Like
it's hard,
like
right?
Targon's Peak. Tree, you don't see these as often. Azir I think is probably also kind of tough.
Oh, that has to be a doomed matchup. There's no way that's a playable matchup.
For Darkness?
Yeah. Like, if you run into Darkodius, you're not happy to play Darkness into Azir.
Yeah, so and then let's see, the Aphelios matchup's supposed to be good. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff. It's a deck and it's good, but it's not what it used to be in past formats. And that nerf to the what's the 2-drop?
Catalyzer.
The Catalyzer, it's significant in that the card just doesn't trade up as well. The Fearsome Thing I haven't had come up. It doesn't trade up as well. It doesn't hit as hard either. So just dealing more damage to units, dealing more damage to the opponent. It was real.
Oh,
ooh!
Just hitting that atrocity. Okay.
But what are you gonna do? Are you trusting right now? I mean, I guess so.
Yeah, take your 10 damage, bro. Like, yeah. What are they gonna do? Say no? Like,
just a casual 10.
Yeah.
Any thought here though of picking up one of the champions instead? Because I mean, you got him to 9.
It is Vengeance. Oh, how do you hit Vengeance?
I love that card, by the way. God. I hated that card so much originally, but there's so many bad picks that I end up taking it a lot. You just let it sit in your hand. I don't remember what it's called. It's the one that keeps changing every round. Hextech Anomaly. Thank you. And you just let it chill in your hand until inevitably it hits something where you're like, yup, go time.
It's so bad until it's good,
Oh, and did we just Archivist into 0?
We did, which we knew. Okay, so we took Atrocity off the top. So we knew our next 4 draws are units. So I don't know what the chances are, but it feels like the chances of top decking or our 5th card being a spell that's playable wasn't super high.
Yes, that was a bit of a gamble there.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred to see the Vengeance this turn, just because we played out our Allegiance card. We can give something elusive if we wanted to. But they still have this Darkness just face up in hand. You're staring at it. It's not the best situation in the world. It looks like we are forcing a block out of the Vhagar, which is pretty good, Yeah,
I'd love to see that.
But I mean, you're pushing 3 damage.
Yeah, heads up here, killing the slightly larger unit. I mean, what else are you going to do, right? If you don't attack here, your stuff's all getting picked off anyway.
Yeah. I mean, you could maybe Vengeance is just a losing line. It's hard to say. But Senna is just so good at tearing apart boards, just generating the darknesses every single turn. And now that she's flipped, giving the discount on every single card that deals damage is just so hard to deal with. There's just so much value there. Darkness is so good at turning, getting over the hump and just completely turning a game around. You're on the back foot until suddenly you're not. And then you're just so far ahead for the rest of the game.
Yeah, the deck does snowball real hard.
Yeah.
Do you ever have with the Hextech Anomaly, you ever forget that it's going to swap out? So it's that Vengeance would have been fantastic this turn. It's
yeah.
Oh, whoops.
It could be rough sometimes. The worst is when, it's like the one time that you tap below full bank and then it gives you like FTR and it's like, wait, can this hold on till next turn? That'd be great.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, the go hard off of Conchologist is just giving us healing, and oh, with this healing, it's so difficult because now even if we rip a Vi off the top, like Vi plus Atrocity isn't even winning
Heal
us
rush.
the game anymore. Oh, and we did rip the
Ooh.
Vi off the top.
So Battle Fury.
Okay.
So we give
We
something
could-
elusive and then Battle Fury? Potentially?
Yeah. We
It's
don't
so hard.
quite
It's
have
so
the mana for it. But
Oh, I
my
forgot
God,
the
why is
map's
it being
not free.
6?
Because it's a good card.
Yeah. I mean, so it's free on the turn that you
Right.
generate it from the thing, but, we didn't commit it that turn just because we didn't really want to give it to anything on our board. This is so...
All right, we
hate
gotta
to
go
see it,
digging. We have to dig here, right? What are we throwing away?
The map?
Map or Mystic Shot, I guess.
Yeah, no, we're in a rough position. Because right now, with no Vagar on board, Snipecross is showing us the alternative win condition of Darkness, which is just beating you down. This deck, a lot of times, just, like, tempos you on board with really efficient Darkness removal, and then just, like, beats you down over a few turns. Oh
What do you
my
think
God,
about-
another Vi?
What do you think about Pokey Stick?
It's a good card.
Bang, 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 down to 7. Yeah, do you think it needs to get touched? Think it's too good?
Probably, it's really good.
Have we found? I'm trying to find a card that you don't dislike. It's been, we're 0 for 7 at this point.
Oh yeah, yo, Shellfolk, great. Vi, bro, Vi's great. I love Vi.
Yeah, but I meant playable cards.
Oh, okay. Strong Arm. You see the Strong Arm in hand? That's a great card.
That's a very good card. Good on you for knowing the name of that card too, by the way. Well done.
I generate it way too often with Flash of Brilliance and TF Nami. That I have to know it.
What does it do? Is that the one that like returns a follower or something?
Yeah. If you plunder, then you get to steal your opponent's follower.
That's so funny. I remember that card distinctly because the first time I generated it, I just like kept skipping over the plunder part and I kept trying to click it. It's like, can't do it.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? This card's bugged. Like, just sat there for like a minute, couldn't figure it out. And then on my turn, I looked at it again. It activated, I think, because I pinged them and I was like, oh, plunder.
So
Great.
a big thing here, looking back at this, is that we did end up drawing the victor, which means we got to play 2 threats in one turn, which, normally would be a good thing, but actually we just played 5-mana Vengeance, so it doesn't matter. I was excited for a second. It felt like we might be
at
able to beat it.
least you tried, GIF ready.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, Darkness.
Nightcross, GG, you're gonna take that one down. I wasn't paying attention to the clock, but I think that was probably a game 3.
It feels
This
like
late
there were
into
like
the
12
round?
minutes left or something. So I mean, if they still have a game 3 after this, I mean, hopefully Snipecross is playing something a little bit faster than Darkness.
Well, Darkness won, so we wouldn't. Darkness won, so we wouldn't see Darkness again. But it is a Targon meta. That was game 3. Okay. So Snipecross going to move on. 1-0. Darkness. I think we were talking about Darkness earlier and how good it's going to do or not do. A lot of these decks that we're talking about, that have a pretty high power level, but are not maybe ladder crushers. I think we're going to see them do really well in tournaments. Things like Darkness, things like even Mono Shurima. They just have a lot of good matchups, but the ladder meta is maybe just not that good for them. Throw them in a tournament lineup, got a ban there. I think they're going to go far.
I think that the super sleeper lineup is FTR, like the new FTR build with Ramp and She Who Wanders, plus Darkness, plus X. I don't know if X is Aphelios or Thresh Ace Soul, something like that. I think there's a super OP lineup in there of just decks that you don't see a lot on ladder, but I think are really well positioned into the meta right now, especially the tournament meta.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at Kever's winning list from Fight Night. He had
he had
old school Go Hard, Thresh A Soul, and what was his third deck?
I think it was just FTR.
And Feel the Rush, that's right.
Yeah.
So kind of like what you're talking about, just stomping on anything that wants to play some units out. See, I would really, if I was playing today, I probably would have gone the landmark version, some sort of Monotrema, Thralls, maybe Tree. Yeah.
Okay.
and just stomp all over those like darkness. I don't know if Mono Shurima, I don't know how that matchup would be for some of those decks. Tree might struggle there. But like
Yeah.
darkness, field to rush, any of that sort of nonsense, just get all up in them. And then just ban Yordle in arms. Try and go that route.
I think that's like super reasonable. Power play day, I probably brought like Aphelios, Tribeam, Yordle and Arms. I just brought 3 good decks.
Yeah.
Um,
That's probably the best. Let's be real. 3 good decks is
it's
where it's at.
yeah. Sometimes you just you go through all the trouble of like building this lineup. It's like these 3 decks work really good together, and this other person's like, yeah, I just like looked at win rates and I just grabbed the 3 strongest things and like I did good. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's an
Yeah.
option.
It's because there's a reason those decks are so strong, right?
Yeah,
You'll run into someone that's targeting you, and they'll just be like, "Oh, hey, I hit my 30 or 35 or 40% side where I just went off, and like your deck kind of dirtled around, and you drove like your bad cards because you're playing a deck that's not as powerful, and I just got
yeah,
you. I'm going to continue on crushing people. There's a reason the best decks are the best.
for sure, for sure.
I Okay. I think we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back for round 2. Stay right there. We'll see you guys soon. Bye. And we're back with soon to be round 2 of this $500 Mastering Runeterra GG Tour Cup number 4. I think it's number 4 or 5.
Five.
5. Okay, my bad. So after seeing that first round, I want to get your thoughts on the Yordle Arms decks, because as we both know, Fizz Lulu is cracked. The deck is very good, right?
Yeah.
For anyone that doesn't understand that, we've been joking this whole time. But in a tournament, is it perhaps a weakness in that your opponents can either A, ban it, or B, target it? I don't know if you would say easily, but there's enough lineups that you can make that would have pretty good matchups into it. One being the one that you had mentioned that you would probably bring had you been playing in this tournament. So what are your thoughts on that deck in a tournament setting?
Fizzlulu is really interesting in that like it has incredibly good matchups against like 95% of the decks in the game, but it loses pretty hard to like anything that runs Withering Wail, or like a ton of pings. Basically, if on your Yordle and Arms turn they can deal with most of your board before it pops, it becomes really difficult to actually win games, right? Um, so there's definitely a lineup that exists, if you're just like running like triple SI, or like Aphelios plus a double SI, even like Tribeam is supposed to be pretty good into it. There definitely exist lineups that can beat it, but I think that the deck is so strong that like you should probably just bring it anyway, right? Like
Yeah.
probably.
I mean, this is the thing. It is very strong, but so you know what it kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of Zed, I think Poppy. It was Zed Poppy, right? Was the deck that was kind of a
Oh yeah,
menace
yeah,
for a while. And it was one of those decks that like you could have a good matchup into it, but sometimes it would just be doing Zed Poppy things and it would just blow you
oh
out.
yeah.
And by sometimes I mean a lot,
Yeah,
right?
tell me about it. I tried to target it that seasonals. It was a bad idea. I
Uh-huh.
I was picking up more wins on like random second and third decks rather than actually the Zed Poppy. I was like hard targeting, right? Like sometimes decks like that are just like so strong, even when you're countering them, they just do such strong things that you're just losing anyway. Even if your best matchup is like, 60-40, you're still losing that like 40% of the time, right? It's really difficult to go in and like hard target these really strong decks instead of just like, what if you just like ban it? That's kind of cool too.
Yeah, I like just banning stuff. If you ever have a problem with a deck, you're like, I have a that deck is tough to beat. Rather than being
Yeah.
like, why don't I just run headfirst into it? Why don't you just ban it? Would just be like, that's just out of my life now. I don't deal with that at all. Just ignore that completely. My question though is, do you think Fizz Lulu is on that level? Because I don't. I don't think Fizz Lulu is as good as Lulu. What's her Poppy
Yeah, the
was?
Poppy Zed was.
Poppy
Yeah.
Zed. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to be as good as Poppy, right? Like, at its peak, Poppy was kind of like, it was kind of really good as it turns out. I think that it was a little bit more resilient, I think, than like Fizzlulu is.
Yes.
Fizzlulu really does fold to like a ton of removal, and like sometimes you end up with like unplayable hands that like, just aren't generating a ton of value. You're discarding real cards to your Zonite Urchins or your Get Exciteds, and then suddenly you have like no cards left in your hand, and you're like, oh well, what happened? I'm playing Bandle City. I'm not supposed to run out of cards. But, it's I agree. I think that there's probably a reasonable way to target this deck. But it is still super strong, and sometimes it just kills you on turn 4 or turn 5 with a huge Yordle Arms.
Yeah, 100%. The deck is still quite good. And one other thing that, and I don't think I haven't heard a lot of people talking about is the Demacia version of the deck. It's still real. It's still a deck. It might not be the menace that it was last season, but I think that deck is criminally underplayed right now because it is still very powerful. And lots of decks, it's just going to blow them out of the water. And so if lineups aren't ready for that, because it plays differently than the Fizz Lulu deck, right?
Yeah.
You can't just be Withering Wail and like just kind of try and pick their stuff off. Like no, they've got all kinds of defenses against that. They've got pump spells. They make all their units tough. They've got the grandfather, so they start producing spell shielded units.
Yeah, everything has spell shield or 2 health. Like they're very different in terms of like what beats them, right? These
Yes.
Withering Wail and these pings don't win that matchup. And it is like a little bit slower now. I think it's like 1 turn slower basically than it was last patch, which can be significant, but it is still a solid deck, right? And even though a lot of people aren't playing it on ladder, it's definitely a deck you need to be aware of.
Yeah, I gotta feel that in a tournament setting again, it's gonna do work. You're
Mm-hmm.
gonna if someone's bringing. I don't think there's too many lineups that people are bringing that have three good matchups into it. And so as
Oh,
long as you
probably
have
not.
one, right? As long as you have that one straggler that you're just gonna just dumpster on, that's all you need. You just need that one deck that's like, oh, you can't handle this. Like Yordle and Arms is and a bunch of guys with Spell Shield. Like you're just never beating. That's all you need. And so I really hope that we actually get to see it today. I'm really interested to see where that deck ends up. So back to trying to beat these decks, though. What was the lineup that you wanted to bring?
So I was talking about a couple lineups. I was saying that there's probably a super sleeper lineup of like FTR, Darkness, and then like Thresh Asol or like Go Hard or something as your third deck.
Uh huh.
Um,
And do you think anyone brought that today?
I didn't think that there would be that many people on it. But weirdly enough, I think that we're gonna be watching What Am I a little bit later here once this round starts, and that looks like FTR.
Huh.
I wonder if
And
the other
the
two
She
decks
Who
are.
Wanders version as well that you mentioned.
Yeah, there's a little bit less ramp. I think that the one that I've been seeing is running like the 2 mana Faces card. And you just
Okay.
like ramp into the She Who Wanders. So this is a little bit more of the traditional version. One She Who is the splash, one Ladros, but we're really just like this is just control. This is like what Jordan or what am I is, sort of known for. He's been topping tournaments with FTR for like the last 6 months. He's okay at this deck.
Two Ruinations, one Shihu, three Field Rush. This is an expensive deck, and a Ledros thrown in.
Yeah.
With two Catalysts only to ramp into? Like, what's going on here?
I mean, we're just relying on the power of these Freljord SI control tools. People talk about control not being that good. I think they're higher than a fucking kite. I think that Freljord SI is so good at just stalling out Vile Feast, Piercing Darkness. I love this Piercing Darkness tech. It's so good at removing one unit. You pick one thing, that thing's going to die, and you heal a ton. This is a really difficult deck to actually end up beating through, and you don't need that much ramp because once you play either of these cards, like you win the game on the spot, right? So you just have to survive. You just have to play your control cards, play it a little bit more slowly. But yeah, let's go and look at the next deck there. And this is the Thresh Asol, another deck that What Am I is known for, and just playing a ton of, has been topping tournaments forever with it. Triple Whale, that one of Piercing Darkness, a Ruination, some Star Shapings. This is a deck.
That you're not wrong. This is a deck only its mother could love. Somehow Jordan is just crushes with this deck all the time. I tried playing this at seasonals. I think it was the last seasonals or maybe the one before, and it did not go so well for me. Did not have a good time. But Jordan makes it work. He knows exactly how to play this deck. I love all the one ofs in these decks. It
Hmm.
makes it really hard for your opponent to play around things because it's like, do you develop into the Ruination? Or the Piercing Darkness? Do you open into the Vengeance or the Withering Wail? It's there's so many things. You got the box, you got one Hush, even like the one Guiding Touch.
Yeah.
It really throws you the one Pale Cascade. It's like, are you gonna do you play around a card if it's a one of? Because if you do, there's a good chance that you make a mistake. But if you run face first into it, you can also get blown out. And so it just makes life so difficult for your opponent. The inclusion of like one Ruination, for instance, makes your opponent have to play completely different than if you had zero Ruinations. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, I love that he just crushes with these like really unique decks.
He's just so good at it, right? He's been playing these decks literally forever. He knows the matchups of this deck more than anybody's going to run into, right? Like nobody has played enough in a Thresh Asol to know the matchups as well as he does. So he always has that edge. And yeah, like we were talking about this deck being pretty well positioned into the meta, running a ton of removal for stuff like Aphelios, and then like Whale for these Yordle and Arms decks, and I think that this is a pretty good meta call. Yeah.
What do you do against Monoshirima though? You scoop up your cards?
You ban Monostrima. That is your ban.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm surprised also that we don't have a sixth champion jammed in there. Like we couldn't get like a Zoe or something.
So the issue is, you would love to do that, but the issue is if you flip your Thresh and then you're attacking, and you're like, oh, I get to pull out Aesol,
I'll
and
pull
you
out
get a
my
little
Zoe.
1/1. Yeah, it's
That's
a little
right. That's right.
depressing.
That makes sense.
Let's go and look at the third deck here. And we had talked about Darkness, kind of sleeper, kind of really good. You could tell it's a Jordan deck because you see these triple 1-ofs piercing Darkness. I love to see that card.
Well, I love the one wallop. I'm all about the one wallop because if you're playing one of these Riven Victor type decks, any decks that go large, make a big elusive, anything like that, even Rumble, like one wallop is really freaking annoying. It's very cost effective as a way to deal with a big attack. And again, just having that one of there, one of Ruination, just changes how you have to play the game. I like this list. I think it looks really clean. I love the piercing darkness, like you said. When I was playing this deck, slamming it down on a Riven or a Victor, killing that unit and healing for 5, which just felt so good. Just
It's
felt like the game
backbreaking,
ended.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so difficult to come back from that. Um, yeah, no, this is a really solid deck. Running the double Aloof Travelers, instead of the triple
Ooh,
Roadmaker. I think Aloof is criminally underrated. This card is
agreed.
so good at it's so good into almost literally every deck in the game. Even if you're into aggro, you're discarding like decimates. If you're into other control decks, you're discarding win conditions. Aloof is just so good. Hand disruption isn't much of a thing in this game. So anytime that you're able to do it, in like a strong way, in a targeted way that's, taking out your opponent's win conditions, it's just so valuable.
Yeah, totally agree. Um, so if someone wants to pick up this lineup, what are your bans? What are your top bans? Obviously, Monoshirima.
Yeah, Monoshirima, you're really worried about, like, Demacia lineups, right? If someone's on, like,
Mm,
Sivir, Scouts, X, it gets really dicey really fast. Especially Sivir, like, those spell shields are so hard to deal with. Um, so you're trying to avoid stuff like that, but, a lot of times, building, like, a triple Demacia lineup that makes sense is hard. Your third deck ends up being, like, Pantheon. And Pantheon's like a little bit sus into a lot of these lineups because Ruination ruins Pantheon. These Vengeances ruin Pantheon. Sometimes you just high roll anyway, but
I was
yeah,
gonna say,
you
don't you just high roll spell shield and just take? Well, that's what I do. I just
oh
like,
yeah,
oh, good
reacting like
spell shield every time, and scout and elusive. Oh, at
you just
least you
you
tried.
vile feast it, bro. Vile feast really good.
Oh, that's right. You pop
But
the spell
no,
shield.
I think that there's definitely lineups you're afraid of, but like I think that a lot of people are off of Demacia. The sharp side
Yes.
nerf feels bad, and like building a cohesive Demacia lineup is harder this patch than I think it has been in previous patches. Um, so I think that this lineup's really well positioned into the meta. If you're running into like Monoshirima, Azir Irelia, Thralls, Tree. That's like a scary lineup, but that person's losing to literally everybody else in this tournament, so you just hope you don't run into them.
That's right. Yeah, you're good into the Yordle decks. You're good into Aphelios. You're good into like random piles. Yeah. It's gonna be interesting to see how far one of my goes in this tournament. I think, with everything that we're seeing and saying right now, probably gonna be pretty far. And I'm here for it. I can't wait to see it. I
Yeah.
hope we get to see some, maybe some control on control action. I know that's not everyone's favorite cup of tea, but I'm here for it. I want to see some go hard versus darkness. I love it.
Oh
Anytime
god.
some feel the rush versus Aesol Thresh. I love all these like really slow, grindy matchups where like the dynamic totally changes from your normal game plan of just kill all their things, win with my big boom boom in the end. If you're both trying to do that, the games get really weird because one of you is the beatdown. One of you is actually not favored into the late game, and that person needs to be trying to like make stuff happen, and then it just kind of like changes how the games play out. I love it. I hope we get to see it at some point. We should be starting round 2 here, I think, pretty soon.
I think an interesting thing about the control versus control, you mentioned someone being the beatdown. I have trouble identifying that a lot of times, and like guard versus darkness. Who's the beatdown there? Is it go hard? Who knows?
Tough to say.
I
Okay, so looks like we have one of my opponent's lineup ready. We're gonna jump in there. This is Mega Puros, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So we got Yumi Pantheon, the classic. Like you were saying though, can be a little bit of sus, a little sus into some of these control matchups. I got to think it could be okay into Field of Rush, though. Field of Rush has a little bit less of the typical control elements. It does have like some vengeances, but like it only plays a handful of them. And then the avalanches and area of effect spells aren't nearly as effective against this kind of deck as it would be against something like
Yeah.
Scouts.
They're very weak, but if I remember correctly, I think that one of my was on double ruination, which is really difficult to develop into. But looking at this list, that's a star shaping in my pantheon. Why is there a star shaping in my pantheon? That's an interesting tech. Give yourself like a little bit more late game, just another bomb that you can drop down and like potentially end up just pulling out a game. That's a cute little tech. We'll have to keep an eye on it and see if it ends up being ultra valuable here.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. That reminds me of when Kever was running one star shaping in Zoe Lee Sin.
In
It
Lee,
made a
yeah.
little bit more sense to me in that deck, and still I didn't like it. So, because it's not really going with the game plan. But who knows? This might be, the game might get stalled out, might run out of units, might go star shaping a big dragon, just take it home. We shall see.
Yeah, definitely. Always a worry, right? We have the one of Cataclysm. Cataclysm's so good in these decks because not only is it, like targeted removal that you're trying to, eat those backline champions, that there's a lot of them in this meta. But like with Procs Faded, it's just so valuable in this deck. But yeah.
Okay, let's see what the second and third decks are here. We got number 2 is
Tree?
Candle Tree. Interesting second inclusion. I know how much you love this deck. Nar Poppy with the champions. So this is going to eat a ban currently because one of my eyes line up wants nothing to
Yeah.
do with Candle Tree.
Yeah, he's never beating this. Interesting. Okay. So we're running Grandfather Fay, which usually if you're running the Grandfather Fay version of this deck, you're on triple Yordlin Arms, and Tree's just kind of like a side win condition. But we're only on one Yordlin Arms. We're still going wide. Um, it's interesting. It's really interesting. We also aren't playing the Kennen that sometimes we'll get splashed in here. I guess we were really relying on Grandfather Fay to give us that Ionia proc. Tree is such a weird deck. As much as I dislike playing against it, it is cool that it can be built in so many different ways. That's always really interesting to see how people go about customizing it.
I absolutely love Candle Tree, and I feel like I'm the only one. I feel like it's just me.
Probably. I think
Yeah,
that,
so
yeah.
so far I've brought up my love of the tree many a time, and literally everyone else on the call or whatever has been like, "Oh, I feel like a literal pariah." Other people play this deck. Some other people must enjoy it. Where are you guys? Stop letting me fight this fight by myself. I like it. I think it's fun. I don't think it's overpowered. I understand though, why people would dislike it. I get it. I like this lineup though. The one Yordle in Arms is really cheeky. I like the Aloof Travelers. I like the one Whispered Words even is kind of nice. I love the Poppy beatdown plan. Gnar, however, Gnar is not the same. I tried playing a Gnar deck the other day, slammed it down, forgot I only had 3 power, and then was like, pass? Because it's
Yeah.
just not attacking and stuff.
Gnar's effectiveness is a lot less now. On turn 4, 3 attack just isn't cutting it most of the time. You just don't get your free attack anymore. You're, attacking in, hitting something, and then having to use the generated pokey to actually trade properly. It's really rough now.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
really
interested to see
rough.
what do you think the third deck's going to be?
Oh god. Okay. Oh well.
Ziggs Talia.
Uh, it's a good deck. This is a really solid deck right now. It has really good matchups into stuff like Aphelios, into like Tribeam, into like every control deck in the game. I think that once upon a time, Zigzalia used to have trouble into like Vengeance piles. But nowadays it really just is not the case. And I like that we're seeing a bit of a resurgence of this deck. It was sort of, underplayed for a long time. And it feels like people have kind of finally realized that this landmark archetype is really strong and, being propped up by the quicksand buff, right?
Yeah, for sure. One of the things though standing out to me in this list is one copy of the Arsenal. What do you think about that?
I think that that's pretty common nowadays in this deck. It's sort of, just like your Hail Mary top end. I prefer like more copies of it just because I like to have that late game insurance. But a lot of the builds nowadays are really indexed on the Ziggs just burning your opponent out and doing just so much work on his own. So, Arsenal's it's just that, it's like that one of star shaping, right? It's like, if we get that late, he'll accidentally win you the game sometimes.
Yeah, fair enough. I love the Arsenal, and I mean, it would be fantastic, I think, into these what am I piles. But if the game's going to round 8 to turn 8, and you've got things like Unraveled Earth, they're going to be digging you through your deck and Preservarium. You can probably find them, I guess. But one
Yeah.
Arsenal may not be enough. One of my decks could probably deal with one Arsenal. At least some of them can.
I think the big thing about this type of deck is Ancient Hourglass. It's just so incredibly valuable against overcosted removal spells like SI oftentimes has to run. If you Vengeance the Ziggs and they Hourglass it, and for your trouble, you trade down 4 mana, and then you take like 4 damage when Ziggs pops out of the Hourglass. It's so strong. And it's so good against these types of decks. It just becomes really difficult to actually end up removing their units that matter. Um, so
Yeah.
looking at it, we had talked about like in a triple Demacia lineup, Pantheon being kind of like the weak link, or the one that you have to target with the what am I lineup. In this one, once again, Pantheon's kind of the only thing that I think you're feeling good about playing into. These other two, Tree and Zigzalia, kind of rough.
Yeah, totally agreed. Also want to mention that the Ancient Hourglass, that card's just doing work in these matchups, right?
Oh
Like
yeah.
you point two things at an Arsenal or a big Talia, try to kill it, and then like you say, the Ancient Hourglass comes down for 2 mana. It's like basically a 2 mana counterspell, and then it activates your Ziggs or your Talia. You can do crazy stuff where if you Ancient Hourglass, you get to play another champion where you Talia the Ancient Hourglass. Had
Oh
that happen
yeah.
before. That does not feel good at all.
There's nothing worse than like Vengeancing a Ziggs. They Hourglass it, they Talia double it, and then once it pops out, again, you're getting like, you're taking like 8 damage. It's like, what just happened? Why did this happen to me?
That's game. That's game mode. You just go cogwheel. Next game.
Yeah, exactly. Ziggs is, I think, really an unsung hero. I think Ziggs has been a really strong champion for a long time. Usually it's just for, his big 3/4 body and burn, No one really cared about the text on his flipped card, but like once you start reading it and once he starts flipping, Ziggs can honestly 20-0 you.
Oh yeah.
There have definitely been games where you're looking at it, it's like turn 7, your opponent's played nothing but like this Ziggs and a couple rock hoppers, and it's like, I haven't taken any actual damage, but I'm at 7 health. What
Yep.
happened? Why is Ziggs just burning me out here?
Yeah. I have underestimated Ziggs many times where I've been like, oh, they've got like almost no cards in hand, just a Ziggs. I'm fine here. And then just landmark after landmark, they get you. All right, we're gonna jump into it. We got Darkness for What Am I? What's this mail
Yeah,
on? This is
this is gonna be the Talia Ziggs, so a rough matchup, I imagine. This has to be a Talia Ziggs favored matchup. Um, but we get to peek at that hand. No Ziggs, importantly, in the early game, but we do have the one of deny, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. What am I? No catalyzer, no champions. Not the best hands in the world for either of them. Passage
what do you
unearned.
take here? Yeah.
Oh, I want passage unearned. I really want it because it suddenly turns that hourglass into a death trap. Ooh, that's exciting. I love passage unearned. Specifically off of Conchologist because it's like terrible every other instance, but it's such a blowout when it's good. In this matchup, it definitely has the potential to be good.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, other than hitting something coming in off an Ancient Hourglass, does it hit anything else?
It doesn't need to hit anything else. Okay, so it could hit the Devout guy, right? The 5/3 that comes out.
Okay, yeah.
If you like Naturalist Devout, you summon out like the 5/3 and the 5/4. It can hit that. There's definitely hits. But yeah, it's not like gonna be the most consistent thing in the world. I think our other options were like Cloud Stance, which helps you trade a little bit, I guess. And I don't remember the third one, but it's
Yeah,
just,
I feel like that's the main thing. There weren't like better options.
yeah. And I've passed and earned an FTR off of Conchologist before showing. I love this card just randomly blowing games out. So early on, Ishmael, Ishmael able to get the Devout down. Devout is so incredibly good in these decks because it has a good body. It's a 3/3, but when it dies, it gums up the board. It gives you a landmark to be able to cast all of your spells off of. And then it summons another body. This card is quietly carrying the landmark archetype on its back. It's a really difficult card to deal with.
Yeah, it's very unassuming for sure. In any decks that the 3/3 body happens to be good into, it's just an absolute nightmare for them. There's some decks that just don't care about the 3/3; they'll just let it chill there, and then it's like a little bit less effective.
Yeah.
But anytime the 3/3 actually gets in and starts doing work, like you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah. Roiling Sands, another really valuable card, or the Unraveled Earth, the thing that summons the 2 Roiling Sands and draws a card, just makes it so hard to develop into this deck because everything is getting vulnerable, everything is getting bad trades, and we even see now, what am I having to pass on this 7 mana because you don't want to develop your 1 unit, into these Roiling Sands and like losing your board. But Whale is an option here. It saves quite a bit of damage. I think we take 0 if we Whale.
Up to Pokey Stick block. I kind of like the Whale here to get it in under the right.
I think the big thing here is that we're trying to hold up a miscall. Because once we end up killing this Devout, once we end up killing it, we are giving them access to Rite of the Arcane, which is just so good at removing these backline champions like Ziggs. So I think that we're trying to hold up a little bit of protection, making sure that we aren't just Vagar. That's what I meant.
Yeah. I was thinking Withering Whale don't block, but I like the miscall also. It feels so good to get some action out of your opponent's hand and then just miscall your Vagar right back. Keeps the level up going. Get a darkness.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess not in this case, as we already have one.
Yeah. No, the awkward thing is going to be that, like, after this, we're going to have to pass on our 5 mana, which your darkness, you don't mind that much, but, it can be a little bit awkward. Ooh, another Vagar off the top. Honestly, having access to the stun can be really valuable here.
Huge. How often have you forgotten about that stun spell and just gotten absolutely blown out of it? And not only does it stun one big thing, a lot of times it'll stun a bunch of little things also.
Yeah, playing Yordle and Arms into darkness, you think, oh, I just have to dodge the whales. But then suddenly Vagar spell on the stack with your Yordle and Arms just like stuns half your board, and it's like, oh, that's a bummer.
It's a big bummer. Yeah, your whole attack's just done.
Yeah, we'll see if Ishmael decides to rip this Rite of the Arcane. They're thinking about it. I think it's a good idea to just pass back here. Because, like, you can do it at any point. You can shoot this Vagar. The 1 extra damage on Darkness, probably not going to matter that much. If you wait until next turn, you're going to have access to your Deny. It's going to be slightly better for you, I think.
Yeah, looking at Ishmael's hand, it's not super exciting. This Talia is the last kind of big threat.
Yeah. We're missing, like, something really potent. We haven't found like Herald of the Magus, which is the 5-drop that gives all of your champions overwhelm and buffs them up. We haven't found like the Arshan. We haven't found Ziggs. This Talia coming down flipped does apply a lot of pressure, and being able to double up on that landmark means that in a couple turns our board is pretty formidable. But at the moment it's not the scariest thing in the world. And what am I looks like potentially going to be cashing in that darkness, getting a little bit of damage down.
Do we know what it's on currently?
He's been sitting there for 3 turns, so 4 damage. Yeah, it's doing 4.
Like 4.
Yeah.
It's one of the things with the darkness deck. Yeah, we can bump it up to 5. Put it, and then we could hit Talia for 5 damage. Put her down to 1. Then anything like Withering Whale, Wall Up, finish her off.
Setting her up for a ping. The issue is, if we go with that line, if that's our plan, is to ping her down, set her up for like a Whale next turn. A, we're getting blown out by like Deny, but B, if they find like Herald of the Magus off the top, which again gives her overwhelm and buffs her up +2/+2, suddenly it becomes a really scary proposition. You know, anytime that you're relying on damage-based removal against this deck, you know, sometimes you get blown out. It's a one of, you know, so it's not something you have to worry about. But
I mean, not just the deny though. Look at that Absolver chilling in hand. So if we do go for the Withering Whale and they Absolver pumping her up, and then we have to go for something like a Vengeance or a Wall Up, and now they have the deny, all of a sudden we are eating a buttload of damage.
yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have to keep up mana for this Vengeance 100%. It's very, very scary. Like you said, the deny. Oh, Ziggs. Ziggs is
Ooh,
do we develop it instead of
not
opening?
Suck here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to necessarily. It's close though.
Yeah, we might just like hold on to Ziggs and decide that, you know, we want to develop it at the end of the turn after Whatamai has already had to use all of his
Oh,
interaction.
it's coming down right now. I was thinking to play it after because I want to have access to Absolver, the
Plus
copy,
Right.
plus right. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're 1 mana short of that now. And speaking of the line that we were talking about earlier, Whatamai's a good enough player to know that he can't be just getting cute against this Talia, right? Like,
Yeah.
he's going to be using his
Oh.
Vengeance. He's going to be using his Wall Up. He's not letting this Talia go anywhere.
This wallop pre-combat is so smart from Whatamai. You're forcing your
Beautiful.
opponent to use their interaction right now if they want to save the Talia. And now you know, if they use the Absolver there, you know if you need to use something else a little bit later on. And we are going to see the Rite of the Arcane being committed here. It is going to be killing this Vhagar and summoning out a 5/3. This is a pretty scary turn.
This is so good for Ismail. Otherwise, both of those would have popped next turn, and Whatamai would have been able to clear up both of them with this Passage Unearned. now though, one's gonna come in on each turn. That's so annoying.
Yeah, perfectly played around the Passage Unearned. Really well played there by Ishmael. Heads up.
Yeah, saw it coming for sure.
Real gamer hours out here, but we do see the Flip Ziggs. Flip Ziggs means that every single landmark that pops is a quick 2 damage to face, and suddenly your health bar is going to be taxed here soon.
Yeah,
If you're Whatamai,
it's scary.
yeah, you basically just got tri-beamed, right? It summoned a monster and ruined your blocker at the same time.
Oh, this is okay.
You develop out a blocker. You take 2 to your face for your troubles. It gets pulled to the side. Oh my god, this Talia Ziggs deck is so difficult to deal with sometimes.
We're gonna Passage Unearned, but we're still eating 6
Wait,
right
if
now.
we Rite of the Arcane here, we just win.
Oh yeah, this game is over. That'll do it.
That is it right there. The Rite of the Arcane, really well played there by Ishmael. We thought that tapping below the Absolver plus Right was going to be a mistake, but in this case, able to use the Rite of the Arcane, just blow that out. And Ziggs Talia, again, a deck that I think is sort of being slept on, is really good into a lot of these control piles, into a lot of the meta right now, and being shown right there by Ishmael, just sort of running over the darkness pile.
Yeah, the deck has a lot of staying power, has a lot of powerful cards, powerful interactions. Like we saw there, that Rite of the Arcane was huge, taking out a blocker, leveling up Ziggs, and creating a 5/3. And even with answers to the Talia, to the 5/3, it still wasn't even close to enough. Yeah, that deck is very good. It's great on ladder. It's even better here in tournaments where any matchups that might be a little sus, you can just get them out of the way. And there's a lot of decks that really struggle to play against this deck. It's also difficult to play against as a player because there's so many weird interactions. They've got the 1 mana landmark that stuns, and then they have the burst pump spell that they can sacrifice it to like give something overwhelm and then stun it out of the way at burst speed. The deck is very intricate, very difficult to play correctly, and very difficult to play against. All right, here we are. Game number 2. Ismail up 1-0. Now let's see, can Ismail close it with the Pantheon? We predicted that this would be the weak link in the armor, if there was one at all for Ismail. What do you think here, looking at both these hands?
I see a lack of Vengeances and Ruination, hard removal from Whatamai's hand, which can be kind of difficult. That's usually how you're winning this matchup is, you're getting the vengeances, you're getting all of this, on-demand removal. But, it's not like Ishmael has like the fastest hand in the world. You do have the White Flame, but you aren't really proccing Faded all that consistently. You don't have, a lot of, interaction that you otherwise might want. It's going to be a little bit awkward. I assume that we're going to see, and we could see like Saga Seeker into Brightsteel just to get your Faded proc, or we could just get a White Flame down. I think either way, you're having an okay turn 3. And then whatever Faded unit you drop down is going to get Yuumi next turn. And Yuumi, I think that we sort of expected Yuumi to be not all that powerful, but has really found a place in this deck, being very good at consistently pumping up one unit and just making it so big and so fast.
Yeah, and then by the time the unit's really large and you have to deal with it, she's leveling up given it Spell Shield. She is fantastic in this deck. Also, just as another proc for your Pantheon on your Faded units, that isn't something like a Guiding Touch. Like, you don't want to just be Guiding Touching or Pale Cascading your unit just randomly. And so that's why you see Yuumi coming down here. You've advanced your board state and you've advanced that Pantheon level. It's really just perfect. It's exactly what you're looking for. But like you mentioned, no hard removal here from What Am I is kind of scary. It does have a solid 8 cards in hand, but none of them dealing with one gigantic guy. Currently, that guy does not have Overwhelm, though. So that's a big issue.
That's usually the big decider in these types of matches, is like, how long am I allowed to just chump block your dragon with all my little X ones and like not care? Because if you can do that for a few turns, generally you're all right. If it's not getting Overwhelmed, it does get really big, but the stats don't matter that much. It just means that it's never dying to damage-based removal, which is a Faded unit. It was never dying to damage-based removal anyway.
That's right.
It definitely, it makes it a little bit easier. You can breathe the sigh of relief. There's no Zenith Blade coming down here. You don't have to worry yet. Your blockers are still good to go. But the 6 mana, this Vengeance, or not Vengeance, the Concerted Strike is available to Ishmael if they wanted to. If they wanted to get rid of this Veigar, is just sort of chilling there on board, ticking up every single turn.
Yeah, that is the Darkness win condition a lot of the time with this deck, is that they can just race you with a Veigar that's ticking up time and time again. We've all had gigantic 7 or 8 power Darknesses hitting us in the face.
We all have, and there we go. That's the win condition. Zenith Blade coming off the top as we use the Guiding Touch. Just a cycle there. The Zenith Blade is really huge. The really nice thing about it is when you Daybreak it, it draws you another copy. So you get to diversify your threats here, and consistently, not fold to just one piece of removal, which is really nice. And it's a great pickup because, once again, like all these little guys that What Am I is going to be playing out, suddenly their blocks aren't as good. They just aren't doing as much. They aren't saving as much health, and you really get put on a clock, especially with this rally in hand. It could be really scary,
that's what I was going to say. This dragon is about to have 11, 12 power and Overwhelm, and we have a rally in hand. Like that's going to be lethal almost immediately, and a Concerted Strike to maybe blow out any blockers. There's a Pale Cascade. This game is going to end real quickly here if What Am I doesn't find an answer.
Yeah, throwing the Darkness at the White Flame, so we're trying to slowly whittle it down, right? It feels like we're expecting them to not have the Zenith Blade because they didn't have it last turn, right? So we think we have a couple turns to like block, put damage on this dragon, and maybe eventually kill it. But the issue is, once this Zenith Blade comes down, the game is kicked into high gear. We're relying a lot on this wall-up. We're relying a lot on being able to top deck some sort of hard removal. Because right now, this dragon's not dying anytime soon. This wallop is a godsend, though. The one of is definitely very important here. Is going to sort of stall for us and give us at least one extra turn.
Yeah, and I'm really eyeing these pokey sticks that One of mine is going to start cycling through, digging for an answer quickly.
Yeah.
With that Pantheon, though, it's not just the dragon that we have to deal with. Not to mention that, yeah, we can wall up this dragon, but that's the second attack. I believe. So I think on next turn, the Yumi's going to level and give it Spell Shield, and we will not be able to deal with it with a single piece of removal.
Yeah, it's gonna
We'd have to
happen
pre-commit.
pretty quickly. Oh, and it is the
Oh,
rally being
going for the rally
committed
now.
right now, which means we see the wallop come out. Okay, so we are denying the Yuumi level progress, like you had mentioned. That is pretty important. I think we have one attack on it right now because Yuumi came down like a turn late. So we aren't too worried about the spell shield yet, but being able to get the rally out actually relieves a lot of pressure here. Although, you know, we're still taking like 8, 9, 10 damage here. It's still rough for us.
Yeah, it could be even more if we wanted to. There's a single combat there that's relaxing. There's a pale cascade. I wonder what our Pantheon level's at. Must not be quite there yet.
It's like 3, I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The big thing here is once we commit this block, we're gonna like single combat, and suddenly we're literally pushing 14 damage. Like this is really silly, really fast. You know, we might not want to commit it. You know, we're worried about getting blown out by like a vengeance. You know, just because we as the spectators can see that there isn't a vengeance, doesn't mean that the Pantheon player doesn't have to play around it.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a rough position. Honestly, I think is one of my. You kind of have to pass here. Like you're not allowed to. Yeah, you have to represent vengeance. If you aren't representing vengeance, you just you're risking just getting blown out if Ishmael has another rally or has a cataclysm or has anything like that. There's a lot of cards here that you're just straight up dead to.
Are we just losing slower though? I don't think so. I think next turn we have 8, 11 mana. We've got some options.
Yeah, next turn we can play out like Ishtali, flip our Vagar. You know, maybe it's enough to actually kill the dragon. You know, maybe I don't know. It's rough. It's a rough position to be in. You know, at some point you're gonna have to accept that you're just like dying to Cataclysm, and you're just like dying to rally.
Exactly. Yeah, at some point you just have to, you know, they can't hurt me. They don't have it. Close your eyes and go.
Especially since, as you had mentioned, oh, Ruination!
Ruination off
That's
the
so
top.
huge.
Is that enough
so
though?
huge.
Because Pantheon can come down afterwards, followed by the Yuumi.
It depends on if Ishmael commits to this board. If you commit another Zenith Blade, if you commit another unit, then this Ruination just blows you out. It's a precarious position. If Ishmael decides to just pass here, you could also just pass, right? You could pass, open attack. It's bad at a Vengeance, though. But you are getting the Spell Shield off of Yuumi. Oh, it's such a hard position to be in. Again, we had talked about those one-ofs that one of my likes to run, and deciding which one-of to play around here is really rough. Do you play around the Ruination? Do you slam another unit? Do you slam the Zenith Blade? How much do you commit? We do see a second unit. I think that this has to be a Ruination now. It just kind of has to be.
Yeah, I mean, that dragon's going to attack, get Spell Shield, and we're dead unless we top deck a Vengeance.
Yeah, okay, so the other option, we could just like darkness it and, you know, hope that we have the damage base removal enough to actually kill it, but we get so blown out by Sharp Sight, Pale, Guiding Touch, the one of Star Shaping. There's a lot of things that just ruin us. I think we have to just ruinate here. Oh,
Going for the darkness. Yeah, looking back, you know, this the other 2-drop could have got us perhaps a wallop. There are some options because this darkness doesn't feel like it's doing a whole lot.
Yeah, so we're forcing out a card, and we do have a lot of pings, right? We can definitely throw a lot of cards at this dragon. But the issue is that, you know, if opponent has any amount of buff spells, it just becomes really difficult to actually kill it. But you're right, Conchologist can hit, you know, Wallop. It can hit Stress Defense.
That was the other one I was thinking of. Yeah, Stress Defense. I'm sure there's some other ones also.
Yeah,
but even those two are pretty good.
Hits. Okay. Oh, this is cute.
Okay, yeah, I like this.
We get another darkness back. Oh, that's a dead dragon. That's a dead dragon. Okay.
Wow.
I see the line now. I wasn't considering being able to double up on the darkness here. I was looking at the hand, I'm like, we can't generate another darkness. We can't actually get enough damage-based removal, but this is huge. This was really
Exactly.
well played by
Yeah, so
What Am I?
Ismail there probably regretting those blocks, hey?
Yeah, sometimes you just have to let it go through, not playing around the missed call. Though we do still get a Pantheon down, but losing your dragon, and I think more importantly, losing the Yuumi level up progress is
Yes.
just so rough here. Okay, Trinket Trade is another reroll, right? I think we go Trinket Trade. Just have
I
another
think
shot
so,
at
yeah.
like wall up.
Lightning Rush is cute and fun, but like it's really just not doing a whole lot.
Yeah.
It's a little awkward.
If we had a little bit more mana here, Lightning Rush could be good to, like recall this Conchologist and replay it. But I think the Trinket Trade's going to be good enough. All right, are you ready for the casino? What landmarks or
Let's
whatnot, what
go!
keywords
Ding
are we
ding 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 ding
getting?
ding 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 ding. Many smashes into the earth. Oh, it's a good animation. It's a good animation. What do we got?
It's
What do we
very
got?
cool.
Spell Shield. Spell Shield, Elusive, Scout. Easy game.
No Spell
Ooh.
Shield, no Scout, no Elusive. Okay, Challenger Quick Attack does mean that we can pressure this Vhagar. But our keywords are saying that we are, we have to play a little bit more slowly. We have to play a little bit more controlled. We aren't ending the game this turn, which is really rough. It's not what you were hoping for, right?
This game has flipped right around. It was looking like lights out, good night for What Am I, and all of a sudden, looks like he's in a fine position now. It's really stabilized quite a bit. We'll be able to deal with this Pantheon with the cards in hand, and then what does Ismail have left? A kitty and some spells?
Yeah, it becomes really rough to see your win condition after this Pantheon dies, and this Darkness is dealing like 7 here. So what? We're gonna Pale Cascade just to keep it alive.
This Vhagar's gonna be lethal real quick.
Yeah. That play last turn, committing the blocks to set up the missed call. What Am I found? A line that sort of, made it so you didn't have to commit your Ruination, and now is suddenly in a good position. Okay, we have regeneration though, right? So if it doesn't die right now, this Pantheon is just going to end up healing up.
And yeah, I don't actually see a way for it to die currently.
Yeah, nothing here killing it. That tough keyword, pretty significant considering we have 3 pings in hand.
Yeah, that's so frustrating. Now, what do you do now? This game's not over yet.
Yeah, the healing up here is pretty good. And our Darkness just gets regenerated. It has 8 damage on it. We can just rethrow it, but the Vhagar, the second Vhagar off the top is actually so huge. We're just going face. We're going face because Ishali in hand is lethal. We're going to be forcing out any sort of interaction from Ishmael. They're going to have to use
They'll just do a rally.
Spells.
Anything can be scattered to its elements.
Oh my goodness. This Pantheon's going to be very large. Is Ismail going to be able to steal this game?
It's hard to say. They have to commit a strike spell right now. You have to kill this Vhagar, because otherwise, if this Ishtali Darkness gets pointed face, you instantly die.
Face. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, rally!
Oh no!
That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
No.
We just send it face.
Face. Look, this is double. This is 16 to the face right here.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh! I forget all the time because the Sentinel goes 1 to a unit, 1 to face so often. I always think that that's how it has to work.
Yeah. You forget that with the flipped Vhagar, everything can go face, and we had mentioned it. With flipped Vhagar, sometimes you can just end the game so quickly there, and in 1 turn, Ishmael just gives Jordan 1 extra action, and suddenly the game is over. And that was a really close game. It felt like it was back and forth. Anybody could have taken that one.
Forth. Yeah, that was really close. I would have loved to see how that one ends. I think Ishmael gets to steal it there.
I think so.
He kills the Vhagar. Because what happens? I'm pretty sure he could protect his Pantheon and then rally. And
yeah,
I don't know
the
if
barrier,
it's lethal
you deny
there, but
lifesteal, right? Ishali's not healing you up, and then quick attack on the next turn. I think if we play it slightly differently, we can find lethal there. But What Am I? able to steal that one
What a
away.
master. What an absolute master. I really wish I was on a team with someone that good who would just make a bunch of awesome decks for me and let me win with them. If
Yeah.
only. A boy can dream.
What am I? Hand looking slightly better for this matchup this time around. Already having a Vengeance in hand improves this matchup so much. But more importantly, since we're in Targon, we have access to Blind and Mystic, which means that, you know, these big dragons, these big Saga Seekers that get a Zenith Blade thrown on top of them suddenly are a lot less intimidating, because you could just say, no, I would prefer if you did not get really big. I would prefer if you did not have Overwhelm. And it's a rough one for Ishmael to play around. And already the hand quality is much worse. You know, we had to play a Bright Steel naked on turn 2. Oof, you hate to see it.
Hate to see it. If you're the opponent, you love to see it. You know exactly what that means. This though is, these are the plays of a desperate man. A
Yeah.
Yuumi onto a vanilla 3/2.
Which eventually this is still going to be pretty big, right? Like, Yuumi is really good at making these small units get very big, very fast. Oh my god, the hush! What am I? Stop it! Stop!
Seriously, stop. Yeah. How does anyone know how you just choose the cards in your deck that you draw each turn? Because I would like to find out how to do that. That seems very convenient. One of mine has obviously mastered that. Though I gotta say, going back to that last game, what a performance put on one of mine. I would have lost that game for sure. I know there's no way.
I would have ripped a
winning that one.
Vengeance and then complained about Pantheon high rolling me. 100%. Or I would have ripped the
100%.
Radiation. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So you know what? Well, we can't fault him for just ripping everything that he needs this game, when his deck was not quite cooperating with him last game, but he was able to find a line there, like, really beautifully played. I'm always impressed by Jordan's technical play. Always very clean.
She called me betrayed.
Yeah. Very strong player and able to find the lines that, you know, give you the best chance of victory. And, you know, last game was an uphill battle with the hand that he was given, so able to take that one. And now with this hand, seems to be in a much better position. We are going to see, I'm almost certain of it, a Zenith Blade come down onto this Bright Steel, turn it into a real threat. But, you know, double Vengeance, a Ruination, a Hush, I think we're going to see something come out here to just say, no, I would prefer if that was no longer a threat to me.
Were you at all surprised to see this Dragon's Clutch pop up? I did not notice that in the deck.
It's a cute one of, because it always hits Eclipse Dragon and Aesol, which means you can always do that 7/8, you know, turn 7, turn 8 of Eclipse Dragon into Aesol, which can be really valuable in some matchups. You know, it's just like a cute one of that, like, gives you a little bit of draw, gives you a little bit more consistency in finding your top end.
Yeah, and you know, when you're playing cards like Spacey Sketcher, it allows you to chuck cards like that away. And I'm sure there's some games where you give your dragons Overwhelm, but like, if you ever draw the one of 7-drop dragon, the Eclipse Dragon, yeah, then it's just like, oh, so it does what? It does like nothing. I guess it gets you your Aesol.
Shooter's Aesol.
Yeah, so you're
only
it guarantees,
copies, right?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Because there's
it's
nothing worse.
nice.
There's nothing worse than an Eclipse Dragon. Is nothing. That's sad days.
For sure. We didn't mention the Sketcher being able to find like Equinox or Crescent Strike in this matchup is
Huge.
also incredibly valuable. I mean, this has to be just a good matchup for us. We keep seeing like every card that what am I drawing here? It's just like, yeah, that's really good in this matchup. That's really good in this matchup. That's really good in this matchup. Like, at some point, it's like, maybe this is just a good matchup for us.
Yeah, especially when Ismail's kind of low rolling here. No dragon, no Pantheon, none of the units you typically would want to see. A bunch of like, you know, Chain Vest not doing a whole lot here.
Yeah, dirtly little guys. And I think an important thing here is that Ishmael, with the one of like Star Shaping, isn't running a Bastion. So at no point does What Am I have to worry about a random spell shield coming out, other than, you know, flip Pantheon. So, you know, it instantly makes it a little bit easier to play around everything that they could have.
Yeah, very, very relevant. Oh, Piercing Darkness off the top. How annoying is it when you're at 20? You're like, oh, I have to kill that, but like I don't even get to gain 5. Like,
I mean, at worst, what it's another Vengeance, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's a slow speed vengeance.
Oh god, my vengeance didn't heal me 5. Darn.
Look, I need maximum value. Okay, I'm gonna let them hit me for no reason just so I can heal back up.
Yeah,
I got to get all of it. Okay, otherwise why even play the card?
for sure.
Here we go, Zenith Blade.
This gem's really nice because we now have something that we feel pretty good about pitching to Sketcher. On the other option, we could play out like a clutch this turn. Oh, Crescent Strike. Crescent Strike's punishing like a Pantheon develop next turn. Oh, this is just disgusting. This just gets worse and worse.
This is like you know, like when you watch a boxing fight and they're just like you're just like kind of I call it. I think they should call it now. He's taking enough punishment. Mike Tyson's in one of the corners, just like, you know, swinging his arm around, just stretching it out in between rounds. It's like, oh no, please no, don't let it continue.
Mercy, come on,
have mercy. Have some compassion. Like, I understand why people don't like the sport sometimes. This is just wrong. Oh god, is this the last unit? Just no more. We're gonna have to play out a naked Yumi after this.
Oh god, that's okay.
Oh,
Yumi with Zenith Blade, yo, that's gonna carry it. You just gotta
got it. Yeah.
The question is, do we rip like a vengeance here? We could also just like we could hush this and then play out. Well, no, we don't get the Daybreak to Cliff Dragon. It's kind of depressing. I guess. We can just block. You know, take our 6 damage, and then play our vengeance that heals 5.
How does he know? How does one of my know? I'd be so afraid of pulling this play and then our opponent going like, I don't know, Pantheon, Rally, Cataclysm, like just a bunch of craziness.
I think the big thing is that we have this hush, right?
Yeah,
and
hush
even the Crescent Strike, right?
Oh, and the Crescent Strike, yeah.
Like we could still hold up this 3 mana. We aren't dying to much here. Like the only thing we're dying to is like literally Pantheon coming down with Spell Shield and Scout, and like Challenger or Elusive, and like maybe. Oh, but that's the third Zenith Blade being committed here is so rough because you're just oh no, this hush.
It's not the worst, at least. At least we didn't. At least our unit's not gonna die.
Oh, it gets blown out. Oh no! Oh god.
Heads up play here from What Am I?
Yeah, holding on to the hush, just denying the Cataclysm here by getting rid of the target. You hate to see it. This has just been a train wreck here. What Am I has found everything.
Yeah, this is tough to look at. This is tough to watch. This is very poor Ismail. This is not a fair game at all. What Am I is a bad man, confirmed.
Yeah,
you heard it here first.
This one's definitely rough. Okay.
And yeah, what is it gonna get any better after Aesol hits the board?
So an interesting thing is like we probably can't drop Aesol here because we no longer are holding up like Hush or Crescent Strike. We're not allowed to actually curve that out. We need to hold up some amount of interaction. That way we're not losing to random, like Pantheon rally hands. Yeah, we just get that pass off. Everyone's pretty happy for that. I wonder if Yumi's at 2 or 3. Is this going to give us a spell shield? That looks like no spell shield.
Looks like no, which is somewhat surprising considering we came down on turn 3, I thought.
Yeah, this is the second Bright Steel that we've thrown Zenith Blade and Yumi on.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god.
Oh, Hush is pretty okay here.
That second Yumi draw was just a slap in the face too. Like, could we buff her champ spell a little bit? Like, it's good in some situations, but like, it's kind of underwhelming.
So her champ spell is actually really good into stuff like Yordlin Arms, where the 1 ping in in regions that don't have like 1 damage pings, like it can matter.
Is it grant +1/+0? Or
I
give?
hope so. It has to be, right? There's no way it's give, right? Come on.
I think it's give.
Oh, stop it. Let me look.
Drum roll. Oh,
okay,
the hard cast Yumi. Oh, it's grants. Oh, thank God. That makes it so much better.
Yeah, that means that we can grant our Yumi here an extra attack. Okay.
Oh, here comes down. Here's the big boy. What are we grabbing here?
Yumi faded.
Great
That'd be kind of cool.
What if it just gave +1/+1? I feel like that'd be better than grant +1/+0.
I mean, the ping's okay. 'Cause,
No,
like,
I'm saying
with the
keep the
pings-
ping. I'm saying keep the ping.
Oh, you just wanted to
Just
give it
buff
health
it.
too?
Just buff it. I probably
Yeah,
regret this
maybe.
decision later, but
It would be like a fast speed battlefield prowess that also pings. I don't know. Maybe it's okay. Why are we, what's our play here? Oh, okay. So we're denying the ASOL flip. That's good.
yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah. Cat killing dragon. That's double super. Oh no, we just can't lose this game. It's actually impossible to lose this game. This is disgusting. Oh my god. And the ASOL up the top. You know,
Look away, children. Look away.
yeah,
Nothing
the
to
quick
see here.
10 here. Oh, we're actually blocking. The thing is, I don't think you can block. I think you just have to accept that you're losing to Atrocity, because, like, with what unit are you planning to win this game?
What else are you doing?
Okay,
It's not like you're winning anyway, but like, you know, give it a
Pantheon
try.
off the top, right? It's Pantheon off the top into this, you know, Supernova plus Crescent Strike, and you just die.
I hear he created the stars.
Oh, yeah?
It's the word on the street.
God, this is so rough. Oh, he mills his top deck. That's something. There we go. You can win on value because he milled the Withering Whale.
Got him.
Easy
Get wrecked.
clap.
What am I?
I think Cadden to concede is a pretty good line here.
Yeah, I think it's a strong line.
Yeah. This one's I mean, we just play out the cosmic rays, right? And then just hold up Supernova. This is
I mean, not allowing What Am I to cast what's the Aesol champ spell?
Skies Descend.
Skies
That's
Descend.
kinda mean,
You
yeah.
gotta let the man cast his card. He played it in all of his decks for basically forever. It was never particularly good, but he held on to it for as long as he could until the game passed him by. Wow, What Am I taking it down there, going on? We see why he's making top cut in tournament after tournament. That was the first game or the second game. The first one with Darkness was really well played.
Yeah,
That was
being able to take out the win, because we got slammed by Talia Ziggs in game number 1, right?
right. Yeah.
But game number 2, able to bring out just an insane win, finding the line with the missed call to take out the White Flame, and then that game number 3, just drawing everything you needed, and you know, a really well played series there by What Am I? We had sort of highlighted Pantheon as being the potential weak link against these decks, and it feels like that was born to fruition there. You know, the deck, it can high roll, but you know, when it doesn't, those matchups become a little bit hard.
Yeah, looking at Ismail's lineup, I would have liked replacing the Pantheon with something else that's really good into these control decks, because the other two decks are great. Yeah, Mono Shurima would have been fantastic. Thralls, something like that, and just really, really taking it to anyone that has a control deck in their lineup at all. But it was very close. It was very close. It was almost a 2-0 for Ismail.
I mean,
that was a
that
tight
game
game.
2, right? That game 2 was so close. You know, if we can like kill that Vhagar at any point, then you know, it's a completely different game.
Yeah, and then you know, having the Pantheon does give you some bonus points against other decks that some of these like Mono Shurima, Thralls type decks are weak against. So, you know, this is what makes the game so great. All of the matchups are very close. There's a lot of skill, a lot of you know, play back and forth between the games. And man, that's only round 2. I'm excited to see some more. I think we're gonna take a quick break here, and then we'll be back for round 3 for you guys. Stay tuned. And we're back for the $500 Mastering Runeterra Cup number 5. Round 3. We've got 4LW versus Kanan. Man, 4LW is known for just bringing these brews. Hey, I can't wait to see what his lineup looks like. What do you think he might be on? You got any guesses? Any
God
thoughts?
knows. It's so impossible because like half of these 4LW brews are literally just like stuff he comes up right before a tournament and he plays in one tournament, he tops with it, and nobody sees the deck ever again. Right? Like there was like this, do you remember like the Lux Shellfolk bullshit that he played like last season and then
Could I
just like
not?
never played again?
Yeah.
Like he tops with the most random things in the world. It's so interesting. 4LW is so insane.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier with these crazy rogue lists from Runeterra Academy, it's actually really tough. If you play against a deck you've just never seen before, let alone three of them, that's like
Yeah.
really tough as opponent. You got to kind of just try and suss it out. And like as we know in Runeterra, if you make one misstep, that could be the difference between winning or losing a game. And so if you have no reps against the deck, it's really hard to play perfectly against it. So I'm excited to see what he's brought. It's always real interesting to see like new lineups, new brews, new decks. And I want to get your thoughts on that. Real going rogue basically. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's jump into it. So okay, we got Ziggs Talia. This is pretty standard.
Yeah, nothing too crazy here. This is again like I think a deck that's really well positioned into the meta. We have one Arsenal, no Herald of the Magus here. We're going for a triple naturalist instead. So a slightly different list that we had seen slightly earlier in the day, but looks pretty solid.
Yeah,
No deny is
nothing.
interesting.
Ooh, Victor Vi. This is
Oh,
interesting.
so this is like the Victor Lee list, except instead of
Huh.
playing a good card like Lee, you're playing Vi. Lee is
I
so much better, especially in the mirror, because like you can't palm Lee. Like his kick still goes off. You still get to like reset opponents like Victor's, or like kill their Aphelios's. I feel like Vi's so much worse in this deck.
I wonder if we'll see another Lee. But I gotta say, I don't dislike Vi. There's been times where I've had a Lee and been like, an ambush in hand and just been like, oh, I can't
I
I
wish I
can't
could
kill
deal
them.
12 here.
I wish
Yeah.
I could deal 12 here. Yeah, this game would end immediately. And let me tell you, that does not suck. Also, like Spirit's Refuge on it does not suck. I know where you're coming from, though. Lee is very powerful, a great control card. Resetting your opponent's stuff is awesome. But a lot of these decks have, like, kind of linear blow you out turns where, like, I just want to do the same. I just want to put them
For
dead.
sure.
I don't want to be cute and bounce things back to their hand because a lot of times they don't care. Those cast those, like, their ballistic bot back out or their Riven back out or whatever. If they can protect it. And I mean, Vi does a good job of killing stuff too.
I really do like though this Victor Ionia deck. I feel like this is something that sort of popped up here, really gained prevalence in the last few days. I think it was Turmund that played this to like top of ladder. And this is just a really strong deck. It's basically, the Victor Ballistic Bot ambush deck, except you get to run Deny and Twin Disciplines and Palm and Spirit's Refuge. You get to run so much protection that just gives you legs against matchups that otherwise are a little bit rough. I really like this deck.
Yeah, some interesting includes here. A couple iterative improvements, just really making sure we got enough eyes, enough ballistic bots. We got calculated creations to make more bots. Only 2 concussive palm. That's surprising to me because I feel like palm is like one of the best cards of the format right now. There's all these decks trying to make just big boom booms or try to go at you with elusives or Yordle arms or ambush something, and palm just shuts that right down. So surprised that we're on 2 palm, 3 deny. Because sometimes deny is a little iffy. You draw multiple denies in your hand against a deck that doesn't have a lot of great deny targets. That can be the difference between winning and losing. What do you think there?
Can definitely be rough. I think triple deny is fine. I don't hate being on triple deny, but I'd probably cut like an iterative or a calculated creations. I do want to be on 3 palm or like a Will of Ionia. I think Will is kind of low key in these Ionia decks. A lot of decks, if you could just like tempo them out with Will of Ionia or stop them from having something on board, you're just resetting it or you're just making your opponent spend a ton of mana again to replay it. I think that can be really valuable, just having that flexibility there.
Totally. Like we were talking about before, just having access to it in the list, making your opponent have to think about it, have to play around it. Yeah, I would like to see a one of included there. I do not like calculated creations. Oh, now we see why Lee Sin is not in the deck, of course, because it's getting played somewhere else. The old action Lee Sin all in. What are your thoughts on this bad boy?
Oh my god. Okay, I mean, so this makes sense. Vibing in the other deck's fine if we're playing Lee Akshan, but I don't know if we should be playing Lee Akshan. This deck is really ineffective if you don't draw Akshan, right?
Yeah, but if you draw auction, you just blow people out. Easy game.
Yeah, it's so good. I think we're about to get into game, but we'll have to see. This deck, again, it has such high highs. Sometimes you just OTK your opponent with Spell Shield on Lee Sin, with an Absolver, and you just blow them out. And sometimes, you don't draw Akshan, and then your deck doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah, I'm hyped for these matchups. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna start with the Victor, Vi, up against what looks to be perhaps Riven. Victor?
Yeah, we see.
Oh, no,
Zana
it's
and
Rumble
Urchin.
Draven.
Oh, Draven Rumble. Okay.
Good old
that's
Rumble.
exciting. Yeah, this is a deck that's sort of fallen out of favor, right? A lot of people are preferring the Victor Riven style, but the new Draven Rumble lists are opting into ambush as well, right? It's not uncommon, and it's a very similar win condition. God, I don't know if you run into 4LW on ladder, but
Oh, do I?
I instantly mute this guy. Oh my god, I can't stand the emotes.
At least he's consistent.
Oh yeah. It's funny if you're loading into a game, and I don't even have to look at the name. If I see the emotes going, I know it's like one of 3 players, and Pearl W is one of them. I love him.
Amazing.
He's great.
Yeah, I'll say I didn't used to like the Draven Rumble lists. In previous seasons, I thought they were a little underpowered. I don't like them. Now though, I'm a little bit higher on them. They seem to have found their place. The lists have gotten a lot tighter. I like the deck quite a bit more this season.
Yeah, it's a very good list. Right? It's very consistently putting your opponent in like have an answer or die situations, right? Which I think is really nice. Kanan developing the Draven straight in, giving value to 4LW on this Mystic shot that otherwise would have gotten like no value this turn, is really bad, honestly. You're giving them a Dragon Link for free. Like, even if you play Rumble out here, you got a free blocker. Oh, that was such... it just need a little bit more patience there, I think. Be willing to pass if your opponent isn't developing a Dragon Link, because you gave them so much value on, what otherwise was a dead card that turn.
Okay, to play a devil's advocate, though, what if your opponent just doesn't have the Mystic Shot, and now you have a Draven to go with your Rumble?
Yeah, but, like, just pass, bro, It's like,
but
okay, if their only
out.
blocker is Eye of the Dragon, like, what are they gonna do? Like, develop Victor and then take 6 to the face from this Rumble? Like, I think being willing to pass against Eye of the Dragon decks is really important. Like, really important. Oh my god, elusive? Bro.
Easy game.
Bro, come on.
But you don't
Who needs ambush when you could just elusive him out?
You don't just pick your keywords?
I don't. Maybe
That's
I should,
strange.
though.
Yeah, you should start doing that. Seems solid.
Yeah.
Look, here we go. Look, this is what I'm talking about. Look at this triple deny hand.
We're not getting
Yikes.
decimated, bro. There are no decimates
Never.
in this phase. Oh, Farron. Okay, I dig that. Farron is top end in Draven Rumble. I'm super down for that, honestly.
That's some spice. Do we still have an axe? What's the card on the far left? It's Vandal City.
It is. Oh, it has to be Rumble spell, right? Yeah, it has to be Rumble spell. Flame
okay.
Spitter or whatever. Because we're not in Bandle, right? So I think it literally has to be.
Right. Yeah, good call. This is tight. This is a close game right now. There's a lot of top decks Kanan could have here to get this Chompers down, get a huge attack in. 4LW's board though, looking nice. These triple denies. Just imagine if one of these was like a stun or a will.
Palm or a will.
Oh,
yeah.
palm off the top though. That decimate. See, here's the thing. You say we're not getting decimated, but guess what? We got to tap under 4 probably this turn. Well, maybe not this turn. There's not great stun targets here.
Yeah, no, I think we're just kind of taking 6 to face and feeling bad about it.
I don't feel terrible about it. This is pretty okay.
Yeah, Kanan trading down the rest of the board here seems...
Ooh, that however...
not the best in the world.
However...
So this is really important, because this means that the first strike of Rumble levels him, which means that the impact gets to proc that level up text where you generate a card hand. That's actually really valuable here, that we get to generate a card. Yo, and that's a big card. That's
a big boy.
especially if we start pinging the Nexus and it starts, you know, becoming a little bit cheaper for us. I really like that play out of Kanan. Really heads up play.
This impact from our big boom boom is going to come into play here.
Yeah, but I mean, on the other side, this Victor stacking up the keywords, has 5 attack right now, and with this ambush, honestly, we're just kind of showing lethal next turn. The Poro not being played out is honestly kind of, it feels like a major misplay because we're about to just get blown out. We don't have an elusive blocker.
Yep.
Oh, I mean,
So
okay.
we can Mystic Shot, but there's...
But deny.
Do we have a deny, though? Do we have a way
Yeah.
to stop this Mystic Shot? Let me see. Let's just go through some of the cards here. Oh,
Oh.
we found it. Yeah, that's just going to be game. And this is
Not
what I'm
being able
talking
to play out
about.
the Poro. This is
Like,
why having elusive
Leeson
blockers-
would not have been nearly the card that Vi was this game.
True. That is
And so-
a totally fair point.
And that's kind of the thing that I'm talking about. Sometimes Lee is just a little bit awkward. It gives you the same thing with I in some of these decks where you just don't want to cast a spell proactively. You need to hold on to your mana. And so you can't proc Lee sometimes. Sometimes he's not doing
Yeah.
enough damage. Whereas Vi just got in there, picked off a unit, and then just came in for lethal. Easy game.
Yeah, that was. I mean, it feels like we could have played out a Poro, you know, just to like sort of play around that. It's so hard against these ambush decks, to you know play perfectly because if you mess up once, they will kill you instantly in one turn. God, I'm really
Yeah.
heads up play there by 4LW. Always looking for that lethal, right, and able to find it there.
Yeah, no room for error against these ambush decks at all. Man, I remember playing against Feint at the beginning of every season and just being like, I got him, I got him, I got him, I died. I got him, I got him, I got him, I died. Just over and over again.
No kidding. Zigstalia, though, gonna be the second deck here. Okay, important. Zigstalia kind of gets dumpstered by Draven Rumble. This is a very bad matchup for you. Just because you're a little bit too slow to deal with a lot of what this deck is doing. So it's definitely something to keep in mind here. Is that like actually getting Zigstalia through aggressive lineups can be difficult. I don't know if we know what Kanan's other decks are. Give me a second. I want to look. The way we can see.
I'm eyeing this Ruinous Path in 4LW's hand here. I'm a big fan of that card.
Yeah, Ruinous Path is kind of low-key. The extra drain is really valuable in a lot of matchups, and it gives you a little bit of reach in a region that otherwise doesn't have much.
Interesting attack here from Kanan. Now bot's going to be able to get picked off by this
By the
Pokey
Pokey
Stick.
Stick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not on the upside. Like, what was it? You get through for 1. Not exactly exciting if they choose not to block.
Yeah, I think, you know, just the option of getting the, you know, the value trade, it feels good, right? But you're giving the value to a Pokey Stick that otherwise probably wouldn't be, you know, the most valuable in the world. So the other decks, Aphelios, Zoe Aphelios, Noxus, and Fizzluli Yorglan Arms. So I assume Yorglan Arms was banned. So it could be, you know, if depending on how this goes, it'll be an interesting game 3. But you know, in this game, yeah, we see that Pokey Stick. It's funny seeing the triple landmark here. Just
Yeah,
pinging
1,
every
2,
turn.
3 lined up nicely into a Ziggs.
Yeah, but
And
I
I-
imagine we see our boy Rumble come
Here
down.
goes Rumble.
And
I
not
gotta
just
say, though-
come down. We developed 3 units in one action. You know, good luck blocking this, homie.
No big deal. But Kanan with not a lot of gas left after this. This Ziggs is going to level pretty quickly. You know, if 4LW is going to win this game, Ziggs is how it's going to happen. We're going to get
Yes,
low, and we're going to go
Ziggs
for a
is so
big,
good.
big turn.
Really important thing, because we pulled with the Chomper Shear, it actually activates the Ruinous Path, and we get to get healing. And 2 health can be so important against these Noxus Decimate decks, just because a lot of times they're winning by like just the slightest of margins. Ooh, the
X-Field.
Stun
Wow, and we have the Unleash Energy to be able to activate it at burst
Upper
speed.
This
This
card
is
is
a
so
game.
good. This
We
card
got
is
ourselves a
so
game.
good. This attack. Okay, so we have the Unleash Energy, so we can pop it and like blow out a Rumble block here, right? We aren't really giving Rumble a free level, which is nice.
You could also though go for like a stun into like a Waking Sands.
I
There's a
don't
bunch
hate
of
stun
damage, or just at least Waking Sands. I want at least Waking Sands here. Let's get some damage in.
Yeah, at least try to put your opponent on a clock. It's so important against these burn decks because if you aren't putting them on a clock, they're just eventually going to draw their burn and you're dead anyway, right?
Exactly. This game is really close. I would give the edge to 4LW right now.
Yeah, I imagine we see the Get Excited might have to come out to be pointed at a unit here. There's a lot of damage. We could also just take the damage. Oh, 4LW, since we tap below the Unleash Energy, deciding that a full swing not worth potentially losing the Ziggs. So
Ooh, getting in for 5. We got a race on our hands. Kanan going upstairs. 4LW down to 10.
yeah.
Riders
Going
procced.
face, setting up the Fearsome unit, and the only blocker here is going to be that Ziggs. We don't want to give up Ziggs, but you know the Hourglass gives us a lot of options here.
Kanan with the 8 drop off the top. No plays this turn.
Find your own.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. What are we? Oh, so we're going 1 Hourglass. Are we going double Hourglass?
We definitely have to Hourglass at least Ziggs here. We cannot give up Ziggs. The issue is if you commit Hourglass on a Treasure Seeker, an opponent has a Might in hand, you're just getting blown out, right?
Right.
We
Yeah, I'm
do
kind of
see
surprised
the
we didn't get that
Rumble Flip.
landmark down so that we could, activate it at burst speed in case a Might came down.
Yeah, we were just getting so insanely blown out by Might on this turn. But the way this worked out, Kanan with the 8 drops in hand, they are so good later on in the game and in generating you value, but this early, they're kind of bricked.
Oh,
And Ziggs do be burning really fast. Honestly, I mean, can we give Ziggs Overwhelm? No, we don't run Herald. If we had like an Absolver
do
potentially.
we
but-
need to though?
Oh, the stun. We could stun at burst speed. Kanan has to develop a blocker here.
Yeah.
Oh, he's dead. He's literally just dead here.
I think we develop though. Yeah.
No, he just yellow with like, can they have an answer to Unleash Energy?
I don't think
they
so.
can.
Actually, no. I think you're right.
I think it's literally just lethal there.
yeah. I think it's lethal.
we're probably
I don't think it's
lethaling
lethal. I think it's
anyway.
lethal
Yeah,
no matter
we're-
what. Yeah.
We're fine. But yeah, no. What an insane... This is what we talk about with Ziggs. Ziggs is so good at blowing games out so quickly. He does so much damage. And these stun landmarks is just... It's so good at generating tempo here. Oh my god. What an end to the game. It felt like it was close there for a second. The Rumble flipped, but then... Ziggs is alive for 1 turn and the game's just over.
Yeah, see, this is why I love these powerful, proactive decks. Like we talked about Zed, Poppy,
Mhm.
things like Plunder, Thresh Nasus when it was good. They're decks that just, they're inherently powerful and they have aggressive, proactive game plans. So that even against decks that are supposed to be good against them, sometimes you just go, oops, I win. It's like, oh, hey,
Yeah.
I had all these and just comboed you out, just curved out perfectly because my deck is powerful and aggressive. Whereas, compared to something like an Aphelios deck, like they might be really powerful, but sometimes you draw the wrong answers, you draw things in the wrong order, maybe you make a misstep, or maybe they're just playing something like a Mono Shurima deck where you just like, you're kind of just like out of the game. So I love these decks. I really like them. Talia Ziggs, like you said, really showing off its power there. That was an impressive performance. That was a big ending. I think we're going to search up another match for you guys probably here. Ooh, here's some names.
Salty Simon versus Drizzoth here.
Love to see it.
Looks like FTR versus Lux Aphelios, which Lux Aphelios is an Aphelios list that's very good against other Aphelios lists because Lux just gives you so much value and so much board control. The issue is it's really slow and it's really bad into control decks like FTR. So it feels like Salty Simon should be in a favored position in this matchup. Oh, and the FTR, oh my god. Like, how do you deal with this? How on earth do you deal with this?
Maybe some stuns, maybe some comets.
Yeah, we can grab them that one of the guys. That's pretty good.
We are at 20 though, so we got some time here. I'll also say that this Demacia Moonboy deck is quite good into Riven Victor. I've definitely had some problems playing against it because they've got Sharp Sight, they've got like singles, they've got hushes, Lux leveling's a real issue. So I'm kind of a fan of this deck, and I feel like it's a bit underplayed. There's like you say though, there's definitely some matchups like this one where you're kind of just you're a bit out to lunch. You're kind of you're kind of you know, struggling to make stuff happen.
Yeah. Be a little bit rough. We have 9 mana here, okay? So, like, maybe this is our turn where we can make something. Guiding, so what? That card is Crescendo or Calibrum in hand? So we can shoot something. We do get the Lux flip. You know, there's stuff going on there, right? Like, there's options available to us. We can push a little bit of burn damage. Okay, you know, we're killing, you know, one of the Trundles. That's something, right?
That is something. Will it be enough of something, though? That's the real question.
Okay, Concerted Strike. Procking the second Lux Laser. Okay. Wow, we actually were able to kill both Trundles here. It's actually so huge.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? They got some answers.
Yeah, that was actually surprisingly effective. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't think that they would actually be able to beat through these massive units, but you know, the combination of the strike spells with the Lux, just so valuable there. That was really good.
Will it be enough, though? That's the real question.
So, yeah, we'll have to check it out because there's still another unit here, right? And as we see, you know, the Ladros here in hand, another Trundle. There's still a lot of options, and we aren't out of the woods. You know, these units are still huge, and Ladros coming down and instantly taking us down to 10 health is just really bad. Yeah, we'll have to see. And like the double what's it called? Vulnerable here. It is really important because being able to pressure the champions of Drizzoth here is really valuable. It's so hard to do anything without these two value engines on the board, and if we're able to send these really big units after them, it becomes really difficult for Drizzoth to not only answer it but protect your life total. You know, like maybe we pull one of them with Sejuani and try to get in with Ladros here, and you know, really tax the resources of Drizzoth. Oh, Crescent Strike! Oh, that's so huge. That's so huge.
Yeah, that card just does work, hey? It was a staple in tournament play for the longest time, and then kind of like you just didn't see it for a while. You know, these Targon decks kind of fell out of favor, and I feel like people have forgotten just how freaking good that card is.
Yeah, I mean, the Targon toolbox, right? That's really what it comes down to. The Targon toolbox is just so good at giving you the right answers to each situation. Now, you do end up losing your Lux anyway, which is rough. Without Lux, it's hard to continually, you know, pressure the board here. And it is still an uphill battle. Even if we hit Comet here, you know, Trundle coming down, you know, the Trundle in hand, a second FTR, and you have to be aware of Vengeance, or not Vengeance, Atrocity, right? Like, you can't tap out, because if you tap out and Atrocity does come through, you die instantly, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's you know, the real crux of it, having to keep mana up all the time, playing that dance, trying to figure out when to commit.
Yeah.
Devotion through battle.
All right, we do see the Severum get put down onto this priestess. So, you know, we're trying to get rid of the pillars. That way we can decide our own blockers. Oh, is this gonna be the freeze to deny the lifesteal?
Oh,
We
I like
really
it.
want
And
to be
keep the
pressuring.
pillar alive as well.
We keep the pillar alive. We keep up the mana for Atrocity. This is just such a good play here. So much value out of one flash freeze, right?
So much value.
Yeah. We'll have to see. Because Drizzoth, Disha's open attack is really scary. Okay, we do see the Comet. We accepted that we're just losing to Atrocity. And Salty Simon doesn't have it in hand. But we do still get to develop Trundle here if we want. Or we can just FTR again next turn. We end up drawing the Sejuani. I wonder if we're running Tryndamere in another deck. Do we just dislike Tryndamere? It's interesting that we're on Sejuani. You know, that's like the option that we opted for in this deck.
I mean, Tryndamere's not particularly good these days. It hasn't been for a while. I can see Sejuani, you know, isn't fantastic in this deck either because it's really hard to proc her. But at least she like is like a removal spell on 6.
Yeah, for sure. But there are some matchups where like Tryndamere being unkillable is really valuable, especially since you're trying to atrocity him, right? But you know, Sejuani's never bad. Sejuani's a really good unit, as it turns out.
Yeah, one of my favorites actually. Like well balanced, super powerful late game, just very fun. Just a fun effect. Who doesn't love being like freeze all your stuff? Freeze you. Oh, you can attack me.
I don't
that.
love playing against it. I'll be honest with you.
I mean, there's a lot of counterplay to her. That's the thing.
Back heretic.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. You know, whether it's like hushing her or willing her or you know, just like denying the plunder procs or the the pings each round. There is a lot that you can do to deal with her, and we do see the hush come out to deny the extra damage. But can we save Aphelios? Because the issue is, even if we survive this turn, if Aphelios dies, we might be in trouble anyway. And with the sharp sight, we are surviving, but that sharp sight nerf, meaning that the Sejuani gets to, you know, come back next turn as big as ever.
So
Right,
what
we do see.
now? Okay, we hit.
Oh,
we hit. Oh!
Egghead.
Ooh.
Egghead could hit something good.
Ooh.
Oh. Okay, so what do we want to hit off of Egghead?
Yeah.
Infinite Mind Splitter, right?
Yep.
Infinite Mind Splitter.
Yep.
I guess like Vengeance like kind of makes that sad. Okay.
I
maybe
mean,
it's not
basically all of them are going down to Vengeance, but
good. Yeah.
I can give you some hope for a second. Oh, okay. Okay.
Blinded Mystic. That's pretty solid. That means that we don't have to worry about Ladros coming back each time.
Yeah, that's a huge plus.
Yeah, but
Okay, we're trying to get rid of this Aphelios right now.
we decided we had to deal with this Aphelios too long. He keeps generating these cards. I don't have to deal with him. Let's just get rid of him real quick.
Get him out of here. Oh, okay, gonna clean this up. Oh, no, not yet.
Oh. It's a hard decision, honestly, on if we're supposed to shoot
Oh.
Latros or the pillar.
Look at this box. Casual
Aw.
3-for-1. No big deal.
Aww.
Pumpkin. Hate to see it if you're a Drizzle fan.
Yeah, and this attack, again, this matchup is just so difficult. It's such an uphill battle. It's so hard to deal with these big units, and a lot of your deck does end up folding to, you know, stuff like Vengeance.
Look
Wait,
at
we're
this,
actually
though.
surviving? Dude,
Surviving
wait.
another turn.
Okay, this is actually really impressive. Drizzle just keeps surviving. The issue is, okay, so like, what's our best hit? Like, the Great Beyond? Supernova. Okay, Supernova
Ooh,
almost gets
Supernova.
us there. Because, like, Simon, this is the second FCR. This is your Ladros. We're, like, out of stuff to do that, like, actually pressures the game.
A Supernova cleans up these champs. We can kill that Ledros, and then Salty Simon has no more
There's,
pressure.
like, nothing left, right? There's literally, like, nothing. Okay, Living Legends.
Okay.
Do we hit Supernova?
What did we get? We got 5 shots at it. Don't you hate it when you draw like 8 or 9 cards and you just don't get the one that you wanted? You're like, come on.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of like fill up your
Yeah,
whole
like-
hand. You're like, really? Like, really?
Yeah.
You're like, you got like 2 hits. Somehow you missed the ball.
You get, like, double Meteor Shower, you know, just, like, some nonsense. An Otter, and it's like, that's cool and all, but, you know, I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, you just got a bunch of challenger units. Like, really?
Okay, Comet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's baby
That's one.
Supernova, right?
That's one.
The issue is that we're now kind of tapped out, and like you know, making it through next turn becomes really difficult, especially because at any point Simon can drop this ravine and remove blockers or anything like that. Swiftly, I want to see this Drizzoth one.
What?
This Drizzoth list is really interesting.
Yeah. This
Double
is,
whale, yeah.
This is seeming. Yeah, there you go.
Hey, you know,
Scooping it up.
it was close. It was close.
For how lopsided this matchup normally is, that was actually really close. Like a better hit off of the Living Legends there. You know, if we could remove both of those champs, like we're talking about.
And Star Shaping looking for the Supernova, you have the potential there, and then LL is sort of like a reroll. If you
Yeah.
hit if you hit Supernova, unironically, you can grind that game out. That was a really close game for, again, what should be just an incredibly lopsided matchup.
So, as a man who doesn't like random keywords, how do you feel about random constellations being made?
I'm down for it. I think that
Celestials.
like Targon manifests and I think like Bandle City manifests are like fine, honestly.
I remember
Ooh.
they were a little too good back
Oh, yeah,
when
for sure,
Serpent
for
was
sure.
like a 2-1 and stuff.
Oh my god, yeah.
How did we ever let that happen?
Oh, dude, I remember seeing the nerf and I'm like, oh, this feels kind of heavy-handed. I don't know if they needed it. But now a couple months removed, you look at it, it's like, okay, bro, yeah, how the fuck did this exist in the game?
Yeah.
Simon, Echo Zillion? How do you feel about this deck?
Dude, I don't. It's like sitting at number 1 on the ladder. People win with it sometimes. I don't get this deck at all. I think this deck is hot garbage. And if you just like understand how the deck works and they don't just like high roll you with the Echo crazy spells, this
Yeah.
deck's just like a pile of cards.
I 100% agree. There's like 5 people on this server that play this deck incredibly well. But like anybody else, it feels so glass cannony. You know, if somebody can answer your Echo on site, I feel like you just lose the game. Like your deck doesn't do anything.
It's not even a glass cannon. It's like a glass shotgun. It's like even when your deck does do the thing, sometimes you still lose.
Sometimes, yeah. I think that realistically, I think if your Echo never strikes, your win rate has to be like 20%. But I think the first time your Echo strikes, it probably goes up to like 75% or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is you're definitely getting a lot of bonus points here from people not being prepared, not knowing the matchup particularly well, and you being able to like kind of outskill them, outplay them, which is very real, something that we've been talking about all day today. So in that case, I'm not against it.
Yeah, and a lot of Echo Zillion players are people who've played just a ton of Echo Zillion, right? They just know this deck better than your opponent. And you're able to just get past it. And, if there is a hand that's pretty, it's able to do it, the double Echo hand with Voices of the Risen backing it up, a Quicksand to keep you alive, and, I think that we had the option to take right of the Deny card off the top. Like, there's a lot of good stuff going on here, right? And Quicksand, honestly, a lot of protection. I think we might be okay here.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, here's my question. I wonder if you're supposed to split up the Quicksand and hit the Formidable unit because to play around Concerted Strike, because now you don't get it. No, you're fine. It probably doesn't save anyway. Maybe it doesn't save anyway. Maybe it doesn't matter.
I thought the unit was like pretty large, but I'm not 100% sure. That Echo going down kind of sucks. We do have a second. We do have a second one.
Yeah, I guess it's like exacties, right? Because it would have 1 attack on Protege and then 2 attack on the Dustbringer. So like I guess it doesn't matter. That's okay though. We have another Echo. We have a Deny. We have Voices of the Risen. We have a lot of good stuff here, and getting time bombs. That's pretty solid.
Here's the thing. This guy right here, this 1/3 guy. When you get him for free, it feels amazing. I mean, it feels okay actually. Sometimes it's amazing, but sometimes it's like, okay, I got him free. If you ever draw that card, it feels like you just skipped your freaking turn though. You literally just did nothing that turn.
So some players have started playing like Careful Preparation, the new buffed card that lets you like reshuffle a card from your hand into your deck. It can help out a little bit, but most of the time it's not enough. It still
one
feels
mana,
bad
right?
to draw the card. It's 2 now. It was 3, which is insane.
It costs 2. Okay, if it costs 2, I think we can safely make that thing a 2/3. And just have give this deck. I'm down to give this deck some love.
Oh, you're talking about the drop order. Yeah, that's a 1. That's a 1 mana. That's 1 mana.
That's a 1 mana. Okay, what if we made it a 2/2?
It's good.
Yeah.
The thing with this archetype is is all
even.
about like things with low attack and big asses, right? They have the 2/3, you have a 1/4 Zillion.
That's why it's so bad.
It does make trading into it really hard though, Because
I want to beat
a lot
base.
of times
I want to smash. Okay, my guy's on a freaking flying surfboard. I want to f some stuff up. I want to get in there.
interesting stuff here. So we're seeing a lot of Broadwings. We're seeing the proteges. That kind of makes the 4-mana card that generates a challenger in hand. You know, the 4-mana 3/2 a challenger that generates a challenger in hand that we saw last game.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of cute in this deck. I want to see Drizost's list because this it's kind of cool. I like it.
The Broadwing. Okay, here's my question. Which one of the Echo spells is this 3-mana one? Is this the one that shuffles something and you draw a card?
This is Rally. This is Rally. Yeah, so we're going to see, like, the res here. We get our entire board back, and we have a Rally. And we have a Deny to back this up, which means that we're not going to, like, lose our Echo to a Concerted or something like that, right?
So do we not go with the whole team? Or did we? No, we didn't.
We did not. We did not.
Which is why. Why did we not just go with the whole
to play
team?
around
And then...
Rally, right? So if you attack with everything, and you take the trades, and then they just bring back everything anyway, a lot of times, like, sort of piecemealing your combat, so that you're able to, like, slowly take down your opponent's board to make them not get as much value out of the Rally, right? I think that makes sense.
Oh, sorry. What I was saying is, did Salty Simon attack with everything?
That was our defensive token.
Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was wondering why we weren't going big, because that card kind of cracked.
Yeah. You know, we're put in a position where we can't even swing with everything because we don't have second Rally, right? Ooh.
Yeah, so I'm kind of confused. Why didn't we just go to our turn then, and then just full send?
Because we wanted to bring our voice to the Risen back, right? Like, it's really
fair.
important to have it.
Yeah, because otherwise our guys literally do nothing.
Yeah. Our board becomes a lot less scary, but we do get with the deny there. We can deny the single combat. We keep our voices alive, and more importantly, we get this free time trick. If we find another Rally here, or even like some time bombs, we're in an okay position, especially Rally. If we find Rally here, the game's like over.
Yes, we're gonna be drawing some cards.
Come on, drawing a Rally. Okay.
Oh, we skipped the turn. We skipped
Our
our
favorite
turn.
card.
Oh, we're just going. Yeah,
Yo,
get it in.
We're just gonna hit it, bro. You just have to believe we're gonna hit.
Yeah.
Simon could feel it in his bones.
Also, yeah, this way there's no, you're not running into any into moon weapons or anything. Bam!
Yeah.
Look at this. Get it for 12.
And
I
our
do like this
traits here
now.
are so good. We get so much damage down. We get another free draw. It's okay if you skip your draw sometimes. If Echo's giving you, you could, a free pick from the 3 cards. It's kind of
Yeah.
good.
Well, I like that we got room for the time bombs. Oh! Chrono Break! Let's go, baby!
Okay. The issue with Chrono Break is if we Chrono Break right now, and then they kill your Echo after that, or your voices after that, you feel really sad.
Yeah, what do you think of time bombing first? Go time bomb. Oh no, but then we don't have enough room, right?
I'd probably drop a time bomb. The issue is we are losing a little bit of value in that our we're losing one of the units that can come back, right?
Maybe we just don't cast it right now?
We can draw into that time trick. It's not terrible.
Yeah, I like this guy. I was gonna say go time bomb number 2. Because now if they want to pass back, their Aphelios is gonna die.
Oh yeah, the other thing is if our Zillion flips, and then we can play Chrono Break next turn, and on next turn we get another copy of it.
Good night, sweet prince.
Yeah, we're kind of forcing out some kind of an answer. You have to kill Zillion, you have to kill Echo, you have to kill something here. And if you kill something, we just rally. Okay. Comet being used on Zillion here, which means that we just get to rally. We don't get Zillion back because he was obliterated, but that's okay because we still have a couple other units that died this turn, right?
Oh, we only got. I thought two units died this turn.
I thought they did 2, but apparently there's only 1. Okay, because they only blocked Echo and the drop hoarder, right?
Oh, I see. Yeah, they just took three hits.
But either way, this was a really well played turn in that we forked our opponent. We forced them to deal with our stuff, and now we're gates are open. We get to swing again with this rally. We're putting our opponent down to 3. They're losing their entire board. We had this time bomb going off, and we get to draw another card. Echo is so good. Echo is such an insane champion.
We didn't point out that Drizzloff is playing this 5-drop, by the way.
I didn't. It's star shaping on a body, right? It's okay.
Is it though?
No, it's not. It's not.
I remember I just saw the card come down and I was like, oh yeah, it's a Drizzopolith. And just continued on with my life. It was like,
Yeah.
maybe we should touch on that for anyone that's not familiar with this mad lad.
You know, it's not the worst card in the world, right?
I mean, I like it in theory.
Close,
I
but,
really like it in theory. It needs to have like, I don't know, overwhelm or tough or like some sort of keyword or
if
something.
it had tough, it'd actually be like so good.
Yeah.
Cat here, Fallen Feline, really good because this means that we now have a shot at hitting Crystal here, which like kind of
there it is.
Oh,
There it is. Let's give.
we win. We literally win.
I mean, well, let's see. There could be
Guiding touch, but then
could
you
be
die on
guiding
open.
touch. Yeah, it's looking pretty over.
Okay,
Did
so you don't
a
have to
unit
do it
die?
this
Did a
turn.
unit
You can-
die though?
So it's gonna kill Moondreamer.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and it burns face, and now
Oh, but it's one of your units. One of your units has to die from a ruinous path.
no, you just have to slay something.
Oh, you're right. So it's the exact opposite of what I'm saying. Why isn't
Yeah.
it lit up then? What is this?
Might be because we're in spectator. But oh wow. Hey, we
got
talk
'em.
about that Echo Zillion, but when you play it well, that turn where Salty Simon was able to fork the opponent, you know, threaten the Zillion flip, make your opponent answer it, and then just rally afterwards. That was just so well played there by Simon. This deck, when played well, can be really effective.
Yeah, I mean, the deck just went off. It did its thing. Like, our draws there were fantastic. We had double Echo. Like, I mean, our opponent was playing, like, moon cards and stuff.
Bro, come on. They had Aphelios. Aphelios is broken.
Aphelios wasn't even doing anything. How many moon weapons do we even see go off? Like, one?
He shot a couple things.
Did he?
Wasn't he gravitomed Echo on one turn? That's pretty
Ooh.
good.
That's exciting. You know what? Going back to that comment, though, I wonder if we could have commented something else.
You have to Comet Echo, I think. You literally have to Comet Echo.
Yeah.
Like you just have to be like, okay, they're gonna flip Zillion, they're gonna get a lot of value, but like if you don't kill Echo there, like you
The
just
game
aren't
just
winning anyway.
snowballs away, right?
Yeah. It gets so bad so fast.
Yeah, it's literally killing one of your units every turn, generating, drawing cards every single turn. Okay, well, we're going back into another match. Here we go. Right into it. Sir Turmund and Kazuibi nailed it. Oh my god, this again? Okay. All right. Buckle
It's your
in.
favorite deck? Let's go.
Look at this one drop, baby. I will say that the Echo spells are cracked. The Echo spells
so
are
good.
so nuts.
It's funny. So like Chrono Break, the rally, that brings back your entire board is nuts. But also his champ spell. I know it doesn't come up often, but it's a 2-mana draw 1, put a Parallel Convergence in your deck. And Parallel Convergence is the one that like creates a free attack with your entire board. It just like makes a copy of your board, right? And puts it forward as ephemeral. It doesn't come up often, but when it does, it's kind of hot.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Here's Lee Sin doing Lee Sin things, though. Here's the deck that we were talking about earlier that we didn't quite get to see. We saw like a different version of it. What are your thoughts on this Victor Lee deck now that's been out for a little while?
I feel like it's pretty solid. I think being able to do Victor things with Ionia defense is like pretty solid.
Who came
it has
out with
some
the deck
awkward
again?
Hands. I think it was Turman, wasn't it?
Huh, so that's ironic.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was Sir Turman though.
It
At
was.
least that
I
the
just
first person I saw.
I just wanted you to set me up for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as I know, that's a person that shot up the ladder and was tweeting out about it.
Yeah. But on this attack at least, we see an Echo getting kicked. A big cat trading into Victor. I have to assume that Kazuibi is not on Noplify because we really are indexed on playing this. Like we're like all in on playing this Chrono Break, right? Yeah, because we have to get Echo back, and we do get him back.
Art is
The worry's
so
gonna be-
good.
There is a barrier on Lee Sin, so we can't necessarily attack with Echo. It might just be like a 3-mana bring your entire board back, which is still an okay card as it turns out.
Yeah, card does not suck. Okay, so there is a barrier, but we do have a Mystic Shot to pop it.
Yep, we have the mana for it this time around, which is pretty good. If we attack here, it's probably just getting blocked by a Dragonling, right? you know, which is okay. You know, we get our time trick. It's not the end of the world, but it's hard to win through the Eye of the Dragon, right? You know, even with the card no longer being able to run like 6 copies of it in Lee Sin, when you do draw it, the card is still really good, right?
Yeah, I mean, card does not suck. Not quite what it used to be. And also in these decks, like, doesn't have all the cheap Targon spells. Oh, well, here's one. Time Trick. Gonna come down, do a little searching, see what the options are. Get 1 proc on that eye. Also 1 proc on the Lee. Alright, what's our second spell? Deep Meditation. Ooh, that's scary. 2 new cards coming in. The eye is now procced. Lee's now procced. We're going for the block. Yeah, wow. Sir Tournament gonna slam down this Mystic Shot. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an answer from Kazooie. Because like you gotta see this. You gotta see this coming, right? Oh, there it is.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah. Losing the Mystic Shot there does feel bad, but Time Bombs can be pretty good. Oh, Archivist. So Archivist looks at the top 5 cards of your deck, pulls out any spells, and you get a copy of it. So you can get extra copies of Rally.
Oh my
which
god.
is it's okay sometimes, I guess.
That's so sick.
I guess.
That's just filthy. Absolutely disgusting. I'm here for it.
Yeah. Zillion Flip is pretty good here because as we had seen last game, Zillion Flip pressures getting multiple copies of, you know, extra echoes, extra rallies, extra hexite crystals. There's so much value out of the Zillion that when he flips, you know, it just gets really scary really fast. Kazooie, there's a lot of targets you have to deal with here. There's a lot of things that you have to kill, and, you know, deciding which one's the correct one to go after is not easy.
Yeah, this game's
Oh! He missed! Oh, that feels so bad. You Archivist and completely whiffed. Oh my god, that's so unlucky. Well, I don't know. We don't know how many times they played Zillion. Maybe there's like 30 Time Bombs in there, you know? So maybe it's not unlucky, but that feels unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, missing a top 5. Like, how many cards are left in the deck? Not many.
There can't be. So it depends on like how many Zillion is shuffled in, right? It's hard to say, but I think this gets bad now. This gets really bad now, because like if Zillion dies, you are no longer getting value, right? You're taking 6 to face here, so Lee Sin is killing you on the next turn, so you have like a turn to do something here, right? Let's see.
This is the glass part of the deck that we were talking about.
Yeah. I think Eye of the Dragon just giving you the blockers. You know, last turn, like, just completely shutting down the attack was just so valuable because this Echo Zillion gets, like, 2 or 3 attacks. They really need to get the most out of them, right? And if you don't, it just gets rough fast. And Zillion gonna end up going down here. Let's see. We'll see what we decide to do. Time Bomb isn't the worst in the world. We get to remove a blocker.
Blow up a Dragon Link too.
So what's really interesting is because we get token, our landmark goes off before Eye of the Dragon summons it. So we actually get to keep a Dragon Link there, which is just, it feels bad, right? That feels really bad.
That hurts.
Maybe Archivist can find something here, you know? Okay, we're going to wait till post-combat to Archivist. I don't hate it because you get your free time trick, you know? But we really do need to make something happen this turn. This is our last turn to make something happen.
Yeah, Kazoo, it's still at 13. Like that's a lot of health to get through.
Still at 13, potentially has a deny. You know, we can even see it on like the spectator bug where the 2 cards with the normal card back. That means that they've been there a long time, right? Which means, you know, it makes it like extra likely that it's a deny or
yeah, which would make sense. Why we're going for this block with the Lee, because again, anything that pops the shield would be a problem. But and Kazoo, knowing that, probably going for it with the deny backup.
Yeah. Lots of protection there. Okay, no rally. Oh, we skipped and hit drop horde. That feels bad. So we're gonna Archivist here, right? We kind of have to Archivist.
Yeah, okay, we go to predict first.
Okay, predict is cute because then you get to
The
choose.
time
You get
trick
to
on
make
top.
sure that you hit something, right?
Yeah.
We have something on that case.
That's smart. That's a really
Wow,
smart line from
this
Tournament.
is so many looks.
Come on.
Drum roll,
Come
drum roll, drum roll,
on.
drum roll, drum roll, drum roll.
We hit it.
Hit it.
The issue is deny, right?
Deny. Just how about nope? You thought you were gonna cast that?
The other option, we could take our own deny here, our own Rite of Negation, and try and stop the Lee kick next turn. The issue is you're still losing to deny if you do that. So I think you just have to take Chrono Break. You have to close your eyes. You have to slam it and hope your opponent doesn't have the answer. Are they going to have the answer? Yes.
If you're gonna lose to it either way, you might as well put yourself in the spot where you're gonna win if they don't have it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, we'll see. The other thing is, let's put it on the stack here and see if we get Echo back. Because I think like 3 things died. I assume we're getting Echo back and not one of the other cards. But yeah, there's the deny coming through.
Womp.
Okay. Okay, so if we top deck deny, we're not dead. Right?
Yeah, that's right. What about we could kill our own unit potentially?
Okay.
But nope. Looks like we're dead. Looking pretty dead.
Yeah, unfortunately, not enough here. Okay, Crystal. Oh, Quicksand. Quicksand might have done it.
I think
Yeah,
what we
either
needed
way,
was
we're
more
not
of these
drawing it.
1-drop 1/3s. Look how good those are.
Yeah, they're looking good in our hand, right? They're looking real good in our hand.
And this is what I'm talking about. See, this deck I think is it reminds me a lot of something like Mono Shurima from before the patch. It is literally just a few cards away from being an absolute monster. Like if that 1-drop was better, or you had better options to play in that slot and a few others, it shores the deck up. The problem with the deck is the power level is there's a bunch of cards that are really good, and then there's some kind of like middle of the ground stuff that's you draw too many of those 1-drops, and all of a sudden like you just get rolled.
Yeah.
Still pretty close there though. You know, had we had like a right for that rally, maybe we still that game.
Yeah, it was pretty close here, just a couple cards different, right? But yeah, it was a very close game.
Okay, so I think we're going to a break now, and we'll be back right after this for round 4. Welcome back, everyone, to the Matching Runeterra $500 cup number 5. Jason put on here with a Kato. Kato, what are your thoughts so far on these decks that we've seen?
We've seen a lot of different stuff. I think that, it really shows how open the tournament meta is right now. I don't think we've seen like the same lineup twice. It's, even when we ran into like two different Echo Zillion players there in the last round, I think that, like everything so far has just been, just so varied. It feels like everyone's just like on comfort or bringing, just like different reads on the meta. And I think it's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, these lineups are wildly different. I mean, the amount of different permutations with all the different decks that are good right now, it's like never
Mhm.
ending.
Yeah.
And this is the great thing about best of three is that like there's not just like a lineup like, oh, that's the best lineup, everyone play it. You might get 2 out of the 3 decks, but then people like to rotate that third one in, and then there's just a whole bunch of other options. And each time you change one deck out, or even like the list of one of the decks. It just like it changes everything completely. So if you looking at what you see now and how open everything is, if you were going to play in a tournament tomorrow, that had a similar kind of meta, what are you thinking? I know that we had said kind of like the things that we liked, but now that you see how open it is, does that make you maybe think you want to be a little more aggressive?
I think that a lot of times into open metas, we've kind of mentioned it earlier, but having like 3 decks that are proactive, have their own win condition, and are, strong in that regard. I think that those are kind of the way to go. So I mean, stuff like Yordle Arms, I think is getting a lot of points this weekend. Just because it is so proactive, it is so strong, it is so consistent. I'd still probably be on that. Other than that, though, it's hard to say. Maybe you go with like the Talia Ziggs and like a Riven Victor. Maybe that's your lineup. Or maybe you play, a bit more aggressively slanted Aphelios list with like Boom Baboons and stuff like that to try and tempo out. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say.
Yeah, speaking of Aphelios, Aphelios is kind of a weird spot in my mind because it's very powerful. Those decks are all very good, but they don't really quite fit that bill of what we're talking about. They're not typically super proactive. Perhaps the P and Z version, because you can play it a little more tempo-y, a little
Mhm.
more, a little more aggressive, and that is kind of one of the better versions. If you were playing Aphelios, is that the list you would play, or would you
Oh,
play one
yeah.
of the other ones that's maybe a little bit better in the mirror?
Nah, screw that noise. I would beat you. I'm just good at tempo. I think the
Yeah,
Aphelios is like criminally underrated as a tempo card. Being able to caliber him and gravitum him in the exact same turn is just so incredibly valuable. I think that like playing the PNZ list, and like you can go like the Boom Baboon option, like really lean into the tempo. Or you could even play a little bit more value oriented. But either way, you have a lot of burn, you have these tempo options. I think that that's definitely the list that I would personally go with.
yeah, I 100% agree, and I really hope that we get to see more of it today. I'm banking on that we will. So we're gonna jump into some more deck lists here. We've got up Floppy Mudkip. Interested to see what he's on. Floppy's impressed me as just kind of one of the best players in NA, if not the world. He's just consistently good. His lineups and his deck lists are fantastic. He's like, I think the winningest player in Fight Night. Kept that streak alive for many a week, just finals after finals after finals, kept coming back. So here we can see he has chosen to go with the Zoe Aphelios Vi, like we were just talking about, with the Boom Baboons, this very aggressively slanted list. Look at that. One Moonlit Affliction, one Aftershock. What do you think of that?
I love seeing the tech. Moonlight Affliction is a card that I put into my list, like, starting like yesterday. I know that Floppy saw me put it in there, and I was like, yeah, I just like it as a blowout card, because if we are playing tempo wise, if you combine like Chompers plus Moonlight Affliction, you can just make your opponent have 0 blockers, right? I
Yep.
like that he's teched it in. I really like it. I think it's cute. It's kind of like an extra, it's basically like Hush, except, what if Hush was an offensive tool,
Exactly. Yeah, it's such a blowout. I remember when the card first got released, I was like, "Yeah, this card's not very good." And then all of a sudden, you're just getting killed out of nowhere. Like, oh, sorry, 2 of my things can't block, which is often all of them. And
It's a
then
little bit
also,
awkward sometimes, but I think it's really cute as a one of.
yeah, the aftershock I thought was interesting because I mean, you hit some landmarks, yeah, maybe no, but I think maybe it's the 4th get excited. There's just a lot of things with 3 toughness, like a Lulu, for instance, that you just want to have just dead, just kill that right now.
Yeah. It's great at pointing at, like Lulu. It's great at pointing at like Aphelios. It's great at pointing at Echo. Like, or it could go face. Like, it's really valuable right now to have a lot of stuff like that. Yeah.
And here we see the Fizz Lulu, of course, to the top decks. And then rounding it out, Elise, Caitlyn, Kindred, Sentinel control. This is a deck I didn't like last season at all, but this season has been really impressing me.
God, look at all those one-ofs real quick. Oh
Beauty.
my God, just down the entire line. You want one of
Yeah.
every card in the game.
This is something that's really interesting. So in Magic the Gathering, for the longest time, decks were really filled out with like 2 ofs, 3 ofs, 4 ofs, not a lot of 1 ofs. It was considered very inconsistent. As the game progressed, though, you started getting these gamers just playing with like a bunch of 1 ofs, just like kind of very similar cards of power level that can just have blowout moments. And they sort of found that like the inconsistency, it didn't matter. The flexibility of the deck, and also the tough time it gave your opponent, of playing around things, was just huge. And I'm really seeing that a lot in LOR these days. Whenever I'm playing against someone, they have a lot of 1 ofs, I start to really question all of my plays. I start to play around like, do they have this one? Do they have that one? And trying to figure out, if you play around it, that could be a mistake because it's just a 1 of. And if you don't, you might get blown out by it. And I really like it.
I think the other thing that's really underestimated is because the way that the mulligan works in Legends of Runeterra, you can't redraw what you mulligan in your mulligan, right? It could be the top card off your deck, but it really gives a lot of value to 1-ofs, because if you see it, you can just keep it, right? In the matchups where it's really good. I think that there's a lot of merit to running it, as opposed to, in like other games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or whatever, it's probably better to just run a bunch of 3-ofs, that way it's more consistent, or in Magic 4-ofs. But yeah, I like to see a lot of the 1-ofs and really abusing it, but as we're getting into this one, is Floppy Mudkip on the Aphelios PNZ, and it looks like we're against Darkness, and the Sting Officer off of Crescendum is kind of a really nice hit. If that can ping out and like get rid of any of your opponent's units, you get so much value.
Yeah, kind of beautiful. Actually, and so going back to the 1-ofs in LOR, you also see a lot of your deck. Like, you're seeing 25 to 50% of your deck basically every game. And like you say, with the way the mulligans work, you get to dig even deeper. And I just remembered a quote by one of the best Magic players, Andrea Mengucci, when they asked him why he plays one ofs in his deck, and his answer was, "So I can draw them." And I thought that was like just perfect.
That's funny.
And it's like, it's so true, because you eventually draw them, and they tend to be very powerful. And I wonder if, because we've already seen that in LOR. We've seen like deck building start to evolve quite a bit. Decks are getting like more nuanced, more interesting. People are getting better at building these decks, and I would not be surprised at all if in the future we're going to see a lot more decks playing these 1-ups, especially as the card pool gets larger and there's more and more options.
Yeah, there's more like blowout cards or very specific cards. Yeah, no, I'm excited to see where we'll end up, but yeah, I'm I'm unable to commit to anything. So all of my decks have like a million 2-in-1-ofs. I just I prefer it, but we do end up seeing the Vengeance coming out here for the Aphelios. Aphelios, this is part of why Aphelios is insane, because this is a 3-mana card that generated 2 cards in your hand and traded up for a 6-mana card. Like, how do you come back from that? You know, and the answer is you have a really strong, you know, late game with Darkness, but
Yeah,
either way, it's still...
The answer is the rest
rough.
of your cards are like 1/1s and 2/1s.
Yeah,
That's one of the problems I have with some of these fellows lists is that the rest of the deck's a little squishy. You know, like if you're playing against like Darkness right now, you're like, oh, you got some Poros, like that's cute. Are you casting Yordle in Arms? Oh no, well that's fine.
I
That's
think
fine.
this matchup's kind of bad for us, to be honest.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah,
Darkness is supposed to have the edge here for sure. But an edge, as we know in Runeterra, is only goes so far.
yeah, definitely the case. But this elusive damage can add up, right? You know,
Oh,
if
yeah,
we don't have the ping. 4 damage. It's a decimate, right?
Yeah. No, this is like what
Flashball?
Floppy is. Floppy's doing work. Want to kill
That's
that
the
spider? I mean, we
50-50.
we can sword away the 3/3.
Yeah, it's actually that's a good point. That's a good point. Calibrum being able to remove that is really valuable, because if we ever put ourselves in a position where this bot is threatening getting in, it's just it's so much damage. These bots get really big really fast. It feels like we kind of forgot how good Ballistic Bot was.
It was a staple.
Yeah, while Bandle City was out, you know, we were playing with all of our new, you know, conchologists and telescopes. But it turns out this entire time, Ballistic Bot has quietly been one of the best 2-drops in the entire game, right?
I mean, it got a little cracked. There was some good 2-drops that came out, but they all kind of
A little
got
bit.
knocked back down. Like Conchologist and the one that used to have tough
Oh god, Stone Stackers?
Stone
Dude,
Stackers.
Tough Stone Stackers was fucked up.
Woo! Woo, that card was good.
God, Pink City, that patch was just, oh my god.
I was a big fan of that deck. So Santa coming down here, gonna do some work, gonna start cleaning up some of these little squishy units that we're talking about.
Yeah. And an interesting thing, you know, so we see the Darkness go onto the Ballistic Bot, but now everything is 1 HP. A whale would be a little bad for Floppy.
Yeah, I mean, when
say.
you see that, right? When you see them commit a spell to one of your units, knocking it down to 1 toughness, you got to start thinking there's probably a whale in your future. Or maybe a
Yeah.
Vile Feast right here to finish it off.
Yeah, I think we can put him off of Vile Feast, because I think if they had Vile, they would have killed the Sting Officer, like,
That's true.
5 turns ago. But
Yeah.
I could see a whale. I think whale's within their range, maybe... I don't know. It's hard for it to be anything else. I don't remember how much mana they had last turn when we decimated them with our elusives. If they had mana for whale then maybe they just don't have it. Hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta think though that we'd rather just ping off this Sting Officer and just give ourselves a little bit of breathing room.
What's
because-
insane? So like real quick,
Spider.
we're gonna give Overwhelm to this bot. You have to answer the bot now, and like it's no longer
And
dying
fail.
to a whale, so you have to commit another spell to it. Like if we give Overwhelm to it,
Yeah,
This
this is
becomes
what
really
happens.
scary.
This is what happens when you get a little too cute with your Withering Whales. This is why the
Yeah.
card isn't just like, you know, the end all be all. Because we saw the same
See?
thing happen there against Talia Ziggs, where it was gonna, you know, potentially be a bit of a blowout
you're
if we
right.
went for it.
That game a lot earlier today. That's a good callback. I forgot about that. We'll see though. Darkness, we have Sen on board. You can do this weird thing where you just pass and pass and pass and pass and pass and pass and pass because you're just holding up Ruination,
Oh, to this.
right?
Okay, we're gonna go on to the Aphelios.
Okay.
Interesting. Not sure how I feel about this. I
So
would
that just
almost
means we
rather
don't
go
wanna-
onto like a Sting Officer.
Yeah, it sounds like we just don't want to fight on the stack, you know? Maybe we're worried
Problem
about
here
this
is we're happy
darkness.
to they're happy to kill our Aphelios, so we are not happy about that at all. It's a
Oh.
whale anyway, and then here comes the darkness.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
had we gone on the bot here, they would have had 4 mana left over to try to deal with it. Oh, but no, sorry, but the darkness would have gone somewhere else. Oh, they got a Vile Feast anyway.
Wait, that was a vial from the right side of the hand. Wait, they were just holding on to that? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, very interesting. I wonder if there was like a specific target they had in mind, or like a spell shield they needed to pop or something.
Yeah.
The Darkness deck, a lot of the time, they have so many answers to everything. A lot of times, you're just like, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's also fine. Yep, fine, fine, fine. Just click it OK. On and on you go until something like is really threatening. Like, we took a bunch of elusive damage there. We're just like, yep, don't care.
Yeah, and suddenly that one whale, we were at, a 6-wide board, and now it's rough. Doggo is really
Let's go,
good
Doggo.
here.
Get in there,
Yeah.
pupper.
Getting the value is just so valuable, but I mean,
One of my
Senna
favorite
flipping
cards.
in one action is just so scary. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Doggo's the best.
It was the best. Man's best friend for sure.
Okay, what 2-drop do we hit?
Ooh.
That's all right.
Vanilla 2/3.
I think my favorite hits are Veteran Investigator because it draws you a card. It also draws your opponent a card, which is really bad in some instances, but drawing a card off of your Crescendo is really fun. Or there's 2 different ones in this region combination that refill your mana, which is really nice.
Speaking of Investigator, it just reminded me of the Puffcap deck I noticed was making a bit of a resurgence. Boy, do I love Puffcap decks. And it actually looked like kind of not bad. I saw some like sketchy lists out there, but I saw some that were, looked a little bit nicer. I wonder if like that's kind of a tournament deck.
It's
I feel
bad.
like,
It's bad.
yeah, I mean, it's not good. It's not great for sure. But like I can see it make a run.
It's like you see it sometimes, and they like Karina you on 6 for like 9 damage,
Bajillion.
and it's like what just happened?
Game over.
But I think most of the time it's not the strongest deck in the world. Phase Sprout, that's the off of Conchologist. That's a cool
Yes.
card. I like Phase Sprout.
I like
it's
Face
so
Sprout a
strong.
lot. Yeah, it's strong, but like not too strong. Like it's kind of like, well, actually, it might be too strong. Card's really good. But it's fun. But like I don't know. I really enjoy it. I'm not sure why. Like, what's the difference between that and like a Mayor or a Conchologist where we're like, oh,
So
It's
it's
only
cool
Fae.
because so like when you hit phase, you can either hit like the lifesteal Fae, which is really nice, is 3 mana 5/3 with lifesteal. You can hit like Telescope, you can hit like Grandfather Fae and just like go wide. Even in a control deck, there's like a lot of really good hits. Plus, it gets buffed up. It just feels good. It's a feels good card.
yeah. I'm surprised to hear you say that because I also feel that way. But it's like it's grabbing random stuff. Got papercraft and like.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, sometimes you hit the elusive Rainbow Dragon, you just
Uh-huh.
like win.
Yep.
Yeah, I prefer the fun side of it, the value side, but sometimes you just win the game off of it, which is pretty cool too.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Um,
pretty. The +1/+1's really powerful.
I don't know how he come back in this game. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, do we have to rip an aftershock at the Senna and just like pray it goes through?
I mean, why would it not go through? What are they gonna do?
They run literally nothing, right? Stress defense isn't real.
I don't play
Miscall,
stress defense anymore.
None of those.
Miscall. You
did we
just
DC?
you just kill the telescope also. Then they just bring that back.
Yeah, no, it's that totally.
Easy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little sad we didn't go for it there. Like now we're just gonna
I
give
think
them a
we should've.
darkness again.
Yeah, because like now we can never develop anything.
Because like even the if they are playing the stress defense, like we could stack it with the get excited.
God, I hate Senna.
Dude, this is what my opponent's centers are always like this. They're just
Yeah.
an absolute beat. My centers are like come down, die, do nothing. Like come down, be like a mana sink. Like I get out tempoed. My centers are never
Yeah.
this hot. It's not true, but it's how it feels.
I feel you. Senna is such an insane character. She's
She
so
gets
good
rolling.
at just completely controlling the board. Senna plus like Robe Maker is how you instantly get control back of the board. It's so insane.
Yeah.
Also, like, at absolute worst, fast speed ruination. Kind of okay.
Kind of okay. Kind of doesn't suck.
Wait, so our Face Sprout created a telescope, which created a dog, which drew us Catalyzer. I love Vandal City.
Easy game. Yeah. Oh man, I really wish they didn't have a darkness in their hand. Is it? Do we know what's on? Is it?
It's
is
only
it two
two.
still?
It's still only two. Yeah.
Okay. Still,
So it's not the end of the world.
I just prefer that they didn't have it, and that Senna was dead, and we had 5 more health. Those would be things that I would be about.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Here again.
We do develop the Aphelios, so I wonder what we chose here. Calibrum, maybe? We can go like Calibrum into Gravitum, and like maybe we can tempo out this board. Oh, we're going for Overwhelm. We're just dropping Overwhelm on Vi. We're saying, you know, fuck Vengeance, it isn't real.
Fuck it. Let's go. Nope, that's not a Vengeance. Oh! They're going after a Belios, though. They got double Vengeance?
Keep in mind that's a 5 mana.
Sickos.
It's a 5 mana Vengeance, so
Oh.
they can just do it again.
Oh, that's annoying.
That's okay. They don't have it. They don't have it. We're gonna. They use their last removal spell right there. They don't have second Senna spell in hand. They don't have Wallop, Stress Defense, another Vengeance. They don't have any of that.
Here's the thing, though. If they do have those, we do get to clean. We get to finally kill Senna.
I don't know if it kills. Okay, you want to then use our burn to kill Senna. I think the issue is that then we have.
Or do you think we just need to try and go
literally
face?
nothing. We have nothing going for us.
So do we
like,
just go? Because I mean, we have 6 points. We got a bot, so that's 7.
So you have to kill Senna. You have to kill. Oh, I think we just lose now. Because like, okay, we're taking minimum 2 damage on open here. We have a lot of burn. What, 3, 6, 8, 9? Mystic Shot off the top is like technically lethal. But we have to survive through here. If Vagar comes down, we're just dead. Ishtali Sentinel coming down, we're dead.
Yeah, them clearing out our blockers and attacking makes us have to use the.
Yeah, I think we had to. I think you're right. I think we had to like just aftershock her when they're tapped out. Because like. Now I don't know. So like if you do that and then you play for, you know, like Priestess top deck or Star Shaping top deck or something like that, you know, maybe you can value it out. But. The other options, like, you know, if you hold on to the burn and you just play to your outs, like, as few as they are, you just play to your outs and you're like, okay, the only way I'm winning this is through just sending everything pays. But the issue is you have to survive this turn. And using that darkness first.
Go through their deck and count all the cards that make that line not happen, even if we top deck another piece of removal. Because it's probably like close to half the deck, 33%, all the life gain.
They passed. Wait, we can draw into burn.
Yeah, but then they have to not have any life gain. Let's see, 3,
They
6,
used a whale.
8.
They don't have it. Oh no, it doesn't.
So
it doesn't quite work.
If only their Senna was dead and we had more units.
Yeah,
hypothetically.
Hypothetically, of course. God, can you imagine? So like. Okay. Mystic Shot off the top is still lethal, right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, Mystic Shot off the top is still lethal. Get Excited off the top doesn't work.
Nope, because we don't have enough cards to pitch.
Yeah.
Oh my god, no, don't try Get Excited, Floppy. Oh no, not like this.
Okay, Mystic Shot. Like Mystic Shot.
Drum roll!
Mystic Shot!
Ah, Zoe, where the hell you been? Girl, you late to the party. All right. Jade gonna go up 1-0. Yeah, not a very good matchup there for Floppy. You know, went for the just burn him out game plan. I'm not exactly going to speak against Floppy Mudkip's play. He's a cracked player.
Play for your outs, right? And like, you know, there's a lot of hands that you're just never beating. You just have to be like, okay, what hand am I beating? It's the one with no burn, and we draw into like nothing but burn. And I respect picking a line and going, you know, and like committing to it, right? Do I agree with the line? Maybe not, but you know, you gotta do what you can.
Yeah. You know, it's very likely that Floppy was just thinking that, you know, killing the center there, we're just going to lose slower. And look at his hand. What do you have? It's had some burn. Not a whole lot going on.
You're basically deciding am I more likely to draw into like the last bits of burn or am I more likely to draw into, like something that generates a lot of value, like Priestess or like Star Shaping? And, decided that like playing for the burn was how he wanted to end that game. And, you pick your line, you stick to it. I respect it.
Okay, so now we're back. So we've
Uh,
switched it up now. Jade is now on, I assume, Aphelios PNZ.
Yeah. We'll have to see what the exact champions are on that, but this is our Sentinel Control, which it's okay in this matchup, I assume. You have some healing, you have removal. Fearsome units are hard to block. I don't know. I feel like this is probably a pretty even matchup, if I had to
Why do you
guess.
think Floppy's not dropping the 1-drop here? Okay, now it's going to come down.
Maybe representing Thermo to stop Zoe from coming? I have no idea.
It could be.
There isn't really like a 1-drop that like punishes it, right?
No, but like trying to hold off of Zoe is maybe something. I mean, might just not value getting in that 1 damage. Might just not be relevant. That's not how the game plays out. Wow, not going for the Elise here either.
I assume we're gonna develop Elise here. Yeah.
In the shadow.
But this is letting them get Aphelios. Okay, so if you think about it, on turn 1 we hardcore represented Thermo Beam, right? So now we're representing it again. So maybe opponent's too afraid to drop Aphelios here. Maybe that's how it works out.
Interesting. But I mean, like, aren't there some other things like, I don't know, Goat or the 4-3?
Really, so we'd have to Mystic Shot a Goat, right?
Yeah, fair enough. I guess we also are not privy to the list currently, which we could probably look up and would be helpful. Yeah. Okay, Aphelios is going to come down. Now what do we do?
So opponent is representing Pale Cascade, and we have to, be aware of that. Aphelios doesn't really have a block here. Like, if Aphelios blocks your 1-2, then you Mystic Shot their Dustbringer, and then, suddenly your Sentinel turns into a 3-3, and, it looks really bad. So this is a pretty free attack. Jade Cave can decide if they want to trade off their 2-1 into the Spiderling or not. You probably do.
This is really interesting. This is like, Floppy obviously has reasoning for the way that he's playing these early turns. He's obviously, played both these decks quite a bit and understands them well. I'd be really interested to hear what his thinking was.
Yeah, I assume we're just representing something.
It's almost like we're almost giving our opponent a chance to make a mistake too, right?
Yeah.
Like, had they chosen to block, I think a lot of people would probably throw their Aphelios in front of something and be like, try to, prevent some damage, kill off a unit, allowing
it's a free block, right?
Yeah, super free.
Double Mystic. Okay, so the issue with this Double Mystic is it gets blown out by Sunblessed Vigor. Like, to an insane degree. Oh, no. Hey,
Mama.
You gotta take your shots. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think there's a serious argument for literally just reaping vengeance there on the stack. Like, just saying, you don't have enough value in the rest of your hand. Copium. If I kill this Aphelios, I win. Maybe.
I mean, killing Aphelios is rarely wrong, right? Like, if that's if that play is bad, it's never bad by a whole lot. Aphelios is nuts. Let's be real.
Aphelios is so good. Aphelios is so good. It's crazy to me that there's like a significant portion of the community. It's like, Aphelios is okay. 2-mana weapons are all right, but he's not OP. You're hiring a kite. Aphelios is insane.
Yeah, like he got nerfed into all hell for a reason.
Oh, so like Star Shaping here is such a blowout as well.
No.
Because Aphelios has 5 potential health. Because Vigor is
No. Not like this.
Like,
Not
you're
like
giving
this.
them if it goes off. Oh god, if it's Star Shaping plus Pale, I mean, the game's just over. Because
it goes through. I thought for sure we were seeing a Star Shaping there.
Wow. Maybe Jade just deciding that, being able to contest board, getting Vi down here. Vi's pretty okay here, I guess.
That's a big Vi.
If we attack here, we do push like 5 damage. But it's probably not worth it. We probably want to pass and then just like vengeance this Vi. Since we did have the the patience to hold on to this, getting rid of Vi is pretty solid. I assume we can't attack here, right? They have healing. If we were against like, PNZ Nox or something like that has no healing, I could see, you know, pushing the damage here. We're gonna burn him out later, but yeah.
That has to go for the pass.
So the weapon in hand is Calibrum, by the way. So it's the deal 3, so we can shoot the Sentinel anytime we want if we're from the Aphelios side.
Isn't it crazy that it's like 2 damage, deal 3 like that?
Yeah,
It's kind of nuts, right?
What's up with that?
Like, it's like it doesn't even get used like that much. Like it gets used a little bit more now that you know, we're not searching up 2/2s like crazy.
Yeah.
But like that's kind of really powerful. Like, what if it just dealt 2 damage?
I think there's like a learning curve to Aphelios. Where like level 1 of playing Aphelios is like, oh, my Crescendum gives me a free 2-drop every turn. That's really good. And then like level 2 is like, oh, I can like shoot things sometimes. I think once you get like really good at the deck, oh my god, you hit elusive on the Poro? Oh my god.
Easy
Yeah,
game.
I think once you get really good at Aphelios, so you start like really taking control of these weapons and, you know, like using Calibrum and Gravitum and even the buffs at, you know, like the right times. It's so incredibly valuable.
Did we play Aphelios this turn?
We did.
Oh, so we're not going for the box to hit both the Aphelios and the Poro?
Yeah, instead we're deciding that like maintaining our own board is more valuable than getting rid of theirs.
Interesting.
They did play
Man.
Aphelios this turn, right? Yeah, they did, because they Aphelios Crescendumed.
Yeah.
Oh, 2-mana gotcha!
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, not going for box there. And really, obviously, we're afraid of the Vi flip, right?
I guess so.
Okay, Piercing
Okay.
Darkness. That almost certainly is killing Aphelios. You know, it would require Vigor plus Pale to survive through that. So
This is where being a Magic player really doesn't serve me, because I'm like juicy 2-for-1. Like, there's no way I'm passing that up ever.
oh baby,
That's
yeah.
cash it in all day long. I can't. It's like, Jason, it's the wrong player to die. I'm like, I don't care. I have to go down this path. There is no other path
It's
for
like
me.
I hear you, but value though, you know.
Yeah. But do you understand that I am the mayor of Value Town? I live here. I own it. This is me now. There's
How are you
no
not a Shelf
changing.
player, man. Come on.
Because the deck's bad.
Oh, but what if it wasn't though?
Oh, then I'd be all about it.
Okay, I have a new build of it that's disgusting.
Oh,
I'll
I'm sure
share it with you
I'm sure it's super cracked.
I think it's.
I believe you. Can you see me right now?
No, but I imagine.
Stream
you know, that
stream can't. There's nothing in my eye. I'm winking.
Yeah.
It's our time.
Is it as cracked as Nami TF?
I'd say similar levels of cracked. You know.
Oh, then yeah, then don't bother. You don't have to send.
Come on.
Interesting blocks here. I was setting up the Withering Whale.
Yeah. We're saying, hey, I have whale. I'm gonna kill your stuff.
Yeah, if you ever see your opponent not trading with stuff and just putting everything to 1, and they happen to be playing Withering Whale, guess what they have in their hand?
Yeah.
Withering Whale. 10 out of
You
10.
have 3
Wow, okay.
guesses and the first 2 don't count. You know, it's.
Floppy's so much better than me. I really wish I understood what was going on. We're just
You
not
wanted a whale
casting
there?
stuff. Or aloof.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
Like, just something.
I think
See, look-
okay. So in this matchup, I assume we're holding aloof for when they play Star Shaping, because like
Okay.
Star Shaping is basically always gonna get hit, right? Whatever you pick is getting discarded.
Yeah. Something big and powerful. That's
This
fair.
is interesting. We don't trade off a 2/1. You know it's gonna die to a Lou or to whale.
Mm-hmm.
Glorious evolution.
What?
Oh! Okay.
Let's
I
go.
have a weird feeling that this elusive Poro bot's going to apply a little bit of pressure here. I don't know if you had noticed that.
Just a tad. Yeah, I gotta wish we boxed that a long
no.
time ago.
Oh,
mama.
wait, no, we need a Withering Mist. Withering Mist sets up the most insane whale in the world. Please play Withering Mist.
Yeah, I got the bot and the Poro. They're just withering.
Yeah.
There it is. What a swing! This might be. Someone take a screenshot. We're about to see the best Withering Whale of all time. This
Oh
is
my
absurd.
God.
These units are gonna be so big too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We do see the tail.
Yeah, see the pail come down right now. I love
Okay.
it. Love to
That
see it.
does mean that this elusive Poro is getting really big, really fast. This is scary. Oh my god.
Atro. No, that's not quite doing it.
So
Yeah,
the issue is we can't kill the board and this Poro. Because
Well, we're
like,
at
we'd have
19
to-
though. We don't have to kill the Poro right now.
I mean, Glorious Evolution gets real scary real fast.
Yeah, but they're not hitting us for 19 though with it, or 20 even, because we'll go up to 20 with the Withering Whip.
Close. I bet that they're hitting us for
No.
like 10
But
here.
they have to.
10
They
to
have sure
12.
10. Yeah, 10 sure. But like, you know, they'd have to cast like 15 spells to hit us for 20.
Yeah, it's Targon, bro. You think they can't create 15 spells? Come on.
They're gonna cast 15 spells with 10 mana.
I'm too used to Shell Folk Glorious Evolution, where like
I'm a
you
little
pop
sad,
the
though.
Glorious and you win the game.
Oh yeah,
instantly.
well you just go silly. You just go off.
Yeah.
This deck is not meant to do that. They just happen to have found one. But we did not cast a bunch of these slow spells, so this bot is not going to be doing a whole lot. I'll come in for 5-ish, maybe 6.
Yeah. So like almost all of their interactions gonna be fast speed, right? It feels like we could have played like Ignition. Oh, Star Shaping. Wait, we're pushing a lot of damage here. Okay, but if we're doing this, why
Ooh.
didn't we like Ignition? I feel like we could be doing so much more damage. That's okay.
This will be
still a lot,
interesting.
right? 11. Oh, like, okay, so like Ignition is basically like a free get excited if you cast it pre-combat, right?
Look, a thing.
Oh.
That's not ours.
Yeah, it is what it is, I guess. Oh, Destroyer? Yeah, we were waiting for the Star Shaping.
Yeah, heads up.
Okay. So while we watch the Glorious Evolution go off, how do we win this game as Floppy? Because right now, you know, from this side of the table, it's looking a little scary.
We got an Atro, bro.
True. So we just like top deck Ladros, like a good play.
Yeah, easy game.
Okay, dope. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Let's do it.
I mean,
Ladros.
or like 7 points of hit and stuff. I mean, we got a Kindred. Oh,
no.
just the single. Okay.
Okay, with Kindred, maybe
Yeah.
we're fine, you know?
We're picking well, and like, look, this Vi's coming in.
Opponent definitely doesn't have burn, so and that's good, right? You know, they don't even run burn.
And we got
in their deck.
a box. Like, we're gonna clear up their board here.
We're literally gonna have to like we're either gonna have to like 8 mana thermo this elusive, or we're gonna have to Atro into it next turn.
Yeah, it's a little
God.
awkward. It's a little awkward. Okay, so we block. So they'll block with goat. Or no, you can't block. You have to block with goat and bot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they're taking like.
They take like 3, right? They're taking 3 here. The issue's gonna be without seeing Jade Cave's hand, it's so hard to say how much value they have.
I think we ordered these incorrectly.
Can it matter? I don't think it can matter.
Because I thought we wanted to make it so that they would. No, I guess it wouldn't matter. They would just swap
I
their
guess
blocks. It's
if
the
you
same
put
thing.
Kindred last, like maybe, but I don't know.
Hush is annoying.
Yeah, we see the trades come down. Like there's a lot of these Targon PNZ hands where like your last few cards are kind of doing nothing. You know, they're just like situational cards. Either they're burn or there's stuff like Hush. It's like there's a chance that there's not a whole lot going on in Jade KV's hand. You know, like maybe us 8 mana thermoing this Poro bot is enough to win.
It might be.
But you know, if they have, you know, like
Start shaping.
Star Shaping, Aphelios, you know, there's definitely some scary
Okay.
cards. that they
Zoe.
have.
What's this one? What's this one?
11.
11 man thermo.
Hey,
When
just
you
trade
absolutely have to make sure something dies, 11 mana
Yeah.
thermo typically does it.
Oh!
Oh!
The flash bomb!
Huge! And then melt
we
from
have
Floppy.
box.
Perfect. We got box, and now we also have Financier. God, this card is good. We'll see what we get. What do we get?
Oh, assembly line is
Assembly?
so good.
Yeah, put
Okay,
lethal.
Hextech Anomaly, also an option.
Put lethal on the board. No, let's just do it.
I think we're
What?
scared of dropping below box. Like, there's a world in which dropping below box, like, loses us the game, right? I think we're assuming that our top decks, or our hand quality is better than their top decks. Which is scary, but, you know, that's the bet that we're making.
Interesting.
You know what? I bet Jade has the burn. I bet they have the burn in hand, and they're deciding, oh, they threw it at the unit. Oh.
Why would we kill a 2/2 instead of a 3/3? Is there something coming down? Oh yeah, I was gonna say
to
there must be
Nightfall
something.
Aphelios.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. But what are we having? We got box.
Yeah.
And aftershock. So if we open and if they block, then we box. If they don't block, then we aftershock kill them.
Yeah. Which I
So
think they have to block.
looking pretty good. Yeah, they have to block. They go to 5.
And then, like, we wait for them to play out this crescendum, right? They crescendum here, we box it. It's kind of nasty.
That's kind of game. Because now we have aftershock, atro, lethal also.
Yeah, is there like something that hits 4 health?
Box.
No. Okay. So, top deck, star shaping into destroyer. That's our line. Star shaping into destroyer.
Star shaping is something. Destroyer's probably pretty good.
Come on.
That's not gonna do it. That's not gonna do it. That's game.
Floppy has lethal.
That's game.
Oh my god, that was a close game. Dude, I thought the Glorious Evolution would do it.
What a game. Yeah, I think that turn, somewhere in there, I feel like there was not enough respect for that Withering Wail that was coming.
I think that, especially with how hard we were telegraphing it, right? Like,
right.
I think that we could have played it a little bit more slowly, play like an Ignition out. And then something like that Get Excited that we pitched at, a Financier, is representing lethal, right? Like, it feels like we could have taken a slightly different line, but it was such a close game either way.
Yeah, really well played from both sides. That's one of those games where there's just a million decision points, and like a lot of times there's not going to be a hard correct or incorrect play, like because there's just so many factors, right? There's just so many cards that your opponent could have that just kind of like depends, and so you just you try and do your best to navigate. And the cards kind of fall where they may. Floppy Mudkip, though, I gotta say, very impressed with his play as always. Really understands all the matchups. What do you got over there, buddy? Got some chips? You share?
Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Yo, my bad.
It's all good, bro. It's our stream. We can do whatever we want. What flavor you got?
It's some Cheetos. It's the good shit.
Attaboy, yeah.
So we have a mirror, right?
Oh yeah, we got the mirror. I wonder how close these lists are. So have you played this mirror before? I have not played this mirror ever. What's important here?
Aphelios. Aphelios, like, if your Aphelios can like come down and not die, like if you could stick an Aphelios, you win the game. Like, no matter what. You're both running tons of copies of like Get Excited and Aftershock, so you have a lot of removal for it. You even have Thermo. But like usually it's like your second Aphelios that you play on like turn 5 or turn 6 just like stays on board for the rest of the game and just gets you so much value.
Yeah.
There are some instances in which you can end up like, tempoing out and, winning through that. But yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Wow. Okay, so we're taking Serpent as a Nightfall activator for Aphelios, right? Yeah.
Goes after Zoe also.
It also does go after Zoe. And Zoes are usually one-ofs in this list, so
right.
Anytime that you can get rid of it, it's pretty valuable. If we want to keep this Zoe alive, we kind of like either have to have Mystic Shot or we look for like Crescent here. If we like tap for Crescent and Aphelios can come down, oh, it's going to be so insane.
Flesh was weak, but look at me now.
Okay, Aphelios. We
Aphelios
probably take
#1.
Calibrum here. Because Calibrum just
Off that
removes
bot.
bot, which is just so good.
Yep. So now does Jade have an answer for this first Aphelios?
Yeah. Thermo. Get Excited.
Because like you mentioned, there are... Oh.
Wait, this is... We run a lot of fast speed interaction. That's a little... Okay, so we're representing Vigor, right? That means that Jade KB basically has to have some Blessed Vigor in hand. Right? Otherwise, that's like a crazy play.
I mean, Vigor only puts it to 3, though. So, like, if it was a Get Excited, you still get...
Yeah.
Doesn't
I
work.
assume that,
But I guess it
you're
protects from
like...
Mystic Shot.
If they get excited, then we're like fine with that.
Yeah,
I
fair enough.
assume. I don't know. That's a crazy play. Either way though, Floppy is gonna end up ditching this Hush. Equinox is okay, especially if Jade is on like Subperishable. It's also good against like big elusive or big what's it called?
Go with the Otter.
Big, yeah, Otter. Maybe we're like, okay, we want a blocker eventually for this Zoe. I don't hate that.
Yeah, that's heads up. Just stalling her out, not bad either.
All right, putting damage onto Goat. Okay, so we're like trying to incentivize them to not gem Zoe. I don't hate that. That's probably fine. But yeah, we do push 5. You know, the damage can matter. We have a lot of burn in this deck, right? But these like triple Spacey Sketcher hands oftentimes turn into you like just vomiting out your hand with a bunch of like, you know, cheap Celestials and stuff, and then you run out of stuff to do. So it's important that we either keep this Aphelios on board, or we draw into more value.
Yeah, exactly. That was what I was talking about this deck, is sometimes you can just get like squishy. Like your units are just kind of small and dirtily, they don't do a whole lot. And if they don't have some help, they can just eventually like get outvalued.
Yeah. You know, you're like vomiting your hand and you're playing out a bunch of like snakes and dogs, and then suddenly you have nothing left, and it's like, oh, my farm here isn't doing enough.
Yeah, I was 6 wide. What happened to my team? They're all gone now. Turns out, yeah, they're not very big or threatening.
Why is Zoe at 6 out of 10 on turn 5? That's kind of weird, huh?
She goaded.
That card's pretty okay.
What do you think? Who do you think is the best champ?
Um,
Zoe's up there, right? Zoe's gotta be top 3, top 5.
I think that like top 3 champions in the game, like honestly, no argument, is like Zoe, Akshan, Aphelios.
Yeah.
Hard
to argue.
As far as ordering those, I think it's so hard. But like I think those are like hands down the best 3 champions in the game.
Yeah, because all 3 of them are super mana efficient and they just take over a game completely by themselves. If you can invest 1, 2, or 3 mana and just like win the game because they don't answer your champion, that's a freaking good card.
As it turns out, yeah. Your cheap champions that generate tons of value are kind of okay at the game.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, not me.
No, didn't see that one coming.
We do see the Otter come down. Otter, importantly, does force this this snake to pull Otter instead of eating our chompers, if we want to get Zoe in.
Which is nice. Speaking of not seeing it coming, I did see it coming. I'm like not terrible at reads. Like it's hard sometimes. I definitely get mine wrong like everyone else. But like when Zoe got printed, everyone was like shitting on her. They're like, she fucking sucks. It's so bad. I'm like, this is a 1 mana 1/1 elusive that generates value. Like I'm pretty sure this card's like actually pretty good. And sure enough, like a weekend, it was like, oh yeah, she fucking cracked. It's like the whole community was up in arms.
When I started playing the game, Zoe Lee already existed, right? And like I remember playing against Zoe and I'm like, this champion is so bullshit. Why does she generate so much value? It's so dumb. And I remember my friends were like, I don't know, she's not that good. It's like, okay, buddy.
That's
You're the one playing her.
2/1 also. Yeah, exactly. All right, gonna go after her. Let's see if you're right. Do they have it? Oh, Sunblast Figure, there it is. We do got the Mystic Shot though to follow it up.
Yeah.
You put on the stack now? Put on the stack now so it can't heal?
Oh yeah. Play around star shaping, right?
There you go. This is what timing's important, kids. Don't let your stuff resolve and then try to Mystic it after and get it guiding touched.
What is that?
Is it flipping?
We're flipping.
She's flipping. Yeah.
In times of crisis,
Oh, let's go. Oh my god, did she survive? She survives now, right?
Yeah, she gets 1 more toughness.
Oh,
dude, Zoe's not okay.
Like this.
Whoa.
Not like this. Let's go.
It's kind of crazy that she traded for our entire hand, and she's still single-handedly winning this game. Like, what's up with that?
I mean, like, look, we have an Otter to block her, though. She can't even get through.
Watch them until they drag
it
and give everything augment, and then just like the game's over. Or Vi? Oh my god. Sketcher for Otter?
Here we go. Are we just gonna throw 8 mana at their one at their one drop?
Yo, if we had Thermo last term, unironically throwing like 8 mana at her would have been the right play. God, why is Zoe a thing? Intrepid Mariner. This is a really cute 2-drop to hit, by the way.
Hey, what's it do again?
It's support. Give your supported ally elusive. Challenger plus tough.
Oh no.
The game was fun, you know.
Yeah, I you know what, this might be the only Zoe flip we get to see today, so I'm for it.
Yeah, we're just getting Zoe diffed out here. It is what it is.
Not happy to see it. Not happy to see it happen to floppy Mudkip. I mean, you know, he's 3-0. If he loses this one, it'll be 3-1. He's still doing fine.
In the quiet, Fel. It's just us.
Yeah. Yeah, but it feels bad to lose. These Targon beers they feel so awful to lose, I think. Because you're both running the same cards, right? And sometimes you feel like you get diffed a little bit. You know, draw diff, you know, unlucky.
Yeah.
Bad RNG. Tough means that you could trade all of these so well. Oh, this is disgusting. This is so disgusting.
Yeah, this is
Okay,
rough.
how do we win?
This is rough.
Okay, so like star shaping this turn.
Star
into
shaping.
Destroyer.
Yeah.
I think it
Is
has
that
to be
even-
Destroyer because like the Great Beyond just gets blocked, right? Okay, we lose. that's how this goes.
Yeah. Can we supernova some stuff and then
We
pray?
can Cosmic Rays next turn and like remove their entire board. Oh, we assume that we're surviving multiple turns.
We will be free.
Okay, that's optimistic, but I'm down
I mean,
for it.
sometimes you have to be, right?
I think we're dead on next token. I think that it's very, very difficult for us to not just be dead next token.
Yeah.
I think like Cosmic Rays and you know like eliminate half their board and then die anyway. Like that's the line I probably would have went with.
Yeah, this is gonna go get us maybe something with Spell Shield or Elusive. I mean, we're at 15.
We're going pretty wide here. Okay,
Yeah,
so like we
15.
could Baboon into Sketcher, or we could even Dredger here. Like, oh my god! Even if we trade on their board, they're just gonna play Sisters. Dude.
Nah, they don't have it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. They just have a comment.
Or they're just
Oh.
gonna like Traveler and like just value us to death. Oh. Okay, we can Crescendum here. Or not Crescendum, we can Calibrum. We can shoot a goat.
Okay. I
We
mean,
shoot a goat and nothing bad can happen. Like just nothing. It's
we're just gonna top deck like a Hush or something. Something that deals with Vi.
Moonlight Affliction. Okay. It hits
you go.
Zoe and Vi.
There you go.
Kinda good.
Yeah. Then all of a sudden they just have board 1/1s. We win. Easy game.
Yeah. Okay, and we can Gravitum here, so we get to like stun lock something.
Yeah, I think this one's pretty much locked up for floppy at this point.
We can Gravitum plus Severum this turn. Okay, so unironically, we can heal the full. God, opponent drawing more cards is not good for us. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know.
This is what happens with a Zoe flip. You're always like, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm dead.
It's so not okay. It's just the
Still
time you're
handle.
like, we're
Can
fine.
still handle. Can still handle. And everything has Spell Shield, Elusive, Overwhelm. I'm dead.
The insane thing about Zoe is that like why do you still get her like token? Or her emblem, is that what it is in Magic? Why do you get that when she's not on the board? Like
I mean, you gotta work pretty hard to flip her. She
No,
is a
you
one.
don't.
She is a 1/1 after all.
you just
You kill-
moonglowed her and then
you
she
can
can't
kill a
fucking
1/1.
die.
I mean, look at it this way. Like Lisa and Zoe is not a deck anymore, and she's played as like a one of in this deck. Like she's not really seeing like that much play.
Yeah, you could run her like unironically. There might be just an option to run like Zoe Vi in this deck being Zoe Vi, and then Aphelios just like being in a different deck with something else.
That's probably just better.
If you want to run two Targon decks, that might be the way to go, honestly, because Zoe's just still so good in this deck.
Yeah, it's exactly. I mean, like Zoe Vi was a good deck, and it still is.
We're gonna have to thermo. Oh no.
We can kill the Zoe now.
We can kill Zoe now. Let's go.
Butter. Drop the elbow. Get in with Aphelios.
Yeah. No,
Pull the Vi.
we're good to go. We're good to go.
Get in with
There's-
everything. Pull the Vi. Just ship the team. Wow. Not even Aphelios?
Wow. Yeah. Imagine.
What are we doing? We're not blocking.
Well, yeah, but does the Felius just die? Does it survive?
We just pull with the chompers.
Okay,
Might as well,
okay.
might as
so
well
we
try
get it
to
for 4.
kill some of their stuff. And I mean, go with some of the other
Issue-
units maybe
Issue
too.
with that is that you flip Vi then, right?
Yeah,
Which I mean, that's like
that's a
it's
problem.
not. It's just a little
It's a bit of a problem.
kind of weird that we didn't hit Hush here. You know, what's up with that?
Yeah, that's strange. I thought Moonlit
feels like a
Affliction was our top
misplay.
card. I'm pretty sure that we requested a dealer using our one time to top pick that
Yeah.
Moonlit Affliction.
Kind of weird.
That's awkward. That PayPal transfer must have not gone through or something. So-
Yeah, that was a game, huh?
That was a game. Turns out Zoe Flip's still good. For
Yeah,
anyone
who knew?
keeping track at home, yeah, I was not aware, so that's it was good
Oh.
to find out that way. Well played there by both players.
Yeah, for sure.
That was a really enjoyable match. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. That was round 4. We'll be back with round 5 for you guys right after this. Welcome back to the Mastering Runeterra $500 cup number 5. I'm Jason Ferron. Joined with me is Akato. And real quick, I just wanted to say thank you so much to GG Tour for sponsoring this event, putting it on, always supporting the Runeterra community. Thank all of you in the Runeterra community that support us, that come out playing these tournaments. We are really fortunate to have the community that we do. Everyone's fantastic. Feels like a small family of content creators and competitive players. So thank all of you guys. Thank you, Kato, for being here, filling in for that Majin Bo guy. Definite upgrade. We're lucky to have you. And in the background, we got Greg and Sparkling Iced Tea doing our production and our tournament organization. Thank both of you guys. Absolutely killing it. We're lucky to have the crew that we do. With all that said, though, we have some fun for you guys. Up next, we're going to see a players lineup. Apparently, they like going to the beach. They're a big fan of sand.
Yeah, that was a good transition.
Like that? You like that?
Yeah, I do like that. I do like that. Ziggs Talia. Have you seen this version of this deck, by the way?
No, three copies of the list. God, do I hate that card. I lost to this. I think it was this exact kind of deck where they played one the list. They got some damage in. I was like, huh, okay, I gotta watch out for that. They played the second the list. I was like, haha, countered. And then actually, no, you know what? I think it was in one turn. They went list, I went counter. They went list, I went counter. And then they went list number 3, kill you. And I was like, fuck this deck. Absolutely fuck this deck.
It's so silly because like you're cutting out all of the bano cards. So no arsenal, no stun landmark, right? You're losing a lot of really good cards, but in response, you get the list, which is always active because your opponent always has vulnerable things. And it just creates so many opportunities to find like cheeky lethals. Because I think that we sort of take for granted in this game that when your opponent taps out, you're allowed to tap out, right? Because your
Exactly.
opponent can't do anything at 0 mana. But no, it turns out Ziggs can just like triple attack you at 0 mana for some reason.
Yeah. So I forget is this Void? I forget who the player was whose list we're looking at here.
Prodigy? I think.
Prodigy, that's it.
Yeah.
Currently sitting 3-1. Okay, so let's go see. So if you didn't get my reference, they are on all Shurima. All 3 decks are Shurima. Okay, so here we have Mono Shurima.
Monoshrima.
Yeah.
So this is the brand new Grandpa Roji list made, I think literally like yesterday or the day before. I
Up to
think it was
number 1, I think, on the
Feint
ladder.
ended up taking the list from Roji and then going to rank 1 with it.
Those guys are both correct.
It's running 1 of Zillion because the argument is that you never need third Zillion because third Azir rather. And Zillion is really good at holding on the board, and time bombs are just really strong, especially with Xerath. Which I mean, it seems to be doing really well. It's really interesting how much the Monostrema lists have evolved over the course of the patch.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this in tournaments doing well at all. It seems like the exact kind of deck you would want from tournaments. Like it's hard to have, unless you're like hard targeting this deck specifically, it's hard to have a lineup that has 3 decks that are good into it.
Yeah, Monostrema, I think, for a ladder deck that like was incredibly overhyped, and then like we came down on it a little bit. I think it's still really strong. I think it's really difficult to consistently beat this, especially now that like people have started to play like normal human beings, and we're putting in like 3 quicksand. And we're playing like the triple devout. We're playing more for this mid range. We're playing just like good cards. Because we don't have to turbo this on 6. If you're playing quicksands and stuff, like you could wait till 7 or 8 and like you're still winning the game, right?
Exactly. And then what do you think the third deck's going to be? Let's take a look here.
Third deck. So this is like anti-control. And it could be Echo. It seems unlikely it's Echo Zillion. I have no idea. Tree?
Wait. This isn't this
It's
isn't all
quicksand tree.
Shurima.
Yeah, it's quicksand tree.
Okay, but it's got Bandle City. I thought all three were mono Shurima.
Well,
But
you can't have all mono Shurima, right? You know, the first one had Bilgewater.
okay, fair enough. It was but like barely.
Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah,
Three
out you're
cards.
gatekeeping how much
Three
Shurima,
three
how
three
much
cards.
you
This
must
is a
have X
lot
amount
more.
of sand
This is
to be.
75% not sand, okay?
I agree.
This is
But it does have
barely
the
this could not be a
quicksand.
desert at all. Yes, it does have quicksand. I gotta say, I kind of like this deck.
Yeah, I mean, so running tree, you're giving up like Flock, Scorched Earth, in House Spider, and in exchange, you get access to Quicksand, which is basically Hush, and Rite of Negation, which is basically Deny. I think it makes a lot of sense. Like Deny and Tree is kind of scary.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Though those losses are pretty big. House Spider ramping up
House
tree
Spider's
super
so
fast
broken.
and just like blocking two things. We do have the Grandfather Fay there, which is not bad. We don't have a Yordle in arms. Let's see. We got one Arena Kingpin. Yeah, we're playing a bunch of the one ofs. Two
So
Telescope only. Interesting.
worry is that we're playing like Minion in Arena Kingpin, you're spending like 5 mana on like bad units to like do what House Spider does for 2 mana. House Spider is just so efficient, and Flock is just so efficient that like you really have to be bought into Quicksand being the way. You know, the Quicksand is the way, the truth, and the light, and we are just following it here. If this is what Bandle Tree is now, I don't know. I think it's cute. I think it's
You know,
cute.
we glossed over the Chronomancers as well. Those are kind of nice. That's like a 2/3 for 2. Comes with the board and helps you search for whatever piece of the puzzle you need. Does not suck.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. You know, an Ancient Prep is a cool card. I don't know. I think that there's merit here. I think I'll be honest with you. I think they're just trying to be a little bit too cute.
A little bit too
Um,
cute. That's exactly what I
just a
was gonna
little bit.
say. Yeah, these tree decks that like if you don't have the aggro plan, which this one kind of doesn't. Let's be real. Like you got a poppy, but
Bro, what
like
do you mean? My Arena Kingpin on 3 is gonna
your
smork
guys
you.
are so slow.
Yeah. We'll see.
um,
We'll see. It
I
might
mean,
be
we got a
fun.
mare. We got a mare. Get some stuff out there. Um,
And at the end of the day, like we're still playing tree, right? Like, you know, this is an anti-control lineup. In the control decks we're
that's
trying
true.
to hit, we're still
That's
beating
true.
them.
Yes, and that's what's important. Yeah, we don't need to
Yeah.
beat everything.
Yeah. Although, like, okay, so couldn't you just play like the normal list and just tech in like Wallop or something? Isn't Wallop like the same thing as Quicksand against a lot of these like Overwhelm and Ambush decks?
Yeah, wait, why aren't we playing the normal list?
That's because we're a big fan of
I
Sand.
thought there was some sort of like crossover region champion
No, we're
problems,
just
but
that's
there's
why I said
not.
we're just being too cute. We're
We're
just
just being cute for no reason. It's fine being cute. Like if we had other tree decks, you know, you got to get cute in some way. But I didn't realize that. Yeah, we didn't have to be cute. We just chose to be cute.
like the other thing is we could be running like are there any champions that we could run in here to like help us complete our stuff?
Oh,
Or
there's
no?
gotta be.
We could run
There-
like Gnar in here. Gnar wouldn't be that bad.
Yeah, Gnar over like a Protoporo. That's gotta
Yeah.
be an upgrade.
Okay, like cannon's not necessary. A fizz even like Grumble Slug's okay, I guess. I
I
don't know.
mean,
Teemo?
we got 3 grandfather phase. Which I don't know what that's doing for us, but we got
It's going wide. I think Grandfather Fay, like even in a non-aggro sense, is like you know a 2 mana 1/2 isn't great, but it generates another unit that is like made cheaper by Mayor. I think there's a lot of value, and I think Grandpa Fay is like a really good card.
Yeah. I mean, nothing against grandfather fame, but
It sounds to me like you have something against Grandfather Fay. What would Grandpa do to
in
you?
this lineup, I'm not really seeing it. Like if you got
Yeah.
you know, a Fey build, like Jesus Christ, grandfather Fey is correct. Like you talking about that Drizoff
Can you
deck, like
can you play just like Fey Yordle in arms and just like throw in a couple trees on top? Can you just do that?
oh yeah. I mean that deck exists. That is a thing. And normally when you see
Yeah.
grandfather Fey in the tree deck, it's because they're playing Yordle in arms.
I mean, I think that a lot of people are using it as your Ionia now, right? So instead of running like Kennen.
Like I kind of like it in that list, actually.
Hmm.
Like you got like you're playing the grandfather phase, playing a Protoporo and a bunch of just like
The issue is
duders, like
we're not playing house spiders, so like we're still going
mm,
wide really slowly here, right? Like I don't
yeah.
know. Hey,
Hmm.
you know what? We can't knock it until we see it, right? Maybe it's like super cracked. Quicksand is the way.
Quicksand is the business. That is a guarantee. And a lot of the things that this deck is afraid of, like elusives or big overwhelm units or whatever, Quicksand's pretty good against those. You know what's really interesting though? The original, like the normal tree deck, is actually pretty good into Riven Victor. I would have
Is
thought
it?
for sure Riven Victor would just run it over. But they have so much removal that lines up like really nicely into the stuff that you care about, and they're beating you down at the same time. Like their aggro plan is like no joke.
And Buster
So
Shot's like a good card that kills everything, right?
exactly. All right, looks like we're gonna jump into a game here. Are we going into the mono Shurima? Oh, I think we're gonna go like we're seeing Dave Bow, the people's champ.
Yeah. Dave Bow has sort of made a name for themselves very recently by doing very well in some Mastering Terror tournaments, yeah?
Dude, love to see it. Yeah, someone building a rep off of our little matching or terror tournaments. So good.
Yeah.
Davo's no joke. I played against Davo a few times. Very talented player. Always a pleasure to play against them. Interested to see what they brought here today.
Yeah,
Looks
so like
like
they were known previously for like Jace Lux, right? That was like their deck.
that's right.
Um,
Yes.
but have been moving away from it a little bit. Didn't bring it at all to RA this last week. So instead we're seeing Ping City here. This is a deck that you were really big on a couple seasons ago, right?
Oh, I loved it, my baby. Interesting to see Treasure Trash up in here. I like that.
I love Treasure Trash as a one of in a lot of these like aggro bandle lists. Um and this deck I dig it. I could see it making a comeback. Like at any point keg plus removal, like AoE removal is like really good, right?
Yeah.
And with the addition of like Teeny Dactyl, um I don't know. I like it. I like it.
Dude, one stone stackers though, like that's hurting my heart.
You remember when that card, dude, when it had tough, it was so good.
So correct. I would kind of want to try to move some of these fortune croakers out of here because like the whole reason that you played those was because Stone Stackers had tough and you got to just like ping it off. But like, what are you gonna hit? Can't hit a
I think
chemist.
I think the other thing to keep in mind though is that like back the last time that we played Ping City, um, we were playing it with Hidden Pathways, right? Unnerfed Hidden Pathways was like a two of in this deck. And now that it has been nerfed, it's kind of like really bad. You already like weren't crazy about running it, but you ran out of values. Nice to have. I don't hate having like extra croakers as just like options, like to keep drawing cards.
Yeah, I mean, I love Croaker as a card. Don't get me wrong. Just in this deck, like, there's not a lot of stuff you want to be hitting. I mean, I guess you can now with a lot less. Like when we did play this deck, there was a lot of like it was popular, Plunder was popular. There's a lot of Make It Rains and stuff running around. There's a lot less ping effects. Like they're still around, but I feel better about hitting like a deckhand or a Corsair for one. Doesn't hurt as much. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd like to see maybe a 2-2 split between the Croaker and the Stackers. Also with the Teeny Dactyls, like, the Stackers are so good at just turning it on for free.
Yeah. No, I'm excited for this. There's nothing I love more than like Keg Red Card. I
Oh
love
yeah.
Keg Red Card so
Me
much.
too. Me too.
What's our next deck? It looks like we're just going into game here, and
We're just going into it.
uh this is the tree deck, you know, right? Yeah, this
Is
is
it?
tree.
It must be.
Yeah, because it's Bandle. Normally I
Yeah.
would look at these, I'm like, this is Talia Ziggs, but no, our Talia Ziggs is Bilgewater.
I know, that's why I was confused too. Especially that hand also. Okay, up against a Pink City from Dave Bow. All right, let's go.
I see kegged red card. There is, some
Let's
scariness
go.
in the future.
Let's go. There's something I love.
go.
I love my favorite's red card into them doing something, and then you like burst speed, make the
line 'em
keg.
up.
Oh,
my
line them up.
God.
Knock them down, baby. All right, here we go. Here's the one of Stone Stackers. Gonna do some work.
Yeah, you only need one of is fine if you just draw it, right?
You just
Like,
draw it. Yeah, just have it on 2 every time.
Spell Shield though, on this Owlcat, gonna be kind of good into this red card, right?
Yeah, let's see. Do we open here or do we develop?
Open. Are we worried about the owl getting attack? Probably not. And like opponent might be wanting to play out like Mayor. I'm down to play down a Corsair here, I think.
Really? Because then we're throwing our Stone Stackers right into the Owl Cat. It's going to be a 3/1 spell shield.
True. True. But, you know, what if they want to play Mayor, right?
Let's like getting this damage in here. What is this, 4? Do we get for 4?
That is a
Solid.
pretty... It's kind of weird that our opponent's at 14 health. What's up with that? I love
Yeah, actually,
I want this deck to be good.
I mean, it might be.
It might be. Big thing here is that if we want to, we can develop a keg, or we could wait until next turn. You know, just to make sure the opponent's not able to open attack on it.
What's the
Baking mana never hurts.
what's the 5 mana spell again?
Double up.
Double up. When double up is good, this deck is like extra good. That card is so bonkers when it's good.
The issue is, against a deck with lots of pokey sticks and denies, it's going to be hard to resolve it, I think.
Yeah. For sure.
But like when it do be resolving, you can't point it at your own units, right?
No.
That'd be cool. Oh, without House Spider, we don't activate Buster Shot. Okay, yeah, no, I take it back. This deck's bad. There's no... Why are we on Shariva Tree?
Get that quicksand. Gotta get that quicksand. Well,
Yeah, but
okay,
our Buster
is this?
Shot could be so insane.
We're gonna write. Oh, no, we're not gonna write. I was like, we're gonna write like a red card here or a.
So what we want to do is Dabo develops the first crack shot or the first deckhand. That way it forces the attack, and then we develop second deckhand, and we set up like a red card if we want to. Okay, Prodigy very kindly giving us board space. That's. Oh wait, we hit line 'em up. Oh, if we hit line 'em up, I don't know if we wanted to. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, now we're getting board space. I was gonna say like, what? We have to start overwriting stuff. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I do think we need to get rid of this Crackshot Corsair, right? Like, letting it ping us down next turn is not good, I don't think.
Yeah, interesting spot here. This is one of the things about the Ping City deck. For the longest time, I would die to it because I wouldn't want to kill off their units because they were all just kind of crappy and interchangeable. But like, they just have so many of them. You have to.
Yeah, Bilgewater, I don't know. I love like the TF Bilgewater aggro decks. You know, whether it's like you know, TF GP or TF
You
Swain. I
asked
love
for
these
it.
decks.
Here it is. We've got Pokey Stick in response. Still gonna lose
Yeah.
our grandfather.
Which is fine. We're still killing Grandpa. We
we just-
developed a unit and killed a unit on the same action, which is, you know, we're just tri-beaming.
Easy tri-beam. Okay, we got another grandpa with quicksand backup. Doesn't suck.
Yeah, not bad at all. It means we take like what, 1 damage here? Yeah, we're fine.
No, it must be more than that. They have 5 attackers. We have 3 blockers.
Yeah, so you can split up the quicksand, and if you use
Oh,
it on
right,
the
right,
impact
right.
guy, the only thing we're taking damage from is the Crackshot Corsair thing.
I forgot quicksand was now goaded.
Yeah, quicksand's kind of good now. What happened with that? It'll be interesting to see. Okay, so we could just take this damage and develop out Mayor. It's a little bit scary to take this much damage because it's called Ping City for a reason. It will continually ping you down. It will not stop damaging you. You have to be very wary of going low against this deck, especially since not a lot of healing in these regions, you know?
Yep. How close do you think we are to leveling our big pirate friend?
GP?
Yeah.
3? I think we're 3.
Was that
We
all?
haven't damaged on a defensive turn yet.
That's right. Yeah.
But that does mean that we can like line them up, knock them down next turn, and then like flip Gangplank on our token after that. Oh yeah, line them up, knock them down into Teeny Dactyl here. Oh, and then Teeny Dactyl flips Gangplank.
Yeah.
okay.
Does not
Okay.
suck. Does not suck. Man, I hope we can see more of this deck. I mean, we will if Devo wins this match, I assume. But these players must be 3-1 currently.
Yeah, 3-1. I dig this list. What do you think we pair it with? Like other
Yeah, try it.
aggressively slanted decks? Is it like
Yeah, like, is it going to be good into Aphelios piles? Maybe that's a ban.
you probably ban anything with healing, right? Well,
like
I don't know.
Mono
Maybe you're aggro enough. And like a lot of Aphelios pals are running like 1 and 2 health units, right? Maybe red card just like blows them out.
Yeah, that's the thing with
Okay.
this Pink City deck is that like it operates a lot differently than what you would assume on paper.
So what if we play like this, Yordle in arms,
Ooh.
and
Like an Auction Sivir or something.
I'm thinking like PNZ Nox. Like it could be like Draven Rumble. It could be like something like that.
Yeah. We have to see what the matchup spread looks like for Pink City now.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it in a hot minute.
Yeah, who's playing this deck right now, right?
We will be after today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for it. This seems, it is definitely exciting. I mean, we just slammed Gangplank, right?
Yeah,
Interestingly enough, we didn't line him up, knock him down last turn, which means this Teanydactyl didn't flip, which means our Gangplank not flipping this turn. So we're opting to play it a little bit more slowly, which, you know, it could be all right. I mean, we have like Crackshot Corsair pinging them every single turn. We're kind of fine.
And Teeny's going to start picking them every single turn as well.
Yeah. God, Teanydactyl's such a good card.
Ping, 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 ping.
People tried this deck when Gnar came out, didn't they? What
Yeah.
happened? Why wasn't this deck good then?
Well, Gnar was a menace.
Yeah, Gnar was insane. Oh, we just like started playing other stuff. We played like the Gnar timelines thing.
Yeah, there was a lot of good Gnar stuff.
Today's
What else? Yordle in Arms. Yordle in Arms was a menace. The Demacia
Yeah.
Yordle in Arms deck, I'm sure, was not a good time. A lot of protection.
I rarely
Here he comes.
and never.
Here he comes.
Why we respect you, Captain.
Big boom booms acquired. Though, kind of weird that it's after the attack. Is he leveling now? Oh, look at this. We're taking out the Teeny.
Yeah, Teanydactyl going down here is kind of depressing for us, right?
It's
we would have
not.
liked.
Yeah. Does she ping at beginning of turn? Yeah, she levels and pings at beginning,
Yeah,
right?
it's
So,
beginning of turn.
Would have leveled Gangplank, I assume.
It would have leveled Gangplank, yeah.
Yeah, now no level. The king's gonna get eaten.
Yeah, we
Have
can
you-
still level it.
Have you ever made the mistake of playing on a Gangplank and then them just killing you by grabbing the keg, like overwhelming you?
Definitely. I've definitely accidentally given my opponent kegs to kill me with.
Happens to
I
the
wasn't
best
very
of
good at
us.
plunder, you know.
Oh man, I miss Splendor, sort of.
I don't fuck that deck.
I know how you feel. I know where
Yeah.
you. This is. If anyone ever asks me how Akato feels about something, it's like he hates it, and I'm just right
Wait.
like 90% of the time.
Don't we kind of like win the game? Okay, so next turn we line them up, point at face. Like either they take 3 and then die on open to like Gangplank plus Corsair, or they deny it and then we win with double up. Oh, we just ripped
Rip.
it anyway. With this, it loses to everything. God, what an insane play. They even
Get
lose the
righted.
pokey stick. Like, why? Okay, yeah, no, it's fine.
Sometimes you just gotta rip it.
Yeah, but,
Another
like, if we
tree.
wait until next turn, we can use double up,
You got
and then
Yeah.
like, or we can use line them up, knock them down, and then double up on the stack and make them have 2 answers, right? Like win the game on the spot.
Yeah,
Oh, and
I
we're
agree.
giving up crack shot? No, we don't give up crack shot. She's like our consistent damage. Opponent's 6 health. How are you gonna give up crack shot?
We're at 16.
I agree.
If anything, trade away the Twisted Fates. We could draw
Yeah,
another
and
one.
just draw another one. Okay, well, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is.
See, we'll see. You know, we haven't played against the Shurima Bandle Tree deck before.
True, they might have a ton of reach, you know? We're...
They could have. Who knows how many quicksands they could have?
Yeah, exactly. I really like our skills that go on the stack because like they can't be quicksanded. They already used 1 deny. I just don't like giving up crackshot Corsair, but
Don't you love when your Poppy doesn't pump your giant spell
Dude.
shield units?
That I can see it.
Here we
I think-
go. What are we drawing off the top? Okay.
It's
I think 3/3 Poppy can come back. Is that a hot take?
Yeah, let's get the fuck out.
Okay,
For
but
me
we never
and
got
the
to
rest
test
of the
3/3
community.
Poppy, right? This
That's
3-3
true.
Poppy was 4-4 Poppy because it came out the same time as
I tell you what, this is what you do. You wait 6 months and then you try 3-3 Poppy, okay? Like they did for Aphelios, right?
Yeah.
You had
Wait.
your fucking time, you had your shot. Okay, you need to chill. You go sit on the bench.
3-3 Aphelios? With 3-3 Poppy. Oh, that sounds fun, doesn't it?
Blah. Blah. Ah. Yeah, no thanks.
Okay.
Okay, this is a
Open
big
attack
open.
here. Is I threw a quicksand. It's representing 2 damage, which is good. We like 2 damage.
But quicksand can deal. Oh, I see what you're saying. So yeah, are we quicksanding the keg?
No. So we quicksand like whatever we don't block, which is probably like TF. We don't want to block TF. And then we quicksand Gangplank, so he loses Overwhelm. Like, I think that we should. We don't want to kill TF because if we kill TF, second TF is a thing, right?
Do we double quicksand though? Because like we're gonna lose our board.
No point.
Or are we just on the tree win now? I didn't see what we were at with the tree level up.
I don't
gotta
either,
imagine-
but like that's our only chance of winning, right? Like,
Yeah, but I gotta imagine we're pretty far away from it currently.
yeah, but we're always dead on next token, right? It's actually just impossible to not be dead on next token. We
I mean,
just
they're
like
10. Is there any way we can like kill some stuff?
No,
we got a
our
Poppy
board.
champ spell. My Poppy's not dying. If we quicksand again, we keep our board. We lose a grandfather.
so we're losing all of our board to GP anyway, right? I guess we can like swap blocks a little bit with quicksand and like keep both grandpa or like
Yeah,
grandpa.
see there,
and
there.
there.
Now put grandpa and then quicksand again.
I don't know if we can like push enough damage. I
Not
guess
block.
we're killing their board. Maybe we're fine.
Okay, we block there instead. Okay, that works too. Yeah, we're killing their board. We get the medium back. We're gonna drop our 4-drop.
Okay, we found the line.
Yeah, I like this. I like this.
The
I don't know if
issue
it'll work,
is
but
we're dead the moment we give them an action next turn because Keg plus second Gangplank.
that's right. What if we Poppy that Gangplank on top of the deck?
Okay, yeah.
Wait, that doesn't do
Oh, it trees at 6. Okay, it's a doom.
it. They also have the keg, so getting rid of the... We'd have to put the keg on top. Oh my gosh, that card's so good. When you get to, like, create it anyway.
Oh, you're right. Wait, we'd have to put Keg on top.
10, Prodigy, see the line. That doesn't even...
Okay,
then they just go
aloof.
boat. Then they go boat hit us in the face.
So we aloof here. We discard Dreadway and we draw third Pokestick.
Oh, so close.
Okay, well. Oh, double parlay? okay. Hey, we tried. Also,
You
TF is
accept-
at like 7. We
Parlay, which is hilarious, considering there's no card draw on the deck.
yeah. Hey, we found. Shreema Tree. 0-1, but the
I
important
want to
thing
see them.
here.
I want to see them pointed at Poppy just for the extra disrespect.
But then
Potentially
you're
we
losing a
just die.
Pokestick for no
I know.
reason.
No, it doesn't lose to Pokestick. It loses to like a pump spell or.
No, because they can like poke their own unit, and then your thing fizzles.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Hey,
Just send it, Face. Just shoot. Just shoot Face. Okay, wait.
In
Are we dead if we shoot Face?
The
No,
face.
fine.
Prodigy's dead. Let's go.
Okay,
what
so
are you talking
maybe Davebo's worried about losing to Deny.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't use the Gangplank one.
Okay,
That's
got
fine.
him.
Our Gangplank's not dying anyway.
Got him.
Okay.
That was closer than I thought it was gonna be.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think it was close. I think like even with
I
the
said
double quicksand play.
Closer.
Okay. I see you.
I didn't think it was gonna be particularly close.
Like,
Poppy
can you
started doing
imagine
some
if
work.
we didn't like give up Corsair? Like, I don't know. Is that game even close? I don't know.
I mean, we would have taken a lot more damage, or some more damage.
Just 3 more, right?
Yeah, so we went at 7, and then the open there cleared out a lot of stuff.
I guess it like the break point doesn't matter. Oh no, we would have won that turn with the parlay. We wouldn't have to wait for the keg. Yeah, no, I think we were supposed to
Yeah.
keep Crackshot Corsair.
Yeah,
That's okay. It doesn't matter, right?
card
we
scratch
won
doesn't matter.
anyway.
Still won. Yeah, still won. Scoreboard. Okay, back at it.
Scoreboard.
We get to watch this get run back.
Oh, Dave's
It's-
playing Echo Zillion.
Of course he is.
Pog. You know, the best part about watching Shurima Tree lose is that we get to watch Shurima Tree again. That's that's 2 trees.
That actually is that's ideal.
Yeah.
So we should give the deck a second chance. You know, play against Ping City. Like, what is that? What is that even?
That's a bad matchup. That's everyone knows that Ping City beats Shurima Tree. That's day 1 stuff.
Right? Obviously.
Yeah. Okay, double Zillion hand. Not great, but lots of predicts means if we find an Echo's gonna come down flipped. And opponent's playing a version of Tree that doesn't have Buster Shot active on turn 4, so
Haven't I been
I don't know.
here
I think that
before?
we might be in an okay spot if we're Dave Bow.
I mean,
My plans.
I guess so.
You
I mean,
don't think so?
look what's in their hand.
Yeah, they got Cat. They're gonna hit Crystal right here. 100%.
Well, no, you don't want to hit it right here. You don't want your opponent to know it's coming. You gotta.
No, you hit
Yeah,
it right
just-
here. That way, your opponent's never allowed to develop again for the rest of the game. That's
You just hold them hostage somehow.
yeah, 100%.
All of our stuff has spell shield. We're fine.
I promise you that people
it
use Crystal way too early. Like, there's no point using Crystal 90% of the time. Just hold your opponent's board hostage.
Yeah. Okay, 1 spell shield unit.
Echo? Do we hit Echo?
Look.
Oh, we didn't.
Time
hit Echo.
bomb.
Well, that's not
Time
Oh.
bomb doesn't suck.
Chrono Shift getting turned into a real card. Let's go.
Yeah. Good old Chrono Shift, just protecting your echoes.
That is honestly the best thing about double drawing Zillion is that like it's super duper good aloof protection.
We can always rely on you to keep us safe.
I wish that we would have Feral Prescience first, and then we could time bomb. That way, if we hit like second time bomb, we could play them both this turn
Some
Yeah.
encouraging
and just
That
like
makes sense.
flip. I guess it doesn't matter. We're fine. We don't really care about flip Zillion, right? Opponent's just gonna flock him.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got.
Echo.
Echo.
Let's go.
Let's go, my guy. I'm a big fan of
Quicksand is an
Echo,
issue.
the card and the character. I'm less a fan of this deck specifically.
Yeah, Echo from Arcane. Pog.
Super fun.
This?
Yeah, no, I like Echo a lot. Echo's really cool.
Yeah.
Come on,
This
Cat.
deck,
We got a cozy home for you.
you know, it's okay. It's all right.
I mean, it's got Kitty. I'm a big fan. It's got Echo. I like that. It predicts a bunch. Also a fan of that.
Are you a fan of Zillion?
I'm a fan of Zillion, actually. Yeah, I like Zillion.
Okay, here's a question for you. Telescope got nerfed to 3 mana.
Uh-huh.
It sees very little play now.
This is my
Do you think
future.
that we could give it 3 attack?
Interesting. I don't think you need to. I think it's still a fine card.
Think so?
The card doesn't need to be super good, right? Like we were just talking about Zoe. Like Zoe, we're talking about as a top 3 champion, barely sees play it right now, right? Like if you think about all the top decks, she's literally just a one of in the Vi Felios deck.
Yeah, but that's just because like Vi's really good, right?
And then like what else has she played in?
Well, I mean, Zoe Lee kind of. It's because Targon sucks most of the time. That's why Targon just sucks most of the time.
Exactly. So Vandal City has been a problem. Easy game. Vandal City has been a problem, and we like kind of nipped it in the bud a little bit. Everyone's been complaining about this for forever. Oh my gosh.
If they
Devo-
pokey stick
Devo's
Echo,
cracked.
oh my god, how good is Davo?
Devo's cracked.
I didn't
People
realize
champ-
this was. I didn't
People
realize
champ
this
for a
was.
reason.
Yeah, I didn't realize this was Skathis' Smurf. Like, what the?
That's right. So yeah. So like the card
Oh
doesn't
my
need to be. I think
God.
it's fine as a 2/2. Mama.
Rewind.
Dude. Oh my god. Yeah.
I do my own.
Anyway.
stunts.
All right, so we get the rally. We get that going. We're drawing cards. How you feel about Shreematri's position here?
All coming back to me now.
Well, I mean, they have, they have sands. They have quicksands in their deck, so they're probably fine.
Yeah. I mean, quicksand OP, right?
What else do you need?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, there's
the
nothing
sound came
more
at me.
demoralizing.
I did
There's nothing
turn
more
the sound down.
demoralizing than Echo coming back to life.
Dude, oh my god, wait, we hit Time Bomb and another
I
Echo?
don't want to meet
Okay,
whatever
this
woke you up.
this isn't fair. This isn't fair. Oh
Jesus.
my god. Which means Crystal's killing everything too.
Vroom, vroom, vroom. See, this is the problem that I have with this Banshee deck. It's not a good aggro deck, but then also it's not a good Banshee deck.
Do you think Normal Tree is beating this this Dave Bow roll?
I think it could.
Nah, nothing beats Dave Bow.
Bruh, we would have mini morphed Echo, so he wouldn't have come back.
We would have Buster shot at him before he swung, and just like that would have been game over. Oh my god, losing Buster Shot is just so
Time
huge.
waits for no one. No one but me.
We couldn't develop into the Time Bomb. Dude, this is so awful. Because they just develop here and you're not allowed to develop back. If you do, then you're just getting
To speak and
crystal.
be heard.
Oh
That
my
is true
god.
power.
Anyway, hey,
You dropped
Shreematree,
something.
I'm
I dropped
convinced
everything.
it is a deck.
Yeah, you are not
Oh, and he
wrong.
hit deny. You drew him into deny. Oh no.
Not like this.
Not
like
like
this.
this. Okay, well, it was a good game. It was a good game.
Yeah, at least we got to see Echo do Echo things. That's always fun.
I do like watching this Echo Zillion deck. Like, when it pops off, it's fun. It's very fun.
So fun. It's kind of so annoying though. The
Oh,
Echo,
it's
the Echo
obnoxious.
rallies are like kind of ridiculous. I will give that to this deck. I've been poo-pooing on it a little bit, but that card and like some of the things the deck can do are absolutely cracked. Like just absurdly good. And like I say, like, it's literally just one or two cards away from being like tier 0. Like if all the cards are really powerful, because like it has to play some things that are just they're a little there's too much filler, right? Like it needs just a little bit more cohesion, like maybe one other good unit that predicts, or something that if you predict it, it comes into play, like something to predict that 1-drop, or to change up for that 1-drop.
Yeah.
Maybe something like that.
I think you're right. Because like so many of the cards that they run are already
Listen to
really
me.
good. Like Echo is really good. Zillion and like Time Bombs are really good. Voices is really good. Being able to hit Hexite Crystal, Absolver. There's a lot of pieces here, right?
Scrying Sands, like, not the business.
Yeah, I think you're right though. I think that if this deck, why would you do that though? There's no point in. You're gonna draw here in a second because, okay, this is great. I guess we're just like worried about them killing our Zillion. Okay.
Yeah, I can't have that.
You can't Killian the Zillion.
Nope.
Are you familiar with that, or no? You weren't a League player, were you?
No.
There's a super there's like a funny animation about Zillion. You can't kill him. It was a League meme back in the day. Anyway,
We should play some League together. I had a good time that one time we were playing League.
yeah. You
Yeah,
you becoming a pro?
Were you my support? Yeah, I'm quitting LOR, and we're going pro now.
I think you could do it.
Yeah, I can click pretty fast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like sometimes when I'm like, it's my opponent's turn, I'm just clicking on the board. Like it's pretty quick.
How crazy if we shot our own aloof there and they just Absolver, like we cry, right?
Yeah.
We can Absolver anyway. Oh my god.
Yeah, this game's over.
It is lethal.
Dave Bow. I don't know how much damage
Hey.
that is, but exactly 18. Perfect.
Yeah. What a Giga Chad
Perfect.
lineup. I like this. What's his
See you
third deck?
never.
Do we know?
Yeah, I think we got the band here somewhere. Take a look.
I don't see it. So maybe we'll check in a minute to see what that third deck is, because I mean I dig the two decks there, the Echo Zillion Pop Off and then the Pink City. I dig it.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. That's a fun, spicy. Is this
Oh,
is this
Yordle
supposed to be
Arms.
deck number
Okay,
3?
okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is right up your alley. This is your lineup, man.
Yeah. He's playing cringe, bro. What the fuck? I take everything nice I said about his lineup back. He's playing Yordle and Arms.
But you love Yordle and Arms. This is your highest winning deck ever.
It's broken. It's so fucking broken. I hate this deck. Yeah.
The
Hey,
problem is with having this as your third deck though, like you do run into those lineups that are coming to target Yordle and Arms or soft target it, which are quite a few, right?
I guess, yeah.
The what am I's of the world are coming for you.
Yeah, but if you find anybody other than What Am I, like you just win. Like it's literally just What Am I.
I mean, but here's the other problem though. People that don't want to see Yordle and Arms are just banning that and going after your other two decks.
Yeah, but
You
your
know,
other two decks are cracked, right?
Yeah, I want to see more of this Pink City. We got to see more of this Pink City in action. I mean, Davo now moving on to 4-1,
Ready
so
for
we
acceleration.
will have a chance. Oh wow, look at this!
Wait, is that the Cocky Baki? Right, sorry.
It did some
Cookie Baki.
bad juju. One of our regulars in the Mastering Runeterra tournaments.
Hextech
Oh, he hit
engaged.
Lifesteal, dude. Oh, okay. Random keywords are so
They're always good.
freaking stupid.
Every single time, they're good.
Like, okay, elusive here is insane. Lifesteal's insane. Overwhelm's insane. Why do we pull here? If we don't pull, don't we just have lethal? Like guaranteed lethal? Because of this overwhelm? I don't know. We haven't been watching the game. I'm just like, I'm looking at it right now, and I feel like my opponent's hella dead if I don't. Oh, they have Auras. Never mind. Okay, it's fine.
It's all right. I can wait.
You grab the highest health thing. That way your overwhelm goes through. I see now.
I see.
They
I was
had
wondering what.
elusive
I
blockers.
mean, it's. Does Jace have elusive? Oh, you're okay. Okay,
Yeah,
that's-
Jace does.
yeah,
Yeah.
and also Challenger. Sorry, I thought the 10-5 had Challenger. And I was kind of confused, but that makes more sense.
Okay. Okay.
Bang,
We see
bang,
now.
bang, bang.
Got impact 2. And okay, so what I really like about this Jace deck, by the way, Albus Dumbledore over here on the right does so much damage. But like
Yeah.
Jace doubling up Shock Blast gives you so much reach.
Yep.
Replicating the power
Like this
spike.
deck is just so nuts.
Yeah, it's really impressed me. Because on paper, it looks a little suspect, but in practice, it beats ass. Like it just
Yeah.
kicks so much butt. Like Albus is a nice addition. That's like a new one. Hey, I haven't really seen decks play with him before. But he's big, difficult to deal with, and has a bunch of reach.
I feel like there's been a few people, like Majin, myself, a few people have been like, ever since this card was released, nobody's talking about how broken it is. The burn on it is so good. Once it goes on the stack, like killing him doesn't stop it, by the way. It's a lot like MF skill or
Yeah.
Gangplank skill, right?
I
Like-
found that out the hard way.
Yeah, it can be rough. He just does so much damage with the triple shock blast, the triple mystic shot. There's just so much reach. And like if you don't kill Jace on site, like he just spirals out of control.
These decks confuse me so much. Like
What's
they have
that?
Elise and Burgeoning Sentinel and stuff, and it seems like they're kind of like in I don't know, like in the other Sentinel, it seems like they kind of like you can aggro you down, but it's really like this like a mid. It's almost like a tri-beam deck, right? It's like a mid-rangey, like it can go fast, it can go medium, it can slow. It's got a big late game. Like it can play at multiple points in the game.
Yeah, it's like a mid-range control deck that has like fearsome beatdown as an option. Like sometimes you just like 1, 2, 3 drop fearsome and your opponent can't block any of it, and suddenly they're at like 13 health, and it's like, oh well, my Jace is gonna kill you in like 5 turns, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, this is a deck that I need to put some reps in with because I think it's real, and I think it's quite good, and I think it's going to be a real contender come seasonal time.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Well, that's it for round number 4. Is that round 4?
4,
5?
5. I think it's 5.
I think
'cause
I
there
think
were
that was round
3-1
5.
coming in, right? Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. That's it for round 5. We'll be right back after this break for round number 6. Welcome back, everyone, to the Master Runeterra podcast. Not quite .com. $500 cup number 5. We're going into round number 6.
6.
It's a lot of numbers that are very close together.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen some wild stuff here. Kiddo, do you know what we're going to see next?
Next up, I think we're going to be looking to follow Kakibaki. We saw just the end of their game there, where they were playing the Jace Sentinel control with Albus Dumbledore.
Albus
Pretty solid.
Dumbledore.
Yeah.
Right.
Which we had looked at this list, and again, like this is it's like a control mid-range deck that just has like a ton of burn, and like the ability to just like tempo you out. Which I don't know, I'm a big fan of this deck.
Yeah, I gotta give props to whoever. Like, I guess this deck came to be like slowly over time because
I
like
think
it was like
originally it was Skathis pile. Like a million years ago, Skathis made it, and then like started calling it Sentinel Control, and it's just like slowly evolved since then. It's just like a card here, a card there. Jace was released, so we added in Jace. It's
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, because it looks like a pile of cards, to be frank. Like you got an Elise in here, you got one Ruination, you got some Withering Whales, you got you got a burgeoning Sentinel. Like, who would have thought just to put all of these cards into one deck in these numbers? But yeah, just over time, the deck just gets refined to the point now where it is a real threat. It's like it used to be when people used to bring the Sentinel control decks. Like, I felt like I had a free win. Like I would just body them and like move on with my life. But now I lose to this deck a lot. This deck is very good. I'm really curious like where it actually lies, like kind of on the tier list, because I would dare to say that it's like maybe low tier 1.
It has potential. It definitely has potential. Yeah, let's go ahead and see what else Kakibaki decided to bring.
Ooh,
Oh, that
hello.
is the one of my special Thresh A Soul. I see a one of Celestial Wander. I like that. That's, if you don't know, that's the new 5 mana fast speed stun 2 enemies. Which is it's really interesting in Targon to give Targon like this fast speed interaction like that, right?
Yeah, because they normally have things like Sunburst, a lot of slow speed. That's why you have to pair it with Shadow Isles to get the fast speed removal.
Yeah. I think it's a cute one of it makes it like hard for your opponent to play around. It's good into like these like the Victor Riven deck or like Pantheon. I dig it. I dig it.
Yeah, I mean we've seen this deck played to some pretty good success already. And then what do we have for deck number 3?
And it is FTR, and this is the ramp version that we were talking about earlier in the broadcast. You run Faces of the Old Ones, and then you're just like ramping into She Who Wanders. Because once She Who Wanders comes in, you just like win the game. Like She Who literally just wins the game on the spot versus so many decks.
Yeah, card's kind of cracked.
Yeah. This is like, okay, so it's a slightly different version of FTR, but this is the same lineup that What Am I was running, right? Except instead of Darkness, we're playing the Sentinel control list. So like a slightly different look. Um, but yeah, I think that this triple SI lineup, I think it's like a good meta call.
Yeah, I kind of like the Sentinels over the Darkness because Darkness has a few weaknesses. Like I was saying before, the format's so wide open that I don't know, Darkness can just run into some stuff and struggle. Like there's a lot of different landmark shenanigans going on. Like, for instance, some tree, Shurima tree that you might just run into and
Yeah.
like, huh. And so having that
Plus,
like it's like the two, I was gonna say the two decks are just kind of like similar, but the Sentinels always have that like aggressive game plan that Darkness just doesn't really have.
yeah, they're different looks, at like similar problems. I like that. Plus, I mean, Darkness is cringe, right? Nobody wants to be caught playing cringe.
I mean, if it wins, I'll play it. I don't care.
I
what,
mean,
what deck do you use not
a
cringe?
little
Let's be real.
insecure. What deck is not cringe? Glorious Evolution Shellfolk.
Does it start with a Nami?
Tribeam, TF Nami.
So just bad
there's
decks.
lots. Siver's great.
Everything that's tier 2 to 3 currently.
Yeah, probably. Ari Kennen wasn't cringe, dude. I miss Ari Kennen.
Oh wow, just one of the most oppressive decks of all time. Totally
Yeah,
fine.
but it was based as fuck, bro. Like it was skill checking people, and I think that's important. I think that if it comes down to skill checks, it's a deck that I'm willing to give uh, more leeway as opposed to
You
tree. Like, what's the skill check there? Like that you don't
you gotta
fall
count to
asleep.
10. That's tough.
Yeah,
Okay, I failed to do that multiple times. What about Darkness? Darkness is a very skill intensive deck to play.
bullshit. Like what? You
Oh,
just
come on,
you
you
play
gotta
the
count to 4.
2 drop. You play Senna.
You gotta get
Senna
your
auto
Darkness
wins
to
you the
4.
game.
Otherwise, what are you gonna do?
Yeah,
Two,
I mean,
two
what's
damage
the
Darkness not
skill?
winning
Passing?
anything.
Like that's
And
like saying,
drawing your cards that buff your darknesses.
oh, it's yeah.
Hello. Jeez.
I don't know. I think that control players are, they jerk themselves off a little bit. It's just like, oh, it's so hard to play control. I have to pass, and then I play my really good removal spell. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, at
I
least
don't know.
aggro players, like, that your deck's just crap and you
Yeah,
lost,
they
right?
accept that they're not doing anything special.
But yeah, control players like, man, if I had just done this one thing extra over here 10 turns earlier and thought 40 turns ahead, I had them. Next time.
Yeah, and the aggro
Next
players like,
time.
bro, I just should have top deck decimate.
Yeah, I forgot to top deck decimate. That was on me.
Yeah, mid-range players are the only base players. That's what it comes down to. Mid-range is
Confirmed.
the only good playstyle.
Good thing basically all the decks are mid range now. Like even the decks that aggro you out, like I still got a mid range backup plan. Nothing's
Yeah,
like nothing's like full one way or the other. You ever get beat down by a Thresh Acel deck? Happens. Let me tell you.
I mean, if you listen to Reddit, Darkness is mid-range. Like,
Yeah, of course.
yeah.
I mean, maybe
everything's
not
mid-range.
now. Now that the catalyzer's a 2/2, it's tough to
Oh
it's
yeah.
tough to make that aggro happen. So yeah, so it looks like we're going to see Kakibaki in the next round, I believe. I really want to see the Sentinels deck getting played because, like, man, I am really high on it.
Sometimes I the big thing with this deck is that it does run some really highly costed removal spells, right? So there are
Sure.
some hands that are a little bit bricked and you aren't getting much done. But like if you get like the fearsome into like a Jace is such a house that you're just really set up for success with that deck. I think that it's able to handle a lot of different strategies.
Yeah, it's able to like turn the corner really quickly too. Whereas Darkness has those expensive removal spells, and it can kind of choke on them. And then like you get stuck in that middle game, and you can kind of die. Whereas the Sentinel deck, like it has a lot of cheap spells too that you sort of eventually draw into, and so maybe you
Yeah.
get beat down a bunch, and you're forced to like cast some vengeances early and stuff. But then all of a sudden, like turn 7 or something, you can play like 4 spells in one turn and kind of like turn the corner and come back into it. That's something that I really like about the deck as well.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm excited to see it. Yeah. Do we know who Kakibaki's playing against?
We can find out. Looks like we might be ready to show the opponent. Looks like opponent is Maka S.
Oh, Maka S. Nice.
Did I pronounce that correctly? I don't know.
I think so. It could be like Makas. Maka. I
Maka
think
S?
Maka S. With the capitalization, I think that it's reasonable to call it Maka S.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, this is a player that recently got thrown onto the Hydra team. If you weren't following that in RA, RA ended up the Hydra team with Ian Oguera and
Finny?
I think it was Dudu Denunu. It might have been Finny.
They have multiple teams, right?
I think it was the other one. I don't know. But they ended up like losing half of their roster because they didn't realize that all the games were on Thursday. So they had to replace it. So Maka S is now on that Hydra team. But I mean, Maka S is cracked. Like topped multiple seasonals, a very good player.
All right, let's see their lineup here.
Yeah. Tri-beam? Base?
Tri-beam. I hear you like 3 custom units and spells.
I like that we're not on triple static. So many people are on triple static, and I just it's so heavy.
I want 2 though. I want to level my frickin' Ezreal at some point.
I'm down for 2, but I like this double culling strike.
Yeah, I love that. Love that.
That's cool. Double aloof? Yeah, I like this list. I like this list a lot. Let's go and check out. Oh, tree. Ugh. Okay, I'm no longer rooting for them.
Let's go. Tree all day. Yeah, it's the interesting to see that it's not the Shurima version.
Yeah.
It's a new
Feels
take.
like a missed meta call here.
I feel like Wallop is a poor man's quicksand.
Yeah. And House Spider's kind of like bad Grandpa Faye if you think about it.
Exactly. Yeah, you just get a 1/1 side instead of
Yeah.
like a 3/1 spell shield. Like, come on.
Yeah, let's check out the next deck. Okay.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Zoe, Aphelios,
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Victor.
Why is there a Victor in Vi's spot?
Yeah, and why are they ranking Celestial Wonder instead of Moonlight Affliction? Oof. I feel like, we're just
I actually don't know what that card does.
Celestial Wonder is the that's the stun card.
Oh, that's a stun card. Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Um Okay, so like Victor is still solid in this deck. He comes down on 4. He's making all your stuff cheaper later on in the game. He becomes his own threat, but I really feel like the Vi version is just better. But Submersible, I like the decks that include Submersible. I know my list right now doesn't include it. But a 5/5 elusive that's drawing you a card, and it's basically always active because of Aphelios. Each of the weapons counts as a different card. Um,
What do
I
you think
really like
about
this card.
what do you think about Triple Duskbringer? Because some of the other lists we saw were playing 2 or 1, and I've kind of had a bone to pick with that card. It's like, oh, it turns on Aphelios. It's like, yeah, so do a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, I think that activating Aphelios is good, but maybe more importantly is just giving you discard fodder for like Sketcher. And like my version's on like Sump Dredger, so like having the extra, discard fodder
Yeah.
is really
Okay,
nice.
so if you have some Treasure and Sketcher, cool. If you have just
Yeah.
Sketcher, though, playing bad card to discard to other card to make it good is not a winning strategy. So, like, I can see playing, like, it's also a warm body and stuff. It's nice when it comes down on 1 and blocks well and maybe gets in some damage trades with something. But, like, 1 or 2, when you get the full 3, when you start top decking these on turns like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or whatever,
It feels
like,
bad.
it feels terrible. You basically just skipped your turn.
I think interesting things here is that like 1, get excited, 2, aftershock means we have a little bit less burn than other versions of this list. Maybe more importantly, triple guiding. A lot of other lists like these are on the Sunblessed Vigor, really putting a lot of value in keeping, your champions alive because your champions give you value the longer they stay out there. But going for the healing instead, perhaps deciding that the cycle is a little bit more valuable. Um, a lot of really interesting tech choices. One thing I really like about this PNZ Targon list is that there's so much that you can do to personalize it. Um, I don't know. I really like this list. I like this archetype.
Yeah, this is one that very soon I'm going to be putting a lot of work in with because it's just going to be, I think it's going to be a staple in
Oh,
the
100%.
meta for a while, right? Like, it's just,
Yeah.
it's one of those decks that could just be anything. Like, it's just always going to be there. It's just very powerful, especially right now. It's very customizable. And so just having that as like, if you don't know how to play the deck, you're just kind of at a disadvantage. You can't just throw it into a lineup when you need it.
Yeah. No, I love this deck. Even back when it was the Ruben pile with Zoe
Yep.
Vi, um, I think it was still just such I think it's a really strong deck that can beat almost anything, but it's also really fun. Like a mid-range Targon list with like burn over the top, you get to like scratch that itch of, generating cards and making decisions, but also, you can kind of just smork them sometimes. It's I don't know. I love this archetype. I love this deck.
Yeah, what's not to like? So going into this match though, who do you give the edge to?
Uh, okay, so we have to ban Tree if we're Kakibaki, right?
Yes.
I think we have to ban Tree. I think that we're pretty favored into the Aphelios list, and we're also really favored into Tribeam, right? Like Tribeam can't beat most Shadow Owls decks. Like the healing is usually too much to really get past. I feel like Kakibaki's lineup has to be favored. But the cool thing about Make S's lineup is that there's a lot of options. There's a lot of ways to pull out games, right?
Yeah. Speaking of, so Ping City though, I would not think would be particularly well positioned into Aphelios. It doesn't seem like that would be great. But I get,
Pings-
are we not
Probably.
are we not on the Ping, are we not on the Ping City
No,
lineup?
we're watching
Oh right, sorry. We got the
no,
Sentinels.
you're fine. Yeah. Sentinels.
Yes.
But I agree. Pink City probably. I don't know. It might be okay into Aphelios. I'm excited about Pink City. I want to try it out after
The
this.
thing about Philios is that it has a lot of squishy units, and so like all the
Yeah, a
like
lot of
make it
1-2
rains and the
drops.
red cards, yeah, it's kind of like how you navigate that. What about Okay, so Sentinels into the PNZ Aphelios list. That's an interesting one because we just saw that pretty much, right? We saw like the tail end of it, and it didn't look good for Aphelios.
Yeah. The issue with the Aphelios deck. Well, okay, so like the Aphelios deck is always going to outvalue it, right? Because of your card generation, you have healing. You also are running like a lot of removal. Yeah, I bet it's a really skill intensive matchup where like
I
from
think
the
so.
Aphelios side, like you're trying to bait out removal, and then just like play the long game. I bet it's like one of those matchups where there's a lot of passing, there's a lot of representing cards. Um,
I bet it becomes a scramble at the end. Hey,
probably.
yeah.
Yeah. No, it should be fun. I don't know. I like these like mid-range, slightly control-y, slightly tempo-y decks.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like it because there's typically always a game. You know, there's never one of those like, oh, one person didn't do their thing and like it's just done. It's because even if one deck starts a little bit slower, typically you have enough time to like catch up. But there's always going to be something happening. You almost always get a slog fest back and forth, and I'm here for it. I love it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. That's a type of Legend Runeterra that I enjoy, right? Um, yeah, for sure.
Huh. Okay, well, this just in looks like Make S is actually dropping.
Hey, they
So
saw the matchups and they were like, you know what, Cocky Baki, bring in the Giga Chad Sentinel lineup, deserves to win.
yeah, that's fair. That's big of them. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll find someone else to hop in on. Um,
Oh, see, I was right. We're going back to Pink City.
you could feel it. Let's
I could
go.
just it was coming. Dave Bow, Pink City. We're gonna watch Dave Bow, Pink City, and look, here we are.
All right.
Nice and
Pink
nice and
City.
cocky. Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, we got Swain flipping. All right.
Vandalor PNZ. Oh, TF Swain. Pog?
Let me at 'em.
Yo, I love
Ooh.
TF. We talked about it earlier. I love these TF aggro decks.
TF's one of my favorite champs.
I love his flexibility is just so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I really like him.
Who doesn't love
but
Gambit?
what's that?
I said, who doesn't love Gambit?
Oh, the Yordle Arms, bro.
Easy
Come on.
freaking game. Okay, we
How
do
are
have
you
a
gonna
leveled Swain,
top
though.
deck the Yordle Arms?
We have a leveled Swain. We can do some stuff. Or Chemba.
Like
Oh.
die, bro? What do you
Oh.
mean? What are we doing here?
Oh. House
Okay.
Spider. Okay, that's hand.
It has to be.
House Spider.
I'm thinking double make it rain, just like God roll double make it rain.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they can't stop it with Fizz, right? Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Here it is.
Okay. What
Here
do
it
we
is.
got? What's our answer? Anything? Make it rain? Prage?
Yeah, best hand. So this is 2.
Wait, we didn't throw it in elusive. Is really interesting.
Yeah, not sure what that's about.
Does House Spider save us? No, we're still dead to House Spider.
Yeah, we
yeah,
need. Well, if we had killed a Poro, House Spider would have saved us.
Yeah.
think.
Smooch.
But we have no House Spider. We just die. I
Hey,
think that
you
card
know-
might be good. I'm not 100% sure yet. But I'm starting to be convinced. That seemed like a lot of damage to
Yordle
push
Arms?
through.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I heard it's kind of bad. That's what
I
I've been
mean-
told. Like, I thought it was good, but then someone told me that like the deck's like super overrated. I don't know if you're on Twitter much, but I love the daily tweet from Drizzoth, where Drizzoth like puts out all the stats on all the different decks, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Well, I don't know. This PNZ
Mhm.
Yordle Arms deck looks good, but I think we need to nerf
Mhm.
the PNZ side of it." It's like, bro, come on, just nerf Yordle Arms.
No,
What
I
do
think
you
that makes
mean?
perfect
Stop
sense.
the apologia.
Your Lord Arms is 5 mana +2/+2. It's not that impressive.
Yeah, it's like a bad for Demacia if you think about it. You know?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, we get to see Daybo. It looks like Pink City was the ban, so Echo Zillion.
Oh,
I know. I'm disappointed about it too, but Echo Zillion still pretty fun.
still pretty fun. Is this up against Swain TF again?
PNC Nox, so it could be Tribeam, it could be a Victor Riven. It looks like Tribeam. Caitlyn, Ezreal, probably.
I'm so bad at the regions, I never know.
I feel you. It can be annoying sometimes.
Even just cards, even certain cards, I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's Demacia. Oh no, it's Targon.
Yeah, if you only see it in like one deck, you know, it's hard to remember. Like it's hard to remember that Pantheon is Targon, right?
Yeah. How is he not a Demacia champ? The other one that always gets me is the 4-mana lifesteal.
The 5/4?
Daybreak, the 5/4. Yeah. Like how's that not a Demacia card?
True, because you can only play it with strike spells anyway, right? So you just
Yeah.
I do love Rogio's lineup though. I don't know what deck 3 is. I'd like to know, but like Caitlyn Ezreal plus TF Swain, like this is, you know, mid-range wet dream. Like I love these decks.
Yeah, Rogio is actually Haneke's alt account for anyone that didn't know.
Yeah. Haneke, you know, Haneke hasn't been the same since mid-range Flock kind of died down.
Yeah, he fell off. He's pulling a cephalopod here though. He made this account like a month ago.
Yeah.
Hadn't told
It's
anyone.
kind of crazy because like Rogio's in RA playing on the same team as like Chelu. I think this is like a pretty well-known player. So, you know, Haneke's been playing the long con is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we see the predict. No. And we have Echo. So like,
Well, what have we here?
I don't know, I feel like this is a matchup that like in my mind from Tribeam's side, I always win. Because I'm like, oh, I never let Echo
Surprise,
hit. I
surprise.
just kill him, you know, and I just win the game. But
Yeah, because that's what the
talking
problem
to-
with that deck.
Yeah, for sure. But talking to a lot of Echo Zillion players, you know, like Beast Llama, it feels like they feel favored in this matchup, which is like wild to me. Because again, like I feel like I never lose it from the Tribeam side, but they're like, no,
These are
it's
my
actually
streets.
super winnable, and I'm always like, oh, okay, well, yeah, maybe I just haven't played against enough cracked Echo Zillion players, so we can kind of tell here, right? You know, if Dave Bo wins it, 100% Echo Zillion favored, like 100% basically. right?
100%. Yes, this
Yeah,
one
yeah,
game
yeah.
will decide what is and is not good in matchup. I mean,
Exactly.
to your point though, there's a lot of matchups like that where you're like, no, it's this deck A beats deck B like a huge percent of the time, and then if you play the matchup in a certain way, like you know, good players will figure it out, and it'll turn out deck B will flip the tables and beat deck A like the higher percentage of the time. The first time I ever saw this was Floppy Mudkip playing Lee Sin Zoe against what was it? It was Azir, the guy that rallies, the 2-drop. Lucian, and it was like, oh, like Lee can't beat this. Like it's a terrible matchup for Lee. And then Floppy was just like actually crushing it. It had a favorable matchup. That was the first time I really realized just how much it matters exactly what your strategy was. Just like we saw Floppy there, like holding that aloof Travelers for the star shaping, like understanding the matchup, that deep level of knowing exactly where all your cards need to fit in against theirs. Yeah, definitely changes stuff up. So I could see, you know, high level Echo Zillion players actually being able to pull out, you know, much better matchups.
The example that I love was if you remember Thresh Nasus versus Draven Ezreal.
Of course, baby. Come on.
it
You know
was-
who you're talking to? This is ridiculous.
Exactly.
Who is this guy?
But it was like Draven Ezreal favored until people realized that like you just push early damage and then you pass for 10 turns, and on turn 10 you just like drop Nasus and Atrocity on the same turn, and they
Yeah.
can't deal with it.
You know what's
right?
beautiful? So I was like one of the first people to figure that out.
Mhm.
And I used it to great success. But then pretty quickly after like I don't know, let's say 2 weeks, the Tribeam players started figuring it out, right? They're
Uh-huh.
like, oh hey, I can't just sit here for forever. They're just gonna fling this big doggy at my face. So they then figured it out, and around the same time that you would switch into the like hold the fort, just like stop attacking and just wait kind of turn, they would switch into
They're
a get
turning it
hyper aggressive. Yeah, end you before turn 10. I have to do everything to kill you before turn 10. And the matchup like swung back and forth and back again during the meta as players started figuring out different strategies. That was a really cool one.
It's always fun when that's when like the meta can do that. Interesting thing here though, the aloof ended up killing Echo out of our hand which means that this second Echo here, if this one dies, there's only one left. So we kind of have to all in here to keep it alive. And next turn, it's going to die to a Scorched Earth or a Mystic Shot. And we really have to hit a Rally or another Echo at the top. Okay, you know what? With Dabo, it doesn't matter, bro. Dabo's just built different.
Okay, but I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, Rogio has enough removal to deal with a second Echo times, like, 3.
Yeah, but we're going to hit Rally off of this Archivist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Easy game.
Like, 100%. Like, it's crazy to me that you would
Just kill
think
me.
for even a second that we wouldn't hit Rally off
I mean,
of this.
odds are pretty good. What are there, like 30 cards left in our deck, maybe? We're looking at top 5. There's a 3 of.
Yeah, so it's like, what? 3 and 6? 50-50? That can't be right. Is that right? Okay, well, hey, you know, you can't win them all.
Swing and a miss. Yikes.
Oh, okay. You know, maybe it's because Zillion screwed us by shuffling in all the time
Stupid
bombs.
frickin' Zillion. Classic Zillion. You know, that's I think one thing about this deck. If it had a better second champion, because like Zillion's fine. Well,
You
I mean,
dropped something.
Zillion
Oh,
could
no,
just
aloof.
Zillion could be better. Yeah, I saw this one coming.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
third Echo. Okay.
Uh-huh. So now how do you win?
You know,
Yeah. Flip the Zillion.
I think we decided that this is Tri-beam favored. That's it right there.
What do you mean? We're about to kill this Caitlyn.
True, but then they're gonna
Adam.
Shadow Flare. Watch, they use Shadow Flare here, to kill the Archivist.
Oh, yeah. What would we do then?
You know what's really funny is if this I would love if this Hex Deck Anomaly, the thing that's like changing every single turn in Orochi's hand, if that turns into like Dawn and Dusk, the thing that makes 2 copies of whatever you choose, and you just like make 2 copies of the Aloof and just discard your opponent's entire hand. That sounds a lot of fun.
That does sound like a lot of fun. Yeah. Which deck was it that started running that? It was like the Vi.
Oh god, I have no idea.
There was some deck this season that was running it. And I was like, what is this? It had Vi, and it was like the Vi ambush something.
Mhm.
But it was PNZ Ionia. But it actually wasn't half bad.
Okay. They're trying to kill this Zillion, right? But we have second Zillion in hand, which means we could buff this guy up. Everyone knows Zillion has the best champion spell in the game, right? And we see it coming in clutch right here.
Isn't it just going to die again, though?
Yes. But he trades for like 3 cards. That's good.
Uh-huh.
Right?
But then we have all these 1/3s for 1 to block with. It's perfect.
Yeah, this is good for us if you think about it.
And luckily, our opponent has a bunch of random units, so they can't Heralding for a bunch. And our units all suck, so they don't want to use Tri-Beam on them. So we're sitting pretty here.
Yeah, this is good.
We got the best combat spell in the game in our hand. Gonna deal with this Ezreal, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, Quicksand Ezreal is actually good.
Yeah.
And we can't kill it because nothing in our deck has 4 attack other than Echo. So it's, you know, it's kind of a little unlucky there if I were to describe it, but
I mean, we don't want to kill it because then they could just play a new one.
true. What if we just found 4th Time Bomb, you know?
There you go.
Okay. Well, they used
Oh,
the
how
Harbor.
unlucky. That's okay though. Oh, they still get the proc. That's right.
Damn, they have triple Tri-Beam. It's kind of
Okay,
crazy
Dambo.
how we literally can't win the game, right?
Yeah. Counter it! Counter it! Got him! Oh, we don't even care. Okay. Ooh, that's a big dinosaur thing.
That is big. What is that card?
I have no idea. I think it's the first time I've ever seen it.
Is that the Noxus card?
Fine.
I'm looking this card up. I've never seen that card before. Maybe it's like the Noxus, like, 6 drop?
7/3 Challenger. All I
Okay,
know
Challenger. I'm
is it's
scrolling.
insane.
Okay, it is Wrathful Rider? Yeah,
course it is.
Wrathful Rider. 5 mana,
Yeah.
7/3 Challenger. Wait, why isn't that card played?
This is
Oh,
5
no.
minutes, 7/3 Challenger.
Rogio's trying to end it mercifully, but puts them both on the stack to get blown out.
Gotcha!
Oh no.
Boom!
Imagine that. They tried to end it.
me just do it again. Okay. All right. Is that all? Is that all you got? Imagine killing twice through a right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was a game.
Uh-huh. But that's what I'm talking about. That's the problem with the deck, is it doesn't have enough other important stuff. Like if you don't get your Echo going, you're in a bit of trouble. But as soon as like a better champion or some better cards come out, give a little more meat on the bone. That deck's going to be a menace.
Do you want us to play Kahiri?
No.
No, but Kahiri's another win con. Kahiri's the 6 mana like 4/4 fearsome that every time you see it in a predict, every single version of it gets stronger. You know, and you predict so much, it would be good.
I mean, I want you to play it.
Okay, wait, come on. Okay. TF Swain coming back. One worry about this matchup is that everything in our Echo Zillion deck has like 3 or 4 health. So, you know, our Keg Make It Rain and Keg Red card aren't doing as much work as they otherwise might do, right?
Okay, this is the only time that this one drop is acceptable, when you get it for absolutely free.
Yeah. I mean, Cat on turn 2 is pretty good, though. You know, and then you just... yeah. And I assume we took Cat here, right? Yeah, we took Cat. Because Cat kills literally everything in opponent's deck. Like, other than Swain.
That's true. I forgot that they're just like squishy little units. So yeah, Hexite Crystal is going to be damn good against them.
Yeah, and our open attack kind of goaded here. Do you see this Decimate?
No. Where is it?
Yeah,
this Decimate.
Yeah.
What if they just like double Make It Rain to kill our 2/2?
True.
Oh. That's
Do you remember when Dunekeeper used to Decimate on turn 1?
Yeah.
What's up with
How
that?
is that ever a card?
That's wild, right? Wait,
Yeah.
Are we really passing? Okay, I get that our hand does nothing, but like passing 6 mana turn 3 feels bad.
Yeah, what are you gonna do though?
Yeah, no, I agree, but if you're Dabo, like, do you read this as like, you know, major hand weakness and you play out like Cat and predict?
I think their
anyway?
hand would be something exactly like it is right now.
Oh, you could just like see into the future.
Well, no, I just mean like you can just eliminate all of the units that cost 3 or less that aren't Spider.
You look at all the cards that are
What's
playable,
left?
and you assume that none of those are in hand.
I would think there'd be some amount of Twisted Fates, Swains, Flocks, 8 drops.
Never lost a fair game.
How do you feel about predicting with Aspiring Chronomancer and picking the 0 mana predict card? That's my favorite. That's... It honestly frustrates me when decks play this this card that literally just goes -1 on card advantage whenever you play it, and like get away with it.
I mean, do they get away with it though?
Yeah. I mean, this deck's not bad, right? Weren't we just really excited about this deck when it was popping off? You remember Dabo hitting that crystal against Shurima Tree and then like rallying twice on them?
Yeah,
That was
hot,
fun, right?
That was hot. Wow, look at this fucking Make It Rain. I didn't know you get to pick your targets.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. Face and Cat, like, it's setting up like another red card or Make It Rain.
I love that. I love that we went for it there.
Yeah, I mean,
Why not?
Well, it's like a 50-50, right?
Ooh, whisper words off the top.
What's kind of nutty
Tell
is
me.
that this Swain can literally just never be blocked.
What do you mean? We got voices.
That's kind of yeah. Voices is a 3/4, right?
Yeah, it's
So,
gonna
yeah,
get blocked.
It blocks. Wait, we hit another X1. Wait, this is. We're
I
so
mean, they
good at
had
Make It
2
Rain.
of them.
Yeah, we
Great
were
thing is
likely
this-
to hit at least one.
This Swain is leveling real fast.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about this deck, right? Is like red card flips it really fast. Each Make It Rain is 25% of the flip. Like, he has to be at like 10 or 11, right?
Yeah, all I know is the Fox is gonna level him for sure.
Yeah.
I want to see a speaking of leveling, I want to see a leveled Twisted Fate. Ooh, there's an Echo.
Okay. Our deck is doing something. Let's go.
How do we have the? Oh, it's the other. I didn't see the Zillion on the board. I was like, how do we have Zillion's champ spell? Okay. Oh, it's a card.
So the interesting thing here is, because we used our Make It Rains, we don't have any directed pings. So like if Echo comes down here, we don't really have a way to kill it. Except Echo can't really come down here, because if Echo does, then like, you know, you just block an opponent and then, you know,
Don't we just go? We go. I thought we go voices, and then we can block with like our 2/1 or whatever. Or even our 1/2 or.
Voices doesn't buff up your board.
Oh,
unless
we haven't
you've
leveled.
had a
We haven't
flip
leveled the champ. Right.
Yeah. So like right now we have to block Swain with Echo, because what's gonna happen is they're gonna flock, probably on the stack, right? Okay, apparently we're not gonna flock.
Why would they flock?
To flip Swain. That way you force a block out of Echo, because otherwise they lose their entire board to the flip Swain proc.
I see.
Yeah, that's what I would do. But I mean, I'm a caster. I'm not playing. You know.
Yeah, that's true. You also have caster vision, which helps.
I just rip the flock, homie. You know.
Yeah, just make him block.
Yeah. I mean, so like it wouldn't actually force the block out of Echo, because they would just like absolver probably. But like that's still really good for us, I think, as opposed to them just being able to say okay here. Which
Yeah, they are at 10. I didn't realize they were so low. I forgot we were just getting in damage. So yeah, that absolver on that Echo is actually like a bit of a problem.
yeah, because we just like don't have an answer as Echo if they open attack, right? Because we don't get to stun Spider. We used up our
Nope.
Make It Raids. We can't deal with this Echo right now.
Yeah, we're forced to block it with Swain. Ooh, pick a card. Probably gonna be able to level this Twisted Fate if we want to.
I think we have to kill this Twisted Fate.
Oh yeah, I guess the time bomb.
I think we give up TF. That way we have access to like, and we'll end up like stun
card,
spidering,
yeah.
but like red card, gold card.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should go block it down. Block it down. Yep. And it'll slam the red card, and now all of our flocks and scorches and everything. The music from this board, I am not a fan of. I don't know how people listen to this all day. You like
In
that?
the lower right, there's a volume thing. You can turn it off.
No. I'm here to suffer.
This board, I don't know. It's okay.
It's both awesome and then like a bit much after a while. Kind of,
Yeah.
It reminds me of the who's the what's that guy? The sea cow. Nar? No, Earth. The Earth board is like, yeah, this is awesome. And then like after those trumpets go off for like the 10th time, you're like, okay, maybe not.
It's like, all right, buddy. I get it.
Yeah.
This is
beautiful,
kind
though.
of an issue here. Losing our Swain is rough. Though we have stun spider, so we're not like losing the game to rally, right?
I mean, we're just gonna clear the board right here. We go red card, and then we can just
red
flock.
card like flock, yeah.
Yeah.
True.
If
God, TF
if
is so
Dabo
good.
had one more mana to use the champ spell there,
Ooh.
then maybe that changes things.
We need more
Yeah.
time.
The rough thing though for Rogio is like the echo spells that bring Echo back. When do you want to kill Echo? Is the real question.
Yeah, because you kind of want to like. Oh, it's just so rough. Ooh, we're trying to keep TF alive.
I like it
That's interesting.
I tried.
because
if we-
it'll level if we go whispered words into pick a card. Like we'll draw the cards before the time bomb goes off, right? Or no, maybe we don't.
So we're gonna get the token, but all of the like round start things on the board resolve before you draw cards.
Before you draw,
So,
right?
I don't think he flips.
We might be getting ourselves into some trouble.
Monka S. Okay, so let's play our Echo spell.
Yeah,
See what
go
we hit.
dig.
You know,
I
if we
think
hit
also
rally here, we're
also why do we not just pass?
good. Yeah, we should always just pass there.
Skipping our turn would have been totally fine for them to not predict here.
Yeah, they're never passing back, right? Like,
Yeah, and if they do, we're fine with it.
yeah, because they can't have hit a rally yet, right? The only time that they would pass back is if they had rally and then they want to like punish a levy drop or
Did I
something.
freeze time again?
Um,
Oh dear.
All coming back to me now.
okay, did we skip? No, we go for right, and then we just play out time bomb here, and then Roji is like, oh, well, that's
Ruh-roh.
kind of awkward that my TF is dead here. What's up with that?
Yeah, we got greedy, and it looks like we might get punished. I was for it though. I'm not gonna lie. I love me some flip TF, but I don't think we needed to.
Yeah.
I mean, time bomb's like the only thing though, right? Like, is there anything else that would have dealt with the twisted fate?
So Crystal,
Okay, Crystal, sure.
and then yeah, I guess that's kind of it.
Those damn created cards. Don't see them coming.
Yeah.
Mama.
All right. We'll go and see. I assume we play down Zillion here, right? Unless we're worried about shuffling too much stuff into our deck. I wonder what the math is on it. On like shuffling cards in versus like the predict. Like, does it even out that we have like the same chance of hitting a rally? I don't know.
I gotta think predicting is worth it.
Yeah. Predict is good, you know?
Rogio's gonna draw like 3 cards next turn though. So
Let's not go back
like
to that
doesn't
timeline.
doesn't need a whole lot. Just needs to like answer this echo. And Dave Bow's like kinda at a guess.
Yeah. The issue is that this deny is really good. You know, if we try and set up like a big, keg red
Oh.
card or something like that.
And echo number 2.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Bone
what
Skewer.
what are these cards?
We main deck Bone Skewer? We're playing Rex? Holy I mean, I dig it. I'm down for it. We're gaming out here. That's what I know. We are gaming out here.
We are gaming so hard. Bone Skewer. What are we even?
If you
Oh.
if you skewer TF, you can use its ETB again, right? That's so good.
True.
I hate Skewer. Skewer like bricks you. I hate the card so much.
Yeah, it has a time and a place, perhaps, but skipping your draw is typically not an advantage.
Yeah, do we still have Flock in hand? We do, right? We have one? I think all the way on the left we have one Flock. I assume. Otherwise, I mean, this one's just doomed. We can't use Skewer here. If we Skewer, like, and top deck Stun Spider, it's not good for us. Oh, we don't have a Flock. We used both of them last turn?
Yeah,
Didn't we have 2 Flocks? Wait, what did we Flock? We flocked the thing that was attacking
we
TF.
fought the thing that was
and then we
attacking,
had to
and
kill
then
Zillion. Oh, yeah.
uh-huh.
Yeah, I forgot we had to kill Zillion. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't want to meet whatever.
Oh,
world
and
you are.
time bombs. We're so dead. What happened this game? When did it go
What?
so poorly?
it was when we went for the TF flip.
Yeah, we went for a TF flip and we gave up our Swain, right?
We had to. I think we had to give up the Swain. That was fine. We needed TF to
Yeah.
die, and then we needed to red card everything.
I think, yeah. So like getting rid of our second TF instead of like red carding, and then also like playing the second Make It Rain was probably a little bit greedy because it meant we couldn't set up a Flock anymore, right?
Watch
We
out.
also put some interesting cards in our deck, like Rex, and
Yo, Riptide Rex would have blown out this develop though, man. What you talking about? If we
oh yeah.
warning shot into
All the
Riptide.
time in the world.
I mean, maybe if we just had more 8 drops, we would have been fine.
Yeah.
My word.
A boy can dream. A boy can dream. Dave Bow, the people's champ, taking it down 2-1.
Just
You'd
Good
love
for
to see
him.
it.
Even
Yeah.
even made the right play there, banning the Ping City. We didn't get to see it. Makes me sad
Yeah.
inside.
Yeah, you hate to see the Ping City ban, but still pretty solid series there. I like Rogio's lineup. The
Yeah.
mid range TF Sway. I love these TF like aggro decks or like mid range decks. I love TF. So anytime that we see them, yeah, I'm pretty happy. Even if Ping City got banned, we got to see the TF Swain, right?
That was a nice change up from the Yordle Arms, Targon, Landmark decks that we're basically used to. We got to see
Yeah.
some fun, good old Runeterra, the way Riot intended, just middle of the ground beatdown stuff. Let's see. Do we have another match? That went took quite a while. Hey, we went deep into game 3 there.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But yeah, either way, it is interesting. Do we know they were X1, right? They were both
I believe
X1.
they were both X1, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think being able to make it that far with stuff like TF Swain is exciting. Their other deck was Tribeam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I dig that lineup. That's what I'm about. Yeah.
Okay, well, looks like we're gonna go to a break, and we'll be right back for some more after this.
You know,
Don't we
Swain
just
hits
go?
face.
We go. I thought we go voices, and then we can block with like our 2-1 or whatever. Or
The
even
issue
our
is that
1-2 or.
Voices doesn't buff up your board.
Oh,
unless
we haven't
you've
leveled.
had a
We haven't
flip
leveled the champ. Right.
Yeah. So like right now, we have to block Swain with Echo, because what's gonna happen is they're gonna flock, probably on the.
Welcome back to the MasterGuitar.com $500 Cup number 5, sponsored by GG Tour. We are going into round number 7 of 8. Only 2 rounds left. We are getting real close here. Some players are going to lock up top 8. A bunch of them on X and 1 are practically playing, you know, what do you call it? If you lose, you're out.
Yeah. Winning
It's
in,
the
losing,
elimination
not in.
matches is what I was looking
Okay.
for. One of them being good friend of the stream, Grandpa Roji, well known for his love of all things made out of rocks.
Yeah.
What is he on today?
We'll have to take a look and see. We had talked a little bit earlier.
There it is.
The new tree list. He ended up making one with Zillion, but Talia Malphite, the classic Grandpa
Grandpa
Roji deck.
Roji special.
He's the one who created this list from the ground up when everybody thought that Talia Malphite was terrible. He ends up making it. He ends up playing thousands of games on this deck, and has had consistent success with it. You know, and bringing it in again. This is the type of person that has played every single matchup with this deck more than anybody else. So, like, if you play against him, he knows the matchup a lot better than you. You're gonna be in trouble, right?
Yeah, see, I wondered if Desert Duel would slot into this deck. I kind of felt like it would. I see him playing 2 here. I wonder what he thinks of them.
He was really happy with this because it's basically like a 3 mana vengeance in this deck. Because like Malphite is beating everything, right? Like in that
Oh, yeah.
desert duel, he is coming out on top. It's a cute addition to this deck. You know, it gives you a little bit more interaction, which this deck was kind of lacking. But yeah, no,
We see that
I
we
think
see the couple quicksands there that got the upgrade also. A couple nice additions to the deck.
yeah. No, feeling pretty good about it. Second list here is that new Monoshirima list that he made with the one of Zillion. Only 2 quicksand, but 2 deny, triple right of the arcane, couple right of callings. Yeah, I feel like Monoshirima is like good, like really good.
Oh, buddy, I just saw who his opponent is going to be.
Oh yeah?
We got a bit of a barn burner.
Okay.
His opponent is the one and only a floppy mudkip.
Oh, floppy mudkip, both at X and 1. We had watched him earlier, so that's gonna be exciting.
This is his
Uh
other baby, Pantheon Tarek. It was on 5 times rally. He's gone down to 4. I don't know how I feel about that.
Oh, it looks like he upped it for second Bastion, which I you can't be upset with. The big thing here is that Roji has always been a firm believer in Taric in this deck. Never really jumped on the Yumi hype train. Really likes the pressure that Taric puts down with the rallies, as well as like Taric plus Pale drawing you 2 cards. Is just really valuable. So you know, sticking with that when so many people turned away from Taric. I'm always excited to see Roji's lists, and this one, you know, it looks like a good one.
Yeah, even the guiding touch, just drawing 2 all of a sudden, like just 2 mana draw 2 does not suck. So and then what is Floppy on again? What was Floppy's lineup?
Floppy was on Yordle
Sentinels.
Arms. Yeah, Sentinels, Yordle Arms, and Aphelios. Vi.
Right. So this
The
is kind
baboon
of
version.
yeah, we're seeing kind of like some of the classic decks, Yordle and Arms and Aphelios. Sentinels actually like coming into the light as one of the more popular decks in tournaments now against Roji's Brews. And this is what I always want to see, right? I'm like, okay, you know, other people are playing weird stuff. Like they don't know how to play against your decks. They don't know what's going on.
Mhm.
Now he's going up against Floppy Mudkip, someone who's bringing 3 of the top tier decks. You know, one of the best players in the America server. I want to see this. I need to know. Go.
Here's my prediction. I think Floppy Mudkip has to ban Monoshirima because his lineup just doesn't really beat it.
Sure.
I think that Roji is going to win on Malphite and then get O2'd on Pantheon. I can feel it. I feel like Floppy's decks have like a pretty solid shot into Pantheon. Pantheon's doing this weird thing where I feel like he's slotting in as like kind of the weak point in a lot of lineups.
Yep. Yeah, I totally agree with that. The Tarek version though, a little bit different. It is
Mhm.
able to just
sure.
like boom gotcha sometimes, right? It can just combo off wins, so you can never count it out too much. I kind of like that compared to the Yubi version, where against some of these matchups that we saw, it's like, oh, you got a bunch of removal spells. Like, I guess I'll just die.
Yeah.
Not that Tarek's so much better than not dying to removal, but maybe.
Tarek, a little bit weaker to like stuns, right? But is good at
Mhm.
diversifying your stuff. If you Zenith Blade Tarek and then he adds it to another unit, like you're already getting value out of that, right?
Yeah, or if you could just get off like even just like the draw two, like we were talking about, and
Yeah.
like keep up with the opponent. All the rallies are also something to worry about, right? That could be a real problem for some of these slower control decks, especially the failured ones. What is Grandpa Roji's ban going to be against floppies?
Okay, so I think it has to be Yordle Arms. Because like Malphite can sometimes get run over if you like don't find an early chip. I think that you're in trouble in that matchup. Um, and like Pantheon just gets crushed by Yordle Arms. I
Yeah,
think it kind of
so
has to be the ban. And then you
easy
try and
ban
take
there.
advantage of like the slightly slower mid-range decks, right? Because
Yeah,
I think
so
Malphite should be favored into those.
yeah, and I could see Pantheon squeaking by the Sentinels deck.
Potentially, especially with the Bastion. That's the other thing, is like Tarek copying Bastion is really good.
Here we go, baby.
We see the Talia Malphite into floppy Mudkips by Aphelios. So it'll be an interesting thing. And already here, we see the Endless Devout, Unraveled Earth. There's a lot of pressure being put on by this hand out of Roji. Yeah, no chip though. I mean, that always feels kind of bad.
Yeah. Man, I remember once I played against Roji and I had like some good matchup, and he went like turn 1 chip, turn 2 double chip, turn 3 play a landmark, just blow you out, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, 1 mana with 3/3s are pretty okay as it turns out.
Yeah.
But we do get to play down Devout. Oh, we drew into the Salt Spire. Okay, this is the nut draw. If you haven't seen this deck before, we have Devout on 3, Salt Spire on 4, Talia doubling it on 5. This is the nut draw. This is great for us. We are very happy with this.
I mean, we didn't get the chip on 1 though, so. Or does it not matter because we need that? Do we need that mana?
So getting the Unraveled Earth down is really good because
look at this.
It flips Talia, right?
Equinox coming down here.
Yeah, kind of sad for us. We not getting that landmark, but
huge.
Okay,
that's really big. Oh, that World Breaker Malphite, obviously. I think is
of
that
course. It? Yeah, I think that's right. Damn, I didn't even know the name of that. Look at you.
Yeah, I don't know why. The things I randomly remember or don't remember, it's a bit of a mixed bag. I'm like, what's that
thing here?
I forget Aphelios' name half the time.
Yeah. Emo Moon Boy, right? Emo
Moon Boy.
Interesting. Okay, so Floppy is just gonna drop down Aphelios, but there was an option to like just sketch her here and then pass and like act like we have Aftershock. Because if Roji drops his Salt Spire into an Aftershock, like we're really sad, I think. But yeah, the Aphelios tempo play. We get the Calibrum out. See what Roji decides to do. Not getting the landmark here is really rough. If we had the landmark off of the bow, then we could just like Rite of the Arcane on it, right?
Just hit Aphelios, get a blocker, would be sitting pretty. But now Roji getting beat down.
Yeah. And what's really bad though is that Floppy has another Boom Baboon, which means that these chompers are gonna come out and we potentially can push enough damage next turn. We'll see. Oh, but just a straight up thermo. Okay, so it's a little bit scary. We're getting smorked. We have a couple of units coming out though, right? A big old 9/8, a 5/4. They block really well, right? And we have
to get chompers out of the way though.
Yeah, I mean, and we don't have anything playable. We might have to just like Rite of the Arcane, give up a mana gem, and just kill something. Because right now we're
we are just dead.
Yeah, giving the board space is really bad for us because then they can sketch her out the.
Yep.
Okay, maybe Floppy's more aggressive version of this deck kind of blew us out.
Majin's really high on it. He thinks that it's actually I'm not sure if he said favored 50-50 or favored into Shurima with the baboons.
Chompers being able to pull Devout to the side is like really important.
Yeah, and you can kind of see like this isn't a Monoshima, but like it's a similar sort of vibe, right? And you could
They use
definitely
a lot
see
of the
sort
same
of
cards, right?
exactly. Yeah, you can sort of see what's going on. And I didn't understand it. Baboon's such a weird one, right? You're like, why are you just playing this random 2-mana 3/1? But
Because Chompers are broken. Is what it comes down to.
Chompers is broken. Yeah. Who was it? You that was talking about a 0/1 Chompers?
Yeah, it needs dude. Chompers are so stupid.
Yeah, I'm kind of over it.
Okay, so the Gravitum here. Do you have to play it on Talia? Can we survive? Oh, we take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're dead.
Yeah, last time I did the math, we did.
If we deny this, we're dead.
We dead.
Oh, dude. Oh, no.
Yep.
I was so excited. We got the Salt Spire. We got the Talia. It turns out the lack of chips were our undoing. Bro, where's
Yeah.
Chip at?
That was quite the game. I'd love to go back and like that one happened so fast. Floppy was really on it. Like was able to just win and still had a bunch of gas.
I think it shows the power of this tempo-oriented via Felios, right? You know, we're running the Chompers, we're running the Baboon, we're getting a lot of value while still filling up the board. And you see this time around, we kept Chip in the opening mulligan. But running it into the Sentinels. So yeah, we did ban Yordle Arms. So no surprise there. Okay, we have a curve again.
This one's gonna be more interesting.
They can't Equinox Devout. That was the big thing, I think, actually.
Yeah.
Equinoxing Devout
That
just really hurt.
Heads up there played by Floppy. I just fucking I hope we get to watch Floppy a bunch for the rest of the day because like
Floppy's so good.
he's so fucking good.
Floppy has quietly become like one of the most consistent players on the server. Like Floppy's really good.
I think this is what it is. I think he's just kind of always been cracked. And he's just like he's not a content creator. I mean, he does some streaming, but you know what I mean? He's not a content creator. He's not out there like promoting himself like a whole bunch. And he's yet to win a seasonals. Yet.
Yeah. Imagine not winning a seasonals. Kind of cringe.
Yeah, right? Unbelievable. I say yet because I mean it's coming. It's like literally a matter of time. And for that reason, he's like kind of been under the radar.
Yeah. But no, Floppy is an incredibly strong player.
Next level. Like when you see his plays, you can see how far into the future he's thinking, right? Like he knows these matchups so well. Like the keeping aloof there was fantastic. Going to get Equinox, the timing on when he plays things and doesn't play things. He has a specific reason for everything he's doing. And that's exactly where you want to be in this game.
You want to know my favorite thing about Floppy Mudkip, by the way? It should be your favorite thing too.
Okay.
Is that he made TF Nami.
Why would that be my favorite thing?
Because you're a big fan of TF Nami too, right?
I hate trash.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah. I would assume so, that you're just like a big
It hurts me inside that when I was trying to meme on you on Twitter, I didn't win the one TF Nami.
Yeah,
stupid
you
deck.
played to hit that 100% win rate and get the screen cap on Twitter. I looked at your Runeterra AR, you played like 5 games.
I tried like 4 different decks, and not only that, but then I totally the one game that I won with eggs was against Majin. And I totally screwed him over while he was recording a video. Just took me and Majin down to get that one. This gave away a bunch of LP, and then I immediately sent it to him. I was like, for some context about what just happened.
Yeah, for the clout.
He lost it. He thought it was so funny, and I was like, it cost me a lot of LP. He's like memes greater than LP every time.
True. Coming back to this game, though, Salt Spire was dropped by Roji. That was, it's the big curve, right? Salt Spire into Talia. But Floppy Mudkip had the Aftershock. Malphite's kind of like catching strays because there's so much landmark hate in the format because of Monoshima, and like Talia Ziggs that like, trying to play your fun, fair, and balanced Talia Malphite.
Was that a one of Aftershock?
One or two. I'm probably one, right? I
Yeah,
like
I'm trying to
Aftershock
remember.
right now.
I'm trying to remember.
Aftershock's really good.
Was it Floppy's list that had a bunch of one-ups that we were going through and being like, because I think that Despair is definitely
Oh yeah,
one
he had a
up.
bunch of random shit, right?
Yeah, I think that's when I went off on the tangent about like one-ups and stuff. I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's been a
Like
long
a
time.
one of Piercing Darkness and like a one of Ruination, one of Atrocity.
I always forget this card exists. And then I'm like, wait a minute, what? They just get to kill my unit and my champion and they take 3? That doesn't seem fair. For 4 mana?
It's so
That's-
good sometimes. Did you know that if you use this to pop a spell shield, the unit that you target still hits your nexus?
Yeah, there's a bunch. Also, if you target a Teemo, it triggers.
Yeah. The amount of times that I've dropped like flipped Ezreal and they just spare it, and it's like, okay, I'll take my Mystic Shot.
Awesome.
Rite of the Arcane, though, kind of a good card also. Gonna be able to give us a little bit of tempo, get rid of that Kindred, and we do have the opportunity to drop Malphite. We're going for the Talia. Okay, and Talia, pretty good too. Flip Talia puts on a ton of pressure. It is 10 damage that you have to block.
Yeah.
And when you block it, you only block like 4 of it, right?
If that. Yeah, I only got 2 toughness things, bro. I'm picking 4 every time. I was gonna say that I still, despite Floppy's best efforts, like last turn, I was still liking Roji's board. Here again, still looking quite strong. Floppy has 10 mana though. Could go for like a Kindred, Vengeance.
Yeah, we're
Get rid of
definitely
Aloof.
vengeancing Talia here. I can feel it. Aloof there, really nice to hit the Malphite. What I really like about this develop is that we still have, like, we doubled the landmark, right? So even if we had developed into Ruination, we're still developing a pretty big board afterwards. And I think that that's really intelligent here out of Roji. But this attack gonna get stopped up by that Vengeance, but Floppy has taken a lot of damage this game, is down to 5, and there's still a big board left over. You just traded down everything, and you're staring down 4 units, all with 3 health. Like, you kind of
Now that Absolver off the top.
Absolver off the top, backed up by a Deny, is just probably going to end up spelling Doom here. We can double Vengeance next turn, which...
So we could... Hold on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, easy right here. I was going to say, if we didn't have the right, we could also double Absolver. But this is much better. We want to go for the throw here. So now Floppy with 1 Vengeance. Oh, do you play Delia? Yeah, we're going for it.
Oh, I
Wow,
think
right into
we
the Ruination. No
would've
fucks given, hey?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would be really worried about Ruination.
They
Wait,
have it,
do you
they
see
have
Emperor's
it.
Divide in the hand?
What does that do?
It fills your entire board with Sand Soldiers. So you can get blockers. I mean, okay,
Wait,
so they can't
Yeah,
block Fearsomes, and you're
Fearsome
losing to
and-
Absolver anyway.
And Talia.
I was just
yeah.
excited about the card. That's all.
That's fair. That's fair. I've always wanted to actually cast that card. Lots of times I'm like, oh, I don't even know how exactly it works. I was like, do they all attack? Or do they all attack or no? It just fills your board.
Nah, it just fills your board.
Yeah, that's
Which,
exciting.
I mean, can be okay. It also like makes all your opponents vulnerable, I think. Yeah. Pretty solid there. None of them are fearsome blockers, but it's okay, right?
Fine. All right.
Anyway, I'm glad that we
So-
got the redemption game virtually a Malphite,
Yeah, me too. Still had all these. Oh, it doesn't cast the other side on Talia? Come on.
No. He wouldn't be him. He just wanted to show it, right? He doesn't want to take too much time.
He knows. He knows what's up.
Okay.
We all know what's happened there.
Last deck is probably Taric, right? We assume that Monastrina
yeah.
got banned. So
Yeah.
Taric Pantheon into Sentinels. There's Vengeances, there's Ruination, but there's also Taric with Bastion. There's a lot going on here,
Yeah, this is one of those really skill-intensive matchups that could go either way, where both players have tools to combat each other. It's gonna be a little bit of who draws what, and who's able to maneuver. This is gonna be a close one. This is kind of what we predicted. We thought that Grandpa Roji would get the 1 win
Malphite, right?
with Malphite Talia, and that we thought that Pantheon might be the weak link.
Yeah, but you had predicted that it should be able to sneak past Sentinels, and I think this is like a close matchup. I could definitely see it sneaking past Sentinels. We'll
Yeah,
see.
because because you know the removal's really expensive out of Sentinels, right? It doesn't always line up great. Though I gotta say, Kindred is interesting. If you can get a Kindred going, that could do some work.
Yeah, Kindred's really good against these boards that only have 1 or 2 units that they really try to go tall on. But, you know, a single combat is really good at being able to actually take out the Kindred. Caitlyn's not great in this matchup. You know, she's not great in this matchup. It's not her
Floppy
fault.
going for it. This is basically a bluff. This is a bluff from Floppy. Floppy knows that Grandpa probably has some pump spells, but Floppy also knows that Grandpa knows that Floppy has direct damage spells as well.
Yeah. I think the big thing there is that, like, you're giving them incentive to pump their own unit. You know, proc the Faded and proc Pantheon, right? So it's not great value for you, I think, most of the time.
Look at all these Kindred champ spells in hand. That might be...
Kindred champ spells actually pretty good against decks like these because you kill the unit, so all the buffs on it get reset, and you can push it out of combat. It's kind of like a stun that also resets your opponent. Actually pretty good in this matchup.
Yeah.
We saw just taking the 4 damage there is a little bit scary, but again, like, we don't want to incentivize them to get their Faded procs, right? You don't want to give them too much value on it.
What kind of good glimpse targets do we have? I guess we have like some financiers.
Spiders, right? So like from Vile
right.
Feast and from like Elise, I think.
Yeah, because are we playing House Spider or no?
No, we're not
look at
playing
this.
House Spider, but you know, Vile and Elise.
Pass. Vengeance off the top for Floppy. This is where things get interesting.
So the interesting thing here is, since we have gotten this far into the game, we can threaten Ruination, right? So developing into this board is always going to be a little bit scary for Roji, and he doesn't have units to develop with anyway, you know?
Yeah, which is awkward. Here's the thing. So now Roji's going to have to act first. Allowing Floppy some options. Could Glimpse, could Vengeance, could use the champ spell. Chooses to just let it go through, though. That's interesting. What do you think he's thinking here? This Sentinel down.
The issue is, if we ever tap, like, this rally's going to get slammed. There's 2 of them in hand. And these singles, like, anytime that we want to try and proc Kindred, these strike spells are just going to be killing her. Or killing them, rather. Is this...
Yeah, these
Sun
units
card?
on Roji's side are, like, not super... Oh, there you go. Piercing Darkness. I like this.
Oh, but it gets blown out by single. We don't get the healing. We lose our champion.
Yikes.
And
yeah,
we trade down so much
is
mana.
quite a blowout.
Yeah. Not ideal. Not ideal. But that did get rid of the only buffed unit, right? So you can, like, open past this turn and feel okay. Or develop Kindred.
Or slamma-jamma a Kindred.
Yeah, my worry's gonna be that, like, tapping out here, like, we tapped out of Vengeance, we tapped out of Ruination.
Yeah, this is scary. Surprised we're going with this one. I kind of thought maybe we would go with the barrier and maybe get a single down potentially.
Potentially. I could see that. I'm getting the buff. The buff is nice because we're pressuring more damage this way. Yeah. And, like, we can, even if we get blocked, we can still single, right?
True.
And just, like, kill everything.
Yeah, I always forget about the +1/+1 now.
Yeah. You gotta go. Another unit that's not Pantheon is good. One thing that I really like about the way Roji plays this deck, he's so patient with his Pantheons. He is willing to just, like, pass forever and, you know, commit to this board and make you deal with it before he plays down the Pantheon.
What's going to happen, though, if this Aloof Travelers comes... Ooh, Piercing Darkness off of the Financier. That's a pickup.
I think we see Kindred spell here. Resetting the dragons, like, kind of really good.
Well, I think we
guess
just pass. Don't we just pass first? We pass first, right? Oh, just going for it right now.
Ooh. The worry here is Pantheon plus Rally. If Pantheon's flipped, Pantheon plus Rally might just win us the game here. If we hit Scout, if we hit Elusive, Elusive's really close.
Yeah,
I think we're
I
like
don't.
2 damage off.
I feel like we should have just clicked OK, taken 2, or waited for them to commit more mana to something. Because we take 2, and then Kindred just marks the dragon anyway.
True, but maybe we're just really worried about losing HP here. I don't know. Flash Bomb hitting the target we didn't want it to hit. Okay, we ended up tapping out.
Kindred's still going to. Oh, not now.
Okay, Kindred ends up dying, but we get a buffed Buru Sentinel. Goat stays alive. It's not the end of the world. It's not the worst result for either person. You know, we got the Vengeance out. The worry's gonna be that we no longer have access to Kindred spell, right? We have a Kindred, but no other kill spells. Aloof coming in.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
Pantheon, buddy. Oh, the triple Pantheon.
So
hand.
many Pantheon.
Oh, it's so doomed. This is so bad for Floppy. I don't think you can have enough removal. I think that like Roji's just gonna be
Okay,
slamming
hear me out
these
though. Hear me out though.
Pantheons.
This Pantheon comes down. What if we go Kindred into killing the goat, and then Kindred will kill the Pantheon? Oh, not now.
Okay.
Well, potentially.
Zenith.
Potentially.
Hmm.
Okay.
And it's not Daybreak, so it's not drawing us another Zenith. Ooh,
But
we
now we
suddenly
can't-
lost so much tempo.
Yeah.
This is really bad.
Okay.
We have to
Pantheon
drop
coming down. Here it
Pantheon.
is. Here it is. Here it is. What do we
Scout
get?
spell shield.
What do we
Scout
get?
spell shield.
What do we get?
By my
Boop, 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 boop,
the
boop,
gods will know war.
Oh, no scout, no spell
no
shield.
whammy.
Lifesteal isn't good in this matchup.
That is a sad little Spartan.
Is it elusive? I think it's elusive though.
Oh, it could be.
Yeah, it
Yep.
is elusive.
Okay, it is elusive. All right.
Elusive plus impact means that like we're showing
We
lethal
can
next
we
turn.
can kill this though, right? What are we doing here? Piercing darkness?
It has barrier.
Oh, it does have barrier, right? Okay, so we can. Oh no,
We can
can't kill it.
Mystic Thermo, but that gets blown up by any spell.
Yeah.
It doesn't have regeneration, so it's not. You know, damage that we put on this round does
No
stick.
god can stall the reckoning.
Hmm. We
This
could
is a
also just like
oh no, this is what we do. We go Kindred, and then we maybe
Glimpse.
a sack or aloof. Yeah, glimpse or
Kindred
aloof.
plus Glimpse. Okay, so if they Kindred, then Roji has to Brightsteel, right? Brightsteel procs the Faded, which is really good for us because then we show lethal on open without having to commit
We
a
are
spell.
just glimpsing right meow.
Okay.
There's a Withering Whale also, which might not kill anything, but the life gain could be
Oh,
relevant.
but the rally, we tapped out. Oh,
Wait,
we're dead.
because it's elusive.
We're dead. Oh,
Oh no, it's only for 5. It's only for 5.
no, impact.
Oh, impact. Oh, GG.
The fourth
Roji with the steal.
Roji running so many rallies. You know, with this target, this list puts on so much more pressure than the other Pantheon lists. You know, you sleep for a second. You know, even if we had went for the Kindred line, you know, we're just
Yeah.
dying to rally. And the Faded proc giving us Exacties damage. Wow. That was a game.
We needed to not that glimpse there. I think we were just inviting trouble.
Yeah. There wasn't really a line that helped out. You know, I guess keeping up Whale to like play around Rally, but I think at that point you genuinely have to sit there like, I'm never beating Rally. We need to find an answer as Pantheon. Oh,
Yeah,
what a
the
rough position to be in.
double singles cleaning up those Kindreds was really big there. It if those got to stick on the board, it makes Grandpa Roji's life so difficult. Not just because we have the Kindred spells, but just Kindred just being there itself, just marking stuff.
yeah. I think
Ooh.
on the previous turn, if we use Kindred spell, then like it resets the dragon, so it loses Overwhelm, and then we still have
And then we still have the
Vengeance.
vengeance. We still have the
Yeah.
vengeance. Yeah.
Because like yeah
And an extra
unfortunately,
mana.
you're right, the singles were so important, and you're 100% right. Pantheon was able to squeak by the Sentinels list, and with the extra rallies just applies so much pressure. Really well played by Roji, honestly well played by Floppy as well. It's just sometimes the hands line up and they have enough interaction and just, you know, stop your Kindreds from being useful.
Yeah, that's what I was saying at the beginning of the match. Like that one easily could have gone either way, right?
Yeah.
Grandpa Roji could have drawn like, I don't know, no Pantheons. And then all of a sudden, Floppy's able to just like run away with the game, or no rallies or whatever it may be. But triple Pantheon, double single, couple rallies, yeah, more than enough to take it down there. Really well played by both players. That was really high level. And there's so many cards for both players to play around. It's so easy for us to be like, oh, why don't they cast this card? But like they're thinking about like a bunch of different things that could potentially be in their opponent's hand, combinations of cards. Because had Roji already cast one rally.
Yeah.
Which riddle me this, because Roji just ripped that rally for like 5 damage or whatever with the dragon early.
Do you think
you think that makes it
second rally?
Do you put him on second rally? Whenever people are ripping rally early like that just to get in some chip damage, to me that's a little bit of a tip off that they might have another one with that many cards in hand, because rally is so powerful, and you're typically not just wasting it for like kind of 5 damage, right? That's not like, especially when like he was at like pretty high. He was at double digits. I don't remember what it was exactly. Anyways, I think we have another game though to jump into.
Oh, Davo.
Let's go.
Wait, Jade
People's
Katie?
champ.
We watched them play earlier. Who did they play against? I don't remember. I think it was a game we jumped into halfway. Either way, Dabo with the Echo Zillion looks like playing against Darkness, and that looks like a board that got owned by a Vagar spell, if I had to guess.
Yeah, so both these players currently 5-1. This is practically an elimination round. Some people will make it an X2, but obviously you don't want that. You want to go X1. You want to lock up your place in top 8. You don't have to sweat it out. So winning this extremely important for both these players.
Yeah. Ooh, another Vagar spell in hand, by the way, is going to end up stunning the entire board again. It's so important. Oh, flipped Echo only now coming down on turn 6 means that, there's no rallies to worry about before this, but now they're getting shuffled in. A little bit scary. I assume that's a face-up crystal in their hand that we have to worry about. Ooh.
Do you know how much this darkness is for? Let's see. 3.
It did 3, but it always shows -3, like even if it was doing 10 damage. There.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of hard to tell. We'll have to keep an eye out the next time that we generate one. Yeah.
Yeah, Vygar is only got the 1 arrow lit up, so must not be particularly high.
Yeah, I haven't played enough Vagar to know when it shows up. Is it like 8 or 9 probably?
Oh, really? I just assumed that half. Yeah, so it's 4 out of 12 currently.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird with some champions. Like some champions are when it's really close. I know Zoe shows up when it's 6. Ari only shows up when it's 5 out of 6. Which is why, like, I don't know. It feels like it's
interesting.
random.
Yeah, that is weird.
Voices, though, is really huge here because Voices blows out the Vagar spell. Vagar spell otherwise would have stunned everything, and the fact that it doesn't here is really difficult to deal with. We're probably going to have to Vengeance this Voices.
Yeah, for sure. Vengeance. Then all of a sudden, we're taking 4. Not such a big deal.
Yeah, and we get a peek into Dabo's hand. Quicksand, Hexite Crystal, and Echo. Another Echo is always really good. But the rest of it, there's not a whole lot of value here. We need something to go right, and this attack being shut down by this Vengeance is going to be rough for us, God, it's so scary to rip Vengeances like these where you're tapped out. If your opponent has the Deny, or has like the rally, you just like lose the game instantly, right?
Exactly.
But with our caster vision, we're able to see Davo doesn't have a response to this. Could Quicksand to maintain some board, which I think could make sense. You want to maintain it because you're not getting a lot more out of this unless that Echo hits. And
yeah, I totally agree. This is heads up play here by Davo.
Yeah. Your board is the one thing you have. You can't lose it. All right. We'll see what Jade KV decides to do. Always has this Ruination as an option, but Wallop is a great answer to an Echo coming down. And then once again, this Vagar spell looks like it would end up shutting down a whole turn. So, a lot of answers here.
Yeah, Jade's hand's pretty stacked. Davo with only 3 cards, but all of them are bangers.
Yeah,
See what we got.
Time Trick will hit Rally. Rally would be pretty good. Another Voices of the Risen or a Deny. I think those are our 3 hits we're looking for. Or like Time Bombs, right? Time Bombs are never bad.
Yeah, who doesn't like drawing cards?
Yeah.
No friends of mine, let me tell you.
All right, we'll see. We tanked it for a while, and we end up with third
Ooh.
Echo. Okay.
Okay. Because, I mean, Debo has a Ruination, but there aren't actually a lot of, like, full-on answers to Echoes.
Paradox. Also,
We can,
wow.
we
Yeah,
can
it
stun it.
is.
Wow.
Stun it for a couple rounds.
Yeah, the stuns are going to be really valuable next turn. I like this Vow Feast to set up, you know, either Whale killing this, the one unit that's not getting stunned by the Vagar spell, or just having an extra blocker. I think it makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, just making sure nothing too crazy is going to come at you.
Yeah, we are going to see the Crystal coming out now. It clears up a couple blockers. We have another Vile Feast, so we can generate another blocker if we want. Looks like that is the case. And again, it looks like we're setting up that Whale for next turn. May go like Whale Wallop or something.
Sentinel is a great draw here for Debo. Going to be able to clean up at least one of these Echoes now.
Oh, a Shali Sentinel is so good.
I love that
So
card.
incredibly good. We'll see what we decide to do, and it looks like it is actually going to be the Vagar spell coming down, blocking everything, or stunning up everything except for the Archivist, and Archivist just dies to a spider. God, the triple Vagar hand actually just putting in work against this Echo Zillion player.
Are the Darkness at 1 now if we play 2 Road Makers?
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen a Darkness in a while, so it's hard to say. Absolver off the top. We're using the Echo spell to draw a card. That means that we could draw into like Parallel Convergence. You know, if we saw that get played, that'd be pretty exciting.
Yeah.
That'd be really exciting. Okay. And we do see the Darkness coming out, pointed at the Echo. Not a whole lot we can do. Vagar's flipping, so that Darkness must be dealing a lot of damage. That's a, that is an issue to deal with here.
Nice day. If you're into coffee.
Yeah, if they're at, as soon as they're at 7, the Sentinel's lethal.
Yeah, and Ishtali, so scary. We're holding up the Ruination. We just have so many good things going for us if we are Jade KV. Dave Bow just not having their way with it right now. The Echoes were answered on site. The Voice of the Risen was Vengeance, and we just have not been able to get it to go our way. Ishtali Sentinel, you're right. It is a one-man of darkness. How much damage is it doing?
Must be.
8.
It's 8.
Oh!
Woo!
Okay, okay. That's a fair amount of damage, right?
Yeah, so is that like the secret against these Echo decks? Is like just kill their Echoes and then they just have a bunch of 1/3s?
Yeah, if you kill Echo and you kill Voices, like
And
the deck
Voices?
literally just doesn't do anything. It literally does not do anything.
And that's exactly just like I was saying before. It reminds me of Monoshima. Yeah, it's better than Monoshima was before this season, but it's one of those, right? You're just waiting. You're just waiting for some slightly better cards to be printed, so that can't be just like, oh, killed your Echo, killed your Voices, you have nothing left. That it has like plan C, plan D, plan E with these other cards that are still good, and you can just overwhelm people. It's coming. It's only a matter of time until that deck pops off.
And Echo's already an incredibly strong champion. You know, again, like I think with the moment that you strike with Echo, I swear your chance to win at least doubles, right? Like I think you're going from like 35 to 70% chance of winning.
Totally agree.
Echo's just so good. And all of the cards you generate, it's just it's a broken champion that's just waiting for the right situation to really, you know, show how strong it is.
Yeah, similar to like the Malphite deck even. It's like it's right there.
Yeah.
It's right there. And it's gonna go from like it's good, it's fine. Malphite deck is totally fine, but it's gonna go to like tier A, like maybe too good, like one day. Okay, I think that's it for this round. I think we're gonna go to a break, and then we'll be back for the very last round for top 8.
Awesome.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MasteringRuneterra.com $500 cup number 5, brought to you by ggtour.com. We are in the final, I was going to say penultimate. We're in the last round of Swiss before top 8. We are going to be jumping into some matches where players are X and 1. So this is, a win and in for anyone that makes it. And I would say an elimination for anyone that loses, but some people will probably make it exit 2, so it might not be. But you definitely want to be winning these, locking up your spot in top 8. Kato, who do we got up first?
Looks like we're going to be looking for Salty Simon. Let's go ahead and take a look to see what his decks are. Salty Simon, of course, known for being an incredibly good player, tops community tournaments constantly, and was sort of known as being an ultra aggro player, has sort of been starting to lean into a more control-oriented play style in past couple tournaments. So interested to see what he ended up bringing. Looks like Zillion Echo.
Man, this deck is just everywhere this tournament. Hey, I coming in, this was probably not one of the decks that we most of us expected to see rise to the top here, but we've been seeing it kicking a lot of butt round after round, though I guess it has fallen off a bit Davo, we saw lose last round. Still technically in contention in X and 2. Going to be a tough squeeze, though. But here it is. Salty Simon with the potential to bring at least one copy into the top 8.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Zillion Echo. Again, it's the type of deck that the people who play it really play it, and are very good at it. And we've seen mixed success with it, but you always like to see it. Let's go and see what else they are playing. Darkness, one Rekindler, no Aloof compared to what am I was running earlier, but double wallop, one missed call, one Ruination, triple vengeance, double mini
I
is
like it.
really interesting.
I like it.
So usually I would see like, this lean towards hard removal if you're trying to play into Pantheon. The issue is Echo Zillion gets shit on by Pantheon. So I feel like you're banning it. So I don't know. It's an interesting lean. I wonder what that's tech for.
I mean, look at all the games that we've seen today. How many times has Vengeance just been absolutely fantastic?
Oh,
Where
for
just
sure.
like one champion that you just need to get dead, whether it's a Felios or Echo or whatever it may be. It's just like that thing needs to die right now, and the whole game seemed to tilt on whether it did or did not die. So I kind of like the 5 hard removal spells. Minimorph also, as we know, that card is good. When you absolutely have to deal with something, Minimorph is a great way to do it. And it's been kind of underplayed lately. It went from like a real staple in a lot of decks to, getting almost entirely cut from them. And now we see it kind of creeping back in. And I like it.
Yeah, I think Vengeance coming down to 6 mana kind of started encroaching on a lot of the situations where Minimorph was being played. And Minimorph is a lot worse against lower to the ground decks that are like trying to beat you down. Sometimes you need a vengeance, like the Voice of the Risen against Echo Zillion, right? But if you're no longer mini morphing it, you're just or if you're no longer vengeancing, you're mini morphing it, you're still taking a lot of damage. You still have to deal with that unit. So it's like situationally more powerful, but also a lot worse than vengeance, right? It's a very interesting card, mini morph.
Yeah, it's really kind of like if your opponent has a lot of denies or spell shields, like ways to stop the vengeance, then you guys start leaning back into Minimorphs. But if they don't, then vengeance is just straight better. And then what do you think deck
Yeah.
number 3 is going to be? Let's see.
Maybe FTR? FTR. Oh, this is the Sejuani version. I remember we caught the end of one of his games, I think.
That's right.
Didn't we?
That's right. Yes. And you were commenting
Yeah.
on the Sejuani over the Tryndamere.
Yeah. It's an interesting decision, playing more for Sejuani's a little bit better from the hand, right? I think that's the big distinction is that she is a removal spell when she's in your hand. And the freeze can be really good, whereas Tryndamere a lot of times the less good out of your hand. But better as like an atrocity target. So kind of, choosing where you want that utility. No ramp, no She Who Wanders, notably missing from this list.
Yeah, the full 3 Catalyst of Aeons and Withering Whale. It's
Yeah.
interesting. Typically, you see maybe like some number of like a 5 of like one's a 2, one's a 3, maybe even 2 and 2, but just going the full 3 of each. Don't hate it.
Yeah. And we're missing Piercing Darkness. What the hell? I thought that was the card
Oh,
now.
yeah, that's the card. That was definitely a misplay. Let's be real. Piercing Darkness, the hotness. Call one of those Withering Whales, one of those Catalyst of Aeons. Get a Piercing Darkness in there. Live the good life.
Yeah. No,
So,
I think Piercing Darkness has low key been a really strong card that's sort of like flown under the radar for a while.
I totally agree. Especially as a one of, is
Yeah.
the swings in the life gain just huge.
Yeah, it turns out heal 5 pretty solid. It's like a slow speed vengeance, which if you play your defensive turn, a lot of times is the same as fast speed vengeance, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So Vengeance with a gain 5 on it does not suck.
Yeah, it's just so good, especially against aggro. Like, even if you're in a bad position against aggro, you missed out on your ravine, you missed out on your whales, your removal's not lining up properly. Drain 5 still blows people out. That's a lot of healing. That's a lot of healing.
Truth. Okay, while we're waiting for Salty Simon's opponent to show up, I just want to mention ggtour.com is sponsoring this tournament. They sponsor a lot of Runeterra tournaments. They've been very good to the community. Go check them out. They have tournaments for a bunch of different games all free to enter typically, with pretty high prize pools in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Go check them out, support them. And then us, of course, masteringruneterra.com. We have articles, deck guides, leaderboard, matchup, grid, and then our premium service. We've got all the premium articles, ad-free viewing. We do a weekly 3-hour learning call where you can ask questions. Myself, Akedo, Majin Bay, What Am I? A bunch of the Mastering Terra pros. You can submit a video every week for analysis by the group, which is the best way to learn. Not to mention to help support us put on more tournaments like this and build out more awesome tools for the community. Okay, plugs aside, what do you think Salty Simons wanted to play against here?
So the really interesting thing about Echo Zillion is that it's sort of like an anti-aggro, right? And like
Uh
it's
huh.
very good against other aggro decks. So pairing it with a couple of control decks, I think it's a really cute look.
Yeah, yeah, that's one of the nuances of lineup building that I think people don't really understand because like we had mentioned this earlier with like the triple Demacia. It's like those Demacia decks are quite a bit different, and their matchup spread is not the same. Some of them want to ban different decks and want to play into different decks. The same with
Yeah.
triple aggro. We used to see it all the time with like spiders and pirates. They would have very different matchup spreads, and so you don't want to go with archetypes when you're building a lineup as much as you want to go with your matchup spread. You want
Yeah.
decks that are good into the same decks and decks that are bad into the same decks. So you just ban those bad matchups and then play all three into the good matchups. And when your lineup isn't quite cohesive, that's where you get into some really awkward spots. Okay, so we're going to play Simon into Jade, who's seen quite a bit today. Do you remember what Jade was on?
I think we're gonna check here in a second. Looks like FTR. This is the one with the ramp in it. We're playing faces of the old ones. We have a couple buried in ice, couple she who wanders, a bit more top end. And I think this is the version of FTR that's like really potent. I'm really scared of running into this version.
Yeah, because look at this. 3 It That Stares to combine with that Buried in Ice, 2 She Who Wanders, and then yeah, the 3 faces of the old ones as along with the 3 Catalyst of Aeons, just fast ramping. I gotta say, if you're playing the mirror match, I'd probably be putting my money on this version that seems to just go a lot bigger.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty scary. We do see darkness as well. So both of these players bringing darkness and FTR. Only one mini in this version, an extra missed call. It looks like one of group shot, a couple of little tech cards, but mini morph is so good in the mirror because the champion that you kill can't come back with missed call. It can't come back with rekindler, right? So Simon being on more copies of it could be a little bit favored there.
Yeah, looks like we got 1 and 1 so far. What is deck number 3?
Oh, Aphelios. I mean, I'm always down to watch
Hmm.
Aphelios. We'll see where we're at in a couple weeks, but as of right now, I love watching Aphelios. I love playing Aphelios.
I do too. Just so many different lines. The deck's not super oppressive. It's very good, but it's not like oppressive good. It still loses its fair share. And you could build it in a bunch of different ways. You could play it in a bunch of different ways. There's so many interesting decision points that matter. I'm with you. I love watching this deck. I like this lineup here. What do you think with the one Veiled Temple? It's got 2 Sunblessed Vigor, which I'm always kind of iffy about that card. We got 1 Gotcha, 2 Star Shaping. There's the Sump Dredgers you talked about earlier. What do you think of this list?
This looks exactly like the list that I was running, like earlier this week, except it looks like they swapped, like an aftershock for like a gotcha, in like a second therm, which I think is pretty reasonable. You're looking for a little bit more removal. Um, Veil Temple is really cute in like the mirror and against some slower matchups. Sometimes, getting that extra mana is just so valuable and letting you play out multiple cards. I feel like Sunbless Vigor is really good in this deck. It's a little bit strange. It isn't cycling you cards. It's not guiding touch. But it's so good at keeping Aphelios alive and Zoe alive, so you can continually get the value out of these champions. I like it. I think it's really solid.
What do you think of only 2 Spacey Sketcher and the 2 Pharaoh's Financier? Are Financiers typical?
So Financier is an option if you want like a little bit more value. I think that it's pretty solid. There aren't like insane hits in these regions, but you can hit like Shock Blast. You can hit a couple other cards that can come out pretty good. Progress Day. Uh, but I would probably lean more towards Triple Sketcher. We're not on Baboon, so we don't have as much discard fodder. And at the end of the day, if
Oh,
the
that's right.
financier hit is really bad, you can just discard it. But Sketcher's just such a good card and has been forever. Sketcher just hitting the 0 through 3 Celestial Pool is just so valuable. There's so many great hits. It's so good. I don't know. I love Sketcher, and I think being on 3 is just it's so valuable. Especially, if you're thinking about like trying to proc a Felios each turn. You want to continually churn out those weapons. Having the cheap play out of Sketcher, that also like generates you value is just it's so good.
Yeah, totally agree. If anything, I would go 3 Sketcher, 2 Dustbringer. Like I was saying earlier, the card's good. It's a nice enabler, but sometimes you start top decking it later in the game, and it is a real clunker.
Yeah.
Um,
And to be fair though, 1 mana 2/1s that generate a card in hand are usually pretty good. Even if the card in hand is a blank, it's usually pretty good. Even to discard to like a get excited.
yeah, no, it's so good to have a random 2/1 for one that gives you something to discard to other
But
things.
1 mana 2/1s are like that's like premier one drops. I mean, if it generates you a card in hand, that's so good.
I mean, you got Ballistic Bot, you got Ferris Financier, you got Mountain Goat, you got Solari Priestess. You got some stuff to discard. I mean, like, I don't think we're
Yeah.
like running out of options here, but I love that we're still trying to figure out the ideal list. And that's one of the fun things about these Aphelios piles also is that like you can slot in a lot of different cards in for a lot of different matchups. And we've seen a bunch of different builds of this deck. What do you think of the one temple?
I think one temple's cute. I think it's pretty solid for specific matchups. And even in like tempo matchups, it helps you again like churn out these Aphelios weapons every single turn. It's so good for that. It's a lot less strong than it was, at previous points when Temple was giving your units health, but it's still pretty solid. I think the interesting tech choice is the gotcha over aftershock. Oftentimes that slot is an aftershock because it can hit some landmarks, it hits face, it can remove units. Gotcha is very similar in that it deals 3 like aftershock, but instead of hitting face and landmarks, it's fast speed. And if you draw it, it costs 2 that round. It's an interesting choice to lean more towards that removal and lose a little bit of flexibility as far as like being able to go face and sometimes hitting a landmark's pretty okay, right?
Yeah, for sure. I love Gotcha, but I'll be the first to concede it's not like the best of cards. I think not being able to go face is really, really tough. Like that
Yeah.
extra reach is so nice. Um,
I'd fast speed's like pretty solid, but a lot of times it's yeah, especially since we don't have a lot of draw. Like we aren't running rummage, we aren't running pick a card. I don't know. It is what it is. It's just a different tech option. Again, we focused on earlier that this deck is so customizable. It's so flexible. There are a million different ways you can go with it.
what do you think of the 2 Hushes? Hush is a card that's going to definitely up in value this season. We do have the 2 Sump Dredgers to go along with the Spacey Sketchers as ways to kind of ditch them if we don't want them. How many are you typically playing?
I think like 2 Hush makes a lot of sense. I think that's probably where you should be at. It's hitting Victor, it's hitting Riven, it's hitting even other Vi's or Aphelios. Hush is really good right now, but like 3 of it can be pretty bricky in some matchups. Dredger, if you're missing if you don't have like a ton of discard fodder, I think two's like fine. The big thing about Dredger is it blocks well, it trades well, and it just cycles. I really like the fact that it's a premium body, a 3 mana 4/3 that draws you a card is just I love that. It's great. I know that every time that I shopped my list around last week, I had people complaining about the dredger. Jordan complained about the dredger, Majin complained about the dredger, and I'm like, nah, bro, it's good. It's good. But yeah.
I mean, remember when Dredger was like a staple in Tribeam decks?
Oh,
Like
I love Dredger and Tribeam so much.
it's a 3 mana 4/3 is great stats, and a lot of the time you just have some like card that you just don't even want. So it's practically a 3 mana 4/3 draw a card. And yet
Especially if you're running Baboon, right? A 3 mana 4/3 that discards your Chompers and draws you a card. Oh my god. And if you have the Chompers out, it's hitting face more often. I love Dredger. I think Dredger's solid. But now you're
Yeah,
making me sad. I wish we could go back to the discard version of Tri-Beam again.
yeah. Why do you think it fell out of favor with Tri-Beam?
Draven nerf, right? Draven nerf, and I don't know. It's just it doesn't push damage as well as it did before. Other decks have gotten better.
Yeah,
I've
yeah, it
tried to
makes me
bring it
sad.
back a couple times. I don't know. It's hard to build also because it's kind of unclear. Should you be running like the 2 mana fearsome that if you discard it turns into a 4/2? Um, should you be running some of the Scion cards? It's kind of awkward, but I would love for it to come back.
Fair enough. All right, well, here we are going into this final round. One of these players will be moving on to the top 8, securing themselves some money, and the other will be crossing their fingers and looking for those tiebreakers.
Yeah, and it looks like we're starting off with Echo Zillion against FTR, which I'm not familiar enough with this matchup to know who's favored. I genuinely don't know. What do you think?
Nice day. If you're into coughing.
Yeah, I mean, your guess is as good as mine, especially
All your
with
stuff has,
Jade's
like-
version.
Yeah, and all your stuff has like 3 health. But Voices of the Risen, or She Who Wanders, does instantly win the game if you don't have Deny, right?
I would give the edge to Jade here, because I think, especially looking at how this game is progressing, Salty Simon's looking a little on the slow side. Like, yeah, they'll be able to do some... By the time they're doing the really powerful things, Jade's going to have a lot of mana at their disposal.
Yeah,
But their hand's looking clunky currently.
And Trundle
Always
coming down
rely on
next
you to
turn
keep us safe.
is going to be pretty hard to push past.
Yeah, you
Which
just
is
take
always the
this,
case. The
take this
ramp?
heal up ramp. Oh,
My
God, I love
we're
that
at
card.
6 mana already. Dude, I don't know why people complain about like control not being playable. I feel like Freljord SI is so nuts. It's so insane.
Who complains about that?
I do. I hate playing against Freljord SI. Or hate who's complaining about control not being playable.
Yeah.
That's like all of Reddit. And like
Oh.
The trolls
Well,
are going to war.
why would you...
Twitch
Never mind, I'm just going to let that one
yeah,
die.
no, I know.
The hot takes on the internet are fantastic because you'll see someone be like, control's too good, and the next post will be like, aggro's too good, and the next post like, it's all mid range. No matter what, everyone has their hot takes. And they're all
One thing
terrible.
I really like was that pass out of Jade KV last turn. Instead of just slamming the Trundle, the pass holding up Vengeance mana means that Simon had to be really careful about playing out the Echo because you don't want to play Echo out without Deny backup. If your Echo dies, you are just SOL. You just have so much less effectiveness with this deck. But Trundle with the buff, a couple months back, getting 6 health is pretty significant here. It's pretty difficult to swing past it.
It's this right is going to be real. Ooh, there's a chrono break from Salty Simon. This right can take out a Vengeance.
Oh, I
Okay,
love
no
this
attacks.
pass. This pass is so good because it means that we have right, we have Voice of the Risen, we have this rally, all available in the same turn. This is just really well played there by Simon to know that he can pass this turn if it means that he has everything available.
Okay, but we're able to kill Echo twice here with the Trundle and then again with the Vengeance. Though I guess the Vengeance gets countered.
It would be interesting to see, do we rally after Echo dies to combat? How do we approach this? The Trinity are coming down from hand. We talked about how not great it is. In this case,
Oh,
it's
interesting.
it's
Why
high
are we?
pressure.
Why do you think we're blocking with the voice? Oh, right, because we're getting it back, of course.
Yeah, we're rallying
Do
to get
max
it back.
max damage.
An opponent did tap out, right?
I mean, Jade has a flash freeze still, and I'm not sure
Yeah.
about what's the 2 mana spell there.
So one of Flash Freeze and then Vile probably.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Probably Vile Feast.
This
we
this
still
flash
have
freeze is
the
going to be
draw.
pretty big.
We'll see what we decide on. That feels like the easiest skip of my life.
No, deja vu.
I don't want any of that nonsense. Looks like we're
Oh.
going for second voices.
This is my time.
Well, this is a good
I
card.
do my own stunts.
It looks like we're willing to. Oh, we're pulling the pillar. Oh, it's smart. That way we still
Yeah.
get the draw. without risking our Echo.
Yeah, beautiful.
We do lose our Voice of the Risen, but we're pushing quite a bit of damage.
Are you block flash freezing here? Just
Um,
eating 10.
I think we hold Flash Freeze for next turn because
Yeah.
then Echo doesn't get to hit then. I'm down to give up my faces though. The 0/3. I'd probably get rid of that card.
Oh yeah, it's done its job. Hey.
Yeah. I think it's a really heads up play actually for Simon to pick Voices of the Risen from the Predict. You know, I was saying that I would just skip there. It's kind of nice though picking that up because we're trading this one off. It lets us attack into the Tryndamere. I think it's a good play.
Well, that's right. I forgot that was our rally turn. So now we get to go in again.
We must tell
Yeah,
Yeah.
two vile feasts there. Can't cast the
We'll
Shihu.
see. Vile's really good to create blockers and really stop your opponent from pushing any amount of damage this turn. Second Voice of the Risen means that this Echo can swing in, but it's probably going to end up getting Flash Frozen. I would expect to see either Vile for blocker, maybe Tavern Keeper, but we want to hold up Vengeance plus Flash Freeze, I think.
Watch out.
Yeah. Make yourself a drink. Get that Tavern Keeper down. Heal up a little bit. Get a blocker. I like it.
Yeah, we can also throw that guy in front of Echo and feel pretty okay with ourselves. Flash Freeze Echo. Be interesting to see if we pre-commit it or not. It looks like we're not going to pre... Ooh,
There you
I don't know
go.
what we're doing. Maybe we're holding it
fine.
for a rally.
I mean, why don't we just click OK here, right?
Yeah. We are giving them the draw, which, you know, it's a little bit of a worry.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of like if we switch this around. Put the Trundle in front of the 5/4 for voices, and put, like you were saying, one of the other two in front of Echo, and then go for a Vengeance on Echo. And if that gets countered, then Flash Freeze them.
That way they can't, like, Absolver it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hard line. Again, playing around like these rallies is really hard. Like, when do you decide to commit your resources? It looks like we are going for the Flash Freeze. And we don't have anything to create the draw, so suddenly we're losing our entire board as the Echo player. We're not drawing anything off of it, and this is a disaster, honestly. Ideally, we would hit rally right here and draw it that we could play it, but no dice. Quicksand does keep us from dying.
Yeah, surprised me to go for the time trick there, hey? To, like, dig a little bit harder?
I think the issue is, like, even if we time trick, we don't have the mana to play out rally, right?
I thought we did,
so-
though, because, like, instead of I thought we had 5. So instead of the landmark, we played the time trick.
Wait, you're right. Yeah, I don't know. You're right, because it's same mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting question.
You're knocking us dead right now. This quicksand came in handy, I guess.
Yeah, quicksand is definitely keeping us alive here, which is really nice. Interesting to see. Ooh, drop hoarder.
You know,
Okay.
deja vu isn't what it used to be.
Extra echo. The APM here. Salty Simon out here clicking those buttons real fast, like.
You never learn.
So Shihu doesn't hit Echo, though.
That's true. It hits everything else in the whole deck, but it does not hit Echo. Which could be an issue.
We go for a search. Found a Chrono Break.
Okay.
Oh,
Complete
1 mana
out
away
here.
from doing Echo Chrono.
Oh, we're saving it. This is probably really smart. That way we can still hold up the deny, right? We can Echo plus Rally plus deny in one turn. And the Quicksand kept Trundle from regenerating.
Wow, that could be huge.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes down. Is this... Okay, Vile. We're just getting an extra blocker. I dig it. We can definitely get rid of our ramp card now. Our ramp card has done its job. We're already at max mana.
Yeah.
Okay, extra deny is good.
This is my time.
Is it? I guess so.
It's not great. It's like
If they go for
fine.
if they go for a vengeance here, I feel like Jade knows what's up, and Jade is specifically not killing this Echo.
Yeah.
But we do get the trigger here. Oh,
Yeah.
3 time tricks. Feels good.
Yeah, drawing the cards is just so valuable. Echo's such a good card. People who want Echo buffs, Echo's really scary. He's
Yeah.
just so strong.
Like I keep saying, like eventually this deck's gonna have enough cards that it's gonna be a real problem.
Yeah.
But I say let it have it stay in the sun, you know? Let it
Okay.
become a problem and then knock something out. But currently it's
Respectable.
totally fair.
A Ravine does kill Echo, so might have to rally here. If we rally into this vengeance, oh, this feels so bad. We're losing our Echo. We're only pushing like 1 damage. Okay, maybe a bit more than 1, but a Vile Feast. Oh, no, we can't Vile because then we'd tap low vengeance. We might have to give up Trundle here. Looks like we're
Yeah, we
willing
can
to take
we can
3.
We take 3, we go to 6, and
Which is
then
actually
landmark goes
4,
off.
right?
We go to 4. We do have Vile landmark in hand. Because I mean,
I think he took...
Trundle's just lethal.
Ooh, true.
Like hella lethal.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He is a big
That's
boy.
very lethal.
Aw, the skip doesn't get us quicksand. I guess we really had to hit quicksand right here. Oof.
Yeah. Okay, gonna get a.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Gotta write
wait,
that.
we still can
Yeah,
draw.
and then you draw. You can draw
Wait,
into
the developer's
quicksand.
so troll. Oh, we get a draw. Quicksand. Whoop. Ah, we hate to see it.
All right. Jade Cavi gonna go up 1-0 against Salty Simon. That one went more or less the way that I thought. Because as we see in time and time again, these Echo decks, they don't have a lot of staying power, especially Jade doing a fantastic job there of not killing the Echo, just freezing it, blocking it, waiting until Salty Simon was out of mana and couldn't revive the Echo in that like the very last turn there. Really well played by Jade.
There's a lot of mind games that go around playing around the rally, playing around deny. There's so much here. I kind of like the nuance to this deck. If Echo Zillion felt like it could, I don't know, it feels like it has to work so hard to win games. I don't know, it's such an interesting deck. We've watched a lot of it today. I feel like I've watched more Echo Zillion today than I have in like forever.
Yeah, me too. This deck was like always kind of fringe, and now it seems like I don't know, half the rounds, if not more, it feels like we've seen it.
Yeah, and part of it's like, seeing similar players because we continue to watch like the top cut, but it's seeing a lot of it's seeing a fair bit of play. I don't know. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. For like what I think is, a solidly tier 2 deck, to see them as much play, I don't know. Maybe it's just really well positioned right now.
What happened the last time we saw it go up against Aphelios? Do you remember?
I think it lost really hard, didn't it? Didn't we just like answer its stuff on curve and then it just like lost?
Yeah, I don't know. Too many games. We're all kind of melding together.
Yeah.
Time is winding.
I feel like that's what happened. I feel like a voices got thermoed. I don't know. I feel like that's what happened. Maybe not though. Who knows? It's been a long day, right?
Sure has. These players. That's another thing to keep in mind. Not only are we a little fatigued, these players have been playing all day long. This is round number 8, and man, look at these decks, right? Aphelios, Echo. Like, look at all the decision trees on each of these decks. For doing that over 8 rounds now, like that is really going to fatigue you and wear on your mind. So that's something to keep in mind as we see these players battling it out.
On you to keep us safe.
Yeah, it's difficult to play perfectly, let alone play perfectly 8 hours in to a
Listen to
tournament,
me.
right? Where you've had very few breaks. But so far this game, it seems pretty even so far. We've seen a lot of predicting. No echoes though. We can double time bomb next turn and threaten to flip our Zillion, which could be valuable. The issue is, I feel like we're always out of stuff to do in our hand with this deck. We rely so much on Echo.
Yeah, really doing the heavy lifting. Ooh, will we
Yeah.
see a temple come down here? No, I couldn't imagine.
If you temple and give the flipped Zillion over to Salty Simon, that could be a potential lose condition.
I was hoping that's what we might get to see, because otherwise this Zillion is not long for this world.
Yeah, it's eating a get excited right here, I think. There's just no reason to let your opponent flip that Zillion. Zillion gets really silly when flipped. Just being able to play these cards over and over and over, there's just a lot of value going on.
Yeah, that's a good way to lose this game real quickly.
All right, we see, it looks like no get excited, couple Mystics. And the gem actually keeps the bot alive. This is actually kind of bad for Salty Simon, huh?
So it looks like we're just being notified that Jade actually got a game loss for showing up to this round late. So they're actually currently 1-1.
Oh, interesting. So Simon coming in, potentially getting 2-0'd on the Echo Zillion after getting that game win.
Oh no,
GT
not like
gonna be
this.
able to fight up. Wait,
Not
very
like
nice.
this.
Oh, it's gonna go away, isn't it?
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to track. I mean, that means that there's a lot more on the line here, right?
Yeah, this is game 3. Winner of this game is going to the top 8.
Okay. We found an Echo. Echo coming down is great for Salty Simon. Echo with Deny backup is even better. We'll see what we decide to do here. Jade does have that Dawning Shadow, the send a spell in hand. Oh, we don't have the mana for it. We tapped out last turn, but that's okay. I get excited here. Is going to eat a Deny.
Thermo's going to come down, though. Finish this Echo off while
But
Salty
Echo does
Simon's
get the
tapped
strike,
out.
right?
Ooh, that's true.
The strike, the extra draw is really valuable. We can look for another Echo. Oh, I love this pass by Jade. Instead of throwing out the Thermo, forcing your opponent to use their draw card first, giving them a little bit less information, you know? Maybe they don't take Echo if they see it in their options.
Yeah.
That's just so intelligent. That's a really good play. It's one of those small optimizations that just add up.
Oh yeah, that can make or break a game right there for sure.
Oh, Echo?
Easy game.
Easy game. There's
Easy
been
game.
so much removal used. The double Mystic on the Zillion, the Get Excited plus the Thermo to take out Echo, and now second Echo is positioned to take over this game potentially.
Oh,
Let's
the
see.
gotcha for Jade off the top. Oh
Wait.
my gosh, the one of.
If we play Echo into this gotcha, it's gonna be so depressing. Please tell me that we play Voices this turn instead.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of reason to play Echo now, right?
Yeah. Nothing too crazy because you're not blocking with him, right? You don't want to put damage on him.
And a
I think
Meteor
that's smart.
Storm as well off the
Water
Priestess.
removal. If you were Simon, I think that we want to cash in this Scrying Sands right here for a favorable trade and to potentially get us like an Absolver or Deny or Rally. Because I think we're gonna need it next turn.
Yeah, I'm with you. There you go. He's a good target.
Yeah.
Oh, and get excited too
okay.
for Jade.
Okay.
All right,
That's every
okay.
removal spell in the entire fucking deck.
Come on. Be cool. Be cool. We just want to see Echo do Echo things, okay? We're not greedy.
Yeah, come on. Okay, the gotcha being cashed in to take care of this Voices. I mean, a Meteor Shower plus a Get Excited. Do we have mana for both? We do. Oh, this is just so brutal.
Oh my gosh, and the Lee Sin kick as well.
Dragon's Rage.
New tricks, new day, new sun.
Echo, though, I mean, I assume that this immediately eats a Meteor Shower, right?
Yeah, because now if they're like Rally, you're like, that's cute. Just get excited and like they're just
Yeah.
done, right?
This is so huge. This is what we've been talking about like all day. is that if you get rid of this Echo, if you're able to consistently get rid of it on site, it's just so difficult for the Echo Zillion deck to do anything.
To speak and
Temple
Yeah.
coming down and an Aphelios being drawn. Okay, this is where the game starts getting out of control. Aphelios is going to pick this board apart, and with the Temple just consistently being able to play out these weapons, this one's looking a little bit rough for Salty Simon.
Yeah, you know, but you and I both came into today saying that we weren't super high on the Echo deck. It did go off a few times. We were kind of impressed by it, but the current builds are just a little too fragile. They're too reliant on those Echoes. I wonder if you could build it in some other way, like because I haven't seen a lot of other Echo options. Oh, did Echo die this turn?
No, Echo died last turn, unfortunately,
Yeah.
which feels pretty bad. But if we see an attack here out of Jade, which, okay, I think we're supposed to pass if we're Jade. Because the thing is, you saw them get the Archivist spell. Giving them the value on this rally is just, there's no reason for it.
I mean, Salty Simon only has 1 mana though, but I guess it is bringing back blocker.
Yeah, I mean, just means that Caliburn just didn't do anything.
Salty Simon just choosing not to cast it.
Okay.
Wonder why. Need the mana?
Maybe hoping that we can get like a little bit more value out of it. You know, like maybe we can trade off our Voices of the Risen and then rally. Maybe that's better, you know, getting 2 attacks with Voices instead of, you know, just the 1. Might be the case.
Yeah, but couldn't you just cast it to bring back your 3/3? This way, I mean, Jade doesn't know we have it. But we didn't know we were going to draw it off the top either. I don't think.
Yeah, I agree. It is a little
Okay.
bit difficult. I think we have to deny this, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think deny and then attack, trade down the board, and rally is like kind of our only line. But you see that you're walking straight into a Gravitum. I don't know. Okay, we're going to take the attack. And if you're Jade, you probably just say okay, right?
Yeah. Just take this. Yeah,
Okay.
that is not the most exciting. Yeah, I think I liked your play better because those units were just not doing very much. Jay could just take it, no problem. Whereas had the Voices still been in play, now those are like real threats that probably need to be blocked. And then the rally is like a much bigger deal.
Yeah, and we don't even get to use the rally here. This just feels so bad. Okay, what saves this? What kind of a top deck
it's
saves
definitely
this?
not that guy. Look, this is what I'm talking about. When you're on turn 11, and you're like, whoop, 1 drop. We literally just drew nothing basically for the turn. And yeah, this deck just needs a little bit more help.
Yeah, I don't know. The issue is that, like, the other win cons, like Kahiri is just so awful. Maybe like a Thrumming Swarm in here, but it's so slow.
Ugh.
I don't know. It's just so difficult to figure out like what type of a win condition you can put in here, just because Echo carries a lot of the weight, but the moment Echo dies, it just feels like you just don't have much left to do. You run out of steam so quickly.
Yeah, you need a second champ that's not Zillion, and then also maybe something that's not this 1 drop. Just fill in some of these spaces.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah,
Ugh.
and you're just playing an aggro deck that just isn't able to I don't know. It's an aggro deck that instead of, you know, your little guys pushing damage with like burn and stuff, you rely on one big guy to really carry the weight. And you know, when it dies, it would be like if pirate aggro actually cared about MF, or actually cared about Gangplank, right?
Yeah. I honestly think that the people playing this deck, and you know, I've heard people that play this deck say this, that they get a lot of points from people not knowing how to play against them. And if they did know how to play against them, they would do a lot worse.
I'm with you.
Yeah, that's it. That is a very good point, and something to, you know, really stress is that we've watched people play really well around the rallies,
Yeah.
and around like the denies. There's a lot of really smart passing going on here, to enable a lot of these plays.
Yeah, because if you screw that up, if you kill Echo at the wrong time, or just a bunch of their units, and they just go rally, bring back my team, like you just die on the spot. And I've definitely made that mistake before. I don't know about you.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. If you're just like not, you know, just always vigilant, You know, it just gets really rough really fast.
Oh, okay, we can write. We can write.
Yeah,
Still in
then
it.
they
Get excited though is yeah gonna be the end.
Yeah.
Wow, Jade pulling the reverse sweep against Echo, comes in with a game loss. Sweeps it back though. You know, this has been really eye-opening for me. At least I now understand this Echo deck quite a bit more. I hope anyone else that's viewing right now, if you guys go up against it, you know, watch out for Echo. Be very careful about when you kill him, because that is a big, big part of the deck. Echo and voices really, you know, making that one hum along.
Absolutely the case. Absolutely. It's a strong deck when it does its thing. It's just, you know, a little bit fragile. It's very much, you know, glass, what you called a glass shotgun earlier.
Glass
You know,
shotgun, not quite a glass cannon. The glass it needs the other. It needs, it's just like it's got the small barrels. It needs a little bit more to go full cannon.
yeah, it's single barrel right now, right? We need a second or a third, you know, we need something going here because right now Echo's good, but just not quite enough. I wonder if there's like just a value deck that you could throw Echo in. Maybe Echo
Oh,
Shelf Oak.
interesting. Ooh, if anyone's gonna make that, it's gonna be you. Okay, check this out. So we've got Kazoo versus new Mastering Runeterra squad member Shadox, lover of all things eggs.
And that looks like, if I had to guess, that looks like a Yordlin Arms deck against Echoes. Bro, Echo Zillion's everywhere. What's happening?
What is going on? Did we not get the memo? Why did everyone get together and like be like, okay, guys, Echo Zillion's the shit this week. This is where we're going.
Yeah, it's wild how pervasive it's been, right? Like everybody's playing it. All right. So it looks like we're taking a little bit of damage here, but no Yordlin Arms is pretty solid. Quicksand here potentially giving us a couple good trades. Yeah.
Just a moment.
Real good
I
to
think
see you.
Echo's supposed to be favored in this matchup, by the way. I think that's one of
Really?
the reasons that people are playing it.
Oh, that would make sense.
Yeah. I'm not sure specifically why, but I believe I remember hearing
Just
that.
do your best, okay?
I could see that because you can match them quite a bit. You got Quicksand, you have rights.
Echo?
They don't have a lot of good answers to Echo.
Yeah.
Welcome to the team.
Yeah, no, being able to like deny a Yordlin Arms is so valuable. It stops a lot of their pressure as
Look at this.
well.
Look at this. Everything's gonna be gigantic now. This is game. This is game over.
Whatever I make you.
Yeah?
How
Oh
is
yeah,
that
because
6?
we're activating voices. Yeah, voices wasn't
Time.
activated.
Hmm.
There's a lot of damage. Absolver's available too. Even if you have like a Get Excited, you can Absolver through it, or you can just use Zillion spell.
Well, just do your best, okay?
That's what I'm talking about. Not surprised.
Through time.
Looks like Zillion spell is gonna be the option used here.
Wait, but now we're not lethal though, right? We need the overwhelm.
Yeah, we're not lethal, but this is better than like second burn spell, I guess, right?
I guess so, but Yordle and Arms could be a bit of a problem here.
Yeah, but I mean, we're drawing deny or rally right here, right?
Oh, I didn't realize we got to pick our card.
Oh, we do. You see his time trick that lets us pick our card,
Oh,
and there's our rally.
easy game. What was I thinking?
Yeah, what were you thinking?
I'm pretty. Oh wow, look at Shadox's hand.
Oh, so that's face up, by the way. Like, if we're hand tracking, we know that both of those are from Bomber Twins. We know that their only cards in hand are Bomber Twin cards,
Yeah,
right? So playing it a little bit more
that
slowly.
makes more sense. Yeah. But wait
Yeah.
a minute. If we know they're Bomber Twins cards, and we know they're 2 landmarks, like let's just go for lethal and kill them. Our Echo was lethal.
Yeah, you know, it feels to me like you're
Correct.
yeah, you know, you're definitely right. But counterpoint.
Somebody clip that. I want that for my stream.
Counterpoint. Giga Chad Chrono Shift coming in and saving the day. You know, I think that's really the headline here.
Yeah. Sure.
Do you think we BM? Do you think we Absolver, or do we BM Rally here?
Let's fight.
I mean, who cares?
What
Let it
would
end.
you do? What would you do?
I'm a gentleman. I would slam down an Absolver, put Shadox out of his misery, and then I would go into the private chat in our Discord and be like, haha, sucker, gotcha.
Fair enough. as we see Echo Zillion. I mean, it's so crazy that like some of these games, Echo Zillion looks so good, and in other ones, it looks so bad. It really comes down to just how much interaction your opponent has. It feels like, you know, can they answer Echo in a reasonable fashion? If yes, you win. If not, I mean, Echo's good. Echo's
Yeah,
really
being
good.
good into Fizz Lulu, that's a big feather in its cap.
Mhm.
I didn't realize that matchup would be good, and seeing it there and just speaking about it when we went into it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And you know, I mean, coming into this weekend, Fizz Lulu was definitely on both of our radars as one of the most played and probably going to be most successful decks. So that makes a lot more sense why we're seeing so much Echo Zillion, because I didn't really get it at first, but
Yeah.
now it's coming together. We'll see if we have any other matches to jump into here, because this is when it's fun. Gotta love that last round. Oh, that was the last match of the round. Okay, so we are going to take a quick break here, and then we'll have the quarterfinals for you guys as we are coming very close to crowning our champion. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the MasterGuitarra.com $500 cup number 5. We have got a top 8 for you guys. Let's jump into the bracket. Take a look at who has made this final cut. Everyone here is in the money. We have seen a lot of these players during today's stream. So we've got Kazooie, 4LW, Floppy Mudkip, Jade, Grandpa Roji, Methonical, What Am I? And Eloward Hake. Do you know how to pronounce this?
Elward, right? Elward Hake.
Yeah, that'll work for me. So we've seen like 6 of these players. I don't think we saw Methonical or Eloward.
I think those are the only ones that we have not seen. So, we've really been watching from the cream of the crop here, but some really really big names in here, right? It's a stacked top cut. There are no slouches here. And that's what you want to see, right? At the end of Swiss, just seeing nothing but cracked players.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the beautiful things about LOL, right? This is such a skill-intensive game that you see the top players in the top cut again and again and again. It's what makes it such a beautiful game for like a competitive esports sort of scene where you can have this narrative with these players that are constantly at the top, constantly vying for championships, vying for wins. Whereas in other card games, there's a lot of RNG. No matter how good you are, you're just not making the top 8 that often. That's something that LOR luckily doesn't suffer from.
If you're saying it's a beautiful game, does that mean, is that like leaking the script a little bit? Do you feel like that favors, one person who maybe
I mean, just because we've rigged
game?
it specifically for one of my teammates to win
Okay.
doesn't mean that anything has been leaked.
I just wanted the confirmation.
I would neither deny nor confirm any type of PayPal transfer from one Jordan to myself. Okay, I think we're going to be jumping into the first game here. With that said, who do we got?
Yeah, I think that we're going to be following 4LW versus Kazooie B. It's like we're looking at some deck lists here. I think these are 4LWs. We looked at them earlier, I believe. Just quick reminder, this is the Ziggs Talia. We're running Bandle Cities, so not, the fun Bilgewater list version. This has the stuns. This has the arsenal. We saw this blow people out earlier, just able to create such insane tempo plays. Just an up-and-coming deck. I like this one. I feel like of the Shurima decks we've seen today, Talia Ziggs and Echo Zillion being so pervasive, I feel like this one's better.
Yeah, Talia Ziggs is... I agree with you. It's a little bit more of a rounded deck as it has multiple ways to win. You can win with Ziggs, you can win with Talia, you can win with the Arsenal, you can win with just outvaluing your opponent. That's sort of the hallmark of a good deck. Whereas the Echo deck, like we keep mentioning, does have a few holes. And if you do answer the Echoes, the rest of the deck is not super impressive. Yeah, I'm with you. This Ziggs Talia's deck is pretty hot. It does have its own weaknesses, but as does everything in the format, right?
Yeah, I think a big thing with this deck is that where Echo Zillion has a favorable matchup into Yordle Arms, this deck gets absolutely crushed by Yordle Arms. It is a doomed matchup.
Really? It's that bad, huh?
Yeah, it's really bad. They just like go bigger than you. You don't have interaction for the Yordle Arms. You can't like really interact with their elusives. It's outvalue. It's just scary, You're just a little bit too slow.
Yeah, interesting. So let's see what the rest of what 4LW is working with here. Here we have the Victor Vi deck that is very similar to the Victor Lee Sin deck that has been very popular. And I remember now why we are playing Vi instead of Lee, which we'll get to in a second. But what do you guys say about this list?
It seems very solid. We saw it in the last time that we watched 4LW. Get this huge, like 16 damage turn.
Again.
Yeah, the ambush onto the Vi was just so huge. This is it's a bit more explosive of a list than the Lee Sin one, right? But still just as good. Has the ambush, has deny, palm, Spirit's Refuge. This is a really solid list. I think that this is probably a deck that we're gonna need to be aware of, like 3 weeks from now. I think this is a deck that's probably gonna stick around.
Yeah, I kind of like this list better than the Lee list in some matchups. Also, it's cut a lot of there was a bunch of cute spells that were in here. Those are mostly gone. The calculated creations, iterative improvement, I don't know about those. They could maybe come, they could go.
Just extra copies of your bot, right? That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, the iterative improvement I'm okay with. The calculated creations, I don't like that card. I think it's just too mana inefficient.
So it's the exact same thing as iterative. If you
But you
create
don't
a
have the
bot, it's just
flexibility
like
though. That's the thing though.
it's.
You
Oh,
can't
I
copy
agree.
an
I
you
agree.
can't copy an eye, you can't copy a station archivist, you can't copy one of their things.
You don't have to yell at me. It's okay. I agree.
No, no, no. Let me tell you more about how right I am.
No, it's an interesting card, and with the recent buff, it's slightly better than it was before. But yeah, I totally get where you're coming from.
I think this is the
Although,
reason I'm really upset with calculated creations. It's because I want the card to be good.
yeah.
It just doesn't feel good enough to me. Now, what about this beauty? I know this is one of your favorites.
Ugh. I mean, I think Akshan Lee, it's so explosive. It's like if Lee Sin truly were just an OTK deck. It's a very strong deck when it does its thing, but like a lot of these Akshan lists, if you don't draw Akshan, your game plan is just so much weaker than if you do draw them. It becomes rough if you don't find it. But there's with the addition of like quicksand, helping out to survive a little bit here. Triple absolver, triple twin, triple sonic wave. You got a lot of stuff going on here.
Yeah, 3 Shadow Assassins are really
It
sticking out
draws
to
into
me.
your Akshan and your Lee Sin.
Yeah, you're not wrong. There's nothing I love more than a card that doesn't do much that draws me into cards that do stuff.
All right, we're looking at Kazooie B now. Also on the Zigstalia, but slightly different
Oh,
version. We have the Herald of the Magus. One copy of like Ancient Prep. No Arsenal, just a little bit more on the lower side. 1 to 9, no Pokey Stick. It's just swapping around a card here and there.
no Arsenal really hurts me though. That card just does work sometimes.
Arsenal's so good, but like Herald of the Magus, giving your stuff overwhelm and making it big is really good in a lot of matchups. I think both of them are really solid options.
Yeah, I'm not
Um,
against the Herald. I'd almost want to like cut a Desert Naturalist or something.
yeah, I Naturalist is really sick to like tempo. Maybe we could cut like an Ancient Prep or something. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Have we seen this
Uh,
deck at all today?
I don't. Ooh, wait. I like this
Ooh,
Golden
yes.
Ambassador. And the careful prep. Okay, so the cool thing about Golden Ambassador in this deck, I know what you're thinking. You see those 14 P and Z cards, and you're like, oh no, isn't this terrible? How am I ever going to hit allegiance with this card to draw a champion? But we are running like 30 predict cards. So we can
Exactly
always predict a
100
Shrima
predict
card.
cards.
Exactly 100. It's insane. But no, I think it's a really cute interaction. And like if you get a buffed Echo, we talked all day about how just
Ooh.
removing Echo is so good. If you find a buffed one, it's pretty hard to remove.
Oh, and then here's the third deck. These lineups are very similar.
Yeah, very similar. Just instead of an Akshan Lee, we're running an Echo Zillion. But yeah, Victor Lee, pretty solid, and we're running right into game as Ziggs to Leah for 4LW against the Vi Lee or Victor Lee Sin rather Kazooie B.
Yeah, what do you think? I would give Kazooie B the edge here. I don't know if that's actually fair at all. Yeah, this
Well,
Talia deck, I think I'm underestimating it.
I see no Victor in hand yet.
I do like that Ziggs
Talia
off the top.
Ziggs is so explosive. It's so good at applying pressure, in that mid game. It's a little slow at the beginning, but like that mid game is just so strong and so forceful. We have the devout. You aren't able to develop into this. This game just becomes so difficult from this point.
Yeah, currently,
Oh.
in this game state right now, looking very good for 4LW.
Yeah, Kazooie. I feel like we've seen this Victor Lee deck play this exact time trick line on turn 3 like 3 times. God, 4LW is one player that really takes advantage of the mind games between spamming emotes, pushing forward and pulling back. Dude, 4LW is a gamer. That's all I know.
Yeah. On a scale from 1 to I'm muting this, let me tell you, I can no longer hear those voice lines.
Yeah, it's effective. Like I don't know. I think I think it affects people. I think it's like a real
think
strat
so?
if you wanted to.
I just click the mute button. I turn off the noise. I turn off the voice lines, and I'm just like, yeah, have fun all day long. I'll just.
Yeah.
I'm a freaking glacier,
The dragon
well
binds
documented. So I will
us.
take this time to think about my blocks while you put your guys up and down.
Okay. I mean, that's good. That's good. I know that my mental, after years of being worn down by League of Legends, it's a little bit less stable.
Yeah, this type of stuff doesn't affect me at all. If anything, I enjoy it because I like knowing that my opponent's gaming. I like knowing that they're trying their absolute best. It keeps me on my toes.
Yeah, yeah. We do get bot down. Bot's great. But more importantly, the Dragon Link ends up eating up that Roiling Sands. So, no vulnerable for the cards that you actually care about. It's a pretty interesting interaction that, it's pretty annoying for the Talia Ziggs player.
Yeah, whether I plus bot is good or not, it sure is fun.
I plus bot plus ratio? No, it's very good. We had talked about how sometimes it's difficult within these color combinations, PNZ, Ionia, to consistently proc the Eye of the Dragon, but having like bot or Victor creating these cards for you every single turn is just so valuable and makes it so much easier.
This is literally Nick Makes Plays nightmare. Just free Dragon Links.
Yeah.
Don't even have to try.
So
Okay.
Dragon Link gonna get its healing off. Looks like we're trying to put some damage on our Devout. We could poke it if we wanted to. Probably don't want
Our own
to.
Devout.
Yeah.
It's a bit much.
Iron for the landmark, bro.
Yeah,
Landmark's real
it's still a bit much. You just attack. Keep attacking and blocking. They'll die next round.
Okay.
But
I made for
you're not wrong. We could do that. That is a
That's
play
the important thing, right?
that is available to us. And one of the things that I think a lot of people don't do enough is to figure out all the possible options. Even if they're terrible, find out, because sometimes they might not be. And sometimes they might take you down a road that finds you a W.
Yeah, if you don't find all the bad lines, how are you going to find the good line?
That's right, baby. Process of elimination. So I make
Yeah.
all the bad plays so that I know what not to do later on.
Okay, yeah, no, okay, yeah. All right, so we have a Poro that can be pulled by the Endless Devout. We can develop a Ziggs here. We have a lot of options available to us. Maybe just another Devout, just applying a lot of pressure. No Dragon Link means that we don't have to worry about the free blockers. Open attack does kind of let opponent develop Lee Sin. But I mean, they might just develop it anyway. So they have Poro Cannon. Poro Cannon's actually really cute for, like a 0 mana barrier proc for Lee Sin.
Yeah, it does a lot of work in this deck.
Yeah. Poro Cannon's such a good card. Do you think it needs nerfed?
Yeah, I think you should give 3 Poros.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because then your hand would be too full, and then you couldn't draw more cards.
I think that's a good call. I like that. I like that. Rumble players are excited. Poro Cannon turning into, a 1-card discard farm for Rumble. We see the attack here. Poro's getting traded off. Looks like we're not willing to give up our Devout yet. We just want the free trade from Ziggs, which is probably smart. Makes sure that the bot can't just trade into it, right? We want to keep the Ziggs alive.
I can't wait to see what this one does.
Can't steer.
And already down to 6 health. But that Spirit's Refuge coming in could be pretty clutch for Kazuibi. Putting it on one of these big units with a tune is just so valuable. Though,
See, this is another reason that I kind of like the Vi, because the Spirit's Refuge on a giant Vi is like, whew, chef's
True.
kiss. On a Lee or something, it's like, huh? I mean,
Yeah.
you get it from the... You get, like, both, though, right? Don't you get, like... I could have swore I put a Spirit's Refuge on a Lee that had 4
you
power,
get
and I
2
gave 8.
strikes. Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
the you hit the unit and then you hit Nexus, right?
It doesn't have Overwhelm.
But you're still hitting Nexus.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because you deal 4 to the unit, and then you deal, of course, right?
Yeah. Are we deciding whether or not to Pokey Stick Eye here? I don't mind Poke on Eye because they already played 2 spells this turn, right? So if they want to keep
Yep.
it alive, having them to making them commit the spell, I think it was like a pretty good time for it.
Yeah, it was definitely close there. Because if it goes through, that's huge. Now they're just got 4. We got a Ziggs that's going to level soon. This is a really close one. Kazooie is at 4, but it feels like they have the tools to pull this out. Okay, here comes a Lee.
Yeah, Lee's
Down
not
to-
flipped, so we're not like doubling up yet. He doesn't have the second arrow, so I assume he's like at 4, maybe 5 spells, 6. I assume at 6 he gets the second arrow. I think.
Look at this. Because we still have Pokey Stick, we can protect Ziggs. Oh, I guess Lee will go after Ziggs. I was going to say if the Dragon Link went after Ziggs and then pumped it, the Pokey Stick would prevent that.
True. That is a
Well,
good point.
Just send
Fair
Lee
point.
after it, though. Just send Lee after it. Send the Dragon Link after the 2-1, the 3-1.
Yeah. Although if you do send Lee after it and tap below Twin, then it could be a little bit worrisome. Did we discard? Didn't we have a Deny in this hand? Did we discard Deny to a Poro Cannon?
Perhaps I missed it.
Oh, interesting. Sonic Wave coming out. We'll see what it decides to pull. Can we flip Lee yet? I assume we
don't
want to
think so.
flip Lee before combat here.
Yeah, but I
That
think,
way
like you
we're
said,
kicking
you said,
Ziggs.
the second arrow just lit up. I think.
Yeah.
What if they just had a number there instead of the arrows? What if it was literally just the number of spells just right there?
There is like a lot of like hidden information. Like it's something that you like pick up from playing the decks a lot. You know, like Ari's is always
Oh.
at 5 out of 6 when you get the second thing. But
Okay, so we are leveling. Never mind.
yeah.
We are Hayuking. Okay, so the Dragonling's gonna go down.
What's crazy, by the way, is this gets so insanely blown out by Hourglass. Like, I think 4LW literally wins the game instantly if they have Hourglass here.
Yep.
But sometimes you just don't have it. Sometimes you just don't have it. We'll see what they decide to do here. You could go, you know, like a Preservarium this turn, double it up next turn. That's pretty reasonable. You only have to push 4 damage, right? And depending on how you order it, you could make this Refuge just completely dead. Oh, it looks like we're shooting the Eye of the Dragon here because the opponent tapped out, which is pretty good here. It's 1 less blocker. Maybe? Yeah, I don't know. I got excited. You know, we're still deciding.
That happens, especially when we're playing PNZ.
Yeah. And it looks like we are just going to go with the Preservarium. We're letting them have the Dragon Link. It's yours. Go for it, buddy. I assume that we double up.
You cheated. I want a
Oh,
rematch.
wait. Oh, okay, yeah. I was worried for a second that Talia wasn't going to flip. It was just taking a second because it was drawing us the card. But Talia flip, depending on what gets put in front of it, could just end the game instantly.
I mean,
Talia's so good.
Is all in the
Talia's
mind.
so good.
I'm just putting a Lee in front of it.
I mean, you know, maybe if you're insecure, you throw Lee in front of it.
I'm hiking up my skirt. I'm not letting this Talia get through, no matter what.
I mean, we get the Dragon Link healing at the front, which is pretty nice.
That's true.
But we do need to give up Lee, I think. I think you're right. Well, it's not even giving up Lee.
No.
It's kind of giving up Lee. Lee dies. And maybe if we throw out some twins.
Yeah, so
It's
let's
hard
see.
to
If we
say.
trim, it becomes 9 toughness plus barrier gets hit. It would go to 1.
It would go to 1. And Talia would
Take
still
8.
survive. Well, we
That
are
seems
tapping
fine.
below like 9, right? Which could be an
What do you-
issue.
I guess, like, yeah, they'll finish it with a Rite of Arcane.
Yeah, there are going to be options. But it's still the correct play. You need to stop Talia from killing you here. Talia, you know,
I mean, if we put the Poro in front of it, we're only taking 4. Yeah, that's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, we kind of only have 4 health.
We could, you know what? We could Spirit's Refuge the Lee and then swap them.
So
And
the
then
issue is that the
gaining
rocks
6.
go off first, right? And the rocks are killing us.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, it looks like we're twinning the other direction. We're not worried about keeping our Lee alive
We're
as long as we kill
trading.
Talia, which isn't
Okay.
the worst thing in the world. But this does mean that the Rite of the Arcane on this devout landmark is going to end up taking down either the bot or the eye. If you play
Yeah,
around Refuge, you kill bot. Otherwise, you just kill eye, right? Refuge is only one of.
Yeah, which one would you kill?
Probably eye, because I wouldn't think about Refuge. Is he trying to target face?
That's what it seems like. That's a valiant effort. You never know. I've seen
Ooh.
crazier things happen.
This is why 4LW is better than me. Shooting the bot to deny the Refuge healing, saying, yeah, you can have your 2 healing, but I'm stopping your 1-up from winning you this game.
Yeah, I
Quicksand,
mean,
though. Oh, Quicksand.
oh, Ziggs. Leveled Ziggs gonna do some work also. Yeah, that's fine. I think mostly, like, also Ambush is another card you have to worry about, right?
Oh, true, yeah. But, you know, if you just knew that you were going to draw Quicksand like a good player, then, you know, just...
I mean, the
easy.
bot's doing a lot of work. The eye is, like, kind of annoying, but, like, if you do your
Yeah.
thing, like, that's not going to be enough to stop you. And you have a lot of cards going on right now. Whereas,
For
like, you could kind of see Kazui's sort of running out of gas here a little bit.
What's really funny is if you activate this Eye of the Dragon and we play out Roiling Sands, you just get Decimate at the beginning of next turn.
Yep.
Dude, Ziggs is so good. Wow. In situations like these where we were talking earlier in the day about having stuff like Will of Ionia as a 1-of. Like, Will could be kind of good here to, like, just save you 4 health.
Yeah. Yeah, what does Kazooie need? A lot.
I think Ziggs Burn is so hard to interact with. I think you're probably just dead, to be honest with you.
I mean, we take 4, but yeah, we can't really heal up.
Quicksand denies the lifesteal. Oh my god, dude, this is
Gonna catch the sky.
why did the Shurima region get buffs? You know, now it's like really good. It's like really
I
good.
mean, I don't know. It's fine. I think it's okay.
Okay,
Quicksand's pretty-
so we
Quicksand's
probably
pretty damn
naturalist
good,
here,
though.
right? Yeah, because that's 2 damage to the face. It makes the Ziggs skill lethal. We have to deny right now. Which, yeah, we do get the deny, but that means we can, like, pokey and remove blockers if we want to. We can just play out our stun landmark. We have so many options available to us. I like this Talia Ziggs deck a lot, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's another glass cannon kind of deck. It's real
think
good
it's-
till it isn't.
And it runs denies, it runs hourglasses. It has multiple win cons. I think it's a lot more resilient than, like, Echozillion is.
I mean, for instance, like I was playing when we played against Hydra, I like 2-0'd this deck, and it was the only reason that
What was your lineup?
we got the W. What was it? I want to say Yordle in Arms, Riven, Victor,
Okay, so you're
and
playing
Pantheon.
cringe ass aggro stuff that counters it.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, I get you. Yeah.
But like, yeah, Finny like straight out played me, and it was just like the decks just like lined up poorly.
And I also, like, my RA lineup this week was 100% targeting Talia Ziggs. I brought like Azir Irelia,
Really?
Draven Rumble, Yordle in Arms, right? Because
much
we
Talia
knew that
Ziggs
our
do you run
opponents
to?
were playing against it.
Oh,
Both of my
I see.
opponents had it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you had the real read.
Yeah. I knew that I was playing against
Why
it.
not?
Yeah. Okay. The quicksand here is so good to deny the healing. Yeah, and we have to commit the twin to be able to even get a blocker here. Like, if we twin and then refuge to try and, like, heal 5, it just gets blown out by this quicksand.
That's blown out.
God, quicksand is so fucking broken. Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh my. Oh. Oh, I feel dirty just watching.
Look away, children. Look away. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, imagine having 3 lifesteal units and getting exactly 0 healing this turn. From 3 Eye of the Dragon down to 1. You have 2 health remaining. A Ziggs on board. Any landmark popped instantly loses you the game, and you don't have a win con in hand. No Victor this entire game. A Lee Sin that ended up dying, and with that Rite of the Arcane, and you could just pass it down, right?
But you drew 3 eyes, and you have this terrible 2-drop in your hand. This is one of the reasons I don't like that card, and that I like Vi. Not that Vi would have got it here, but I don't know. Vi ambush.
Our second champ anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not really surprised to see this match go this way because this list plays a lot of kind of dirtily dudes. As we see here, like we have a bunch of eyes, but like they're just kind of stalling the inevitable, right?
Yeah. If you aren't fighting Victor, it's so hard to like actually win the game, right? All right, there we go. And the landmark at the beginning of the next turn is going to get the lethal Ziggs. Gonna be the one to burn it down here in 4LW. Going up 1-0 in this round. You know, playing out his hand, being a little BM. You know how it is.
4LW taking game number 1. I wonder if the bans were. Because we saw both of them are on Tulia Ziggs, right? Both of them are on Ionia PNZ. Yeah,
Victor.
One's Victor, one's Lee Sin, right?
One's Lee, one's Vi, yeah.
Or yeah.
So and the question is, did Lee Akshan pick up a ban? Did Echo Zillion? I don't know what the matchup tables into like these look like. So I couldn't even hazard a guess.
Yeah, this is one of the things that's different between the tournaments and ladder. Like how much Echo versus like Talia Ziggs do you end up seeing on the ladder? Haven't played that one in a while.
So it looks like Kazooie B banned the Victor Vi, and it looks like 4LW banned Talia Ziggs. God, you have no idea. I don't know if that's correct or not. I assume that since they banned it, they probably know their decks better than me. That's probably the correct ban. But yeah.
I mean, sometimes you don't even know, right? Like,
yeah, sometimes I just say, fuck it. Like, you know, it's... I feel like not playing against this.
I mean, they probably know for at least like 2 of the decks, typically, right? And then so there's like 1 or 2 kind of like matchups you're like, oh, question marky. I think I'm good here, maybe.
You kind of have to guess sometimes. Or it's not even like guessing. It's like, I know that my deck is generally pretty good into these types of decks, right? So like, I'm probably fine into this. I probably need to ban this, even if you haven't played the matchups before, right?
Exactly.
Sometimes you miss, but yeah.
I mean, with 2 of the decks being like almost identical, like, yeah, they probably have some pretty good ideas. Okay, so what about this matchup, though? This is an interesting one.
Well, we have Deny for Echo Spell, but we don't have good removal for Echo. I feel like if we aren't OTKing with Lee Sin really early, this might be Echo favored.
To keep us safe.
Go get the shiny Davu.
But
Yeah.
Eye of the Dragon's pretty good at stalling, right?
Is it against like an Echo deck though?
I mean, free blockers really is good. I guess like rally turns are scary, but if you have Deny, then it doesn't matter.
I'm like, if you ever have voices, your stuff's just so big.
True, but I mean, you know, Dragon Leagues are still pretty good at blocking.
Yeah, we
Hard
do
to
have
say.
2 eyes here down for LW. You can see another one hanging out in the mitt.
And we do get to see the Echo come down here if we want. Careful Prep is available in hand. Oh, and we're just going to eat the pass. Okay, I dig it.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, Kazooie still needing to find, like, has an Echo.
Yeah, my assumption is that we just haven't found enough predicts to flip this Echo. You almost never want to play Echo down unleveled. So just opting to take the pass, play out Archivist, get this predict down. Though you are letting 4LW get Lee Sin down for free, notably though at 0 out of 8 on that level up, meaning that we're a ways away.
Oh, boy, okay. Oh, there's a voices off the top for Kazooie. All right, here's a Waking Sands. By the way, should it not be Walking Sands?
No, because it's like it's waking up, right?
Yeah, fair enough. But it's also like it's a walk-in to go hit you in the face for 5.
True. I thought you meant like walking, like the bowl. It's a walk.
Oh.
I think that'd be a great name for it. I could see it.
Yeah, I mean, you ever try going camping where there's a lot of sand, like camping on the beach or whatever? Trust me, you got some walking sands for sure.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, man, you can sand in your hot dog and your burgers, whatever you're making.
Yeah. Sand is terrible. I don't know why people like going to the beach. Sand is the worst.
Oh, bro, I was born on the beach. Died at the beach. I love the beach.
Ugh.
So good. It's my happy place.
Do we just take
wow.
that pass?
Pass it again. What is going on here?
Both players feeling pretty okay with just going a little bit later. Although Echo coming down, we can flip them here with the careful preparation. Likely will.
Yeah.
Or maybe we just pass again.
We'll be able to have voices be activated also after that, which is nice.
Yeah. No
You know what,
voices coming down this turn.
Yeah. Shadow for LW at least though has these shadow assassins. Thank God.
Yo, we're drawing cards. Drawing cards is good.
I love drawing cards, which makes you know that a card is probably not great if it draws you a card and I don't like it.
And it's like Baby Signin, It costs half the mana, draws you half the cards.
Yeah. Does it pump your team for +half, +half? +1/+1.
If it did, that'd be pretty cool. That
yeah,
would like
damn good
help
then.
out like the elusive like aggro list, right? Yeah, I kind of like that. That's a good buff that you suggested there.
Anyone at
Interesting
Ryan's
thing here.
listening, please do not take this card.
Careful Prep
Ooh.
is really nice here because Careful Prep is a card that it situationally will brick you because you're going down in card advantage to activate it. But when you find something like Time Bomb and get an extra copy of it, it's just so valuable.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why 4LW was passing so much. He must have thought that...
Because we have the Lee Sin late game, right?
Okay. But there's no Overwhelm. Oh, no, we do have Overwhelm. We have Absolver. Okay, I mean, yeah, fair enough.
No, Farron's not in this game. So we are going to see the pull in. Probably see a quicksand. I wouldn't be surprised if we did. Trying to keep this Echo alive. We don't yet have a way to resurrect him, right? So, keep him alive as long as possible. Kind of important here. Although, like, one quicksand puts it down to 1 attack. This resonating strike puts it back up to 3. So we'd have to commit 2 quicksands. So yeah, maybe just letting it die is better. Not wanting to have to commit too many resources to this.
Yeah, 4LW really going for this one turn kill, but like Kazooie has 2 quicksands in hand.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to actually fight through it. That is an Absolver. In the hand of Kazooie be another Time Bomb. We can predict, we can play down voices. There's a lot of options here, right?
Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup. 4LW's hand looks like it doesn't actually do anything.
Yeah, no Akshan is definitely a factor here. It's really just slowing down our ability to flip this Lee. It's like turn 9 and Lee's like halfway to being flipped. Like, come on. I don't know, this Lee list, I don't know.
Sketchy.
Hey, you know what? He made it this far. He's had a lot of success with it up to this point. This is a very slow hand. But yeah, we can't judge it off of one game, right?
I mean, bro, like, what am I top 8'd with like 2 Targon decks and some baseball cards, and nobody even noticed? So, it might speak more to 4LW's play skills as a player than to list specifically.
Speaking of the double voices is It's a little bit scary, huh? Why is that 1-3 now a 5-3? That's kind of weird.
Yeah, if that card was just always a 5/3, I'd be much more inclined to play it.
This is my time.
Okay. We got some quicksands though.
Quicksand might be able to get us some favorable trades, but I feel like what's gonna happen is we're gonna like throw some pump spells on this Dragonling, try to get some healing. It's gonna get quicksanded, and we're just gonna like cry.
No,
Yeah, they're the bump
Oh.
spells. Oh, yeah,
Oh.
we're getting blown the fuck out here.
That's
It's
okay
so
though. We got
doomed.
to get one quicksand out of their hands so that when we try to kill them,
Also,
they
Lee
only
can
have
OTK
one
next
more
turn.
quicksand. And the next time we go for the 1-turn kill somehow, then we actually do kill them.
The issue is that quicksand onto this Lee is kind of killing our Lee. I don't know if you noticed that. Also, Absolver's active. I think we're like super dead here. I think we're going to game
Yeah.
3.
Dude, the Echo deck is not to be trifled with. You can just give them infinite time.
Yeah, if you just keep passing, they will kill you. Like this is not a deck that messes around.
And like it was one thing when you maybe were playing like Lisa and Zoe and you had access to all of these like equinoxes and stun spells and I guess you still have palms, but like
You have to drop palm to use
even
palm,
that
you know?
deck still though is like trying to kill you actively, whereas we kind of just did a bunch of nothing for a while. Oh, we got another Lee in hand. That's a card. Oh,
Leo
Oh.
wins this. Second Lee wins this, right? Every time.
yeah, through a quicksand.
Yeah, always. You
Sure.
think Lee can't OTK through quicksand?
Yes.
My man's was like, built for the sand. Everyone knows that about Lee.
I mean, he looks like
Okay.
he spends a lot of time with the sand.
The counter quicksand does mean no overwhelm actually coming through, so not dead this turn, which is pretty important though. You have lost your entire board. You have a Lee Sin, but even if you play Lee Sin down, oh my god, I forgot that Zillion's giving you another quicksand. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I think this one might be
No.
slightly over.
No. Don't be ridiculous. We've got
Yeah,
we
no, they
got
definitely-
them right where we want them.
Yeah, where's that?
Oh yeah. It's, what's the opposite of Value Town? The other side of the planet from that. It's like Get Wrecked Town.
Yeah, I agree.
Never winning ever.
Okay,
ever.
what's our out? Like deep med off the top into like double.
Oh no, I
palm.
figured it out. No. Our out is that Kazui's internet provider goes offline and they time out.
What's
and we
really
take
funny
that W.
though is like with how explosive this Elite deck is, we literally have lethal right here if they didn't have quicksand. Like against other decks that have like a slightly less
9.
interaction,
Yeah.
we
Okay.
just
Yeah.
kill right here.
Yeah. I mean, Absolver Lee is no joke.
Yeah, we said, haha, what if you just didn't challenge anything and had one attack? How does that sound?
Yeah, you kick something now.
Yeah, that's the luck, homie. Okay, but the challenger, haha, we actually can kick your thing.
That's pretty funny, actually. Gotcha. So let's see. Do we quicksand again? No.
No, we
I
saved
think
for
no.
next turn to deny the lifesteal. Because like the Dragonling's gonna come out, they're gonna try and buff up the Dragonling. But we just play third Voices of the Risen, of course. Yeah, we deny the lifesteal of the Dragonling, and I think we just kind of win.
Okay, we got a quicksand.
Yeah, Quicksand is a card that exists in our hand. That is.
Accurate.
Oh, there's our first Palace card. Let's go.
Let's go. Gonna level it up.
You'll love to see it. Love to see it. Okay.
Okay, so they're attacking for 38. We're at 7.
Mhm.
Do the math here.
We can beat that, right? We have
Cards.
okay, so game number 3 is going to be
Mhm.
Lee Sin Akshan,
Versus.
the Victor Vi deck, right? Or Victor Lee. It's Lee versus Lee.
Ooh, I'm here for that. I'm here for
Okay.
that. These are two very sketchy lead decks that I'm happy to see battle it out.
Yeah. Who do you think is favored in that?
I would give it. I gotta see the list again, but I want to give it to the auction list though. Again, if they draw auction, because I mean, as
Yeah.
we've seen here, quicksand very good.
Yeah. Quicksand, kind of really good. If we draw auction's solid. Otherwise, we really need to hit Victor in the other deck, right? Without Victor, it gets pretty rough.
Yeah, and I feel like the P and Z spells are a little hit or miss because like
I
we have
do
a
like
lot
that
of.
we're technically alive here if opponent just like doesn't have cards.
Why would they?
Now, weirdly
how-
enough, they have 13 mana. It appears they might have a card or two here.
Got us.
Weird.
Interesting.
Uh,
Okay. All right.
all right, game number 3 of this quarterfinal match to decide
Anyone
who
joining
moves on.
us? These are the quarterfinals. We are going to game number 3 to see who continues on. Who
Okay,
are you
so
on?
you
Who,
don't-
who do you like? I'm going with Akshan Lee. What do you got?
I mean, I gotta go with the Victor then, right? Victor
Mm.
as Ballistic Bot. Ballistic Bot's broken.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's
no, I'm
true.
starting
I
to
didn't
think that
about
Akshan Lee's probably
Think about
super
that.
favored here.
The
'Cause-
Akshan Lee is a little glass candy though. As you saw there, like no Akshan came down.
Yeah,
The
but
deck didn't look so
Quicksand,
hot.
kind of
Quicksand's
good, you
Kind
know?
of, kind of cracked. Kind of a little bit.
I just feel like
But Victor,
Kazooie B's deck is
Victor
just
be
like
chilling.
really slow. It's like really slow, right?
Yeah, it's a little slow.
And Quicksand kind of ruins it. We found Vagabond. Okay, that's a
That
palette.
is a vagabond.
Okay, but Bot
Oh!
and Lee. Oh,
Akshan off the top, baby.
everyone drew what they wanted. Bot on 2 into Auction on 2, Victor on 4 into Lee on 5. Like this is okay, we're not gonna play Auction. Okay, yeah, no.
Well,
dope, dope, dope,
PNC's
dope.
got a lot of removal, right? I think you want to go. You might want
I
to
don't-
keep him until you can protect him, or until he can level. Because like this game's gonna be slow, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that makes a lot of sense. Just get your Preservarium down, starting up that value train, and then you can play out, you know, the Vagabond here. It's only slowing it down to 1. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I buy it.
We each hold a world within.
I was
would've
just,
gone-
I
I
was
would've gone this-
excited. I was
You want to
excited
see
about
him?
the
Yeah, you want to see him. It would be different
Yeah.
if we could have protected him or something. Like maybe now with the
Yeah.
nope.
Yeah. No, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that's a good call. But Victor coming down on turn 4, gonna start buffing up himself, picking up those keywords, buffing up the Ballistic Bot. There's so much good stuff going on there. What's our response? Couple Eye of the Dragons. Means that we'll be able to get some lifesteal a little bit later on.
Spirit gives to
Lee
those
Sin
who
potentially
listen.
coming down next turn to threaten Victor. You know, there's stuff going on.
Firm stuff. Yeah, what gets hit off this Victor keywords is gonna be very relevant.
I mean,
To this
Faded,
match.
that's pretty good, right?
Is it?
Yeah, it gives extra. It's like unnerved twin, right? It gives you
mean-
unnerved twin.
It pumps things, yeah.
Yeah, that's really so. Like when the lead goes after it right here.
Lee's going after it right
I don't
now.
think we could. I don't think we can drop.
Force is
Okay,
meaningless
we drop
without
Lee.
skill.
Yeah.
If they like rip a thermo here, just like call you, don't you lose the game?
All I know is that Victor has scout.
True. That's a pretty good keyword. Last I heard.
Doesn't suck.
Yeah, we could we can attack with Auction here and like bluff, but it's so bad to any buff spell that like we can't really attack this turn. We're kind of just sacking this turn. We're doing nothing, but we do get Lee down, and that's the important thing, right? And Lee, we saw it the last game, is so explosive, able to just find lethals out of nowhere in this deck once we get a flipped champion. So, you know, getting them down on the ground early, pretty solid.
Yeah, this is anyone's game currently. Like Kazooie with the better spells in hand, but 4LW with the better champions on board currently,
The enemy
which
quivers with fear.
you know, are gonna win the game eventually, right? Those things, once they go off, they're very powerful. Whereas Kazooie has like a bunch of interaction, but like the units are kind of like eh.
I mean, so you do have the bot, right? Bot is huge. Victor is huge. You're consistently proccing these cards, getting your keywords. You're scaling really well here, right? See if we end up hitting here. You know, maybe. Okay, tough.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
No quicksand for 4LW is kind of sad.
Yeah, no, quicksand is so important in this matchup, and we've drawn quite a few cards, haven't found it yet, but like, if there's an ambush here, we literally already lost the game. How funny is that?
I mean, we could dig. Dig for some
True.
spells.
We would like have to play full cost deep med and pray. Oh,
You don't just get to pick.
I don't think so. No time trick in this list.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we attack with Lee and like flex our twin disciplines here or not? Or I mean with Victor, with Scout Victor. Looks like no.
It's. I mean, it's so
Oh,
tough.
we just burned Victor.
Just burn the Victor. Don't even need him.
Hey, you know what? 4LW still literally hasn't cast a spell this
Both of
entire
these
game.
decks are so awkward. They're like, it's like everyone remembered Lee Sin Zoe, right? Lee Sin Zoe was like the Roman Empire. It was like this big, crushing, amazing thing. And then after it fell apart, there was like a bunch of pretender states. They're like trying to make it happen. So over here, we just have like two different Lee camps trying to make this work. And they both do like some powerful stuff, but like they are not Lee Sin Zoe.
Talk is worthless.
Yeah.
Oh,
So we
Auction
do
level.
get a flipped Akshan, and Akshan
nice.
flip is great. So we cast what, like 3 spells here. This Palace is 4. I mean, that's half of his level requirement right there, right? Like, this is an explosive deck, and Absolver. I mean, okay, we
That's
can't
big.
OTK this turn, but like next turn, we're definitely representing it.
Yeah, so if we go for it this turn, we just get pawned.
And our Lee, like even with Absolver, it only gets us to 6.
Oh,
so
really?
it's
That's
not
so
flipped.
funny. I forgot when we dropped Lee's on 0. Like, when did that ever happen to the Zoe Lee deck, right?
I mean, it's turn 7, and this is the first turn that we've played any spells.
Yeah. And this is the thing. So on the one hand, we have a deck that's not playing spells, and on the other hand, we have a deck that doesn't have any good units.
Yeah, it just kind of isn't doing. It's scaling, bro. It's scaling. It has the late game. You know, I feel like you're not really taking.
I
that
feel like
into
you've been playing
account.
too much Lee, bro. You're just always scaling.
Yeah, bro. It is what it is. You know.
We scale. We just scale better than
Yeah,
they.
yeah. Just gotta keep the mental in it. You know.
Think
Okay. Overwhelm. Give me overwhelm.
elusive.
Quick attack. Lies.
Life
That's not even
steal.
Rewards its faithful.
No, it's okay. We hit something better next turn.
Yo, Shadow Assassin drawing us another Shadow Assassin though. Kind of
Ooh.
litty.
Shadowception.
All right.
We got an iterative improvement that Shadow Assassins start drawing some cards.
I mean, that's not terrible. I mean, 3 mana 4/2 elusives that draw you a card. That's not. I know it's 5 mana 4, but it's. Yeah.
Could be
So
worse.
the issue is, even if we hit like ambush, this Shadow Assassin means we can't even like lethal.
Fucking speed bump. We have to try and stun it, but that's now we have double deny
Victor
in
spell.
hand.
Wait, Victor spell.
Oh,
kind
Victor
of good here.
spell. Yeah,
If we
okay.
hit elusive,
Oh
or
my gosh.
Archivist almost certainly hits ambush.
Elusive is lethal. Because we're gonna go Victor spell 2/1, and then we're gonna have a big deny battle, and then we're just gonna kill them.
Yeah, true.
Here it is, right here. Drum roll. Elusive
Come on.
for the win. Da-la-la-la-la-la. Somebody click OK. Those clock is
he
timing
get
down also, by the
Nopify?
way.
What do you think he'd be nopifies this?
Yeah, I don't hate it. Because
Hey,
it
you
feels
aren't-
we have it locked up. It feels like we have it. Actually, wait, we don't have Absolver. The hell?
Wait,
I thought
we
we
didn't
took the
pick up
Absolver. We
Absolver?
didn't. No, we didn't. We got that. We got the 1-drop. I think we skipped. We must have skipped.
How are we winning this game? Oh, he hit elusive!
Oh, this is
Wait.
it right here. Let's
Okay,
get-
okay. Victor
Do we go
spell.
for it though?
We have a
Do we
Nopify
go
though.
for it?
Okay. So
Oh, the
4LW
Nopify, that's right.
has the Nopify value, but you could palm at the end.
There's not enough mana.
Do you
Is
have
there?
enough mana? 11
No.
mana.
11? That's not enough.
Okay, that's not enough. Yeah. That means that 4LW comes out on top in this exchange if we force the deny battle.
We don't even have a freaking Absolver. We do have 2 of the deep meds though to draw
Yeah,
it.
deep
to,
med
to
always
dig
hits
for
it,
it. Yeah, we'll definitely hit it.
Kazooie B. Are we trying to fight on this stack? Are we choosing
I'm
this
fighting.
as our place?
I'm fighting here. This is lethal. We're going for it.
I kind of like palming here instead of denying.
Oh, interesting.
Because
Yeah, I like
it,
that
it
too.
does like
Save
the same
deny.
thing, but we get to hold deny. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, palming a Lee when it's still dealing a bunch of damage is not so hot
Feels
compared
bad.
to deny. Yeah, when he's still kicking you in the face.
Yeah, deny
like-
at least saves some, right?
It's like he fell on his back, but his foot still hit you in the face. Not a good time. All right, we're denying. We have to
Okay.
deny back.
Yeah, we're choosing this fight. We have more mana than them. Oh, okay. The reconnect. We're gonna see the
Okay.
replay here.
All right.
Okay, yeah, that's okay. Reconnect. It's fast
Oh,
speed.
elusive! Elusive! We're going
Oh.
for it.
Notify.
Oh, the Nopify! Oh,
Deny?
the deny! Whatever will come next. This is actually really left off, but it has to be deny or we're freaking dead.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah. Oh,
wait, teammate.
oh,
Wait,
my
tap
gosh.
below double deny. Oh, but
That's game.
quicksand. Oh, fucking quicksand, dude. Why is quicksand a
Quicksand.
fucking card?
Dude, this one is back and forth. That D-Med. Yeah, so many good hits. That was an Absolver, though. This game was over. We would deny, they would deny back. That'd
So
be it.
what happens here is we're gonna attack with Victor. It's
What
gonna
is
get
going on with
quicksanded.
that landmark?
Since we reconnected, it's at 0, but like it's not
I see.
actually at 0. We'll find
I
out at the
see.
beginning of next turn what it's at.
Okay.
So what's gonna happen is we're gonna attack with Victor. It's gonna get quicksanded. We're gonna have to palm to save Victor. We're just gonna play second.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, Absolver? Hog?
We go for the palm?
It's so all in.
I mean,
I respect it, but it's so all in.
you gotta, like, this is the thing. If you palm now, it gets a quicksand out of their hand. If you let them block, now they're just gonna have a quicksand for another turn.
It's too late.
Like, what do you, like, you gotta know that you're probably dying to this lead, right?
Yeah, you have to, right? Like this elite is going to flip next turn, gonna have Absolver. And we've drawn so many cards, right?
Your
Like
Victor,
if
at the
we
very
won with Absolver,
least,
we're
even,
gonna have-
yeah, even if you don't die, your Victor's dying.
Yeah. Which at this
So-
point, like, is you dying, right? That's your
Yeah.
win condition.
Exactly.
So we definitely have to go for God, quicksand.
That's good.
Quicksand.
Last I checked.
Yeah. Weird.
Oh, 4LW
4LW,
given
dude,
the
he's-
GG. Filthy. Absolutely filthy. Somebody control this man.
4LW is something else, man.
Wait a
Okay,
minute.
but this line does mean that we
Okay.
can palm to protect Victor, which means we have deny next turn. So we're not necessarily dead next turn, right?
So 4LW just did the GG.
Or we defensive twin.
Just kidding.
We
I
don't
had
even
it.
have to commit palm. We just twin defensive. Okay, but
Okay.
double deny next turn. Okay. But we don't
Yeah.
have enough mana to play Absolver plus double deny.
Oh,
this
we
is
only
so
have 9.
interesting.
Oh my god. So Palm will go through.
Okay, we'll
Oh
have
my-
to see. We'll have to see.
oh my.
Does 4LW
Oh my.
commit? Do they try to hit the lethal this turn? Or we could play it really slowly
Thought-
and just like try and kick Victor, right? Just
I
reset
thought
Victor.
this was over. Speaking of going really slowly, check out that clock.
Okay. We still have the overtime, so there's 8 minutes left, right?
There is
But
8 minutes, but at the
4LW
this-
is behind like 3 minutes, you know?
Yeah.
Which, if people don't know, at the end of that 3 minutes, we get a 5-minute overtime. And at the end of that 5-minute overtime, whoever has more time
Look
on
at
their
this.
personal timer ends up winning.
Look at this. We're going for it. It's gonna get stunned. And then Kazooie is back in the driver's seat
Center your spirit.
with a
Yeah.
potential win, but another deep mad for 4LW. Could go and find another quicksand. How many quicksand was 4LW on? Must be at least 2.
I think 2.
Yeah, so
Okay,
we've used
so-
one already.
We...
This is not lethal.
do we palm or deny? The issue is our Victor's dying. Oh, wait, we just let it go through, huh? We can't stop it. You could palm plus deny, but that loses to 1 deny.
Yeah.
Oh, but we're going for it.
We're going for it. Ooh, I mean, here's the thing, right? If that Victor dies, like, is there any other way for us to win? Like, we just have
True, I
nothing.
mean,
So, but this is going to be... It's not lethal, though. Here's the thing. The deny
It's
will
not
come
lethal,
back.
but at this point, it's so
It's backbreaking.
yeah. Like there's just nothing for us to do here. Like, how do we win? Because it doesn't matter. Like, kick kills Victor. Is it like I don't know if we can.
Yeah. One of the problems running. a
Yeah.
Victor?
I think that you had to all in there. I think it was the right call from Kazuibi. It feels so bad to fold to one deny, right? But it's literally all you can do. We're gonna look here. Maybe we hit calculate creations. We get like cat, play out some poros and ambush. Yo, we could
Yeah.
show a lot of damage here. We could
do a lot of
probably show
damage.
like 12.
Wow, no answers either from 4LW currently, though. Another deep med in hand.
Yeah, deep med's gonna be pretty big. We could show like, okay, so what? It's 3
2,
from cat,
3, 4,
4, 5,
Jesus, I don't even know.
plus
What?
5.
I can't count that high. Again, though, look at the clock.
I think it's like 10 or 12. Okay, the other thing is if you're Kazuibi, you could play for clock. You could just like start tanking. You are like
Yeah.
3 minutes ahead.
Yeah. That's such a. Oh, let's see what 4LW gets here. Absolver, concussive palm.
Aw.
Palm is gonna be big here.
Okay, let's just rope every action here, right? Just rope it all the way down. See if we can win it, because we don't have lethal, right? We're doing
so
math.
filthy. You could 100% rope it all the way down. And this is like one of these like ethical questions that comes up all the time. Like,
Just play faster, homie. You know, if you want to win, play faster.
and I mean, this is why we should have a chess clock. That it should just never be an issue. You should just have your own time,
Or just play faster.
or just have your own time. It's not that hard. We literally implemented a clock that makes no sense. Oh, didn't go for the poros here.
Yeah.
Oh, we couldn't. We're out of mana.
Yeah, and we could have played. We iteratived, right? That's why we couldn't go for poros. We could have played out poros and played ambush and push like 11 damage. I think is what it comes down to. Which would
Dude,
have quite been enough.
4LW playing with freaking fire here. If Kazooie wants to, he can just chill. He can just count down, because 4LW is like 3.5 minutes.
If we wanted to, okay. So if we like rope that action,
4LW is
then, like,
roping
Poro
himself.
oh, 4LW.
4LW is
bro.
roping himself.
And like for what are we? Okay,
Kazooie's passing back immediately.
which is weird because like if you really wanted to, you have this Poro Cannon in hand. Poro Cannon gives you the option to burst pass for free, even on 0 mana. Like you could have milled off like at least 2 minutes off this clock, potentially 3. I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. I don't think that we have the answer. Kazuibi is going to end up getting kicked in the face by this Lee Sin, but ooh, what a close game. What a close series. Going all the way to the last minute here.
Yeah, Ali never found for Kazooie. Could have made a big difference here.
Look at them shaking in their boots. Ah!
Yeah. And Kazuibi, very honorable, not trying to play for the clock, just saying, hey, you know what? You beat me fair and square. Take your win. And the Lee Sin mirror comes out with the sand region on top. Quicksand, kind of okay as it turns out.
Yeah, Auction, very powerful. Quicksand, very powerful. Not surprised that those combination of cards, made the difference here versus a Victor.
Yeah. Victor was big, was a win condition, but one Quicksand just kind of blew you out, right?
Yeah. That's the thing, right? Like they're playing basically the same deck, and just those few cards make such a huge difference. Trying to kill someone with the Lee Sin through a Quicksand, not to mention Absolver. Absolver is another difference that the PNZ deck doesn't have the option, I don't think, of giving Lee Overwhelm either, right?
So,
Going for that big turn.
Technically, if you're playing like Victor, you give Victor Overwhelm by, getting it, and then you find Give It All, and then you play it. You can give everything Overwhelm, right?
That's right, of course.
But
Yeah,
it's a little bit harder than just Absolver, right?
Yeah. And
All
also being a pump spell as well.
Yeah, it's kind of okay. It's an okay card as it turns out.
Okay, so I think we're going to go a quick break, and we're going to start right away into the semifinals.
All right, sounds good. All right, and welcome back to the MasteringRuneterra.com Cup number 5. We're vibing. We're going straight into the semifinals. We just watched the end of the quarterfinals where 4LW is able to take it over Kazuibi, and now we're running straight into What Am I versus Methodical. How you doing, Jason?
Good, brother. How you doing? We're right
I'm
here in the
doing great.
semifinals. You know, these players are absolutely killing it. These are the creme de la creme. You know, we've got some big names here. Methodical, though, is a player that we haven't covered. I believe went X and 1, if memory serves. So is this perhaps Riven Victor we're seeing?
The cat coming down makes me think that yeah, it's probably
There we
Riven
go.
Victor.
Sunlight guide
Yep.
you, my brethren.
Against Thresh Soul. So Thresh Soul, we saw it earlier do really well against Pantheon, but a lot of healing, the access to Vengeance in these invokes can make it a really formidable deck to actually end up punching through and actually ending a game against.
Look,
But if there were a game for it, you know, Ballistic Bot into Cat into Victor, I mean, you can't ask for a better curve, right?
do you remember what I told you my lineup was for Runeterra Academy?
Yes. It was Victor, Yordle in Arms, and I don't remember what your third deck was.
Pantheon.
Pantheon.
Guess what math is on?
It looks like Victor. I would imagine Yordle in Arms.
And Pantheon.
Ooh. I bet that they took inspiration from you.
It's our time.
Obviously, of course. That was definitely what happened here. So now I have to we're joking here, people, if no one's picking up on that. So now I have to root between my lineup and my teammate. What am I? This is a tough one. But really, at the end of the day, I'm a Riven fanboy, so let's fucking go Methodical.
Yeah, I mean, so really big points already. Blinded Mystic, huge in this matchup to get rid of the cat, right? Cat not hitting you every single turn is really big. It's kind of a bummer that you aren't allowed to put it on the bot, because bot generating these ignitions also really big. But still, best of a bad situation. But double cat kind of hard to deal with. Victor coming down as well. I mean, just hit elusive like a good player. Deal like 9 damage this turn. Oh,
Yeah.
he hit it. Oh,
Boom!
oh my
Goes the
god.
Dynamite.
I mean, that's just punishing Jordan for playing just a little bit loose here, dropping the Thresh, and that's 9 damage right to the face. Wow. I mean,
I can hear him complaining in the Discord.
oh, 100. Yeah, no, that's rough. that's rough. That's like a 1 in 13 shot or something like that, right? Now, admittedly, you have quite a bit of healing. You have the Golden Sisters, and you even have Thresh able to go after the cat here, right? Or bot. Either way, you know, pretty solid. But that's a huge swing in life total.
Yeah, what am
And
I not out of this yet? But
if we had like 2 more mana, we could just burn him out right here. Like if Methodical had 2 more mana, how wild is that?
I mean,
God.
you don't have to tell me.
Yeah.
What do you think of survival skills in these decks?
I think it's really cute. The issue with like this deck in particular is a lot of times your bot is the biggest thing. So you know your champions oftentimes just aren't getting it. But in general, I think it's like a really solid card. I mean, realistically, we could have just hard cast survival skills right there to deny the lifesteal.
Good
Actually,
question.
we
Why?
should have. Oh, we should have hard cast survival skills. Oh, that would have been so goated. We would have denied healing. Our cat would have survived. Oh my god. That, I mean, who hardcast survival skills, right? But that would have been such a lie, and we literally would have won the game on the spot because Riven coming down next turn gives us the overwhelm. Whew.
I was just
Sorry,
going to
I
say
get
though,
excited
why
seeing
did
lines
we
like that.
not put the Thresh on the end in case we get the level?
Um,
Because it would survive if it leveled. Now,
You're right.
no chance of that.
You know, I would say long day, right?
Oh yeah.
Small things like that can be really difficult. You know, like sometimes you just get a little bit lackadaisical with it. You know, especially something like Thresh. You know, in this instance, it wouldn't have mattered because only 2-3 things died, I think. So you weren't flipping him anyway, but still. Quick attack! Okay, Methodical, bro, chill. And don't tell me you're gonna hit Scout next. Quick attack's huge because you could just like swing into this elusive and not have to worry about it.
Yeah, good pick up there on the hardcast survival skills. That's something that we saw a lot at the last fight night. Ooh, Ruination off the top. What does that do for one of mine?
And if you commit the Riven, there's a chance that Ruination's just correct. It's scary though. Anytime that you completely tap out, you know, it's just it becomes really scary.
Is there a what did it get? Oh, it hasn't. I was gonna say, is there a spell shield? Because currently this Vengeance will come down and clean up that Victor.
Okay.
So what am I looking like? Okay-ish.
So the issue is that Riven's coming down as well, right? We can create the blade here. Riven coming down means we can give her overwhelm. We can give the bot the blade. And and Victor needs to be blocked too. Like, what's so powerful about this Riven Victor deck is how it's able to just create so many threats that must be answered at once. And this is just, you know, Vengeance isn't enough, is really what it comes down to. It just isn't.
So we'll be able to, because there'll be 2 huge overwhelm units, like you say. One of them will be able to Vengeance, but one of them will be crashing in. So we'll probably have to Vengeance the bot, and then chump block Victor, and then Riven probably won't be lethal.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because there's a lot of damage. It's so hard once you start counting an augment to really tell how much damage it is, but there's going to be a lot here.
And there's, I mean, actually, though,
we have
that combined
Poros
with the
too?
burn,
The
though,
Poros
also,
are
right, from
free.
Methodical. Oh, the Poros are free.
God,
That's
this
extra damage.
dude, this Riven Victor deck is so incredibly explosive.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. I don't even want to do the math. I want to be surprised by it.
I'm gonna go up here and say that one of mine's not dead here.
I think he's dead.
I don't think
To
he's
be
dead.
honest with you. Because you're getting 2 huge overwhelm units. Like, you could just slap overwhelm on Victor. I think he's dead.
Actually, you know what? The 2 Poros. Yeah,
The 2 Poros matter because they're free.
Riven is gonna go up to 10 power. No.
It depends on where we allocate this blade. Oof.
Yeah, so she's only gonna go to 8. Oh no,
So
yes, she's
if we,
gonna go
we
to
could
8.
just put it on Victor though, right? We put it on Victor and bot is showing 10 damage. We have to Vengeance Victor.
Yeah, but then she's useless. She's not. But then we just
Yeah,
kill
but
Victor.
look at Jordan's health.
Oh yeah, but then the bot's lethal. Yeah. Yeah. You just
I
put
think
it,
this is just lethal.
put on Victor GG.
Victor, leveled up Victor is kind of fucked up. Once you start looking at like created cards that cost 1 mana normally, becoming free and combined with Augment, Riven combined with this Victor buff is just so insane. I assume we just throw it on Victor. I assume Methodical is doing the math right here and
Going through the
deciding,
list right now.
is there anything that I can lose to? Oh, don't time out, buddy.
Okay, so did go for the Riven. Because this is the other thing, right? Methodical's looking through one of my list, and he plays a bunch of one-ofs. So there's like other things potentially to play around that we don't
Maybe we're
currently
playing
have in hand.
The cards we've been talking about all day, the
Stun
6
too?
mana. Oh, the stun too. Does he play that?
I don't think so.
I don't remember
I feel
if
like
his
he
list
didn't.
does. Okay, so this is
What were
still
you thinking,
showing
though?
the other card, the Suck 5.
Here's some darkness.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because the Vengeance comes down. We're dealing 6 damage, and Decimate's just it. Oh
No. We have
God.
star shapings though.
Yeah, but we have no mana.
Oh, he cast it this turn. That's right. I forgot because everything's so cheap. He still has the mana left over.
We definitely should have played out
Ba-boom.
Boros. It doesn't matter though. That was, I mean,
Yeah, it look
That was a
you
game.
you're just poo pooing on the deck all day. Look at it go. That's what I'm talking about. That's how I play Riven Victor.
that was like the nut draw though, right? That was like bot into cat into Victor into Riven. Like that was literally nut draw. Wow.
Yeah, the draw was definitely good. The deck has so much redundancy.
I agree with you.
Um,
I think the deck it's definitely the best Riven deck we've ever seen, I think.
Yeah, for sure. If it's, and I think it's like high tier too. It's
Yeah,
like right there.
It's weird to me because like the slower hands get outgrinded by stuff like Aphelios. But if your answer is Vengeance and the opponent is able to do like Methodical did there and just spread out all of the buffs, it's so difficult to actually be able to, survive those turns. But now we have the Yordlin Arms against the Thresh A Soul. We have a Withering Whale in hand. We have a box in hand. These are the tools that will normally give you a fighting chance against Yordlin Arms.
Yeah, because I think this deck's supposed to be good into Yordle Arms. That's one of the main
Yeah.
reasons to play, right? You want to be good into Yordle Arms and good into Aphelios. Those are the things we're trying to do here.
Exactly. See, we'll see. No way to burst
Okay.
out these chompers means that this Lulu's a little sad.
A little sad.
Honestly, I would box right here. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
just
just need
kill her.
to. Yeah, Lulu's such a menace that like if you're able to get rid of her, you just want to as soon as possible, right?
In Methodical's hand now. Zero
Yeah,
twos
kinda
incoming.
dog.
Wow, just actual nothing.
Hey, I see 8 burn, and
And then you give those chompers +2/+2. Oh, I like
the
this.
thrall. Okay,
Get in there. Let's go. Yeah, you want to play slow? We can play slow.
we are playing for the
That's
long
heads
game
up.
now.
That's heads up play there by Methodical.
Honestly, yeah. Like it's funny because you get that off of Bomber Twins. It's just a meme. You're like, I'm gonna discard this at some point. But in this instance, pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, this is just playing to your outs, frankly.
Yeah. We'll see where we go here. The issue is committing to this board is just it's so rough into this whale. Yeah, we can't swing there. We're playing for this Yordlin Arms, right? That's what we're doing. We're trying to set up a board. We're trying to play for this Yordlin Arms. Equinox. Equinox is so good. Oh, we
Oh,
went
we took a
dog.
doggo.
But like Equinox onto like Captain or even Chompers like can be so valuable.
Yeah,
We
it basically
Vengeance
kills the
Captain?
chompers.
Is that crazy?
She
I
called
mean,
me.
Oh, we just
oh, I
silenced-
forgot that
I
we
forgot-
had the
yeah.
exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. We're good.
Makes more sense why we didn't take the Equinox now too.
Yeah, Equinox 2, we don't need it.
Yeah, we want a doggo. He's a good boy.
So, get excited this turn. Might set up an okay attack next turn. If we GE plus Mystic right now to clear out the board, open Yordlin Arms, and lose the game to Whale? That's a pretty good line, right?
How here's the thing. We go Yordle Arms, they go Whale. We could get excited at Chompers into play.
it doesn't quite resolve correctly.
Oh, it doesn't. No,
Yeah,
I forgot that our
just a little
board was
awkward.
full.
Oh, we
Oh,
did
it goes
whale.
through.
Oh, we're just ruinating.
Oh, we're just
okay.
ruining. Yeah,
That's okay. Yeah,
so funny. Each time we're like, okay, then we look down into one of my hand. We're like, oh yeah, right. There's that.
yeah.
Of course.
It just has so many answers,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I'm sorry. Are we on turn 8 and have taken 0 damage?
That
That's
thrall's coming in though. You just wait.
yeah, and we didn't take Equinox for it, right? So it's gonna have Overwhelm.
Will you take your traveler?
I think
Bask in
Sisters.
her radiant
I think
blessing.
continuing to get blockers seems pretty good. That's like
Yeah.
how you're gonna lose this game is like if they're able to like captain into like multiple Poros into another Yordle arms.
How do you feel if you see this?
I just saw a Get Excited get thrown at my Priestess. I am feeling pretty okay.
Feeling pretty solid. Why do you think we didn't
Yeah.
play a doggo there?
Holding up Vengeance, I assume. Because like again, I think like captain into literally Poro Cannon is like only win condition for Methodical, right? Like I
Yeah.
think Vengeancing this on site is totally fine. You're still holding up Whale. Like what's worst case scenario? Lulu comes down and then you hush her. Like yeah, I think this is just this is really discipline play, right? You know, we're not ripping things too quickly. We're holding up our mana, even though we're so far ahead. We're saying, okay, if we do lose this game, what does it look like, and how do we avoid that? And I think that that's just part of what makes What Am I such a strong player.
Yeah, totally agree here. Just not even giving Methodical a window to open. No sneaking anything in. Knows that he doesn't need to do anything. He's a control deck, right? Each turn the game goes on, it's just better and better and better for him, and he squeezes more and more control, and just like doesn't let Methodical ever try to sneak out any sort of sneaky burst win type situation. Just keeps passing, just slow incremental advantage. Just gonna grind out the game. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. We'll see. I assume we just see some passes here. Oh, we're actually scrap heaping the Mystic Shot. It's rough because the moment that you use your scrap heap on a card you don't want to discard, you know you're gonna top deck like Chompers or Boom Baboon, right? Like it happens every time. It happens every time. But a lot of really good options. You know, a lot of buffed units in the Mecha Yordle pool this last patch. Trumpetecker's pretty good. As we see, they took Trumpetecker. But yeah.
Card does not suck.
Suddenly this Whale is looking a lot less effective, right?
Yeah.
And Thrall's coming up. This is a little bit scary.
Yeah, still probably
Vile
fine, but
Beast giving
like,
us a blocker is really nice.
yeah. Also,
The
gonna kill
issue
that with the
is-
whale.
We are playing against a Bandle City deck, which generates value and can sometimes generate random win cons. You know, like a Treasure Trash off the top is like really huge.
Ooh,
So at some point,
we
you
don't.
need
Is
to
Methodical
accelerate the
playing
game.
Treasure Trash? Let's go take a look.
I think most of them are on
no.
at least one of. Oh, really?
He's on
Oh, well.
0. Got one Yordle portal.
Okay. Lulu.
2 scrap heap.
Lulu's kind of nice here.
Through the darkness,
See,
I see something
What Am I
new.
decides to do?
Hope.
Silencing up the Trumpetecker is kind of unlucky because now the Yordlin Arms comes out and you feel kind of bad. That wasn't really what you wanted to do this turn.
That is the last card in Methodical's hand, though. Can we just jam a Thresh? No, because it gets. Does it get eaten? No, it doesn't get eaten. We could jam a Thresh here and flip it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
this makes
go.
this attack really awkward.
Let's go. Acel incoming. There's a lot of damage. There's a lot of big units, though. But I guess we just trade off a bunch of stuff. We got Lifesteal. We got a Hush. We got a flip Thresh after this.
I think more importantly, we have the Atrocity. So, like, if Acel comes out, eats up a unit, you're 1 damage off of lethal, right?
Yep.
Let's use all the colors.
Yeah, we have
Alright.
blockers for everything.
What's funny is Hush lets us get the 6th Slay, or like the 6th unit die, right? Because 5 of our units are going to die, and then we just Hush something and block.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, just get rid of that Lulu.
Yeah,
I
get rid of the
cannot
Lulu.
turn back.
And suddenly we
Yeah.
do have a flipped Thresh. Now, admittedly, this Thrall that we planted 8 rounds ago has ticked all the way down, is going to be coming out next round. What a crazy game.
This has been a pretty wild game. Like if one of my hadn't played with so much discipline, he definitely this one could have slipped away.
Yeah,
Methodical put up a real fight here,
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And Aesol coming down doesn't necessarily equal the end of the game, right? There's a big thrall still. There's still chompers to pull these units out of the way.
Yeah, we gotta get one of those chompers out of here for sure.
We kind of need to like priestess into sisters again.
Poro Cannon.
Kind of a dead card, but
Yeah.
Yeah. Aesol though, coming down, can't really be matched. And you have to give up a card here, right? You have to give up the Zonite. Because you can't be dying to Atrocity at this point. You've grinded this game too long.
Yeah, not unless it was going to allow you to like try to go for a counterattack with one of my 20. That's not exactly where we're at right now.
If we hit Sisters here, or Traveler, right? Those are our best hits, I think.
Sunlight guide you,
Unless we
brethren.
took... Yeah, Traveler.
Yeah, roll it back. Are
Just
we going
go
to flip
wide.
Aesol? Are we flipping Aesol here?
Yeah, Aesol's
May
flipping.
all those who
Oh, and
journey
Sisters.
find what they
Free
seek.
Sisters next turn is pretty okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
this
we've
is-
hit the grind spot where we're just making
Yeah,
it.
I think we're done here. So, what is one of my third deck? Do we know what got banned?
It's either FCR or Darkness, right? Either way, it should be favored into Yordle Arms. But as we've seen, Yordle Arms was so close to winning this game, it can just come out on top of any matchup, right? You know what's really funny? Trevor Snooze Bottom off of Yordle Portal is like almost lethal. Well, it's
Oh
not
my
almost lethal, but it's really funny.
I was playing on my phone recently, and I had to grab that card. I didn't know exactly what it did, and then just spat out a giant unit. And I was like, "Oh, that's legitimate." Oh,
Yeah.
here it is.
Okay, but there's the Atrocity, and Atrocity,
Pretty good.
pretty okay.
Pretty good at killing your opponent.
Yeah.
Man, are there any better combinations than What Am I and Atrocity?
Yeah, only like What Am I and Star Shaping, What Am I and Sky's Descent.
What Am I and
weirdly enough, we run
Sky's
all of
Descent?
those in this deck.
What Am I and Skies Descent because it's funnier. Because
Yeah.
like that was just his pet card that he just like he was playing 3 of for a while. Like
He
come
was
on, bro.
really good in Aesol mirrors, right? Like Targon against Aesol. You know, they
Sure.
drop Aesol, use Skies to send them.
You don't think if you played 2 that by turn 10 or whatever when you're casting it, you wouldn't find one?
I hear you, but
Just discard him to your Spacey Sketcher. It's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right.
But
Well, we're
no.
going to game 3 here in the semifinal of What Am I versus Methodical. So it's going to
Ooh,
be
it is
Darkness up against
Okay.
Yordle in Arms.
So important things: Pokestick hits Baboon, Vile Feast, Withered Whale. Oh, this is such a good hand for Jordan. This is
Yeah.
such a good hand. I think if you asked him what 4 cards would you like to start out with, I think at least 3 of these are in that hand. Oh, another whale! Stop it, bro. Come on.
Yeah, Methodical really wanted to find the 4-drop there that pumps up the rest of the team to try and play around all these ping effects.
Anything else?
Yeah.
The Capitan.
So, you know, it points that Jordan's losing to. You know, if we find Lulu, we don't have a clean answer to Lulu, and we could float Vengeance Lulu. That's a play.
That is a play confirmed.
Are we? Jordan's such a fucking gamer. There's no way we're float vengeancing Lulu. Stop it.
Rolling.
There's no way. Okay, there we go. Catalyzer coming down. Catalyzer makes this really awkward because you don't want to pull it to the side with Chompers because you're giving it a free hit, right?
That's so annoying.
We'll see.
So this is
Preservarium.
this is the deck that What Am I came targeting. Like What Am I did not want to lose, wanted to specifically beat Fizz Lulu, and we're seeing here that like he dropped that first game, but looking real good into this game 3 against Fizz Lulu.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mystic Shot taking it down.
My mind!
Let's see who's stronger.
All Do we see a vile feast? We shall.
We do. We're setting up a nice whale because this spiderling is going to get pulled by the chompers, right? So you can push 5 damage, which is nice, and 7 damage, which again is nice. But you are just sort of setting up just the best whale in the world. We saw an amazing one earlier today, and this one will match it.
Are you
Unless
just
you poke
ripping? Are you ripping this whale? Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't.
I think we might be ripping a whale. Crazily enough. Oh, and box whale with like box
Ooh.
afterwards is almost as good as ravine with box afterwards. You know, there's so much value in it.
We see a Preservarium here, perhaps.
Yeah, Prez is so good. I think it's a great pass, but getting the Preservarium to
rip
give
it.
you a play, giving
For
you
what am I?
something
We
to
gotta
do.
rip it now, right? No, passes right back.
Maybe we're waiting for them to use the Yordle arms. We want them to commit it.
Yeah, we are pretty safe, also, right? If they open,
Yeah.
cool. Just throw it
We
down.
just whale, right? We gain
Yeah.
3 health. We are now buying ourselves at least until token 7 or turn 7, right? Like we're totally fine with them opening here.
Yeah, it's funny because, like I was saying earlier, you don't always want to just try and kill their units off because they're so good at refilling.
For sure. It's Bandle City, right? Bandle's so good at swarming nowadays, right?
Yeah, and you've basically got them, by the poros. You got this Withering Whale just like, come at me. Just wait for your attack. Just wait to use that attack token. That is a resource that you want them to burn.
I do like, though, the card that Methodical ended up selecting there. It's the Arena Mega Caster, which costs like 6 mana, but it gives +2 attack to every single one of your units when you attack with it. I think it's like a criminally underrated card. It's not great in this matchup because, your things not getting extra health mean that, they're still dying to stuff like this whale. But it's sort of like a budget Yordle Arms.
Yeah. No, I'm totally with you. There's been lots of times when I didn't see that card coming, and they were able to slip it in at the end of their turn and attack with it and just deal a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, it makes everything a threat. I do like, though, off of the Conchologist, we ended up picking up, I think it's Onslaught of Shadows. It just summons a couple of ephemeral blockers, right? So even if Methodical ends up going pretty wide here and setting up another Yordle in Arms, you're getting blockers. You're not in the worst position. But Captain's pretty good to deny value out of, the second whale.
Yeah, as we see, though, what am I also with a box? So we go Captain, play a Poro, maybe take our turn.
I think Captain play 1 Poro is really good here. Yeah. Because you don't want to play both out. You do want to try and play around box a little bit. Right?
Exactly.
Second Fizz is alright.
I wonder how
I guess
close
it's
he's getting to
third.
leveling.
Very far,
Probably,
I imagine.
probably pretty far, yeah.
We've cast 3 spells maybe?
Yeah, at least 2 Pokey Sticks.
A quest? Leave it to me.
Pokies, we had a scrap heap. It's not awful. I do like Jordan has just done a great job of passing over and over and holding up Vengeance for stuff like Captain, because this is how you're losing the game, right? It's Captain buffing your stuff out of whale range, out of these ping range. Just the pure discipline of What Am I to continually hold up this 6 mana. And he just knows how he loses this game, what it looks like. You just respect the hell out of that. Though, I mean, the second Captain off the top is it's just unlucky.
Depends who you're talking about.
Yeah. You could it's so rough. Because okay, we can't develop and Yordle Arms, right? So that's
I
a
think you just
positive
attack
for What
here.
Am
I think you just attack, get this obvious other Withering Whale out. Well, maybe you could play
I don't know if we put him on second whale. I don't know if we've gotten that info yet.
I mean, what else are they doing here? Just they're passing with 8 mana to you. What else would they have?
I mean, it probably is, right?
Or if it's a Vengeance on your 4/4. Either way, you're still pushing some damage. Oh, this
Yeah.
is
This
cute.
This is cute. Because you're baiting them into playing the second elusive, right? They play out the second elusive, you box them. Yeah, and box is hitting Captain too. You can box plus Pokey.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
this is so
Oh,
good.
God.
Well, just do your
Oh,
best, okay?
God. Oh, Methodical's not going to be happy to see this.
If he hard reads it and passes back here, there's no way, right?
Over here.
Oh, it would be such an insane play to just hard read it, pass back. Oh wait, did we captain this turn? Didn't we captain?
We did.
Oh, I'm seeing the blue things on the Poros. It's not on captain, but I see now. Yeah. Oh, that's so
Yeah,
disgusting.
now it's within Withering Whale range, just like everything else. I was gonna
Yeah,
poke you right now. Yeah, get it out of here.
we don't want it to get any more value. Quit buffing that stuff out of our ping range. We have another whale to use. And that's so brutal. It's so hard from the Yordle Arms side. You just keep throwing out threats and being like, do you have an answer to this? Do you have an answer to this? Do you have an answer to this? And each time, What Am I has had the answer.
Okay, here's this. It's getting kind of tricky now though, because What Am I's answers is like he's kind of only able to play like one spell a turn. The lifesteal from these Sentinels is going to be nice, but Methodical with 11 mana here and some very powerful spells. Let's see what he can make happen.
Yeah, we'll see. The issue is we don't really have the hand to continue going wide. You know, and if we do go wide, we aren't beating another whale, which, and at this point, I think Methodical has to acknowledge that. It's like, I'm not beating another whale. I
Here's
need
the
to
thing.
like set up Yordle Arms for next turn.
Yeah. So here's the thing. We could what's the one mana? It's not your the other
Scrap Heap.
Scrap. Yeah. So we could go get like
If we hit
something else. If we could-
Trumpet
Exactly.
and buff them
but-
out of whale range.
And like also Fizz must be getting close now.
I would assume so. I would assume 4.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, so Yordle Arms will flip Fizz.
Okay. We have to hit literally
Oh.
Trumpetecker here though.
Okay, well now we have options. Oh, we're just
We're just-
slamming it.
Oh.
Oh.
I think we accepted that we're just not
Okay, check
beating
this out
whale
though. Hold
here.
on. We're gonna flip Fizz. And we have Fizz champ spell. Doesn't look like it's enough though.
So I don't think Fizz flips. Well, okay, if we play like both Scrap Heaps here, or like Scrap Heap plus Get Excited, then like maybe we can flip Fizz. But then we'd be losing our Fizz spell no matter what, right?
Oh, that's right. I
Because-
forgot you have to discard a card.
It has to resolve, right? The Yordle Arms has to resolve before it counts.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we say okay, and then try to hit Von Yip off of Scrap Heap, and maybe we can find something. Okay, we are discarding to Get Excited.
Yeah, I kind of wish. Oh, we can't see the options. That's too bad. I kind of wish
I
we
think-
had dug first.
Yeah, the elusive.
Ooh.
Oh, we're discarding the
Oh,
elusive. Okay, so we're
Okay.
playing for Fizz spell. We are flipping
Mhm.
Fizz, and we're playing for the Fizz spell.
I mean, Fizz is gonna be
pushes-
gigantic, right? Fizz is
Oh.
gonna be huge.
This is huge. He survives. He gets the Yordle Arms buff. He gets buffed up by the Arena Megacaster, and you get the rally. But Jordan making the call that you don't have another spell to pop this. Oh my god, that was so close. It was such a line from Methodical. But
Yeah.
no spell to protect Fizz, and the Wallop is going to shut that one down. Wow, that was
It's close.
that was
It
almost an insane line.
almost something there. I think we needed to cast it first.
Yeah, we definitely needed to get that started before. Yeah, it just wasn't working out. The lifesteal here is going to just make this rough. You know, lifesteal blocks Fizz. We throw away the catalyzer underneath the 8/8. Deal a little bit of damage here. Oh, I guess with the buff, there's no point in blocking Fizz. We just
What
get
are
rid of
you
the
made
entire
of?
unit. Well, yeah, we can do it either way. However you want to do it, Jordan.
Extra oyster. Live your best life.
Yeah.
Okay, down to 10.
Something to keep in mind, even if Senna comes down here, you know, these darknesses are really expensive. They aren't super buffed up, but Vagar,
Uh-oh.
Vagar's pretty good here.
Let's see what these darknesses are at.
3, it looks like. Which, I mean, We're casting it first. That way Senna can come down and kill something. Which is pretty solid. Senna can come down, kill it, and generate another one for next turn.
They are only 3 damage, though. So Senna might have to end up blocking, because Methodical is attacking for lethal.
Yeah, showing 10 damage. We're definitely going to have to see a block come out. Which...
Why would we not attack, though? Oh, yeah, just do it this way. Do it this way,
Yeah,
exactly.
this pushes 4 damage.
Yeah, you don't want them to block with the thing that you're targeting. I see people make that mistake a lot. They're so used to just getting in right away, they forget they can actually run this line instead.
Okay.
Oh.
Pokey's a great top deck. Because it just kind of gives you like another draw at it. But not developing into the Ashali is probably pretty smart.
This is 6 damage here, and there's no healing in one of my's hand.
There is no healing. Darkness is dealing 3.
So one of us is going to go down to
next turn.
4, and then we're going to Pokey Stick down to 3? Oh
And
my god.
We've discarded 1 Get Excited. So there's 2 left in the deck.
Oh my god.
I mean... No way. There's no way
Oh my
that
god.
Methodical hits the line, right? There's no way. We're going to see like Vagar
All
come down
Methodical
here.
needs is get excited off the top 2 cards without what am I drawing something that gains life off
We
the
have
top.
1
And that's
whale
game?
left in the deck. We have Vile.
God. Oh my god.
The
I mean, there's other
Pokey,
things Methodical maybe could hit too. We're like running.
Runner Pokey.
Oh.
This could hit.
Elements, even us.
So
Okay,
you
it can hit Telescope.
You still play Mayor, right?
Yeah, you play Mayor into Telescope into Doggo.
Together we are united.
We get
Aloof is great.
You dropped something.
I dropped
Oh
everything.
my god, how is this?
Welcome to
Oh my god! They get excited! Oh!
Oh,
That's hot deck!
Control draw, control draw.
Heal!
Heal it!
Oh, no! It doesn't work! It doesn't work!
Oh my god! What
saw the
just
line!
happened?
Well, just do your
And
best.
Methodical
What
found it!
just happened?
Oh my god!
Oh,
Oh.
my god!
What a line! It felt like he was ahead the
What?
entire game. He was in control. He got the double whale. He was countering all the Yorlin arms. But just
It was over. That game was done. My god.
what an
Wow.
insane game. What an insane game. From calling the wallop on the Fizz, stopping the attack, and then it didn't matter. We still pushed just slightly too much damage. Not enough healing coming out fast enough. The
Looking
perfect top decks.
looking back at it, I think maybe was playing the Senna the problem? Like, what if we had played? Didn't we have a second
We could have played a Stali,
Sentinel?
but the issue is Senna was killing a thing, right? She killed a unit. So I think it's the same. I think it comes out the same.
But we block and have lifesteal though.
Yeah, we attack with lifesteal and then block with lifesteal. I mean, maybe. Oh, it's such a hard call to make, though.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Wow. God damn, I love this game.
That
That's
was
exactly
wild.
why. Holy my god. Play to your outs, children. This is why you play to your outs. Here we are on the other
shit.
semifinal. Floppy Mudkip, 4LW. Yeah, you can tell it's 4LW. Gonna see who's gonna go to the finals.
Even
Again?
hitting the aloof, drawing another card, dude.
Oh my
Oh
god,
my
yes!
god.
I forgot about that. Oh
God, what an
wow.
insane game, dude. Okay. Floppy Mudkip versus 4LW. This is
See-
Lee versus
Master yourself.
Aphelios. I mean,
Phelius PNZ. This is probably game 3.
game 2 or game 3. Looking at the timers, I would assume.
Tough to say.
Yeah, it's like personal timers means that this game like just started a couple minutes ago. It's hard to say. Dude, holy fuck. Jordan played that so well too. Like the way that he baited that box into like the pokey stick on the
Oh my
captain.
god.
It was backbreaking. It was backbreaking, but like we just kept drawing captains.
And this is, you know, when you keep talking about playing good decks, that is why. That is
Yeah.
why. That game was so over, it's ridiculous. Jordan's lineup came to target that deck specifically, and he did a fantastic job of it, and it still just went, oops, I win.
Oh my god. We're getting word that this is game number 2, it looks like. Floppy Mudkip is up 1-0, took a win with Sentinels over Lee Akshan. So, oh my, that was wild. That was
fucking beautiful. That made my day.
God, what a fucking game. Both of them played it so well, dude. I
Yeah.
just can't.
Yeah, they both. This is the thing. We have caster vision, and we're like, yep, that there, that there, yep, that there, that there. I mean, even then, still, one of mine was making plays that were better than the ones I was thinking of on
They're
the
so
spot,
good, dude.
and they look no missteps with no caster vision. Like they did. The only thing I think was methodical. I kind of think we should have cast
There was,
the
like,
one thing
slightly
before the
awkward
Yellow
play,
Arms.
right?
Yeah,
But even then, like that beats so much. Like Jordan had to have another ping on the stack, make the call that the Fizz doesn't have any more protection.
Prepare yourself.
Oh, okay. Let's watch this game. Let's figure this game out.
yes, okay.
There's a ballistic bot that looks like it's probably dying, and a Aphelios also dying here. There's another Aphelios in hand, couple star shapings. Yeah, this Lee, what, maybe at like 4 or 5? Not flipping this turn, so we're not pressuring lethal anytime soon, but there is the landmark.
Oh yes, counting down. Yeah, I gotta say, just looking at it right now, it's looking pretty good for LW.
Yeah. For LW, Lee Sin, even when he's not OTKing, is just such a good removal spell, right? It's such a good card. But bot coming down, second Aphelios in hand, there's some star shapings. We have a lot of cards that are doing things. You know, I don't know if it's necessarily winning you the game right away, but this is it's pretty solid.
Yeah, we have another Aphelios in hand for Floppy, a couple star shapings, a Hush. These are all cards that are good, but like that was it. Horde. The Horde counting down there is very worrisome. Lee and Akshan are just kind of running amok. Anyone can figure this out though. It's definitely Floppy Mudkip.
Yeah, Floppy. You know, the Poros are pushing some damage. You know, we get a crescendum next turn if we want it. We can kill this Eye of the Dragon. There's a lot of good things happening, but Absolver being drawn, especially with this landmark. Okay, so here's the thing. If we open next turn with Absolver, we can spell shield Lee Sin. And we need second Hush. Like, Floppy's in trouble. Kind of in trouble.
Yeah, quite a bit of trouble.
Okay. We're going to see here. We probably need to get Aphelios down, right? We need to start getting that Aphelios value. Crescendum here is pretty okay to kill Eye. It looks like we're actually... Oh, I meant Calibrum, but he picked Crescendum anyway. I knew it, right?
Yeah, what do we hit?
Anything. All of the 2-drops are pretty solid in this region combination. Nothing too crazy or game winning. And another Sting Officer's nice, right? But yeah, we'll see. I assume we cast it here. We cast the other card first, that way we could get the Calibrum here. And also if we hit one of the... there's 2 different hits here that give us the option to refill our spell mana, so... You know, I like that we spent our spell mana first, but either way.
Yeah, it's like, is trying to get like a Comet or something. No, you can't even get Comet off the star shaping. You have to get the 9 mana destroy 2 things.
Yeah,
I mean, that maybe
Supernova.
Supernova might be our out here.
Yeah, the issue is that like open attack is lethal. Assuming that Lee Sin flips from these 2 Absolver spells, which it will, because like 2 Absolver spells plus the Palace spell, there's no way that 3 spell casts on turn 8 doesn't flip Lee, right? No way.
I mean, Floppy has a hush though, right? So it's not lethal just yet.
But the thing is, Akshan Landmark.
Yo,
Easy
yes.
spell shield.
Spell shield, that's right.
Yeah, so we literally have to hit like Moonlight Affliction off the top just to not die. Which I do like. We lost the hand that we're blinding it out. Kind of. It'll be a surprise for us too, right? We don't want to spoil it.
Sometimes it's nice having both hands, and sometimes it's kind of like, oh, this game's over. You just see it.
No, I agree. I agree. This is the pass there, deciding to burn the mana. Oh, if we had high rolled 2 bombs there, it killed Lee Sin.
Oh my
that
god.
would have been.
Oh my god.
But here it is, Absolver, 9 attack or 10 attack Lee Sin. I mean,
yeah, this is what. So when you get Akshan down and you get the horde going, this deck gets to go silly.
it's so explosive, right? All right. Here's the kick. Okay, so if we can kill our own Aphelios or pop spell shield plus hush, right? Those are our only lines. Showing 20. So healing doesn't do it.
Oh. Are we hushing our own unit?
And the self hush showing that we could not quite do it.
Oh wow, could heal up to 20, doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay, so that's game number 2, right? We tied it up. Going into game number 3, Floppy Mudkip bringing back the Aphelios. We'll see which deck 4LW has left. It could be the Victor or it could be Talia's Ziggs, I think, is the other one.
Ooh, I'm here for both of those matchups.
Yeah. I assume Talia's Ziggs got banned because Floppy's Aphelios can't beat it. It's not a winnable matchup.
That bad, hey? Jeez.
It's really rough. It's one of the main reasons that Talia's Ziggs is like so good right now is because it's beating like Monoshrima. It's beating that's Talia's Ziggs. Okay. So this isn't a great matchup. The main reason is that they have so many threats and it's so difficult for us to end up dealing with them. We'll see. Floppy Mudkip, though, does have the more aggressive version of this deck. Has the Boom Baboons. You know, maybe can match tempo.
Yeah, I mean,
Sun's beneath me and winds behind
we're gonna find out, but like you say, it's already looking like FurlW's got a lot of goodness here.
It's funny looking at the delay. Chat just caught up.
Dude,
it's so funny. Oh my god.
Man, I'm glad everyone got to enjoy that.
Same.
Except Jordan. Poor guy.
Oh my god. Okay,
At least it's happening here, not somewhere like, bigger. Okay, we got the hand back.
I mean, always the bridesmaid, right? It's a rough life out there.
The bridesmaid. We call that the Henneke effect. You never go full Henneke.
Interesting thing here is that the Ziggs hand does have Ziggs, did have Rockhopper, it has the Talia as natural, it has all the pieces that you really want to see. The issue is there aren't a whole lot of landmarks. You don't have anything to copy with the Talia yet, right? So his hand could end up being really slow. It's definitely a worry here. You see, that's the second landmark. So Ziggs halfway to flipping, and our hand's kind of unplayable. Ziggs attack here, pretty solid. We'll see if Floppy decides. Nope, no block there. We don't need the health. But we can get Aphelios down. We can start tempoing out this game, and the hand from FurlW is just really awkward. We might have to, burn a mana gem to kill Aphelios here.
Yeah, that's one of the problems with this Talia Ziggs deck is, sometimes it's running on all cylinders and it's just absurd and there's, no stopping it. And then sometimes it doesn't quite come together like this where there's just no landmarks to get all the things going.
Yeah. Turns out a landmark deck kind of needs landmarks.
Yeah, who would have thought? Not me, that's for sure.
Not me. Yeah.
If Floppy's gonna steal this game, this is how.
So if we draw like a Railing Sands, we're really happy. The stun isn't that bad. It's a little bit awkward. Maybe we could go like stun into Naturalist this turn, but like Talia still can't come down. Talia's nowhere near flipping.
What do you think of like stun into Rite of Arcane on Aphelios into Ruinous Path, draw a card?
Ooh, I do like that. That's a good line. That's a good line.
I like that we're actually getting a game out of this though. It's not just a blowout. For LW's just not just running Floppy Mudkip over. We're like this is close.
Agreed. And this is a really solid start here from the hand of Floppy. 3-drop in hand. I assume that's Priestess probably. We're deciding whether we want to play it out. Oh, it's Dredger. Sorry. Dredger drawing us a card. This is a pretty aggressive hand here. Now that that stun landmark looking kind of good.
Yeah, Floppy knows he needs to turn the corner here quickly, go for the throat.
Yeah, and that Rite of the Arcane though, popping that, getting the stun off completely shuts down this attack. It neuters what otherwise would have been a really
pretty
strong
big
tempo
attack,
turn.
yeah.
What a top deck here for 4LW. Hand again, still a little bit awkward, but it's Ruinous Path going a ways towards fixing it. If we find like Railing Sands, or the 3-mana card that draws you a card and plays out 2 Railing Sands.
Pokey Stick doesn't suck either. Gets to clean up this 3-1, draw another card.
True. Oh, these are good draws. But Floppy has a lot more cards in hand, right? The value's there. We lost the Felios, but we still have the Star Shaping. Oh, and Realm of Earth! Stop it! Stop it!
Man, whoever scripted these games did a really good job.
Yeah, shout out to production here, giving us a good semifinals here.
The top rope.
The mana's a little bit awkward, right? We're gonna
Look
have to
at that,
pass
though.
here.
Yeah, look, and Floppy's gonna be able to develop into here and hold the Chompers and get in for a bunch of damage. This game is not over.
Yeah, I don't think Floppy wants to develop. Because, like, if you develop, then Ziggs flips. I think you wait until next turn. I think you can develop right here. But, like, developing into Naturalist, he's just taking his 8 damage. I respect it. You run a lot of burn. So just taking that, making sure you're not getting blown out by, like a Naturalist or something. I think that's a good call.
Big heads up here also. Yeah, by 4LW, realizing that there is some danger.
Yeah. Pretty good there. What otherwise was 8 damage turns into 4. We're not that worried now, We can get our Talia down if we want it.
So check this out though. Floppy with a bunch of mana and a Star Shaping could go for a Great Beyond to just try to win with that and some burn next turn.
True. The worry is we are at 10 health, right? Star Shaping does a little bit to alleviate that, but 10 health against Ziggs is not a lot of health.
I mean, we do have a Hush though, so like
quickly.
we can stop the Absolver.
Oh, true. The Hush is really nice.
So like we're kind of at 14. We've got a Hush. Like we're okay. I think it's tough. It's tough for LW to find a W here next turn. I think
A little boom and one really big one.
we're gonna need a little bit more through that Hush. Let's see though. Because what do we do now? Are we doing Talia? Yeah.
And I think getting Talia down, Talia applies so much pressure. And, if we pull the 3-1 with Talia, that's 4 damage, right?
Yeah.
It's really,
Yeah.
that's a decimate.
It's close. It is close. Let's see. What Sketcher? Could Sketcher get us?
I think we have to Star Shaping here. I think developing into these Railing Sands and taking 4 damage is just, it's not okay. This is almost as bad as the Zareth Lock, except instead of clearing out your board for developing units, we're just killing you. Yeah. Ziggs is so good. Cosmic Inspiration isn't great.
Is that going to be enough?
It is not great.
Darn, wish we could have seen the options there. Would have been interesting.
And it was probably something terrible, right? It was probably like Cosmic Rays and I don't know. So we do end up developing Sketcher into this. We're deciding that, like, we just need to not die next turn, We're going to have to eat this burn eventually. Let's take it right now. We are taking at least 6 damage next turn, just like off the open. Even with a Hush, we're still taking 6 damage. This deck, it burns you out from so high up.
We're very much alive though.
Yeah, I mean, alive,
This
but at
is
4, you know, we're
6.
limping, right?
Hey, I mean, at this point, alive is alive.
Yeah, the important thing, though, is that 4LW's kind of out of things to do. Once again,
Yeah.
lacking landmarks.
Yeah. And then, like, Floppy can go pretty wide here and pump the team. Is that enough, though? Oh,
So we Hush here. And if we Cosmic Inspiration into, like, 6 wide next turn, we might be able to find a lethal.
hold on.
Or
Check
at least
this
force
out, though.
blocks.
Yeah, we also have a Felios, though, so we can get the gun with the lifesteal on a big bot.
Ooh, true. It is going to be
Maybe-
a big bot.
Yeah, maybe we could even go... If we could... Can we get 2 moon weapons? Can we, like...
Oh. How many have we
Lifesteal
cast?
Overwhelm?
We have a Calibrum in hand. Okay, so we
Gotta
can
find
play down
out.
a Felios here.
Oh, the
Grab
Cali-
Lifesteal. We can double Lifesteal next turn if we wanted to.
Ooh, that doesn't suck.
Yeah. Okay,
And
what's 4LW looking
4LW's
for?
jammed up. Like one more brick off the top, and that might just be all she wrote.
Yeah, so we're hoping for what? Like Unraveled Earth into
So you know, I mean, we didn't mention that the 1 drop plus the 4 drop here is 3 damage.
oh true. We're down to 1. Okay,
down to
so
1.
like Unraveled Earth into Unleashed Energy is burst lethal.
Yeah, we need that's 2 cards.
Oh, I forgot that we were getting the landmark. Yeah, but Unraveled Earth would draw you a card, right?
Oh, true.
So I mean, it's a long shot, but you have
Now-
to do something because Floppy...
I don't know if you were paying attention to the last game that we just saw. Long shots are apparently
These games,
acceptable.
yeah, you're right. These games are
Not
never over
over.
until they're over, right?
Legit. Confirmed. Wow.
God,
So
going
this is-
down to
look at
1
this.
here.
Look at this.
Oh,
Top decks here. What are we gonna see? Oh, Gravitum from Floppy Mudkip. Okay.
so the thing is, if we grabbed him first and then Calibrum, because we still have the old Calibrum, we can still grab.
No, that
Ooh,
doesn't
we
do
can't
it.
cast it. We can't
We
cast
can't
it.
cast. We can't cast it.
We
We have to slay something.
So the issue is that casting this Cosmic Inspiration isn't enough. It doesn't actually show lethal this turn, and if we attack with like the Chompers, we're giving a slay over to 4LW. This is a 1 of, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's a 1 of.
Okay. Can
Rune's
we
Path.
not get? Oh, we can't get the moon weapon.
Yeah, we played. Oh,
W with the GG. Oh,
I don't think. I think we had. I think you're right. I think we had to go with the lifesteal.
yeah.
If we had taken lifesteal last round, we could have double lifestealed here and healed up to full. Such a rough position to be in, because the issue is our swing in is giving them a slay, even if it forces down the entire board. This Ruinous Path off the top, it was so good.
What's gonna happen here?
If it was important, they should
Yeah.
have
1 card left. What's Floppy gonna do? I mean,
you
because
have to
even
attack.
this is the thing. Even if Floppy doesn't go in, the Ziggs is gonna kill,
open
and
attack,
it's Leo gonna
right?
kill in the open.
Yeah, so okay,
Why
if
did
we don't
not, why
attack
did we
here,
not heal up?
you just I think that Floppy was looking at it and thought that we could find lethal.
Yeah, thought that
Okay.
we could just force a bunch of blocks.
Star shaping off the top,
Side shaping off the top is
I think keeps us
gonna be
alive.
enough. Would be enough.
Ooh, no, well, it keeps us alive at 1 again. Because
Oh yes.
what's
because
gonna
we're
happen is-
plus the Ziggs.
we can full block. Oh, we can't full block Talia because she can just pull the Chompers, which only blocks 2 rocks. I don't think that we can find lethal.
Wow.
Or I don't think we can survive. Oh,
That's gonna be it. That's all she wrote. This one was so close.
oh my god. I mean, he pulled wrong. He isn't beating. I mean, he hit the pokey off the top, so he is beating.
Didn't matter.
Whew.
Didn't matter.
What a game there is. Floppy in a very unfavored matchup. It looked like there were a couple shots at it, maybe going to be able to pull it out, but Ziggs, once again, I think Ziggs did like 12
Oh.
damage there. 14?
So much damage. Flipped Ziggs is an absolute powerhouse, and people need to start realizing it. It will
Yeah,
kill
that
you
card's
dead
so insane.
real fast. For LW's hand was garbage. There was
It was
nothing
terrible.
special or exciting happening there at all. Still able to get it done. Absolutely wild. Man,
These games,
those-
if that's just the Swemmies, I mean,
Woo!
finals here.
My goodness. Okay, we're gonna take a real quick break, and then we'll be back with the finals. I like that we're actually getting a game out of this, though. It's not just a blowout. For LW's just not just running floppy Mudkip over. We're like, this is
Agreed.
close.
Agreed. And this is a really solid start here from the hand of Floppy. 3-drop in hand. I assume that.
Welcome back to the Mastering Runeterra $500 Cup number 5. We are at the end, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to jump into the finals. I am Jason Front. I am joined by the King of Trolls, Akato. We have had a fantastic tournament today. Akato, we got any thoughts about this? Man, those semifinals matches are like, I haven't seen anything like that in a while.
They set the bar so high. I mean, if this finals is a snore fest,
I
I would
don't
be
dare
so
to-
disappointed.
Oh, I don't dare to dream. I don't dare to dream that it tops either of this. All right, let's jump into it. Let's see what decks these two finalists have brought today. We have Fizz Lulu.
Yeah, Fizz Lulu, the Yordle and Arms. You know, it's pretty okay, right? It's an okay deck. Sometimes, you know, you poke in to like get excited and, you know, win a long game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've seen it before.
Yeah. It certainly is a deck. Um okay, so if I remember, this is Methonicals, right? So this is Yordle and Arms. The other decks are Riven, Victor. What's third deck? Let's look at the third deck. Pantheon. Ooh. Pantheons might be kind of hard to get through the double Ionia lineup that 4LW has. Remember, 4LW, we've seen his lineup 30 times today. It's Lee Akshan, Victor Vi, and Talia Ziggs. I think the big question is going to be, how does Methodical get a win with Pantheon? Because I assume we see a ban aimed at Yordle and Arms, right? Yordle and Arms has to get banned. Methodical bans.
Yeah, good question. I'm not sure.
I don't know. We could probably beat Talia Ziggs, right? Which of the Ionia decks do we ban? Maybe Victor? I genuinely don't know. It's such a hard decision just because, like, the double Ionia is just, it's not fun to try and play Pantheon into.
No, not at all. And I'm a little bit surprised that we're seeing a Pantheon deck in the finals. Though this one is kind of teched out. I like this one Petricite Broadwing.
Broadwing, we watched it. I don't know if it was in RA on Thursday, but Broadwing is really good against some of these low to the ground aggro decks that otherwise are really difficult for Pantheon. You know, even against like Yordle and Arms, it can really steal out games by just being an absolute house that they can't get past. It's picking things off every single turn. It's a really good card, as it turns out. You know,
Who would have thought? Yeah.
who would have thought?
um,
Okay.
what do you think of the one Tarek?
I think it's all right. I mean, you like 3 Yumis, whatever, right? Tarek puts on a lot of pressure. He gives you value when he comes down. I kind of wish that we saw Roji's list here. Yeah, I liked Roji's list, the 4 rally triple Tarek. But unfortunately wasn't quite able to make it. I think this one's pretty solid though. You know, 2 Cataclysm, some Zenith, some Mages. You know, we're playing cards.
Yeah, I kind of like the little mix and match here. One single combat, I'm not sure if I could get behind. That card is kind of busted. It just does work.
Yeah. Opting set for Cataclysm, which I think the big thing is that Cataclysm's really good against Aphelios. Because Aphelios is gonna try to like grab to block your
Big guy.
yeah, whatever your big overwhelm unit is. But Cataclysm lets you still get overwhelm value out of the card. And I think that's sort of one of the techs that you can do to actually be able to be good into an otherwise very difficult matchup.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so let's recap again. What are the 3 decks on this side? We've got
Methodical is on Yordle and Arms, Riven
Yep.
Victor,
Yep.
Pantheon.
Yes.
4LW is on Talia Ziggs, Victor Vi, and Liakshan.
Right. Yeah. Man, coming in, I was really interested to see what was going to make the top cut. It's a lot of kind of what we sort of expected. There was a decent amount of Yordle arms. There was a lot of Talia Ziggs. Not totally surprised there.
I think Methodical's lineup is like a lineup I would not be surprised at all to see top. right? But for LWs, pulling out the Lee Akshan, it has been effective. Even in these like super awkward hands where it's like it's turn 6 and you've cast 0 spells. Lee Sin is nowhere near flipping, but we're still watching him pull out these wins. Absolver's just so good. And even if you aren't absolvering, like Lee Sin is just such a good control tool, constantly trading for units on the board, kicking them back into hand. And really well played by 4LW all day.
Yeah, when you were like, coming down with 0 spells played or whatever, I was like, yeah, that was against like the other Lee player though. That game was like, whatever. But I gotta say, as we know, Lee Sin, what a crack card, right? Let's be real. Has been a tournament crusher, not in this version, with Zoe typically, but has like done so much work. Is it the winningest tournament deck ever? 'Cause it's up there. It is way up there.
Maybe it's been around for so long, right?
For so long that and there's a reason. It's because Lee's cracked.
Lee's really good.
So yeah, as much as this is not Lee Sin Zoe, it doesn't seem like it really needs to be though, does it?
Hit me with that again. Sorry.
So like it's not Lee Sin Zoe. Like say it's not like,
True.
it's not like 75, 80% win percentage or something crazy. But like, if it's still at 65, 70 or something, like a lot of decks just aren't ready for it. Like
it's
still
pretty
pretty good.
solid. Yeah, I think that it's such a strong proactive thing to be doing. Is like playing Absolver Lee Sin, or playing this Akshan, getting the value that like you're just getting so many points from doing a really strong thing. And it looks like we're starting out. Here's the Lee Akshan against
baby.
Yordle and Arms.
You know what? Looking at this open in hand, I looked at these 4 cards. I was like, I wish I was playing this deck right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's looking like some fun. Though on the other side of the board, Methodical.
That's a good hand.
That hand does not suck.
That's a crazy. Okay. So the thing is,
yeah, let's rewind here.
We passed turn 1, which is really good nowadays since we run so many Scrap Heap and Yordle and Arms. But like Lulu plus Scrap Heap plus this Chompers plus a Baboon plus Token on 3. These are all pretty okay things, I would say. What you're gonna?
Yeah, Pro WC's are coming.
So you play out the Vagabond just to not take 10 damage.
I didn't mean to kill the Vagabond. Bunk. Get him.
God, what?
Got him.
Okay, this is
So are we pumping here?
Start.
Are we pumping?
I think we're quicksanding just to save 2 health and save our Vagabond. I think that
really?
kind of has to be our play.
I mean, we could just kill the Chompers though. See, like this. This is what I would do. This.
Okay,
Get
yeah,
out of here.
we can.
Get him out.
Because trading into Yordle and Arms units is so good because they have no refill, right?
That's right, exactly. Those cards in their hand definitely don't create infinite units.
Von Yip, that's not a real card if you think about it.
No, Mares.
Von Yip is an
Mares
insane
are
hit, by the
bad.
way. That card is so good.
Yeah.
Just
Sometimes
three
it's
units
so
is just-
ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean it's a 4 mana, like okay statted, draw 3. Like it's okay,
Okay, so Vi Victor got banned.
Okay. Vi Victor, which I think that's fine. You're playing into Talia Ziggs. Jordan Arms is still very good into Talia Ziggs, right?
And
I'm
then
kind of
what do we?
surprised that Jordan Arms didn't get banned.
Yeah. So what? Sorry, what were the other 2 options again?
Draven Victor or Victor Riven rather, in the Pantheon. So I assume that this was a Riven Victor ban, right?
Yeah,
It
must
has to
have
be.
been. Which, as a Victor Riven player, I mean, I've played that and Zed Lulu quite a bit this season, and I gotta say, I'd rather be on Zed Lulu.
Yeah, Zed Lulu.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you were watching that semifinals, but it turns out this deck is cracked.
Oh, you mean Fizz? Oh, yeah, Fizz Lulu. Yeah, no,
Oh,
Jordan
sorry,
Arms
Fizz Lulu.
is. I was like Zed, bro. I mean,
Zed
I
Lulu.
buy it. I'm right there with you. But no, yeah, this Jordan Arms deck. I'm glad that you're finally coming around. I feel like you've been naysaying for a while about this Jordan Arms deck. I'm glad that I'm finally getting you on the right side of history here.
I've never denied that the deck is good.
Kind of okay. It's all right, I guess.
But yeah, it's especially good in tournaments.
Why did opponent palm? And we're still dealing like 10 damage here.
Yeah, easy,
weird, huh?
easy game.
They won't
No, because we're gonna kill Lulu. We're gonna quicksand some stuff. Block a mare or something, and take like 5, maybe.
Dope.
Not a
Or we can
chance.
So we're
take
we're just
9
gonna, like,
and keep our
slam-
guys alive.
We're gonna slam Lee Sin
Fine.
with no spells to activate him. We're gonna open attack for 3 damage. And both gonna say, that's cute. Let me play Yordlin Arms.
Anyways, here's the thing though. You just ban it, okay?
Tell me about the thing. Oh, okay.
which frankly I'm a little surprised we didn't see a ban there.
It turns out Yordlin Arms, it's a pretty okay deck, I would say. Is it the best deck in the game? Yeah, by a wide margin, I would say. But you know,
So maybe. It's a solid maybe. Oh, look at this.
why are we down to 4 HP? What's up with that? That's kind of weird.
I can't tell if 4LW is BMing or giving the game.
4LW spam emotes, dude. It doesn't matter. There's no rhyme nor reason. He just spam emotes. It's
Yeah, fair
the
enough.
4LW way. I mean, we just like telescope here into a doggo and just like, I don't know. It was a good game number 1. You know, lost it to misbanning, but that's okay. Maybe the Riven Victor matchup is just worse even somehow. Had we considered that?
Wipe it all.
Yeah, but it's not.
I hear you, but see, we didn't ban it, or we did ban it, right? So I think it kind of has to be worse. I think it's like how math works. Otherwise, we wouldn't have banned it, right?
Hold on, let me look it up. How does math work?
Yeah. It's kind of weird that we're trading down our board, and then opponents just like getting chompers in a poro.
That's cool.
Why did their board get better? What's up with that?
All right,
Okay.
that's fine. That's
Non-game. It is what it is, right?
You're allowed to have one. That's okay. But now
Yeah.
though, what if we're just wrong? What if the Pantheon got banned? There's no way.
There's no way, like,
There's
unless
no way.
Talia Ziggs like can't beat Pantheon. Let me look up a matchup table real quick, okay?
Over on
Talia Ziggs can't beat it.
MasterGuitarra.com, if you want to look up a matchup table, you too could find out the odds of things.
Hell
Like, what are the
yeah.
odds that Akato finds the percentage of this win percentage of this
Very
matchup?
low.
before
Okay,
we get into
Pantheon
the
is
next game?
57%
Oh!
into Talia Ziggs.
Here it is!
Okay. Pantheon 57% into Talia Ziggs, 57% against Vi Victor. How wild is that? Pantheon beating an Ionia deck?
Huh.
How does that happen? That's so wild.
Yeah,
I mean,
did not see that coming.
props to 4LW for knowing his matchup table, because I would have never guessed that. That's
I never would have guessed that anyone in the finals would have known how the matchups, how to ban things from their decks. That's surprising.
yeah, and imagine.
I think this is how math works, by the way.
I'm glad that you looked it up so you could let me know. That's really, I do appreciate that.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Okay, Riven Victor. We watched this a little bit earlier. Can have just such insanely explosive games, though. Quicksand, pretty good against this deck. You know, a lot better than
Yeah.
like Vengeance, because it can hit 2 different things. Though notably missing from 4LW's hand.
Yeah, I gotta say though, I am liking 4LW's hand. Methonical's gonna put on a decent amount of pressure, but this is a lot of a lot of shitters, and we got double eye.
We have Kitty Cat. We have Poros. It's okay. It's not the best hand in the world, but it's one champion away from being the best hand in the world. You know?
Yeah. Methodical doesn't need that much more. Like you said, one champion, I think would tip it for either of them.
Yeah. I assume we Poro Cannon here, right? We Poro Cannon the Ignition and don't cast it because we want to save the 1 mana in case we top deck Victor, so we can play Ignition after Victor, right? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, heads up.
Oh, let's just
good
get our
guess
1
right here.
damage in. I
Get
respect
in there.
that.
Get in there.
Dope.
Hells yeah. Just beat face, baby.
Yeah. They don't have a good trade into the 3-1. Oh, and we actually we saved our Vagabond there. I guess that's because we want a target. We're gonna Lee spell here, I guess, right? We're gonna Lee spell and go after this bot.
The spirit gives to
I
those
like
who
that. I think that's a pretty heads up play. It means we're taking a little bit of damage here, but opponent won't be able to attack with ground units next turn because we're getting our dragonlings, and like getting rid of this bot is super important. I like it. I would like a pass here from Methodical. I know you're the aggro deck, and it's hard to pass in situations like this, but I'd like the pass. Ignition's fine. But no, we're no longer pressuring Victor, right? Yeah. There's a Sonic Wave coming out, and a dead Ballistic Bot, which it did some damage. It did its job. Pearl W.
I don't know how I
Is it
feel about
13
this.
health already? How did that happen?
Oh yeah. Oh man, this deck like, fucking gets in chip damage like it's nobody's business. I mean, I guess we were low on options, but like, couldn't we? This turns on our deep med here, which is not
One
nothing.
thing that I think is kind of nice here is this Shadow Assassin is an elusive in an elusive meta, which gives us a blocker. That's nothing to scoff at. I know that, you know, we've been memeing on Shadow Assassin all day, but
That's the reason to play it. Is it this fucking speed bump for 3 mana?
yeah, I mean, yes, unironically though.
Which, so you know what? It found its role. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fun. That's
Proud
fun.
of it.
Okay, I'll give it that.
So we're representing Quicksand here, right? We're hardcore representing it. We're trying to make our opponent just not swing into us. We're trying to make them take the pass.
Oh
There we
yeah, there you go.
That's a really hard pass to take as the aggro player. I respect the hell out of both players. 4LW for representing it that hard, and Methodical for being willing as the aggro deck to say, okay,
being
yeah, that's
baited?
fine.
I was
No,
never.
because-
I mean, you're not going with the elusives there. Like what? That quicksand's just never getting not out of their hand.
So the big thing is that there's no Dragonlings this turn now, right? So you're denying a lot of healing. Plus, you're still like a combo deck. You can still create like a lot of threats on the next token. So, you know, hopefully you'll be able to, you know, put your opponent in a position where they're not able to deal with it. I think it's an okay play for both players.
Yeah, I don't love it for Methodical. I think you go in there with like, I don't know, at least a couple poros or something.
Yeah, but so like if you go in with Poros and they quicksand and they heal 4, I mean, okay, that means that is getting a quicksand out of their hand, right? Which is nice, but I don't know.
If you just play around, this is because if you give this deck too much time, they will kill you dead.
But it actually heals you to full, right? Okay, because like they would get 4 healing off of that, and it would summon 2 Dragonlings the next turn. Like,
Okay,
it's
okay,
8
okay.
healing.
Yeah, but you also have to counter it with what if they don't have quicksand, right? Because Methodical right now is not looking great. Like the hand is
We're
just
top
okay.
decking Riven and literally winning the game. I mean, how?
How?
I feel
Because
like you're
4LW
missing that.
still has that pretend quicksand in their
Yeah,
hand that you
but
have
I
to
mean-
get through.
Okay, but with Riven we can create like 3 targets, right?
No, because we have 1 kitty cat and 1 Riven, and that's it.
Yeah,
So
and like a
quicksand hits
3-1
both of
and some
them.
Poros.
Quicksand hits both of them. No, I think we had to go there. Our
Maybe,
hand's just
maybe.
too
I
poops
can
to give
I see
give
the
that much time. Yeah, because I mean, look where we're at now, right? And if 4LW did have a quicksand, like Jesus, like now
Yeah,
look at
we're
it.
pretty fucked. We looked for a couple draws. I mean, that wasn't the
Yeah,
worst thing in the world.
yeah. Though 4LW doesn't have the quicksand, so
Yeah,
we're right
no,
back
that's-
in it. Good a deep med though. Here it is. Watch it. Quicksand. Quicksand.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
Palm.
Palm, but gonna burn the 3/2.
I mean, okay, so what? We give up. Oh, we take so much damage here. So we Palm, and then they like Riven spell, and get in just 2 damage, or they say okay, play Archivist, and just like get a Decimate. Well, ooh.
Yeah.
What would you do? Would you take the 2 guaranteed, or would you Archivist with mana to decimate?
Also,
While your opponent's below
why
deny?
are we playing that card? Is that just a card in the deck now? The Riven champ spell?
Yeah, it's a 1 of in most of these lists.
Huh. Yeah. All right.
It's just kind of cute, right?
Look, our deck does one thing. It has beat face. Okay, you need to put them dead ASAP. 'Cause these Dragonlings are going to start healing back up. Like, we're just going to lose control of this game.
True. I don't disagree with you. Okay.
Yeah, get in there.
Riven spell. We get in for an extra 2.
Yeah, KO opponent to 7. Mystic is putting him to 5. Yeah, if we had attacked that one turn, we would have won the game. So,
Okay, okay.
you could literally see the counter argument spelt out in front of you.
Mr. oh, no, Sonic
Double
Wave.
Sonic Wave.
Like, you know, it got a little rough there, I would say. It's unlucky, if I were to describe it.
Villains beware.
Yeah, it's not done though, because this ambush still no answer from Royal W.
Yeah, for LW making the
Quick-
classic mistake of not just drawing quicksand, bro.
Yeah,
We
look at this auction counting down though. It's scary as well. I think you have to Mystic Shot a Dragonling.
Yeah, it's gonna get nopified, but I agree. I think you have to. Because it's a 4 damage Mystic Shot, right?
Exactly.
But then your opponent nopifies and commits this other strike. I guess they're representing something. They're holding on to, like, Absolver, maybe. No, I don't know. There's... God, why did he heal to 13? I had a Dragon's still a dumb fucking card. I thought that the nerf would matter.
Well,
Bro,
whatever. Yeah,
still-
oh yeah, I the dragon won this game. That was it. Maybe you should
Do you
just
not
attacked.
think it... Oh, okay, yeah, I mean...
We
aggro
would have won the
player.
game. We would have won the
Brain,
game.
bro. Just fucking
Okay,
go in.
you're just giving your opponent
Come
a
on,
turn
decimate.
off. Like, come on.
Decimate. Give me a decimate.
Also, I think maybe we should have held this for our turn.
No, we're gonna decimate, bro.
No, I just gotta hit another ambush.
Ambush
Gotta hit
is
another
pretty
ambush.
embarrassing.
Yeah, ambush is pushing a shit ton of ambush is like ambush is lethal.
I want you to know that I don't disagree with you. Okay, so no decimate. But bro, imagine if we hit decimate.
Upstairs. 11, yeah. I mean, imagine we just hit ambush and killed them. Literally, it's 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, lethal. Would have been lethal.
Wait, do we still get the Riven Blade if Riven isn't on board?
Yes.
Really? I'm
Yeah,
gonna be honest with you,
correct.
I've never played Riven. I don't actually.
Yeah,
I've
you just have to
played some
cast.
of
You
it,
just have to
but-
cast 3 blades. You don't even need that though. Like ambush is 10, and then 3 poros is 13. I'm not even sure which blade that is.
I have no idea. It must.
But it doesn't
be-
matter.
I think
it doesn't matter. It would have been lethal.
I think it has to be +2 attack.
We laugh at
And we're still showing. Okay, we have to draw 2 here, right? We're draw 2ing to
Yeah.
try and find quicksand, which is smart. No quicksand. No quicksand. Okay, we have
Palm.
another draw. Palm is good.
The dark.
Oh, Shadow Assassin! I forgot.
Oh.
It's staring me in the face, and I forgot.
Oh. Oh no.
Mm,
This is what
I
happens. This is what happens when you're like, oh, it's just not attack here.
I thought it was fine. I like the play.
Yeah.
I agree. Looking back, I get where you're coming from, and I can see the argument.
Oh, so this is the big blade.
Yeah. Do you
But,
blade the same Poro or a different Poro? Or do you blade something on the ground?
You could also blade like a 3/3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then ambush like a 3/1?
Well, here's the thing. If you're playing the 4/3 that lets you attack,
It's a 1-up. We have it in there.
Well, yeah, so I play a full 3 of those, or at least 2. So that's just 12 damage. Just those 2 cards together is 12
Yeah,
damage.
card's pretty okay.
Yeah, it's not bad. You don't always get there, but
I mean, okay, so we emptied out our hand. We're still showing a fair bit of damage here. The issue, Palm plus a blocker means that we're
yeah, so
taking
you block
5.
5/1. Oh no. Oh no, how about this? How about this?
Aw.
Okay, so game 3.
Game 3.
Game 3 is going to be between Riven, Victor, and what does for LW have left?
Six, right? Yeah, it's League 6.
Ooh, that's a pretty good matchup
really
for
good
Riven
matchup.
Victor.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just go nice and fast and underneath them, and they're a little slow and a little dirtily. But if there's anything we've learned from today,
Oh, it's still discounted. Oh, he didn't play. Why'd you play Lee?
You want
Because
to
for
double
Dragon
I?
Balls?
Yes.
Okay. No, you don't have Absolver.
Oh, now we're just gonna overwrite an eye. Okay, fuck you, I.
With
Yeah,
the
I
dragon's fury. Force is meaningless.
I don't
We gotta-
care. Plus didn't ask. Plus I already got my healing.
Oh, the hard cast survival skills. What is that even? So yeah, you can't drain from those now, right? Can you?
Yeah.
Well, what if they had
get
if
no
they
healing.
had 3 toughness? Do you get healing?
Yes, you would.
Okay. Yeah, it's just because they're at 1 already.
Yeah. Which is pretty cute. It's basically a decimate, right? That's what we just got. There was a decimate.
Confirmed
My
adorable.
hands need me. Center your
So, what do we need now? I can't. There's no top deck.
Okay, what? No, there has to be a top deck. Archivist into. Okay, wait. So Archivist into Ambush is 5, 6, 7,
Is-
8 damage, right?
8 damage, and then decimate off the top because they didn't make eyes and they
Yeah,
didn't kill you immediately with the
decimate.
lead.
I mean,
Yeah, we've seen crazier stuff today. So
that's a line. Riven? Does Riven get us there? No, she won't be flipped. Victor hitting elusive is 3, 4, 5 plus 3 is 8 damage.
Wait, why is Victor so? Oh, 'cause he's leveled.
Yeah, so he's 3.
7.
He gets 1 off of this. Oh yeah, I thought it was a Poro in her hand, but it's a Blade Square. Okay, that's fine.
Oh,
Oh,
gonna get
palm.
palmed.
Okay, yeah, no.
Palm.
Okay, that's a. Once we see the palm come down,
Oh.
we
Maybe not.
I think
Yeah,
there's
maybe not.
there's a cogwheel for this one.
Our
Mhm,
enemies
mhm.
cannot hide.
Yeah, powerful play.
Alternatively, and hear me out.
Okay.
We could play for time. What if we time for LW out? We know that he plays
Isn't
very
it-
slowly.
And he likes to emote a lot as well. That'll
Yeah,
take up a lot of
exactly.
the clock.
Exactly.
Problem is that you're going to game 3 though, so
Yeah. What if we palm our own unit here to activate Auction Lane?
and then you just get in with all your guys.
Yeah.
Gently, gently.
Thinking about it, just taking a little look.
No palm. It doesn't matter, right? There isn't a top deck. There just at this point there just isn't one. Like even Archivist into like Decimate plus top deck Decimate just doesn't get you there. Like even if you aren't killing this turn.
Okay, you Mystic Shot your own unit. What? Oh, you
Yeah,
have to
you're
do this
alive.
to activate the Lee.
What a okay. We can't activate Eye of the Dragon.
I think
Unless
you
we
could.
palm.
I think you could see why I have issues with this deck currently. Like the things you have to do. It's so awkward. I still low key kind of like it. But it's it's a poor man's Lee Sin deck. Let's be real.
Yeah, it's okay, but if we drew Absolver, this game was over like 4 turns ago.
True.
Also, you're right. We should have just attacked. God damn it.
Yeah, the math that just attacked the game was also over 4 turns
Oh,
ago.
you're so smart. God damn it.
Yeah, I sat there and was like, maybe everyone knows something I don't. I'm
Bro,
not gonna
I
play
saw-
around stuff. They have it,
I
they have
saw
it,
the
bro.
pass and I'm like, okay, we're eating some mana. We're denying the homies, the dragonlings. I thought it was enough. God, using burn on a unit. Okay. Riven.
Scores to settle.
Okay, Riven doesn't do it.
You know how it is.
Please, sir.
Archivist and a whispered words.
Are they playing Whispered Words?
No, but what if they were though? Have you considered that?
I haven't actually. No.
Yeah. See, that's the issue.
Whee! Here we go. Cards and cards and cards. Okay. Math gonna pack it up finally. I said I've seen enough.
Okay, the +2 attack, not gonna cut it.
Man, no quicksand ever coming down. Didn't need it.
Yeah, bro.
would have needed it. Sorry. Did need it. Didn't have it, and then ended up not needing it somehow.
Oh, okay.
We get to see a game 3 now.
We do. We do get to see a game 3. Assumedly, Talia Ziggs. I think we have confirmation, right? Yeah, it's Talia Ziggs against Draven Rumble. So, I mean, or not Draven Rumble, Victor
The
Riven.
Talia Ziggs versus
And
Victor.
Riven.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is heavily Riven Victor sided.
Yeah. There's not a whole lot. I mean, Quicksand, right? Quicksand's good. And we keep
Quicksand's very
Quicksand.
good.
We have token on 2. Okay, so it's actually really huge here. Is Rock Hopper with token on 2 means that Ballistic Bot can't come down on 2, which, I mean, it matters.
Yeah.
It
And
matters.
Ziggs on 3 also very good.
I mean, we
Yeah, we
drew a
gotta-
Victor. Thank
We got
God.
a game. We got a game on our hands here.
We finally drew a fucking Victor, dude. I
If it's made of
Oh, an
sand,
ambush. I mean, that's a hand for Methodical. We give him our 3-1, right?
These hands
Here you go,
wish-
sir. You can trade if you want.
Except
Or
for
LW.
damn it, for me.
The emotes. I'm not even playing and they're tilting me, bro. I just-
Oh, Riven off the top.
Do we bot or Riven here? Has to be bot, right? Start stacking it up, or is the blade fragment worth it? As the professional,
I think you want the blade fragment. I'm all about leveling me some Riven.
and she does level on 5 if you play her out here.
Yeah, because I feel like you could play here, get the blade, and then you can go bot on your opponent's turn, and then on your turn you're just going supernova.
I
You're
thought you
going
wanted
huge.
to. Do
You
you
go
not
blade,
want to
blade, blade,
on 4?
ambush. No, just kill them.
Okay.
Or
I-
sorry, sorry, you can Victor. Yeah, Victor's
When will
better than
I
bot
find
probably. But then let's see, do you have enough mana? Do you have 5 mana? I guess that's
Which
enough.
is
That's enough.
fragment, ambush.
Sword. No, you can't yeah, so you couldn't. You would need
Either sword or
6.
ambush, right?
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know if you necessarily need Victor
Quick
to
hands
kill
make
them
quick work.
if all your other 2 dudes are massive.
Yeah.
But
And you could
that's
go
that's
double
a bit of an
bot here.
all-in.
Double bot, kind of hot,
Ooh, well, yeah, a double blonde. Oof, that's hard
and
to
it
say no
rhymes,
to.
so it has to be true, right?
That's true. Now look at this right. They're just gonna be like, "Yoop, gotcha." I like level.
Yeah.
Get it in. Yeah, double bot. I would have liked a double bot. Yeah, then you put the Victor spell right away too. Ooh. Oh my gosh, yeah, you just level in Victor and it's like going to town.
I agree,
Yeah.
but in Right of the Arcane, we're sacrificing draw and board space. Like, we can't develop anymore. So our board is a little bit shaky if we do end up firing off this Right of the Arcane, but answering Victor on site is just so important.
Yeah, you gotta kill one of these for sure.
Oh, going for the Riven, deciding that we don't want to see the Blade Fragment next turn. I mean, leaving up Victor is like a little bit scary. You have the Quicksand, I guess, right? You have the Quicksand, so you're not ultra worried about it.
Yeah, it's just better than
Did he
the
just
Riven,
hit Spell
frankly.
Shield?
Easy game.
What a...
Easy game.
Dude, Methodical is a fucking high roller. What is this?
This is what happens when
Bro.
you don't kill the Victor. Like Riven's not
Yeah.
even, like
What's
It-
Riven even doing?
Victor has augment. Victor gets way bigger.
Oh
And,
my
and
god.
it gets all the abilities too.
Oh my god.
Here we go. There's a bot.
Bot. Okay.
Now maybe
Do
we
you ambush
put the
this turn or
brakes-
no?
No, I don't think so. No, because that Victor's got spell shield, so you just get him nice and fat, nice and big.
God, that's so insane, dude. What a top deck. Okay. I mean, we have to scout here, right? Challenger not quite doing it.
Challenger. I mean, being able to pick off a Ziggs does not suck, but I don't know how much you. Yeah.
We also have like the quick attack blade, right? I think.
True. But like, yeah, they have like, they have ways of protecting that. And then like kind of slows your clock down a bit. I'm pretty sure you just want to go face. I'm pretty sure you just race them. Face is the place. We tried to get cute last game. It didn't work out. Let's just
Okay,
kill
but what
our
if we
opponent.
pass here?
But what if we just killed them? That's
What do you want to do? How do you want to play this? Because our hand's a little bit awkward, I feel like.
Yeah, can we not complete the sword? Oh, because they killed Riven.
Riven.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we do take
So
the
we got
quick
the
attack.
quick attack.
If that's
Okay,
overwhelm,
is
we're-
the overwhelm? Oh, slam that if it's overwhelm.
Doesn't look like it. Probably
So that's
just
the
the
plus
+2
2
attack.
plus O. Okay.
It's still pretty okay. We're trading down board. Our bot isn't dying. I mean, this is okay.
Yeah, this seems fun.
Took it fair and square.
I dig it. I dig it.
Can't steal.
Okay.
Cursed road.
Okay.
Acceptable.
Devout. Pretty okay. This
Cool.
is pretty solid. Dude, that spell shield. I'm staring at this quick. Oh, second quicksand. Bro, fuck off.
Double quicksand. Gonna get you.
I thought the spell shield would be enough, but double. Dude, what an insane.
What's
Okay.
better than quicksand though?
Tell me about it.
Double quicksand.
Ooh, I hadn't considered that, but now that you mention it,
Oh,
good
good.
point. Here's some
Not the business.
is useless.
Doesn't even really matter, right? Because we're gonna pop spell shield and then we're gonna get rid of all those abilities with the other
Yeah.
quicksand.
Yeah. No, I hear you. What if we got double spell shield? I don't know if you considered that.
Or triple spell shield.
Ooh, I hadn't considered that one.
You should be able to stack them really. And then it should just turn like slightly different colors of purple to be super, super annoying.
The issue is Arsenal, instead of stacking impact, is just gonna start stacking spell shields.
Spell shield 3 incoming. Oh, interesting. Here's a chance to pick off the Ziggs. Yeah. Of course we don't take it though because, a pump spell all of a sudden kills our Victor.
Yeah, probably playing pretty safe there. That was the right call. You
Yeah, I
get
wasn't-
second bot down.
I wasn't gonna be blocking anytime soon either.
And Victor flips. Like, Poro Cannon off the top is really good here. Mystic's okay.
This is not enough.
And Victor is going to flip. We don't have a way of knowing that opponent has double quicksand, right? So we're just kind of going to run into it.
Yeah.
Quicksand's kind of a
Um,
good card, huh?
Kind of good. It's kind of good.
I think the two things we've learned today. Quicksand, kind of good. Echo Zillion, kind of relies on Echo.
Yeah, we have nailed those two things.
Oh, the draw here is so like the draw here is telling him, "Hey, I don't have an answer, and I'm desperate." Oh, methodical, put up the shed emote. What a game!
No.
Oh,
Of course they're gonna rip it.
Methodical.
Of course they're gonna rip it. Okay, yeah, just don't go with the bots. Don't go with the
Okay.
bots. Yes.
Wait, keeping the
Okay.
bots is so good here.
Yeah, that's super heads up. Still very much in it now.
Oh my god, double quicksand.
And who's winning now? Then this is because
It's so hard to say. If we survive,
Oh, we
next
could kill the
turn-
waking stands. We could kill the waking stands with
Oh,
a
the
mystic
Mystic Shot!
here. Yeah, I think
We
yeah,
get to
you definitely.
keep Victor.
Oh yeah, we're still good. We're still good. Oh, they could. No mana. No mana. I was gonna be like, oh, they could absolve her, but nope.
Okay,
Okay,
but
so Victor
Ziggs-
lives.
Ziggs
And we get-
is still big. How much damage can we push next turn? Can we force blocks? If we force blocks, okay, that's good. We can flip Ziggs and have Absolver. We can flip Ziggs and have Absolver.
Uh-oh.
Hey, wake
If
up.
Is that enough,
Methodical
though?
breeds blocks, this could be the end of the game.
That's a lot of units.
Lot of units, lot of
Okay.
damage.
What are we gonna hit off of this
Archivist.
librarian? Just librarian.
We could hit Palm.
What?
That'd be a pretty good hit, right?
It would be impressive. I was gonna say, okay, a mystic shot. Okay, now we can kill Ziggs. Oh no, we can't kill Ziggs.
Oh, we can't say okay.
What's the motive?
Okay. Oh, we're giving up the bot. Okay, is this enough?
Is
It pushes
Ziggs-
4. It pushes 8 damage. It puts him down to 1. Absolver puts him to 1.
Why are we not blocking with the Victor though? Because like, what are we afraid of?
Maybe we're
Double
really worried
Absolver?
about.
Double Absolver.
Are we willing to go to 1? The issue is if we go to. Oh no, they can't play Hourglass. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm not gonna pretend I'm good at math here, but 2, 4.
So you can
7.
look at the 4 damage
looks like
on
a-
the left and just add 8 to it, right? Because if we do Absolver, it's 4 extra damage. Oh, yeah, plus the 4 on the Rock Bear over there to the right. So it does 12 damage. It puts him down to 1. We're going down to 1.
Oh. Oh my.
Okay, but he's tapped out. We have an Archivist. We know
Oh.
it can hit a Mystic Shot. We can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
They're
6,
gonna get the
7,
sarcophagus.
9.
So the burst spell. Is 4LW playing the burst pump spell?
I have no idea. Usually it's one of.
Oh, kill
We're
a
using
Ziggs?
burn.
Kill a Ziggs?
Okay, killing Ziggs saves 2 health, and it means that they don't have any more burn, right? So we're just
Yeah.
assuming that Victor's going to get us there next turn, which is pretty safe. We saw the Archivist. Like, there were 2 cards on Archivist. One of them's Mystic Shot. The other one...
Whoa,
Could be
whoa, 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 why, what is happening here?
Okay.
Okay.
Either way, if Archivist
good.
hits
Still good.
ambush, we have
Still good.
lethal.
Still good. I
Is
mean, we
this
have
an
Victor. We have
Overwhelm Blade?
we have 2 Victors here.
Spell Shield!
Okay.
Dude!
Okay. This is looking pretty over.
If it's ambush. If it's not ambush, or if this blade in our hand, I think it's the +2. I don't think it's overwhelm because we didn't
That's
play it.
right.
2
Okay, we
turns
have
ago.
another Victor hit. We have another. Oh, there it is right
Oh,
there.
there's overwhelm! That's game!
That's gotta be game. That's game.
Okay, is there anything we can't develop? If we develop, we play into the mine. Okay, well, okay, you're
Something on that case.
now we're griefing, right? The 1 mana stun unit. Or 1 mana stun card.
Oh,
We used
yeah.
the game into that.
Yep.
Oh, ah, he can overwhelm.
Oh, GG.
Bro,
GG.
fuck off.
GG.
Spell shield to overwhelm. Dude. Dude.
Wow, that was a nail biter at the end there.
Oh my god, what a game. The double quicksand to stop that first one. Holy crap. What a series.
Man, this was a fantastic top cut. Did not disappoint.
Not at all. Such
Why not?
strong play from everyone. And you know, 4LW's been emoting this entire game. You know, he's allowed to we're allowed to see Methodical throw out a couple himself, and that is the series. Going over to Methodical is
Woo!
gonna be the champion.
Congratulations, Methodical. Congratulations to Pro W. Everyone else in our top cut, really well played. This was some insane Runeterra today. Man, coming in, I didn't know what to expect, and wow, did it not disappoint.
No kidding. That was just high level play across the board. Such incredibly close games, right? Even in matchups that were like very favored one way or another, just able to pull them out constantly. That was incredible.
Really, really beautiful. Okay, so for anyone that's interested, we've got our top 8 decks here. So we had 2 Lee decks, 1 Victor, 1 Akshan. We had 2 Panth decks, 1 Tarek, 1 Yumi Tarek. And then we had 3 Field of Rush, 3 Darkness, 2 Ziggs Talia, 2 Zoe Felios, 2 times Fizz Lulu Yordle Arms. Oh, only 2 of those. Interesting. 1 Kindred Viego that we never got to see, I don't think. 1 Victor Vi, 1 Sun Disc, finally made it. Cool. 1 Zillion Echo only. After all of those Zillion Echo matches we saw, only 1 made top 8. 1 Elise Kate Kindred, 1 Talia Malphite, 1 Thresh Acel, 1 Riven Victor that we saw just take it all down right there in the finals. What a diverse meta we have.
No kidding. It's so open. To be fair, this is the first like Swiss tournament that we've seen on this patch. But just it felt like everybody was bringing their own comfort, was bringing their own read on the meta, and I mean, some strange lineups make it to top, and yeah, Yordle and Arms end up winning. How do you feel about that deck?
Yeah, deck is good. As we saw against that that one of my match. Holy man.
Oh my god.
But here's the thing though, right? Like, oh hey, Yordle Arms won it. Yordle Arms took it down. If Jordan just wins right there, and Jordan goes, one of my goes into the finals, we have a totally different outlook, right? And it's like, oh, Yordle Knives didn't make the finals. Maybe it's not that good. Oh, maybe control's where you want to be, just because of like, well, little like a turn, like one turn, one game affected. So what I'm saying is we could play this top 8 out multiple times, and it would finish in like different ways multiple times.
You know, all I'm hearing is some fucking copium. Yordle and Arms came in and smashed some awful matchups and was able to take it down.
Yeah, deck is good. Deck is very, very good. Even against, like I said, that triple control lineup of one of mine who came here specifically to poo all over Yordle and Arms Day and came damn close. But whew, wow. Okay, well, that's it for us. I want to say really thank you so much to ggtour.com. Everyone, go check out ggtour.com. They have all kinds of tournaments, not only for LOR, but for a bunch of different games. They're fantastic organization. Thank you guys so much for supporting us in the Runeterra community. And of course, us, masteringruneterra.com. If you're looking to up your game, come check out masteringruneterra.com. We have articles posted every single day. We've got a premium subscription that gets you ad-free viewing, premium articles by a bunch of the top pros, a weekly 3-hour team call, VOD reviews. You ask the pros any questions you want. You get a weekly mailing list of like all the cool stuff that's happening that week, keeping you up to the loop, telling you what the topics are. And you get to support us making tournaments like this for you guys, as well as writing articles and bringing you lots of content, supporting the podcast, all that awesome stuff. Woo! With that said, Akato, you got any closing words?
What a crazy game. I appreciate you having me. It was a lot of fun. Long day, but great games the whole time.
Yeah, I got to say, special thanks to Sparkling Iced Tea, our producer. He is the best. As well as Greg, our TO, just crushes it. And okay, thank you so much. This is the first time we've ever cast together. You're a natural. You're fantastic. You are so good at this. Seriously, they should bring these little coverage back and then have you on there because you are very, very good at it. I'm looking forward to doing one of these again with you.
You're too kind. Thank you so much. But yeah, anytime. I'm down for it.
All right, great. Well, we'll do it again. Everyone, have a great night. And we'll see you the next time. Bye.